Chapter 1. Wow, Dragon Ball? A teacher? On a Sunday afternoon, amidst the bustling city, a young man, with a hint of stubble on his chin and a cigarette dangling from his lips, stood tall, his brow furrowed and his expression weighed down by gravity. Boss, is money truly that important to you? You can't take it with you when you die. It's merely a transient possession. Beside a lengthy wooden board stood a burly middle-aged man, bare-chested, gripping a sharp knife tightly, his eyes gleaming with menace. "I'll give you 10 seconds, get out now." Su Zhonghua flicked his cigarette to the ground, stepped forward, and fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the stocky man, the tension in the air palpable, as if a spark could ignite a battle at any moment. Soon, their eyes clashed fiercely for several seconds. At last, the stocky man began to lose his composure, his tone softening as he lowered his weapon. "Young man, this is fresh pork lean, with little fat, 14 yuan per gene. I truly cannot reduce the price further." Hearing this, Su Zhonghua became agitated, his voice rising dramatically. "What the hell? You heartless swindler. After bargaining for over an hour, not a single cent off? Do you not understand the principles of courtesy and humility?" The pork vendor, exasperated, responded, "Fine, they'll sell it to you for 7 yuan. Su Zhonghua's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wow, you just have the price." The pork vendor continued, 7 yuan for half a gene. Fine by me. In the Dacian apartment on Phoenix Street, a 20-story building with 18 households per floor, the location was rather undesirable, and the prices were cheap, drawing a diverse array of society's riffraff. The apartment contained 2 bedrooms and a living room, along with an exceedingly filthy bathroom. The landlady collected rent every 2 months. The weather was stifling as Su Zhonghua, carrying a small bag of half a gene of pork and drenched in sweat, trudged up to the 9th floor of the apartment. He collapsed onto the steps, gasping for breath, unwilling to take another step, grumbling internally about the wretched elevator that broke down every few days despite countless repairs. Would it truly be so difficult to install a new one? After resting for a brief moment, he steadied his breathing, rose, and ambled back to his room, fumbling for his keys. Why is the door ajar? The door was slightly open, casting a shadow of doubt in Su Zhonghua's mind. He pushed the door wide open and scanned the room. Finding nothing amiss, he dismissed the thought, attributing it to his own forgetfulness. Inside, the living area was in disarray, with several small wooden stools toppled around a round table. Remnants of unwashed dishes scattered atop it. An old-fashioned fan sat nearby, and directly opposite was a rare black and white television, cluttered with unwashed socks and underwear, an absolute mess for someone with a penchant for cleanliness. This environment resembled a garbage dump. Su Zhonghua was not fond of silence, as it often evoked an inexplicable sense of loneliness. He stepped over the small stools and switched on the black and white television, allowing its sounds to shatter the room's stillness. The screen displayed the classic animated series Dragon Ball, where the 7 Dragon Balls had gathered, preparing to summon Shenron to grant a wish to conquer the world. Casting a glance, he had little interest in the show. As hunger gnawed at him, he hurried to the kitchen, clutching the half gene of pork, and adeptly grabbed a dull knife to begin slicing the meat. At 26 years old, Su Zhonghua was homeless with a fair face and a slender physique. He resembled a bookish scholar, yet behaved in a manner that was decidedly unsavory, lecherous, boastful, and crude. His inner world was rich and sensitive, tinged with violent tendencies that he often struggled to control. Incredibly, this individual of questionable character and physique held the position of homeroom teacher and physical education instructor at Muge High School 2nd class. He had vowed that his lifelong dream was to cultivate a flourishing garden of students, burning brightly like a candle to illuminate their futures. Of course, many aspiring educators had made similar promises, yet what became of them? At that moment, as he focused on slicing the pork, a sudden loud crash echoed from the living room. A stool had fallen, followed by the sound of a bowl shattering. "Damn it! A thief!" Su Zhonghua reacted swiftly with such a commotion. It could only be a person, not a mouse. He took 2 steps forward, brandishing the kitchen knife, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle. However, the scene before him left Su Zhonghua in shock. A bearded stranger lay sprawled on the floor, a broken bowl embedding shards into his cheek, blood trickling down from his contorted, pained expression. It appeared the intruder had stumbled and fallen while attempting to flee. In that moment of confusion, the stranger, gritting his teeth against the pain, struggled to his feet and dashed toward the door. Damn it! Su Zhonghua snapped back to reality, shouting as he saw the thief make a break for it in a moment of desperation. He hurled the kitchen knife, knowing that if it struck the thief, it would either seriously injure or kill him. Unaware of the impending danger, the stranger fixated on the door, thinking that with just a second to spare, he could escape yet. Fate had other plans. Bang! The thief stumbled again, tripping over a stool and cursing under his breath about the abundance of obstacles. Little did he know that this misfortune had saved him from the knife that whizzed past him, spinning through the air. The knife continued on its trajectory. Bang! This time, the sound was deafening, a cacophony that resonated through the space in that instant. A flash of light erupted, and Su Zhonghua felt an immense force strike his head from 2 meters away, a surge of heat flooding his mind like a tempestuous sea battering a fragile boat. Leaving him adrift in chaos, his consciousness began to fade, blurring into a surreal haze until he felt as though his very soul had detached from his body. Before losing consciousness, he hazily glimpsed the scene on the television where Oolong had wished for something, and the Dragon Ball scattered in a dazzling display of light, coinciding with the knife he had thrown, striking the TV and causing an explosion. 5 hours later, Su Zhonghua lay at the threshold, gradually awakening in a daze. His mind feeling hollow, his limbs were weak and unresponsive. The last vestiges of strength were insufficient to support his body. With great effort, he turned onto a more comfortable position. Resigned to lying on the floor, he closed his eyes, attempting to recall the events leading up to his fainting spell, and, after much contemplation, memories began to flood back like a film playing in his mind. So that's how it went. He murmured to himself that television's explosive power was indeed formidable. As he lay there, he turned his head to survey the surroundings. The thief was nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a trail of blood on the floor. The black and white television shattered into pieces, with a charred knife embedded within it. The tables, stools, and clothes were scattered about, the scene resembling a battlefield. Strangely, the kitchen window had also been shattered, with fragments of glass strewn across the floor. Su Zhonghua pondered in confusion. Had the thief broken the window while escaping? That seemed unlikely. Could it have been the explosion? That defied logic. The distances involved made such a possibility almost negligible. As his thoughts drifted further afield, time flowed slowly, and his strength gradually returned. A warm sensation enveloped him, prompting him to close his eyes and savor the soothing energy surging within him, as if a gentle stream were replenishing every cell in his body. Minute by minute, the warmth continued to pour into him, an endless reservoir filling his being. Before long, Su Zhonghua found himself able to stand, feeling an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through him. As if he had been reborn, he jumped up and down, reveling in the newfound energy, feeling as if he could easily swat down a mighty water buffalo with a single blow. Just as he thought everything had come to a close, while stretching his body, Su Zhonghua exclaimed in astonishment, a serious expression crossing his face. He distinctly felt that his current state was more vigorous than ever before. His body should have been fully replenished. But why is the flow of warm energy still continuously nourishing me? Initially, he assumed this was a normal physiological response. Not giving it much thought, however, Su Zhonghua now realized that the situation was far from ordinary. Though he had experienced exhaustion from exercise before, he had never encountered the phenomenon of his body generating heat to replenish energy. A profound curiosity was ignited within Su Zhonghua, prompting him to take a deep breath, close his eyes once more, and attune himself to the mysterious source of heat emanating around him. He followed the flow of warmth, ascending gradually, as an increasing sense of heat enveloped his body. What? Su Zhonghua gasped in astonishment, his cheeks breaking out in a cold sweat. How could this be possible? He struggled to believe his own sensations. Everything was unfolding too abruptly, too bewilderingly. His mouth agape in shock, he stared in terror at a scene within his mind. There lay the one-star Dragon Ball from the animated series Dragon Ball, magically rotating clockwise amidst a halo of golden light, and it was from this very source that the heat energy was emanating. Is this an illusion? He remained transfixed, staring at the spinning one-star Dragon Ball, requiring time to reconcile this unscientific absurdity with the reality before him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the tumultuous waves of astonishment gradually subsided. Su Zhonghua vigorously slapped his head, shaking off the daze to regain his composure and sorting through his thoughts. From my unconscious state to the restoration of my strength, and now to this extraordinary Dragon Ball. All these inexplicable occurrences must stem from the explosion of the television, if I'm not mistaken. It is indeed the explosion that caused the Dragon Ball to traverse into my consciousness, and the miraculous power flowing within me must be a gift from the one-star Dragon Ball. Su Zhonghua pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain confirming the authenticity of his experiences. To further validate his newfound strength, he sprang into action, rushing to his bedroom, focusing intently. He summoned approximately half of his strength and struck the heavy punching bag he typically trained with. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as the bag exploded, sending sawdust and sand scattering across the floor. Su Zhonghua stared in disbelief at his slender fist, utterly astonished that his power had surged to such an extent in the past. Merely causing the bag to sway, even slightly, would have been an impressive feat. At that moment, excitement surged through him like a tidal wave, crashing against his taut nerves. Joy and exhilaration radiated on his face as he stretched his arms wide, tilting his head back toward the sky, and then burst into wild laughter, resembling a victorious ancient hero reveling in triumph. Eventually, Su Zhonghua struggled to suppress the overwhelming exhilaration within him. Gradually calming his tumultuous spirit, he did not wish to delve into the root of this phenomenon, nor did he dare to ponder it further, as he seemed fearful of losing this potential power that could irrevocably alter his destiny. Never mind, he muttered nonchalantly, resuming his carefree demeanor as he picked up a broom from the corner, preparing to tidy the chaos around him. He swiftly swept away the scattered sawdust and sand, then proceeded to the living room to dispose of the ruined television. Cursing the thief while lamenting the loss of a device that had accompanied him for years. After all, he had begrudgingly spent 500 yuan to purchase it. As he righted the furniture toppled by the explosion, he suddenly noticed a round stone roll out. As he lifted a small stool, bending down to investigate, he discovered 3 identical round stones scattered on the floor. Driven by curiosity, he picked one up, examining it closely while pondering its origin. The round stone was roughly the size of a billiard ball, its surface slightly uneven, bearing no discernible difference from an ordinary rock. As Su Zhonghua rotated the stone in his hand, a thought struck him. Round stone? This is round. A sudden spark of realization illuminated his mind, and he marveled silently. The Dragon Ball. Could it be the Dragon Ball? As a devoted fan of the series, Su Zhonghua was aware that the Dragon Balls transform into round stones after a wish is granted, compelling him to suspect that this round stone was indeed a Dragon Ball. Yes, it must be correct. The Dragon Ball came through the explosion of the television after Oolong made his wish, and then transformed into this stone at this moment. Su Zhonghua was entirely convinced that the round stone was the Dragon Ball, but why is this Dragon Ball present in my consciousness? He lingered in contemplation over this unanswered question. Feeling mentally fatigued, he preferred to redirect his thoughts toward more exhilarating matters instead. With that in mind, he gazed at the stone with a grin, allowing his imagination to run wild though uncertain of what the remaining Dragon Balls might bestow upon him. The mere thought of the stone reverting to a Dragon Ball one day sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. What if I could gather all 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon? Should I wish to conquer the world or to find a beautiful wife? What a delightful dilemma. At this juncture, Su Zhonghua suddenly smacked the back of his head in realization, exclaiming, "Oh right, what about the remaining 3 Dragon Balls?" His thoughts then drifted to the shattered glass in the kitchen, and he came to a startling conclusion according to his speculation. The other 3 Dragon Balls must have flown out through the broken window. If that were the case, he wondered who else might have obtained the Dragon Balls. Might someone possess even greater power than he? At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to collect all 7 Dragon Balls. This is to prevent the detector from being destroyed during combat. It is safest to place it within the spacecraft. To breach the spacecraft's defenses, one must possess combat prowess of at least 1,000. Once prepared, he returned to the oasis, where Vitalis found a pleasant spot to lie down and rest, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. One must admit, the oasis is quite comfortable, with trees providing shade, the air not overly dry, and a subtle fragrance wafting through, whether from the grass or the trees, remains unknown. As dusk approached, the sun's last defiant rays were about to vanish, while the moon revealed half of its visage on the opposite horizon. With his back to the moon, Vitalis soared into the sky, gazing at the expanse of clouds above, lost in contemplation. Alas, his combat strength was insufficient. Otherwise, a single roar would scatter the clouds into oblivion. He decided to wait a few more hours, observing the wind direction and speed, for patience was paramount in this first battle. Any mistake would be unforgivable. Vitalis felt exasperated. Truly, the weather was not in his favor. Fortunately, it was not a storm cloud, or he would have been overwhelmed with despair. Just as his excitement peaked, he encountered this patch of cloud, around 11 o'clock at midnight, with only a sliver of cloud remaining at the horizon. Vitalis finally made his move. Indeed, he could have acted when the moon was mostly visible, but he refrained, not out of cowardice, but because combat was no child's play. Life and death were at stake, and one must not act carelessly. This was called prudence. Soaring above the lake, he casually formed an energy sphere and hurled it into the water. "Come forth," he declared, swiftly turning his gaze to the moon. Chapter 3. The Water Monster? Without a doubt, a crushing victory. After launching the energy orb into the lake, Vitalis did not bother to check if the monster had emerged, but instead focused on the moon. It merely stirred a small ripple. The creature remained unresponsive. As anticipated, perhaps it had been basking in the moonlight all along. The instant he beheld the moon, a reaction ensued. First came the rapid beating of his heart. Thud, 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 accompanied by the heartbeat. Invisible energy radiated outward, distorting the air, creating visible ripples that pulsed with the rhythm of his heartbeat. His pupils constricted, gradually transforming into those of a beast. The bones in his face contracted and swelled as he growled lowly. Ugh! Ah! His fangs protruded, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. The once frail and diminutive figure rapidly expanded, the specially designed combat suit accommodating his growth in the blink of an eye. Vitalis completed his transformation from human to giant ape, a colossal form exuding a terrifying aura that it was hard to believe that mere seconds ago he had been but a child. This was the unique transformation of the Saiyans, triggered by the moon's emitted Blutz waves, allowing Saiyans with tails to metamorphose. His combat power was now tenfold the norm. In other words, with a base combat power of 95, the Oozru Vitalis now boasted an astonishing 950. This was no ordinary gorilla, but a Saiyan giant ape. The giant ape gazed at the lake for a moment before once again turning its attention to the moon, unleashing a howl that conveyed an incomprehensible message, while incessantly pounding its chest. After all, the current Vitalis had lost all rationality and could no longer speak. For a while, the giant ape lowered its head, opened its mouth wide, and, after gathering energy for about 5 seconds, released a wave of energy into the lake. A massive energy wave surged in a fan shape towards the water's surface, and in an instant, it met the lake, evaporating a significant amount of water. The resulting wave of residual energy sent a portion of water crashing onto the shore, leaving the lake nearly bottomless. This unveiled the creature lurking beneath the lake. It resembled a dinosaur with stout legs, small forelimbs, a tail dragging on the ground, and spiral horns spiraling around its head. It was evidently a formidable foe, especially with its cold, narrowed eyes radiating intimidation. The enraged beast let out a furious roar at Vitalis. Its back was shrouded in darkness, devoid of a single intact scale. The aroma of roasted flesh wafted through the air. Seeing the insignificant intruder who had dared to sleep in its territory still alive and roaring at him, the giant ape was incensed. After pounding its chest a few times, it charged at the monster with a furious roar. The descending giant did not afford the creature a moment to react. Crushing its head into the muddy lake bed, the immense force sent the remaining water into the air, creating a localized rainfall. Thud, thud, thud. Seemingly unsatisfied, the giant ape lifted its right foot and stomped on the monster's head several times. After a few stomps, it placed its foot on the creature's back, once again pounding its chest and emitting a roar that seemed to declare the fate of any trespasser in its domain. Suddenly, the exuberant giant ape froze. Just as it was reveling in its triumph, it was unexpectedly attacked by the defeated creature beneath its foot. The monster's tail weakly and intermittently struck at the foot, pressing down on its back. Enraged, the giant ape let out a furious roar, applying more pressure to its foot, forcing the creature deeper into the mud. Its hands ceased their rhythmic pounding on its chest and instead seized the monster's tail. Pulling with all its might, in an instant, purple blood sprayed, as the monster's tail was violently torn off. Whether from excruciating pain or sheer humiliation, the beast descended into madness, managing to push the giant ape away and rise to its feet. Its bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on the giant. It seemed the giant ape had not anticipated that its vanquished foe would still possess the strength to struggle, causing it to stagger momentarily. The next moment, the enraged giant ape retaliated, flinging the severed tail aside. That it appeared before the monster in an instant, delivering a swift kick to its abdomen. The creature, propelled into the air from the force of the kick, had barely begun its ascent before the giant ape followed up with a punch to its head, sending it soaring into the sky. That a broken horn plummeted towards the lakebed. The giant ape opened its mouth wide. Gathering energy once more, a dazzling light flashed. This time, it was not a dispersed wave of energy, but a highly concentrated energy sphere. The delayed attack found its mark, as the energy sphere swiftly closed the distance to the monster. Boom! The violent explosion generated a fierce wind that even swept up a multitude of distant sand particles, hinting at the onset of a sandstorm. As the smoke cleared, there was no trace of the monster left. Nothing but dust remained. Perhaps if one searched meticulously, they might find a remnant or two. The giant ape seemed quite pleased with having dealt with the uninvited guest in its territory, striding confidently while pounding its chest and emitting a series of unintelligible roars. After surveying its domain and trampling countless trees, the giant ape appeared to have confirmed that no other intruders remained. It then settled by the lakeshore, gazing at the moon, lost in thought. The following morning, Vitalis was awakened by the dazzling sunlight. Upon surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. The lake, nearly dried up, revealed the distinct outlines of unknown creatures etched into the lakebed. Soaring into the sky and surveying the area, he noticed numerous fallen trees, chaotic giant footprints, and a large severed tail in the forest. It was not difficult to deduce that the battle last night had been fiercely contested, as the two colossal beasts had collided in the lakebed, draining the water and spilling onto land. Fortunately, I emerged victorious. My caution paid off. I had trained before engaging in combat, and even elevated my power to 950, significantly surpassing the unknown creature's power of 734. Otherwise, that severed tail on the ground might have belonged to me. Glancing at the tail on the ground, he touched the tail coiling around his waist, filled with a profound sense of luck. Yet, one must say, it was truly comfortable. After a good night's sleep, he felt invigorated, as though he could take down a bull. Indeed, he felt entirely at ease. Vitalis could only recall the moment he last gazed at the moon. After that, it was as if he had fallen asleep, devoid of any memory. Upon awakening, both his spirit and body were at their zenith. Were it not for the surrounding environment and his knowledge of the Saiyan Ozuru transformation, he might have thought he had simply enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Retrieving the spacecraft remote control from the compartment of his armor, he pressed a button to summon the ship, which would automatically locate the remote and fly to him. A highly convenient feature, befitting the offerings of the cooled military dough. No, it would now be known as the Frisia Force, right? The battle attire, too, displayed remarkable resilience after the transformation into a more primal state and amidst fierce combat. It bore not a single blemish, not even the remote control nestled in its compartment. Within a mere 2 minutes, the spacecraft descended nearby, prompting an urgent retrieval of the scanner to assess the surrounding environment. Despite the apparent victory, unease lingered as a severed tail lay in sight, with no other carcasses of the defeated creatures to be found. What if they were merely incapacitated? Even a severely wounded foe could easily dispatch the non-ape form of himself. Thus, despite a confidence level of 90%, he could not allow himself to relax without thorough verification. Fortunately, the scanner indicated no life forms with combat power exceeding 300. The planet's apex battle prowess registered at 734. With several others ranging between 100 and 300. Vitalis' mission was to eradicate all beings with over 20 combat power on this planet. After all, planets with a basic ecological environment hold greater value. requiring only the assurance that no life forms could jeopardize the customers' lives. However, Vitalis had no intention of fulfilling this mission. He was here to challenge the mightiest. The itch for combat was one reason. As possessing such formidable strength without seeking out worthy opponents felt inherently unsettling. Furthermore, the occurrence of a full moon beckoned an opportunity to experiment with his giant ape form. Chapter 4. Combat Power Exceeds 100. Preparations for Earth. Vitalis replenished his nutrients aboard the spacecraft. Although tempted to roast and consume the tail of that unknown beast, he suppressed his appetite. Since his traversal, he had not partaken of a single meal, let alone meat, and the peculiar alien creatures were best left untouched. Wild animals were off the table, and extraterrestrial fauna even more so. Despite the Saiyans' robust constitution, which could withstand gastrointestinal distress and minute toxins, the risk of unforeseen complications loomed large. Dying young would be a dismal fate, and if he were fortunate enough to leave offspring to lament the unfinished legacy of their forebear, it would still be preferable to perishing without a progeny. Thus, vigilance in dietary choices was paramount while venturing into the unknown. Fortunately, the spacecraft's stock of nutritional substances was ample. In a state of dormancy, it could sustain him for over 3 years, though half had been consumed on the journey. Likely accounting for the round-trip necessities, this period of intense training had led to significant depletion, and enduring 6 months would be a commendable feat. However, Vitalis had no intention of returning, thereby rendering the consumption concerns moot. Sustaining himself on these nutrients was rather pleasant. He had no need for excretion, and even the sweat from rigorous training bore no extraneous impurities. These nutrients were meticulously tailored to meet the needs of a Saiyan's physiology, devoid of superfluous or unnecessary elements, thus perfectly absorbed to support bodily functions. The sole drawback was the inability to satisfy culinary cravings. The experience of savoring food or the sensation of being full was entirely absent. One must weigh the gains against the losses. Soon enough, he would arrive on Earth to indulge in its delectable offerings. The culinary delights of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe were renowned, captivating gods of destruction and angels alike. While injecting nutrients, Vitalis took a moment to assess his combat power. To his astonishment, it had risen to 102 points after a year and a half of dormancy. His battle strength had increased with age, though the growth was marginal. The high-intensity training over the past fortnight had elevated his power from 78 to 95, a mere 17-point increase, significantly less than the 42 to 78 leap. Yet, the time frames differed vastly. One span was a year and a half, while the other was merely 2 weeks. Last night, during his inaugural true battle, his combat power surged by 7 points. It seemed the combat-oriented Saiyans lived up to their reputation. Fighting was indeed the most effective path to strength. The previous night had likely been a fierce clash, a genuine test of prowess, though his foundational combat power remained inadequate, compelling him to rely on his primal transformation to engage. Were he to confront foes in his normal state, it would undoubtedly enhance his combat skills and mastery of strength. Regrettably, he had lost such a formidable opponent. He would remember that nameless beast. Grateful for the experiences rendered, perhaps it was time to rely on his normal state for combat, considering the conditions required for transformation were not particularly convenient. However, he needed to learn combat techniques first. It would be sheer folly to engage in life-and-death battles so soon after his arrival. For now, he could only prey upon the weak, those with significantly lower power levels. Fighting against equally matched opponents would likely result in his demise. This understanding stemmed from the knowledge that Saiyans, when transformed, would lose their rationality, acting solely on primal instincts, which emboldened him to seek out monstrous adversaries, if left to his own devices, unless he could dispatch an opponent in a heartbeat. Sustaining grievous injuries to secure a kill would only incite laughter. Thus, it was fortunate that lower-tier warriors could not maintain their composure. This was also the source of Vitalis' confidence in conquering the universe. After all, he could exhibit no mercy towards alien foes, but when faced with intelligent beings, he might falter, finding it difficult to strike. In a world where the strong relentlessly dominate, mercy is a rare commodity. Such weakness could sow the seeds of future calamity. Thus, when the need arises, he would resort to his primal transformation, leaving the decision of life and death to instinct. At most, he would feel a twinge of guilt afterward. During the transformation, he could unleash his full strength without reservation. With combat power exceeding 100 and the potential to reach over 1,000 in his transformed state, he could be considered a disaster on this planet. Capable of obliterating surface civilizations with a modicum of effort, inflicting irreversible damage that would lead to decline. Possessing barely enough strength for self-preservation, it was time to contemplate a journey to Earth. Fortunately, within the Frisia Force's internal star maps, the existence of Earth was noted. Perhaps the reconnaissance personnel were simply too lazy to assign a new name, opting instead to retain the local moniker. In the original narrative, both extraterrestrial beings and celestial deities referred to it as Earth, and upon searching, he was pleasantly surprised to find it indeed listed. The solar system, including the names of the planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, remained unchanged. According to the planetary notes, Earth possessed a remarkably low level of civilization, with its highest combat power not exceeding 348, and its remote location made it appear inconsequential. Despite its favorable environment, it was suspected that galactic patrols roamed, rendering conquest unworthy of effort. The insignificant little planet was fortunate. Although its existence had been uncovered, its geographical position and the presence of galactic patrols led the Frisia Force to overlook it. Ensuring its safety, direct travel to Earth via the spacecraft was unfeasible, and the scanner could not be brought along either. Moreover, the nutritional supplies aboard the ship were insufficient to sustain him until reaching Earth. He needed to devise a plan. A day later, having contemplated his next steps, Vitalis boarded the spacecraft. The scanner was not smashed, but rather discarded into the depths of a lake, left to its own devices. Prior to this decision, he had hesitated for quite some time. The scanner's functionality, particularly its atmospheric sensing capabilities, had seemed invaluable, and wearing it lent an air of sophistication that a Saiyan, adorned in battle attire and equipped with a scanner, epitomized the complete essence of a Saiyan. Without it, he felt devoid of spirit. Alas, the drawbacks were substantial. Aside from its potential for eavesdropping, it likely possessed tracking capabilities, rendering its possession a liability. He had no choice but to part with it. Despite the pain it caused, curse you, Frisia. One day, I shall make you pay for my scanner. This grievance I shall not swallow, that I will remember this debt. Vitalis clenched his teeth, silently vowing to make Frisia pay dearly. The spherical spacecraft soared swiftly, cutting through the sky with a white tail streaking into the cosmos. Casting a glance at the starry expanse of the universe, he donned the oxygen mask hanging within the cabin. Gradually succumbing to slumber under the influence of the medication, the objective of this journey was a planet known as Lu E Star, a commercial hub situated within the territory controlled by Frisia's army, serving as a crucial waypoint along a trade route. Firstly, it was under the jurisdiction of Frisia's forces, a planet acquired by a wealthy individual in collaboration with Frisia. Thus it was certain that the formidable reputation of Frisia's army was well known there, leaving no room for fear of complications. Secondly, there was a spaceship manufacturing facility stationed nearby, only 3 months' journey from Lu Jia Star, making it an ideal transfer point for the subsequent trip to Earth, which would take merely 6 months. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Vitalis closed his eyes and upon reopening them, found himself gazing at Lu E Star. From the vastness of space, the planet appeared resplendent with a kaleidoscope of colors, its immense structures visible even to the naked eye. Just then, a notification chimed within the spacecraft, indicating an incoming communication request. After a moment's contemplation, Vitalis decided to answer. Esteemed warrior, please dock your spacecraft at the docking bay. Someone will escort you to the interior of the planet. I refused. I am a member of Frisia's army. Engaged in a mission, with no time for frivolities, he retorted without a second thought, maintaining his course towards Lu E Star without diminishing speed. What a farce, he thought. How could he comply with such a request? With the tasks ahead demanding success, he could not afford to waver even a fraction. He needed to project an air of dominance. The individual on the other end seemed poised to speak further. But upon hearing the name Frisia, he dared not utter another word. Fearing a moment of weakness, Vitalis promptly severed the communication. I am now a soldier of Frisia's army, the bravest Saiyan on the front lines. There is no need for me to explain my actions to anyone. Chapter 5. No money? No. The prestige of King Frisia is priceless. The spherical spacecraft sliced through the sky, landing forcefully in a suburban area. Cautious of potential collateral damage, he refrained from landing in the city, Who knew if there were any formidable individuals here seeking adventure? Some individuals ascended into the sky, eager to witness the spectacle. Curious if it held treasures. Even if it did not, observing the commotion would suffice. However, upon seeing the uniquely shaped spacecraft, they hastily retreated, with the more timid already starting their ships, intending to flee under the cover of night. This vessel was exclusive to Frisia's army, often occupied by ruthless individuals tasked with annihilation missions, their body counts typically measured by the planets they decimated, cleansing the indigenous populations and selling them at high prices to wealthy vagabonds seeking assistance. The current leader was Frisia, the largest real estate mogul in the galaxy. The former was the infamous Kurd, who would not feel apprehensive in their presence. Such power was not even to be trifled with by the Galactic Patrol. Although it was known that this planet was a legally recognized commercial entity under Frisia's army, Frisia was law itself, and that madman enjoyed fireworks. No one dared gamble on whether he might annihilate this planet. Those who caught wind of the violent landing of the spherical spacecraft, those with power and influence, immediately fled the scene. Vitalis was unaware of the commotion he had stirred, even if he did. It would matter little to him at that moment. He was heading towards the city, intent on indulging in a feast. After a brief exploration, he finally encountered the culinary wonders of the universe, a plethora of bizarre dishes that surpassed even the darkest culinary creations of his previous life. For instance, there was a restaurant run by a colossal species, where enormous, elephantine, unknown creatures were simply slaughtered and skinned before being tossed into a giant pot, seasoned with a riot of colors, and then covered to commence cooking. Curious, Vitalis flew above to observe. Thanks to the Saiyans' exceptional genetics, his keen eyesight allowed him to see the unknown creature's wide-open eyes, seemingly attempting to discern who would ultimately consume it. The sight made Vitalis feel queasy, and he stifled a few dry heaves, glancing awkwardly at the chef wielding a gigantic cleaver, who shot him an annoyed smile before hastily departing. Suppressing the urge to retaliate, the chef was infuriated. How dare this individual retch over his signature dish? Did he find it repulsive? Was this an affront to his skill? Sensing that his culinary prowess had been insulted, he nearly fantasized about chopping that little nuisance into pieces. However, the signature battle attire and the tail coiled around his waist unmistakably indicated the individual's formidable identity, one not to be trifled with. Abandoning the idea of dining on this planet, he apprehended a passerby to inquire where he might procure a spaceship and promptly headed to his destination. Upon explaining his purpose, he was escorted by an octopus-headed individual into a room, presumably a high-end reception area. The decor was simple, with white walls and ceilings, yet the furnishings were anything but. Various skulls, horns, and furs from unknown creatures adorned the space, suggesting that these beings were formidable in life. It seemed that no matter where one was, merchants were astute. A.S.A. Saiyan. Vitalis could easily discern that the room's decor catered to Saiyan preferences. Saiyans had a penchant for battle, and many warriors had a habit of displaying trophies from their hunts at home, showcasing their prowess and victories. Had Vitalis belonged to another race, he likely would not have been brought to such a place. Yet today, Vitalis was not there for a leisurely shopping experience. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a mermaid, a striking fusion of fish and human, with a human form below and a fish head above. Remarkably, her physique was commendable, though ultimately irrelevant. Greetings, mighty Saiyan warrior. I am Ari, a member of the fish tribe, at your service. How may I assist you? One should not judge by appearances. Despite her piscine visage, her voice was melodious. Unfortunately, having her mouth atop her head with bulging eyes on either side made her somewhat disconcerting. Thus, Vitalis had no intention of lingering. I am a member of Frisia's army, the strongest fighting race in the universe, a warrior of the Saiyans. Known as Dodoria, Frisia's foremost subordinate. You may address me as Mr. Dodoria. Vitalis interrupted the mermaid, introducing himself while walking towards the window to gaze outside. I have been dispatched to Babastar for a punitive mission. However, my ship was damaged en route, necessitating this visit to procure a new vessel. Now heed my words. If any item I request is lacking, this planet shall meet its demise. Why yes, esteemed sir, please hold on a moment. I shall initiate our internal communication system. From this moment forth, our company will serve you wholeheartedly. Upon hearing Vitalis's demands, the mermaid trembled yet managed to retrieve a device reminiscent of a bulky mobile phone. indicating she was no stranger to high-stakes situations and was not paralyzed by fear. That I require a flagship of 10,000 meters, equipped with 1,200-meter-long warships. Also, kindly procure a 3-year supply of high-grade nutritional liquid for 100 individuals from next door. You have 30 minutes. Should you delay my mission, your race will vanish from this universe. Do you understand? Why, yes, I understand, she replied, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Depart now. Summon me when you are prepared. The mermaid, as if granted a reprieve, nearly bolted for the exit. Fortunate that the door was automated and opened and closed without her assistance. Otherwise, the process of opening and shutting the door might have tortured this timid mermaid. Observing the panicked retreat of the mermaid, Vitalis felt a twinge of emotion. This was the world of the strong. The reputation of Frisia's army was formidable. After all, at this juncture, Frisia was indisputably the emperor of the universe. With the vast majority of beings across the cosmos only aware of Frisia, ignorant of the Kaioshin, and even less so of the gods of destruction. Thus, Frisia, who intermittently set off fireworks across the universe, was truly the undisputed king without a crown. Vitalis found himself in a position where he had no choice but to leverage Frisia's name to secure a zero-cost acquisition. After all, as a young Saiyan, a low-ranking warrior, and one who had yet to complete his mission, he possessed no funds. The spherical spacecraft dared not venture to Earth. Even if a low-ranking warrior went unnoticed, who knew if someone might take an interest in his movements? A mere child of a Saiyan lower-class warrior, failing to fulfill his duties and wandering aimlessly, with a clear destination in mind, poses a grave threat. If this leads to someone tracking him back to Earth, it would spell disaster. After the annihilation of the Saiyans, Frisia and his minions would likely remain indifferent, but as long as the Saiyans still exist, Frisia will undoubtedly keep a close watch on all their movements. Better to be overly cautious than to risk everything. Vitalis cannot afford to gamble, nor does he possess the luxury to do so. Thus, he must take a long detour, ensuring his safe passage to Earth. Today, under the auspices of Frisia's name, I shall remember the contribution you have made. Frisia, that my initial capital relies entirely upon you. I am grateful for your assistance in my future endeavor to overthrow the malevolent cosmic tyrant. Frisia, perhaps I shall spare you a punch when the time comes. After this internal jest, Vitalis reaffirmed his resolve. All is aimed at clearing obstacles to stand majestically at the pinnacle, living freely and joyfully. Chapter 9. Journey to Earth. The preparations were completed with remarkable efficiency, taking merely 20 minutes. My lord, this way please, said not the mermaid, but rather a creature resembling a tiger-headed humanoid. The two boarded a shuttle traversing between the space station and the planet's interior. Arriving at the docking area, under the guidance of the tiger-headed being, they surveyed the supply depot and the requested warships. With the tiger-headed creature's explanations, Vitalis grasped the warship's operational systems, aided by intelligent AI, making it quite straightforward. Although one individual cannot operate all functions during combat, it suffices for long voyages. All right, you may leave. Time is of the essence. I must hasten to the front lines. Vitalis was quite pleased, not only with the speed but also with the quality of service. Truly, Frisia the great commands a force where no one dares to slacken. My lord, what about the payment? The tiger-headed creature inquired cautiously, rubbing its claws. Vitalis shot a bewildered glance at the tiger-headed being, feigning surprise at its audacity. This is urgent. My orders are to replenish supplies from Route B.AS for payment. Why do you seek me? A mere soldier? My duty is to fight, not to manage finances. You may report to the Frisia Force's finance department for reimbursement. Vitalis's brow furrowed, his patience clearly wearing thin. He understood. May I ask where the Frisia Force's finance department is located? The tiger-headed being chuckled nervously, its legs trembling, yet it somehow found the courage to continue questioning this moment. Vitalis found the tiger-headed creature's boldness astonishing. Had it encountered someone from the Frisia Force, it would have already been dealt a crushing blow. Fortunately, it was merely a trickster, not a member of the Frisia Force. Not that it truly mattered, as this creature's intentions were not malevolent. Find out for yourself. Now leave, and do not waste any more of my time. Reluctantly, he dismissed the creature, unwilling to resort to violence against these individuals. Even if they were unscrupulous merchants, he could not bring himself to senselessly take any life, especially that of an intelligent being, particularly given that this was his own misstep. However, If the tiger-headed being persisted, he would have no choice but to take action. After all, who had ever heard of a lenient Frisia force? It was the Saiyans who would strike fear into others if suspicions arose. It could lead to dire consequences. This was not a time for recklessness. Moreover, it was likely that even a full moon transformation would not yield an escape. And merely the warships acquired through extortion could easily overwhelm a force of 10,000, while individually weak. Their technological weapons were more than capable of obliterating planets. It was only due to Frisia's reputation that the creature dared to extort here. Otherwise, it would not have approached during the time of Saiyan annihilation, regardless of its wealth. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing Vitalis' impatience, the tiger-headed being quickly scurried away, its frantic movements revealing its own lack of ferocity. Such is the advantage of strength. Might is right. Thanks to Frisia's name and the notorious reputation of the Saiyans, even a mere child like him faced no doubts or laziness from others. Entering a coordinate near a solar system. The warship departed the port. A month later, they arrived at their destination. Here, they still needed to traverse 2 star systems to reach Earth. Vitalis transferred to a smaller warship, while the carrier would continue at full speed until its energy was exhausted, intermittently releasing the smaller ships along the way, setting a strategic diversion. Although uncertain of its efficacy, at the very least, it would provide Vitalis with peace of mind. If successful, it could delay matters for several years. In that time, the power dynamics would shift, leaving him unafraid. Half a month later, the warship docked above the Earth's temple. Vitalis flew towards the temple, where the deity and Bobo awaited his arrival. Upon landing before the deity, he was met with an urgent inquiry. Alien, what brings you to Earth? The deity, brimming with concern, feared that Vitalis might bring calamity to their world. The separation of good and evil had rendered the deity exceedingly benevolent, wholeheartedly devoted to the well-being of Earth. In contrast, another Kaishin seemed far inferior in comparison. This was a true deity, a diligent protector of the realm. Namekian, I come in accordance with ancient prophecies. Darkness is imminent, and the universe shall plunge into endless conflict, including your home planet, which will fall, forcing your kin into exile, plunging everything into crisis. Vitalis explained, revealing his purpose. What do you mean? Bobo inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation. There exists a self-proclaimed cosmic emperor who delights in launching fireworks without cause. In the future, he will learn of the Dragon Balls on Namek, seeking to seize them, mercilessly slaughtering your kin. Naturally, Earth also possesses Dragon Balls, making it equally a target. Vitalis spoke the truth, merely articulating the events that would transpire. Namekian, did you not hear my words about the cosmic crisis? All you fixate on is Namek. Realizing the creature was a pitiable child who had never known his parents nor his heritage. The deity chose to forgive him. Indeed, I am a Namekian, an unintentional drifter who found his way to Earth, with green skin, formidable vitality, the ability to regenerate from severed limbs, and a plethora of peculiar superpowers. Oh, and we merely require water and photosynthesis to survive. Some among us can even create Dragon Balls. The wish-granting orbs convinced the deity. Vitalis recounted all he remembered about the Namekians. Could it be that I am an alien? The aged visage of the deity suddenly appeared weary, lost in thought. My lord. Bobo cast a worried glance at the deity. I am well. I merely did not anticipate that I would be an alien. Do I have kin? Are my people well? After explaining to Bobo, he continued his inquiry. They are currently well, but due to past crises, the number of warrior Namekians is scarce, and their combat abilities are woefully inadequate to defend themselves in this perilous universe. With the existence of Dragon Balls, the future does not bode well. According to ancient prophecies, Namek will be destroyed in the Cosmic Emperor's war for the Dragon Balls. The deity posed questions. Vitalis hurriedly replied, subtly steering the conversation towards Frisia. Destruction? Who is this Cosmic Emperor? The deity rapped his staff sharply against the ground, a powerful aura emanating from him, revealing that even this benevolent deity was concerned for his kin. Though he had never met them, Namekians were inherently peace-loving, and this kind-hearted deity was no exception. Vitalis was at a loss for words. There was no need for such a display of anger. Can't we just speak calmly? I am but a child with a combat power of over 100. The deity appeared formidable to the current Vitalis. The Cosmic Emperor is Frisia, a ruthless tyrant. My kin have been enslaved by him and his progeny for generations. Frisia's temperament is as volatile as his fireworks. He celebrates with them when pleased and unleashes them in fury when displeased. Hold on, I cannot speak to the specifics of your kin's enslavement, so I cannot pass judgment. However, based on your description, this fireworks enthusiast, oh, this cosmic emperor, does not seem so terrible. He merely enjoys fireworks. Yes, we have many beautiful fireworks on Earth. We could send some to him. The deity appeared to have found a point of compromise. But the existence of the Dragon Balls is the insurmountable barrier between Frisia and the Namekians. The Namekians cherish peace and would rather die than surrender the Dragon Balls, while Frisia, even if he were to obtain them, would never allow the Namekians, the creators of the Dragon Balls, to survive. Moreover, his penchant for fireworks is merely a euphemism. Frisia has proclaimed that the explosion of a planet is the most beautiful fireworks in the universe. Its power to obliterate planets is effortless. Bobo's face turned pale with fear. The deity's complexion turned green. Frisia's infamy was indeed well-deserved. Chapter 7. The journey of ascendancy begins. Destroying planets? Is that something a mere mortal can accomplish? After a moment of contemplation, the deity inquired. Indeed, as the celestial being of Earth, it is presumed that with your current strength, a full-force eruption could potentially obliterate the moon. Your combat power, according to the numerical system established by the Frisia Force, is estimated to be over 300. A power level exceeding 1,000 is capable of destroying the core of a planet, thereby annihilating it, while a power level in the tens of thousands can eradicate a planet outright without any clever tricks. In contrast, Frisia's base combat power stands at a staggering 530,000, a figure that evokes despair, replied Vitalis. Regrettably, I cannot don a scouter, otherwise it would be far more convincing, although I wish to deceive the deity. A celestial being who has lived for centuries cannot be so easily fooled. Thus, I am merely testing the waters. A peaceful resolution is preferable, for the difference between active cooperation and passive cooperation is profound. Therefore, should negotiations falter, it is of little consequence. The worship above serves as the most effective deterrent. When the time comes, I shall demonstrate the might of this vessel to the deity, and I trust that the benevolent celestial will comply willingly. I sense that you speak the truth, yet you are not a benevolent individual. The title of Universal Emperor is indeed accurate, as is the combat power of 530,000. That your intention to seek the Dragon Balls to destroy Namek is genuine, as is your desire to resist. However, let us refrain from mentioning those ancient prophecies, which are but fabrications. That if you have needs, feel free to express them. I shall cooperate, provided you do not pose a threat to Earth. If possible, I hope you can save Namek and avert its destruction. The deity gazed intently at Vitalis. Of course, I hold great affection for Earth, and Namek is equally admirable. Its destruction would be a tremendous loss. Speaking of which, can you locate the Dragon Balls of Earth? Since we have broached the topic, I shall not be coy. It appears you possess considerable knowledge, but alas, that is against the rules. Even as the creator, I cannot contravene them. The Dragon Balls must be sought by those destined to find them. The deity shook his head, indicating that while it is possible to wish for them, one must seek them independently. I cannot aid you in that regard. Very well. I shall devise my own means. Mr. Bobo, could you accompany me on this journey? Vitalis turned to the black gentleman, who was formidable yet enigmatic. Deity? Bobo ignored Vitalis and instead turned to the deity. Look at this deity's attendant. The pair from the other world truly ought to commit seppuku. They exhibit neither the demeanor of gods nor the humility of mere servants. Go, Bobo, do your utmost to accommodate his requests. The deity replied with a green countenance. Understood. After the deity's words, he produced a flying carpet seemingly from thin air and stepped upon it. Observing this, Vitalis did not hesitate to leap aboard, readying himself. This contraption left a lasting impression, soaring at remarkable speed, and at present, Vitalis felt he could not keep pace. Mr. Bobo, might you first take me to Master Rashi? Do you know where he is? Vitalis inquired tentatively. I do, he replied, and without waiting for Vitalis's response, they set off. With a series of dazzling flashes, they arrived over the ocean. Vitalis merely blinked, and before him lay a diminutive island, a quaint cottage, a handful of palm trees, a sun umbrella, and a rocking chair. Ignoring the peculiar object in the old man's hands and the trickle of nosebleed, there was indeed a semblance of a modern-day sage. Upon noticing the small orb hanging from the old man's neck, Vitalis knew he had arrived at the right place. Master Rashi was indeed the one, a true person of destiny, and a pivotal figure among the protagonists. To encounter the Dragon Balls and meet the heroes may well be fate itself. Locking eyes with Master Roshi for a few seconds, Vitalis leaped before him. "Greetings, Master Roshi. I require this item and hope that you can grant it to me," Vitalis stated directly, eschewing any unnecessary banter. "Who are you?" "This is merely something I stumbled upon. It looked appealing, so I collected it." "What purpose does it serve? Is it of great importance to you?" Master Roshi swiftly wiped away the blood from his nose, the light glinting off his sunglasses, exuding the aura of a grand master. "This is known as a Dragon Ball, crafted by the deity. When 7 are gathered, one can summon the eternal dragon, who will grant the wishes of the summoner." During this time, Master Roshi may have heard of the legend of the Dragon Balls, yet he likely paid it no mind, nor did he harbor any interest in seeking them, let alone realizing that he wore one around his neck every day. Vitalis had no intention of concealing the truth, for they might need to coexist in the future, and there was no reason to mar their relationship, even if Master Roshi did not care. "It was still unwise. I have an enemy whom I must defeat. He is exceedingly powerful, and I require the dragon's assistance to stand a chance against him and save my people." Vitalis clarified the purpose of the Dragon Balls. Not to elicit sympathy, but to speak plainly. Before these ancient sages, there was no need for embellishments, which might be unwelcome. Should peaceful acquisition prove impossible, forceful seizure would suffice, and no need to beat around the bush. "Ha ha, what an amusing little rascal. I can grant you this, but I have conditions." Master Roshi chuckled heartily. Vitalis was aware of Master Roshi's proclivities. Monetary wealth and fame would not sway him. Only by gaining his recognition could one hope to exchange for a magazine featuring beautiful women. "This has been my treasured possession for many years," Master Roshi lamented as he slowly removed the Dragon Ball, sorrow evident in his voice. "That I will provide you with magazines featuring beauties from around the globe. I assure you, the collection will not fall short of 1,000 volumes. Deal?" Fearing that Vitalis might reconsider, he hastily tossed the Dragon Ball to him. Gazing at the Dragon Ball in his hands, Vitalis was taken aback. He had not anticipated such ease. He had prepared numerous contingencies, believing that whether with the deity or Master Roshi, the process would be fraught with difficulty. He had expected to threaten them with the destruction of a portion of the sacred temple, unleashing devastation upon uninhabited territories, leveraging Earth's threat. However, all turned out well. They were both astute individuals, and matters proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Regardless of their thoughts, the goal had been achieved. Absolute power rendered one unafraid of anything. "Thank you. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave, but I shall return in due time to deliver the magazines." Vitalis bid his farewell and leapt onto Bobo's back. "To West City, to Dr. Brief's Capsule Corporation. I would appreciate your assistance, Mr. Bobo." "Certainly." Observing the departing duo, Master Roshi reclined and continued perusing his magazines, intermittently emitting lewd chuckles. With a series of dazzling flashes, they arrived in a sprawling, futuristic metropolis, where various flying vehicles zipped through the AI. It was afternoon, and Dr. Brief was enjoying tea with his wife in their courtyard. Vitalis leaped before them. "Doctor, I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. May I inquire if you are able to help?" Vitalis stated his purpose directly. "Ho ho ho, what a splendid young lad." Before Dr. Brief could respond, his wife had already sidled up to Vitalis and pinched his cheek. With a request at hand, I endured. After all, she was a beauty. "Hee, young one, what can I assist you with? Is your toy broken?" "Uncle will fix it." Dr. Brief cast a resigned glance at his wife. Truly, the Brief couple was remarkable. I leaped from such a height, and yet, there stood a black man on a flying carpet, so composed. "Doctor, is there a spacious area where we might talk? Before I proceed, I would like to show you my reward." Chapter 8. Preparations before departure. Upon arriving at the backyard of the doctor's residence, one could only marvel at the opulence befitting Earth's wealthiest individual. Summoning the warship, it landed gracefully in the doctor's backyard. "Is this a spaceship?" As a titan of Earth's cutting-edge technology, Dr. Brief immediately discerned the nature of the vessel. "Indeed, this is the spacecraft I arrived on Earth in. It is one of the most advanced technological marvels in the universe. This shall be my reward for your assistance. I have several tasks for which I require your help, and this ship is yours." Agreed, as long as I am able. Initially wide-eyed at the sight of the spaceship, Dr. Brief's excitement only grew upon hearing of its cosmic technology. He was practically itching to step inside and begin his research. "Here is the matter, Doctor. I need you to swiftly create an instrument capable of locating the Dragon Balls," he stated, handing the Dragon Ball to the doctor. "The second request is for you to construct a training chamber that can adjust gravity at will. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could expedite the process. The sooner, the better. The instrument for locating the Dragon Balls is not difficult. Grant me half a day. As for the gravity chamber, I have conducted research on gravity before. I will need half a month to complete it," the doctor replied while making his way to the workshop. Although he wished to study the spaceship first, his principle was to complete the task before claiming his reward. Ho ho ho. That's just how he is. "Little Vitalis, go on and enjoy a date with your sister," the lady spoke with a gentle smile. And without granting Vitalis a chance to protest, she swiftly dragged him away at that moment. Mr. Bobo remained suspended in midair, observing the scene. Soon, the time transitioned to evening. This afternoon had been utterly delightful. After being treated to afternoon tea, Vitalis, who had endured a life of hardship, had never before savored such exquisite delicacies. The treats prepared by the private chef of the wealthiest family were unsurpassed by anything he had experienced in his previous life. In his eagerness, Vitalis overindulged, and under the tender gaze of the motherly lady, he recounted his story, a Saiyan, a voracious eater, and his abandonment on a desolate planet, causing her to weep profusely. Immediately, she made a phone call, summoning a group of chefs who prepared a sumptuous feast throughout the afternoon, allowing Vitalis to relish his first hearty meal in this world, replete with gourmet delights, leaving him without regrets. As for the specifics of the meal, the constraints of poverty have limited the author's imagination, so I shall refrain from elaborating. After enjoying a satisfying repast, Dr. Brief emerged with the Dragon radar. Observing the similar device, one could not help but ponder the remarkable resemblance between father and daughter. Their aesthetic sensibilities were clearly inherited. The creations they produced bore a striking similarity. Utilizing the Dragon radar, Vitalis discovered a Dragon Ball in the basement of the Brief residence. Indeed, fate had conspired in such a manner. Dr. Brief had stumbled upon the Dragon Ball, found it aesthetically pleasing, and discarded it in the basement, deeming it useless. Perhaps due to the acquisition of a cosmic spaceship, Dr. Brief did not inquire further and simply handed the Dragon Ball to Vitalis. Declining the invitation to stay overnight, he returned to the temple alongside Mr. Bobo, who remained as taciturn as ever. Even during their meal, he consumed his food in silence, responding to any attempts at conversation from Mrs. Brief or Vitalis with mere affirmations such as yes, and indeed. Perhaps those of great wisdom exist in such lofty heights that they appear aloof. Upon returning to the temple, under Mr. Bobo's guidance, Vitalis found a place to rest. The majority of his tasks had been completed. The rest could proceed methodically, and defeating Frisia was no longer a mere dream. Perhaps due to a significant reduction in pressure, Vitalis slept soundly that night, undisturbed until dawn. Indeed, at such altitudes, dawn arrived swiftly. Having breakfast with Mr. Bobo, he noted that the deity had gone to bask in the sun. "Mr. Bobo, I intend to collect the Dragon Balls shortly, and upon my return, I would like to request your guidance in mastering my energy techniques. Would that be agreeable?" After all, Mr. Bobo was a profoundly enigmatic master, having survived since the era of the previous deity and even during the Z period. He could engage playfully with two young Super Saiyans. Even if Goten and Trunks were merely jesting, it was evident how formidable Mr. Bobo truly was, while his battle prowess may not compare to the later abominations. Mr. Bobo's depth of mastery was undoubtedly unfathomable. Should he indeed possess the ultimate technique, it would not surprise Vitalis in the least. Receiving a succinct reply, Vitalis quickly finished his breakfast and leaped from the temple. The first Dragon Ball lay at the ocean's depths, easily retrieved. He also caught a large octopus, intending to offer it as a gift should he encounter Gohan, or else allow Mr. Bobo to enjoy an extra meal. The second Dragon Ball was effortlessly acquired at the edge of a cliff. The third lay within a forest inhabited by a group of weak monsters, easily subdued. The fourth was located in the mountains, likely at Bunyan Mountain, where the structures bore a resemblance to those in the anime. "Greetings, I am Vitalis. I have come to seek the Dragon Balls," he announced, fortuitously encountering an old man returning slowly with a basket. Upon showing him one of the Dragon Balls, the old man exclaimed, "Oh, this? I found one in the mountains a few days ago. It looked appealing, so I brought it home. Since it is useful to you, I will gladly retrieve it." With that, Gohan turned and entered his dwelling to fetch the 4-star ball. Vitalis was pleasantly surprised by Gohan's amiable nature. Without questioning the circumstances, he simply offered the ball as a gift. Truly, he was a good person, unsurprisingly capable of raising the innocent Goku. Thank you. This is my token of appreciation, Vitalis said, handing over the octopus he had caught during his quest for the Dragon Balls. Ha ha! I shall not refuse. It has been ages since I visited the seaside, and I never expected to feast upon an octopus from the ocean. He appeared to be quite a remarkable individual. The thoughts and insights of these old men regarding the Dragon Balls were increasingly profound, politely declining Gohan's invitation for dinner. After all, a Saiyans' appetite could be rather daunting. He deemed it unnecessary to impose further on the elderly man's hospitality. Reflecting on his alterations to history, he pondered whether Kakarot would ever arrive on Earth and whether anyone would tread upon Gohan, preventing him from descending into the afterlife. Would he no longer serve as the protector of the Supreme Old Lord? When watching the anime, this old man had willingly remained there. Perhaps it was time to calculate the timeline and send Gohan down. Shaking his head, he dismissed such troubling thoughts. Despite their brief encounter, he found Gohan's character quite endearing and could not bring himself to act against him that if fate allowed, Gohan would eventually pass on naturally and find his way to the Supreme Old Lord. The final Dragon Ball was discovered in a mountain gorge. With that, all 7 Dragon Balls had been successfully collected. Upon returning to the temple, he inquired, "Are you certain you wish to make your wish now?" The deity regarded Vitalis with a hint of disapproval, his face tinged with a shade of green. After all, the eternal dragon capable of granting resurrection surely required one to undergo significant tribulations to earn the right to make a wish. It was unexpected that Vitalis had achieved this with such cunning. Indeed, the sooner I make my wish, the sooner I can initiate the cooldown for my skills. Each wish in my plan is of utmost importance for defeating Frieza, and completing them sooner would bring me peace of mind, Vitalis replied earnestly. With his heart racing in anticipation, he placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground. The 7 orbs, now gathered, shimmered beautifully by the way. Mr. Bobo, you can speak Namekian, correct? Yes, that is excellent. With arms outstretched towards the sky, Vitalis shouted, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon." Chapter 9. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. As soon as his words faded, a tempest erupted, the skies darkening rapidly, the 7 Dragon Balls illuminated simultaneously, their radiance merging into a blinding light that soared towards the heavens. The form of the Eternal Dragon began to materialize amid the brilliance, its massive, sinuous body spiraling through the air before descending, its colossal head lowering to fix its gaze upon Vitalis with eyes as large as saucers. "I shall grant you any wish you desire. Speak your wish." Perhaps lacking a dramatic score, the summoning of the Eternal Dragon felt less impactful than in the anime. Devoid of soul. Nevertheless, the sheer size of the dragon was visually awe-inspiring. Eternal Dragon, please bring forth the 7 Dragon Balls from Namek to my presence. Are you certain? The dragon inquired, while Mr. Bobo and the deity exchanged glances. The Eternal Dragon once again confirmed, "Indeed, my wish is precisely this. As you wish." The dragon's eyes gleamed, and 7 Dragon Balls, each larger than the Earth's, appeared at Vitalis's feet, resembling the Namekian Dragon Balls. "Your wish has been granted." With the fulfillment of the wish, the dragon vanished, and the Dragon Balls slowly ascended, transforming into stone. Just as they were about to disperse, Vitalis, holding a bag, swiftly intercepted several of the now stone Dragon Balls and stowed them away. Witnessing Vitalis's audacious maneuver, the deity hesitated to speak, though his expression darkened, turning a shade of greenish-black. Not daring to provoke the deity, Vitalis turned his attention to Bobo. "Mr. Bobo, the Namekian Dragon Balls require the Namekian language for wishes. Please, could you translate?" Vitalis requested, feeling helpless as he only knew the universal language of the cosmos and not the Namekian tongue. Mr. Bobo, however, was quite remarkable and seemed to have learned it somehow. Bobo approached with determination. "In Namekian, come forth, Eternal Dragon." Meanwhile, on the distant name KD, "Oh, not panic. The Dragon Balls have been taken by an intriguing child," said the aged Namekian elder, using his mental abilities to soothe the guardians who were in a state of distress due to the Dragon Balls. "Neru, fate has shifted. No one knows what the future holds. Although this child appears promising, the future remains uncertain. Should any misfortune befall us, I shall take my own life, rendering the Dragon Balls powerless that time." Mulan shall succeed me as elder, and the creation of Dragon Balls shall cease. The elder instructed Nehru, who bowed his head, staring silently at the ground. On Earth, Mr. Bobo, my first wish is to learn all the magic that exists in the universe. Bobo nodded, then spoke in Namekian. Please grant this child the knowledge of all the magic in the universe. A red light flashed in the eyes of the Namekian dragon. The first wish has been granted. Now state your next desire. The deity was taken aback, initially immersed in the grandeur of the Namekian dragon, feeling an unexpected sense of familiarity. Not only had the Dragon Balls grown larger, but the dragon itself appeared more robust and imposing. Pondering whether to change its appearance, the deity's thoughts were drawn back to reality upon hearing the dragon's words. Truly, as expected from its homeland, it was formidable, capable of granting more than one wish. Mr. Bobo, I desire a jar that can produce an endless supply of sins of beans. That I am Namekian. I wish for a jar that can produce an endless supply of sins of beans. That wish cannot be fulfilled. I cannot provide infinite sins of beans, Bobo replied. Indeed, infinite. Even an unlimited amount of sand would be a challenge, let alone sins of beans. Perhaps only the Super Dragon Balls could manage that. Mr. Bobo, let me rephrase. I want a jar that produces 1,000 senzu beans daily. That constitutes 2 wishes. Are you certain? 2 wishes? To acquire a jar that automatically produces 1,000 senzu beans daily. What a conundrum. It seems the Namekian dragon truly cannot be outsmarted. Mr. Bobo, let us change the request. I want this bag to possess the ability to produce 1 million senzu beans daily. As he spoke, Vitalis retrieved the bag he intended to use for the Namekian Dragon Balls. Bobo, in Namekian, requested, please endow that bag with the ability to generate 1 million senzu beans daily. Beads of sweat appeared on the Namekian dragon's brow. That is unattainable. The maximum limit for daily senzu bean production is 10,000. Otherwise, the rules will be breached and balance will be lost in the world. Then let it be 10,000.1 moment. I will find a smaller bag. The current one is too large for 1 million. Now, speak your final wish. Is there more? The deity inquired. Mr. Bobo, I wish to learn the language of the gods. Please grant this child mastery of the divine tongue. The emotionless translator responded, as you wish, your desires have been fulfilled. With that, the dragon faded away. One positive aspect was that the Namekian Dragon Balls did not scatter chaotically, likely due to the requirement for several elders to guard them after the wish. In contrast, the Earth Dragon had incorporated a flight mechanism to test adventurers. Vitalis stepped forward to collect the Dragon Balls, shouldering 2 bags filled with them. Deity, Bobo, I shall take a brief respite to digest this newfound knowledge. It is overwhelming to absorb so much at once. With that, he bid farewell to his 2 esteemed companions and made his way to his chamber. Indeed, the Eternal Dragon is a remarkable wish-granting entity, adept at embedding knowledge deep within one's mind. With focused concentration, it would surface rather than being forcefully crammed in. Vitalis reflected on the wish process while lying on his bed. Surprisingly, he had initially intended to learn healing magic, but discovered that magic encompassed a vast array of possibilities, including teleportation spells, which saved him a wish. Originally, he had intended to wish for instant transmission, but time constraints made learning it impractical, hence his desire to wish for it instead. He had not anticipated that magic would prove so effective. Next, he would learn to control his ki with Bobo, followed by enhancing it. Otherwise, insufficient energy would hinder his ability to wield any useful magic. With the sins of beans acquired, once he mastered ki, he could harness the Saiyans' innate ability to become stronger upon near-death experiences. The Saiyan trait, where each time they are on the brink of death, they emerge from recovery significantly more powerful, is a characteristic shared by many beings, though most races exhibit it to a lesser degree than the Saiyans. While the Saiyans are aware of this trait, opportunities to exploit it are not readily available. In battle, hovering near death is perilous. Even among comrades, few Saiyans would entrust their lives to others, except in scenarios where a mission is completed, allowing for a return to receive treatment. Should a mission remain unfinished, an embarrassment or failure ensue, it is likely that a Saiyan would face execution at the hands of their comrades, as the pride of the Saiyans must be upheld. They do not tolerate failures for mutually benefiting from this trait. The Saiyans engage in fierce competition, where once combat begins, either one side perishes or both do. It is a wild affair, even among allies. Their pride forbids them from losing. Furthermore, Saiyans fear death, Reluctant to place their lives in another's hands to end the original tale, Vegeta sought Krillin's assistance to exploit this trait, driven by fear of Frieza's power. In a bid to gain strength and defeat him, observing Dende's healing abilities prompted this desperate measure. After all, being critically injured and unable to receive timely treatment would lead to a most unfortunate demise. Vegeta nearly met his end. Various factors led Vitalis to believe that the Senzu beans were crafted for the Saiyans. Consuming one would stave off hunger for 10 days, effectively catering to those with voracious appetites, while also providing healing and restoring one's state. If every Saiyan were to carry a substantial supply of Senzu beans, it would spell disaster for any other race, unless they were dispatched instantly. What could one do against an ever-strengthening combatant who could not be killed? Who would not fear such a foe? Even if there are limits to this trait, once a Saiyan reaches their peak, few in the universe can defeat them. Moreover, once at their limit, that Saiyan may have brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan, making them even more terrifying. Chapter 10. The ongoing power surge in the world of Dragon Balls. Magic is not mainstream. It is not ineffective, but for the powerful, it is relatively easy to counter. Mighty warriors can disregard mental magic, and offensive spells lack the destructive power of a single wave of energy. Thus, magic's status in the Dragon Ball universe leans more towards auxiliary use. For instance, Babidi and his father, though formidable and their magic quite peculiar and troublesome for most beings in the universe, would be swiftly dealt with by the strong, especially without Bu's protection. Even Bu, despite possessing formidable magic, finds it ineffective against those of equal or greater strength, sometimes even backfiring, as illustrated by the original Bu's creation of the universe's most potent candy. Bu relies on his formidable strength and that peculiar physique of his. Much like a dragon granting wishes, Vitalis discovered the utility of magic, particularly fond of the ability to instantaneously change attire with a mere flick of the eye. Healing magic, too, holds great significance. After all, Senzu beans are accessible to anyone that if an adversary were to destroy or seize them, it would spell trouble. Moreover, on that fateful day, he had just exhausted his supply and found himself gravely injured, an unfortunate predicament indeed. The preservation of life remains paramount, thus the decision to learn magic was made that a pleasant surprise emerged. First, it eliminated the need for a wish to teleport. Second, according to the magical knowledge acquired by Vitalis, magic is merely the manipulation of ki, akin to the perspective held by the Ardratarians. The Ardratarians' unique abilities stem from their extensive study of ki, although they refer to it by a different, rather convoluted term that escapes Vitalis' memory. The development of ki enables one to perform remarkable feats. Setting aside the Ardratarians' powers, even during the Namek saga, Goku was able to glean information by merely touching Krillin's bald head, tapping into events that had transpired, and he could even interject in the group chat initiated by King Kai. His ability to intervene indicated that he had already been listening, although Goku's remarkable skills were not prominently displayed later on. It underscored the fact that ki is the essence of Dragon Ball. Mr. Bobo, would you kindly instruct me on the mastery of ki? Vitalis inquired, having organized his magical knowledge, and thus sought out Bobo's invitation for training. By the way, Mr. Bobo, there's no need to arrange any additional training. Simply allow me to engage in battle. As a warrior race, the Saiyans learn best through combat. This thought reminded him of Bobo's training methods for young Goku and the example of Vegeta, who grasped ki control after receiving a beating. He hastily made his request. Becoming stronger in the shortest amount of time was of utmost importance. Vitalis suddenly recalled that the demise of the Saiyans was not solely Frieza's doing. Beerus posed an even greater threat. It would be wise to resolve matters before they escalated. Even if the Dragon Balls could one day resurrect the Saiyan race, it would undoubtedly provoke Beerus's ire. This cat, Beerus, possesses unfathomable power and continues to grow stronger with each passing iteration. It is unwise to provoke this god of destruction. Cultivating a good relationship with him could prove advantageous, a substantial ally indeed. Thus, Vitalis aspired to become a king, conquering Beerus with the most comfortable pillow in the universe and Earth's culinary delights. Only then could he freely engage in battle with Frieza. Casting a glance at Vitalis, the aloof and handsome Bobo shimmered out of sight, then reappeared. Vitalis felt a sudden pang in his scalp and turned his gaze towards Bobo's hand, where he noticed a tuft of hair. Why would he pluck so much? After all, a hairstyle is the soul of a Saiyan. a thought he found rather infuriating, despite his urge to voice his grievances. He refrained, recognizing that Bobo was merely trying to assist him. As Bobo retreated to his chamber, Vitalis assumed a cross-legged position and began to meditate. This time, it was genuine meditation, not the fanciful thoughts masquerading as meditation he had engaged in previously. Among the myriad forms of magic, many involve meditation techniques. Ki is the force born from the union of spirit and body, a synthesis of the two. Meditation enhances the mind, while martial practice strengthens the body. Both contribute to the accumulation and refinement of ki. Selecting a meditation method that appeared promising, Vitalis commenced his practice. Almost instantaneously, he entered a meditative state, clearly indicating that these techniques, categorized as magic, were already within his grasp. This particular method involved visualizing the celestial bodies in the universe, simulating their movements to amplify one's spirit. Vitalis first envisioned the solar system. However, his mental energy proved too feeble to set the planets in motion. So he settled for a small moon revolving around Earth. Yes, the moon that a sound akin to it clattering to the ground echoed, likely the result of Bobo's handiwork. Vitalis severed his meditative state and opened his eyes to find Bobo and the Supreme Kai standing at the doorway. The Supreme Kai's staff lying on the floor. It appeared the source of the disturbance had indeed been the Supreme Kai in midair. The energy from his meditation had leaked out, disrupting the magnetic field, which was entirely normal. Yet, why did Bobo and the Supreme Kai seem so diminutive? Moreover, their power seemed to have surged dramatically, perhaps tenfold, and it was rapidly depleting. Confounded, Vitalis extended his hands, only to witness a pair of furry paws shrinking swiftly. Wait, could meditating on the moon allow for transformation? And he hadn't gone berserk. Vitalis found this perplexing, contemplating the official spin-off GT, where Goku had treated Earth as a moon that an unexpected boon had occurred. He required no physical moon and had not lost control. The meditative Saiyan brought a surge of excitement, a flurry of creative strategies racing through his mind. Vitalis, what is that? The Supreme Kai inquired. Observing the now reverted Vitalis, although he had been persuaded by Vitalis's words and was grateful for the tidings of his homeland, the Supreme Kai could ascertain that the immense form and formidable, volatile ki emanating from him rendered him unmatched on Earth. Even sealing him would prove futile, as the disparity was far too vast. The likelihood of a sealing failure loomed large. Thus, the Supreme Kai spoke directly. The potential threat must be elucidated. He bore no fear of Vitalis acting against him. Ever since learning of cosmic matters, he had carried the necessary vessels and talismans for the magical sealing wave, should a cosmic adversary arise. The Supreme Kai would be ready to execute the sealing without affording them the chance to wreak havoc on Earth. In fact, if Vitalis truly harbored ill intentions, the Supreme Kai would prefer he act now. Then he could directly seal him away. Yet, at present, Vitalis appeared perfectly normal, devoid of deceit or malice. The earlier transformation had indeed unnerved the Supreme Kai, powerful and ferocious as it was, had he not been meditating. The Supreme Kai might have been compelled to expel the contents of his stomach. This is a unique transformation of our Saiyan clan. Post-transformation, one's battle power becomes tenfold, though uncertain of the Supreme Kai's thoughts. Vitalis could sense a hint of wariness emanating from him. There was no animosity, but the Supreme Kai was clearly cautious. Thus, he only divulged part of the truth, were the Supreme Kai to learn of his potential for uncontrollable rage post-transformation. Who could predict the consequences? It was wiser to keep such information concealed. As long as he refrained from transforming again, all would be well. This was merely a first-time occurrence, a lesson learned from a lack of intel. Fortunately, despite the transformation, his physical form was still engaged in meditation. Tenfold. What a terrifying power. It was best to avoid transforming unnecessarily in the future, for that aura was distinctly malevolent. Surely, had he not been meditating, he would have found it impossible to control such a force. Casting a deep glance at Vitalis, the Supreme Kai retrieved his staff and returned to his chamber. These old-timers are truly unflappable. Even if they lack the strength to fight on the front lines in the later stages, their level of mastery is indeed formidable, perhaps a testament to the passage of time and life experience. Fortunately, the Supreme Kai is not merely a stubborn relict. No quarrels ensued. Should a genuine conflict arise now, it would likely result in defeat for him. Let us commence, the aloof Bobo declared, stepping aside to allow a silhouette to emerge from the chamber. Sporting the same hairstyle and tail, but clad in an orange training GI, emblazoned with the symbol of the heavens on his chest, the figure did not disappoint. Indeed, the training GI was rather appealing. I am quite striking. Observing the masked figure before him, Vitalis immediately recognized its significance. The glimmer sparked in his eyes as he finally shed the long-worn battle attire for a sleek black and gray training GI. Reminiscent of the original Black Goku. Alas, the hair color was amiss, as were the eye hues. Otherwise, with this visage and hairstyle, he could easily frighten Cell. Would Super Saiyan Goku be afraid? After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Vitalis assumed the Wing Chun stance, contemplating a suave introduction before the battle commenced. To his surprise, however, the figure displayed no sense of martial decorum, launching a surprise attack with a kick to the face. Glancing at himself suspended from a tree, Vitalis noted Bobo shaking his head as he approached the Supreme Kai's chamber. Chapter 11. The Saiyans have no limits. The puppets crafted by Bobo are utterly merciless. Sent flying and left hanging from a tree, Vitalis barely registered what had transpired before being yanked by his hair. Thud. Thud. 2 punches landed squarely in his abdomen. Bending over, clutching his stomach, he knelt on the ground. Retching. Was he perhaps being complacent? Although combat is the finest learning method for Saiyans, he was not a seasoned fighter. Overconfidence had led him astray. Vitalis felt a pang of regret, having overestimated his abilities. After all, one cannot remain inflated forever, as reality has a way of delivering a sobering slap. As he observed Vitalis's condition improve, the unyielding puppet launched a kick, sending him soaring into the sky, only to arrive above him in an instant, delivering a whipping kick that sent Vitalis crashing back down. Once more, Vitalis was struck and sent flying. As he lay dazed, the puppet refrained from further assault, instead waiting for Vitalis to descend freely, catching him before he could impact the ground, thus sparing the temple from damage. Lying on the ground, Vitalis silently employed healing magic to mend his injuries. To my astonishment, the concept of healing through magic has been realized so swiftly. While undergoing treatment, I reflect upon the recent brutal beatings. According to the narrative, this doll should possess equal strength and skills as myself. Merely augmented with the perception of energy, through the doll's attacking style, Vitalis discerned that it, like himself, lacked any martial arts techniques, yet its punches and kicks exhibited a distinct precision and efficiency, devoid of any superfluous motion or waste of energy. The results speak for themselves. Struck with just the right amount of force, it inflicted serious injury without rendering me unconscious, leaving just enough breath to facilitate healing. Having been knocked down several times, Vitalis felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing the predicament he found himself in. With broken bones and wounds mending, he dusted himself off and stood up. The Saiyan blood coursing through him still proved resilient. Although painful, it was an exhilarating sensation, igniting a fervor within. In this moment, the battle spirit rooted in his lineage suppressed the remnants of his past life as thoughts, just as Vitalis was about to articulate his next move. The replica doll leapt forward, delivering a kick aimed directly at him. This time, however, Vitalis was prepared. He leaned back, simultaneously launching a kick aimed at the doll's midsection. Unfortunately, the replica deftly executed a somersault in midair, landing a kick squarely on Vitalis' abdomen. Gasp! Just moments ago, relying on his formidable physique, Vitalis had bent down. Now he was met with a brutal strike to his stomach, breaking his spinal column. Damn! The excruciating pain did not immediately render him unconscious. With trembling hands, he retrieved a magical bean from the pouch at his waist and swallowed it. The instant the bean slid down his throat, his vitality surged, a powerful aura emanating from him. Having endured severe injury and come perilously close to death, a passive ability was triggered, elevating Vitalis' combat prowess several tiers. Yet, the inability to control this newfound power resulted in an uncontrolled energy release. Lying on the ground, Vitalis relished the sensation of nearly meeting his end. The memories of his past life complicated his thoughts, instilling a sense of dread, yet his body trembled with excitement, a euphoric quiver. Each cell rejoicing that he reveled in the thrill of battle, celebrating the strength gained from narrowly escaping the clutches of death. That a profound dissonance arose between his thoughts and body. The memories of his previous life served as both an advantage and a shackle. Aware of the narrative, cognizant of every foe, and having wished upon the dragon for magical beans, He prioritized his own safety above all. He sought to crush every adversary with sheer strength, yearning for shortcuts. Devoid of a warrior's mindset, in that fleeting moment, Vitalis attained enlightenment. While strength can indeed overpower the weak, could one easily defeat those formidable warriors who have emerged from life and death battles? Was he not at risk of being countered by those who, although weaker, bore little variance in capability? Even those whom Vitalis considered insignificant were, in this regard, superior to him, particularly those who had fought tooth and nail in the perilous expanse of the cosmos. As a transmigrator and a Saiyan brimming with potential, he feared only the likes of Frisia and his progeny within the vast Frisia force. Yet even in his eyes, Frisia and his offspring were merely beings he could surpass at any moment. In his perspective, apart from the Omni King, he felt no trepidation, confident that he would eventually surpass each and every one. Whether they be gods of destruction or angels, none would stand in his way. Reality, however, dealt him a swift blow if he did not adjust his mindset. He might very well find himself contemplating the futility of his aspirations before they had even taken flight. After some contemplation, Vitalis stood once more. Though his vitality was replenished, he could still feel the remnants of his broken spine, not in a physical sense, but mentally, resolute. He ignited the fervor that already simmered within him. This time, he would not waste words but charged towards the replica doll, delivering a punch aimed at its face. The doll merely tilted its head to evade the strike, although the force of his attack shattered its mask. The doll remained unscathed. Avoiding Vitalis' assault, the replica attempted to knee him in the abdomen, but this time, Vitalis successfully blocked it, pressing down on the knee aimed at him. With a grin, he transformed his punch into a knife-hand strike. Aimed at the doll's neck, in an instant, Vitalis witnessed the doll lose its voice, followed swiftly by a sharp pain in his lower back, propelling him away. Rubbing the struck area, he winced in pain. Yet, despite the discomfort, Vitalis felt elated. Due to the Saiyan's robust physique and instinct for combat, he could perceive the doll's movements, even when it had accelerated to his side, losing sight of the target. Yet his body still responded. With the perception of energy becoming clearer, he regained his stance and managed to suppress the surge of energy that had threatened to overwhelm him, though he could only contain a portion of it. He had made progress in controlling his energy. Vitalis could not help but marvel at the innate combat talent of the Saiyans. True to his expectations, they learned most rapidly in the heat of battle. Even when subjected to one-sided beatings, they could grasp the essence of their adversaries. Having grasped the fundamentals, the subsequent steps seemed straightforward. Utilizing a rudimentary method of control, Vitalis distributed his energy throughout his body to enhance both defense and offensive capabilities. He charged once more at the replica doll. Although he had subdued part of his energy, his speed was markedly improved. Darting to the side of the doll, he executed an elbow strike, one of the most stylish moves in the Dragon Ball universe, only to find the doll was not stationary. The replica materialized behind him, hands clasped together, aimed at his head. With a crude imitation of the doll's rapid movement, he narrowly dodged the blow. Boom! His unrefined speed caused him to crash through 3 pillars of the temple corridor. Tentatively patting the top of his head, Vitalis compared the fallen columns to the near brush with death he had just experienced. His instincts warned him that had he taken that hit, it would have been fatal, too swift for even a magical being to save him in time. What a relentless opponent! Yet, he owed his significant progress to the Saiyan bloodline, which transformed his mindset. No longer was he the coward he once was. Perhaps had he been reincarnated into another race, he would have resigned himself to complacency. Influenced by his combative nature, he not only felt no inclination to retreat, but was also eager to unleash a torrent of punishment upon those strong foes. However, something intrinsic to his soul tempered some of his more savage instincts, preventing him from becoming cruel or ruthless. Instincts are a powerful asset. Just as his body reacted, his thoughts struggled to keep pace. He had intended to evade and counterattack from behind, but misalignment between thought and action led to a miscalculation. Sensing danger, he instinctively sought to dodge. Through this instinctual reaction, he gleaned insight into the doll's movements and attempted to learn from them for a counterattack. Had he followed his instincts, he might have avoided such a predicament. His thoughts lagged, and by the time he processed the need to retaliate, the commands issued to his body failed to execute the combination he had envisioned. The pressure from the doll's attacks left him flustered. He had failed to topple his opponent, yet he had managed to land himself in quite a predicament. Fortunately, he had evaded a fatal blow. Perhaps by yielding to instinct, he could touch upon the state of freedom from all constraints, suppressing and controlling his instincts. With further training alongside Beerus, he might one day master the self-actualization of his abilities. All are divine techniques. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he admonished himself once more. He must not be overly ambitious. Calming the tumultuous energy within, he charged again at the replica doll. Chapter 12. Notable Progress. The essence of a stronger being. After consuming 19 magical beans, his progress was markedly evident. Vitalis could now engage in mutual combat with the replica doll. The exchange of blows was spirited and reciprocal. Of course, this occurred under the condition of restrained power, with multiple severe injuries and near-death experiences leading to remarkably significant results. Had he not been suppressing his strength, Vitalis could have easily crushed this puppet with a mere finger. If it weren't for the undeniable comfort he derived from gazing upon this handsome visage, and the absence of a more formidable opponent, Vitalis would have undoubtedly obliterated this merciless automaton long ago. The combination of the Senza beans and the Saiyan race is simply exquisite. After consuming 3 beans, Vitalis's power had already overwhelmed his adversary. However, he chose to restrain his surging strength solely for the purpose of honing his combat skills. Naturally, this resulted in Vitalis being consistently on the receiving end of a beating, only managing to catch up with the replicant after consuming 10 Senza beans. They had fought from morning until dusk. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle, presumably aware of the Senzu beans' effects, no one called for him to take a meal. The relentless battle, coupled with the continuous supply of Senzu beans, invigorated Vitalis to the point where he felt he could continue fighting for another couple of days. Yet, he opted to cease. Firstly, his opponent was simply too weak. Secondly, his power had escalated to a level that was challenging to control. He had merely contained the excess energy, as any further increase could lead to uncontrollable damage. Were he to unleash his full might, the temple would likely be destroyed, and the earth would be left in ruins. The rapid growth of his power proved to be a troublesome affair, necessitating that Vitalis learn to control his energy. This was an essential lesson, and commencing his training now would facilitate a swift transition into the Super Saiyan full power state in the future. Mr. Popo, is there any possibility that this puppet can be enhanced? Vitalis inquired, hoping for an affirmative response that IT would be a most valuable training tool. Unfortunately, the materials have their limits, Popo replied, understanding the implications. That made sense. If there were no constraints, the Supreme Kai would have no need to engage directly with Bu, nor would the subsequent Saiyan invasions or the androids pose a threat, provided they could harvest their hair to create an army of puppets. But did Cell even possess hair? He must have, right? Upon stepping outside, Vitalis ascended into the air and commenced his meditation. Meditation serves to enhance mental fortitude and strengthen one's will, playing a crucial role in mastering energy control. Although combat skills can be rapidly acquired, Earth is not an ideal battlefield, nor does it offer equally matched opponents. That's for why he chose to meditate in midair rather than within a confined space. It was for the sake of ambience, conducive to fostering an expansive mindset, not for ostentation. This time, he refrained from envisioning the moon, as he had yet to ascertain the situation and could not afford to act recklessly. Vitalis estimated that his current battle power had surpassed 10,000. Should he lose control, it would spell disaster. He was not particularly concerned about the Earth's destruction, as Saiyans could not survive in the vacuum of space. So even in a fit of rage, he would instinctively maintain control and avoid annihilating the planet. The primary concern was the potential demise of the Supreme Kai, which would render the Dragon Balls impotent, resulting in a catastrophic loss. Moreover, both the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo could be considered benefactors to Vitalis, setting aside his previous life's fondness for fictional characters after spending only a few days in their company. He could not bear the thought of causing harm to such kind-hearted individuals. As he entered meditation, Vitalis felt the energy he had suppressed within himself gradually begin to unfurl, and he endeavored to manipulate it. The Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo emerged to observe Vitalis suspended in the air that he sat cross-legged, and his immense power disrupted the magnetic field surrounding him, warping the very air itself. Visually, it appeared as if the fabric of space was being kneaded, with the magnetic fluctuations accompanied by the flicker of tiny electric currents. Fortunately, Vitalis was currently focused on training his energy control, confining his influence to a radius of 100 meters. Otherwise, the Supreme Kai would have already reached for his containment bottles. Is this what it means to be a cosmic race? He pondered, marveling at the terrifying aptitude that allowed one to become so powerful in such a short span of time, excluding transformations. When he first arrived on Earth, although his energy was formidable, it was not insurmountable. Now, however, it loomed so vast that it stifled his fighting spirit. Unbeknownst to Vitalis, the Supreme Kai's trust stemmed largely from his knowledge of his homeworld's affairs and a budding fondness for the messenger bearing news. Confident in his ability to manage Vitalis, he allowed him the freedom to train. Even harboring some apprehension towards the cosmic battleship, the Supreme Kai believed he could neutralize Vitalis before the latter could react. For after hundreds of years of life experience, the Supreme Kai could easily discern that Vitalis was merely a brute with raw strength. Subsequently, Vitalis entrusted the spaceship to Dr. Brief, thereby alleviating the Supreme Kai's final reservations. It seemed the Mafuba technique required further refinement, as the likelihood of a single bottle being incapacitated was too great that a strategic approach was necessary. Utilizing multiple bottles in one go, success in just one instance would suffice. He also needed to consult Master Rashi and his foremost disciple to develop a collaborative technique to maximize their collective power. Ultimately, Vitalis' strength had its limits, and for the sake of Earth's safety, precautions had to be taken. Even though Vitalis bore no ill will towards Earth, the Supreme Kai could not forget the oppressive aura of that brutish gorilla. The prospect of tenfold battle power was daunting. Should Vitalis' strength amplify tenfold now, the Supreme Kai could hardly fathom the devastation that would ensue. Even a casual roar could lead to countless lives lost, either directly or indirectly. The Supreme Kai dared not wager on such uncertainties nor relinquish decision-making to others. Moreover, just because Vitalis was currently not in need of such power did not imply he would never require it in the future. Unaware of the Supreme Kai's contemplations, Vitalis was engaged in a battle of wits with the energy coursing within him. Once he mastered energy control, he would suppress any uncontrolled surges, containing each instance of explosive energy. However, as he began to attempt control, he found it exceedingly challenging due to the sheer magnitude of his power. Initially, he had managed a modest output, but now, when fully unleashed, it was easily in the tens of thousands. The vast energy proved difficult to manage. He aimed to release it incrementally, yet a mere crack yielded an overwhelming torrent, tearing open a gaping chasm of energy. Despite exerting every ounce of effort to regulate its flow, he could only barely manage the speed of its escape. That it was akin to a dam bursting. Once the floodgates opened, there was no stopping it that moment. Vitalis lacked the capacity to contain it once more. This was a power that had been meticulously suppressed over time, and with his current level of control, he found it impossible to master it all at once. Thus, Vitalis chose to release rather than suppress, directing the energy outward instead of condensing it into raw power. He allowed it to transform into individual particles of light, dispersing into the ether. Perhaps this could be considered a revival of spiritual energy. A person's energy encompasses their spirit and life force, capable of achieving the extraordinary. Through mystical means, it can heal wounds. Purely, it can also be shared with others, replenishing their vitality. With a battle power exceeding 10,000, Vitalis was the first of his kind in the annals of Earth's history, and his energy could serve as the finest nourishment for flora and fauna alike. It might even catalyze their evolution and awaken latent abilities as his energy dissipated. Vitalis felt his stamina gradually waned to avoid harming his body and simultaneously enhance his control. He released his energy gradually rather than all at once, allowing a steady stream equivalent to his full capacity from the previous day to escape every second. When he could no longer maintain his seated position in the air due to dwindling energy, he retrieved a sense of being, consumed it, and resumed his release. The earlier necessity had transformed into a training exercise, as Vitalis discovered that this method greatly facilitated his control over energy. Moreover, this consumption strategy was akin to engaging in a full-scale battle. Inadvertently, he uncovered a novel training technique. Vitalis was uncertain whether others were aware of this method or if it bore any drawbacks, but for the time being, it proved effective for any latent injuries. With Senza-beans at his disposal, he had nothing to fear, especially with the Dragon Balls as a backup. Having multiple trump cards afforded him a sense of freedom. Chapter 13. Mastering Fundamental Skills. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber to continue gaining an advantage after a night of recovery, The cycle of energy release had significantly deepened his control over it, and Vitalis found this to be an excellent training method, significantly enhancing both the quality and quantity of his energy. It was only due to his ample supply of senzu beans that he could afford such extravagance. Were the members of Generation Z to witness this, they would likely be moved to tears, having suffered under the tyranny of that rotund figure, forced to share a single senzu bean in times of crisis. As Vitalis's control over energy deepened, he realized that the larger the energy pool, the more difficult it became to mobilize, unless he maintained it at maximum capacity at all times, which would incur unnecessary damage. He needed to selectively engage it outside of combat and training. In the original narrative, the explosive energy was often accompanied by a powerful shout, as it required full mobilization of energy, which could place a strain on the body. Shouting helped to concentrate focus. While others may not have been aware, Vitalis experimented with remaining silent during his explosive energy release, only to find it lacked passion and was inefficient. However, when he shouted, the energy gathered more swiftly, and the act itself proved exhilarating. Moreover, the roar of a strong individual carried its own destructive force. After exchanging greetings with Mr. Popo and expressing his intention to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber, Popo consulted with the Supreme Kai, who ultimately acquiesced, recognizing that the Dragon Balls had already been utilized and that all necessary exchanges had been made. It is unwise to turn against others at this juncture, and engaging in physical confrontation would yield little reward. Should one succeed, it would result in mutual destruction. Conversely, failure would likely lead to a one-sided thrashing. The Celestial Guardian must preserve his valuable form to safeguard the Earth. Given that the hyperbolic time chamber has long remained unused, Bobo needs to make some preparations. Coincidentally, Vitalis has matters to attend to as well. After bidding farewell to Bobo, he leaps down from the temple. Navigating through numerous obstacles, he arrives at the summit of Karen Tower, the residence of the Karen Sage, commonly known as the Cat Sage. Greetings, Cat Sage. Vitalis addresses the elder feline, who is leaning on a staff. Salutations, alien. What brings you to my domain? At present, you require neither my training nor the senzu beans. Could it be the ultra-divine water you seek? Despite having never encountered Vitalis before, it is evident the Cat Sage is aware of his existence. Indeed, allow me to introduce myself. I am a warrior of the Saiyan race, the foremost combatant in the universe, Vitalis, the Saiyan. As you rightly stated, I seek the ultra-divine water. Vitalis harbors great respect for these elders and refrains from foolishly suggesting a trade for fish right off the bat. Even if they are weak, the wisdom they have accrued over the years requires considerable time for Vitalis to study and pursue. Compared to certain deities, these sages embody a more genuine divinity. Since you have spoken, and the Celestial Guardian has acknowledged you, I shall grant your request. The Cat Sage produces a bottle from behind and tosses it to Vitalis. You are aware of the ultra-divine water's existence, and I'm sure you understand its effects, which are devoid of side effects. That I am curious as to how you know so much, and equally intrigued about your future. Do take care not to perish, he adds, licking his paw and turning away. Clearly, recognizing Vitalis's eagerness, the Cat Sage does not linger for long. Observing the sage's retreating figure, Vitalis resolves that once he completes this training, he will dedicate time to traversing the seas, rivers, and valleys, collecting various fish to present to the Cat Sage. In the future, should he ascend to the throne of the Saiyans, he will assign a task to his subordinates to scour the universe for fish. You assist me, and I shall assist you. If there are no pressing matters, I shall indulge your preferences, is Vitalis's philosophy in dealing with others. This time, as the Cat Sage declines, Vitalis will not resort to forceful means of acquisition. He can simply wait until the Dragon Balls have cooled, and then request the water from Shinran. Holding the ultra-divine water, Vitalis flies at full speed, arriving in the depths of the temple before the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber in the blink of an eye. You should be aware of the rules governing the hyperbolic time chamber, but I must reiterate, it imposes a significant mental burden on individuals, and the environment within is harsh. Importantly, one may enter for only 2 days in their lifetime, which translates to 2 years inside. If the time is not fully utilized, one may enter and exit an unlimited number of times, but exceeding the time limit will cause the entrance to vanish, leaving one forever lost in a different dimension, the aloof deity states, his voice resonating with authority. Vitalis understands Bobo's character and silently scoffs. recognizing that the aloof deity is merely putting on an act. He is, in truth, a deeply sentimental individual who would weep at the departure of the celestial guardian. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Bobo. I shall take heed," Vitalis replies. Departing the scenic area, he traverses the resting area and steps into the training zone. He feels the weight of increased gravity, far surpassing that of Earth. However, for Vitalis, it feels akin to returning home, as his home planet possesses similar gravitational forces that in fact, he relishes the long-lost sensation of such power. Aware of the ultra-divine water's potential side effects, Vitalis takes a seat, uncorks the bottle, and drinks it in a single gulp before casually tossing the empty vessel aside and lying down. No sooner does he recline than he feels an unsettling sensation akin to ants crawling over his body, followed by excruciating pain. Every organ and cell within him undergoes a transformation, as the ultra-divine water extracts his latent potential to the fullest extent. This elixir is capable of awakening one's hidden power, significantly enhancing combat prowess. However, it is also highly toxic. Those who consume it must possess a pure heart, lest they succumb to its lethal effects. The ultra-divine water is a treasure left behind by the celestial guardian of Earth, and humans must first withstand its toxicity to unlock their potential, as the Karen sage has noted. Goku, who refrained from drinking the ultra-divine water, could defeat old Piccolo after several years of training. However, upon consuming the water, he indeed gained the strength to contend with Piccolo and ultimately vanquished him. Even while severely injured, this attests to the efficacy of the ultra-divine water. Vitalis speculates that the ultra-divine water is specifically designed to unearth potential for those whose potential has been exhausted. It becomes a poison, as they have no latent power to tap into. The overwhelming force of the water would wreak havoc within their bodies, and if they managed to survive, they would be fortunate. A violent demise would leave no trace, rendering burial impossible. Thus, Vitalis dares to drink it, confident that as a fellow Saiyan, he is no less capable than others, even the royal lineage of King Vegeta. The so-called royal bloodline is merely a hereditary trait from strong ancestors. In truth, Broly's lineage represents a true supremacy over ordinary Saiyans. The initial battle power one is born with cannot determine a Saiyan's potential. Rather, it is the subsequent efforts and circumstances that hold the key. For instance, at present, Vitalis possesses the strength to return and defeat King Vegeta, claiming the throne for himself. As time passes, Vitalis' anguished cries gradually diminish until they cease altogether. The pain dissipates, replaced by a warm, invigorating sensation coursing through his body. The comfortable Vitalis yearns for yet another vial. Alas, it is ultimately a treasure of Earth, and the potential it can unlock is finite. Consuming more would yield no further effects. After ingesting a Senzu bean, he feels rejuvenated, sensing a slight increase in his energy. Compared to his current combat capabilities, this increment is substantial. However, this increase in energy is merely a bonus. The true boon lies in the potential that has been excavated. With his potential unleashed and talent heightened, Vitalis' subsequent training will yield results far superior to before. He is now one step closer to confronting Frieza. Chapter 14. Exiting the chamber. Preparing to return and ascend the throne. Vitalis has trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for over 4 years. His daily regimen comprises 3 components: physical training, meditation, and magical training. After 6 months, as his energy grew and he mastered advanced magic, he created clones to divide his energy and engage in one-on-one and multiple combat training. While the efficacy of fighting others remains uncertain, when it comes to self-training, Vitalis excels at pushing himself to the limits, sustaining injuries only to heal with Senzu beans, thereby correcting many of his errors and overcoming weaknesses. His tail has also undergone rigorous training. Not only has its strength increased, but it is no longer a liability and can now participate in battles. Vitalis refuses to abandon the power of his tail. He wishes to explore the possibility of achieving Super Saiyan 4, thus ensuring his tail does not become a burden. With a thunderous crash, the blue-clad Vitalis is struck to the ground by a single punch, creating a massive crater that envelopes him. Before he can rise, an enormous foot forcefully drives his head back into the earth. This version of Vitalis is a larger, muscular incarnation of himself. His physique dwarfs the one buried beneath the earth, his muscles rippling like iron. Most intriguingly, this version of Vitalis possesses beast-like eyes. With a swift kick, the The red-clad variant of Vitalis is sent soaring into the air, while a casual energy wave sends the green-clad variant flying. As he descends rapidly, he lands with great force, crushing the waist of the blue-clad variant, obliterating him into particles of light. As he gazes at the vanishing figure beneath his feet, Vitalis vanishes from sight, reappearing with one hand gripping the red variant, the other plunging from behind into its chest. Unfortunately, the red variant is not a living being, and this cannot be considered a fatal wound. Seizing the opportunity, the blue variant embraces Vitalis from behind, and they begin to gather energy in unison. Seemingly oblivious to their actions, Vitalis simply withdraws his hand, seizing the insect-like creature's arm, intent on tearing it apart. However, just as he grips it, both variants self-destruct to maximize the damage. This self-detonation is contained within a radius of 300 meters, warping the space at the explosion's epicenter, rather than a distortion caused by air. The explosion forces the air outward, resulting in a grand tempest. As the smoke clears, a deep, bottomless pit emerges, while Vitalis remains steadfast in his position. With all living breaths extinguished, he, unsure of what to do, instinctively remained in place to regain his strength. After a considerable period, the form of Vitalis least began to diminish, the beastly eyes fading away, returning to normalcy. What a terrifying power! Witnessing all this, Vitalis, now fully in command of his body, could not help but marveled. He divided his strength into 10 parts, allocating 3 to each clone and retaining 1 for himself. This 1 versus 3 battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. One clone was effortlessly obliterated, while the other 2 opted for self-destruction. Failing to inflict any damage on his current state, his defenses unshattered, not even a scrap of fabric lost. Fortunately, it was merely the clones that self-destructed. Otherwise, he would have surely met an untimely demise. This form was a discovery made by Vitalis through the exploration of the power residing in his tail. Being in a different dimension, he could recklessly develop dangerous abilities without restraint, realizing that even during meditation, the moon could induce transformation. Vitalis recalled Goku from GT, who perceived Earth as the moon. Consequently, he boldly conjectured that the power lay within his tail, and the frequency of the full moon's light was the key to activating this switch. The artificial moon mastered by advanced Saiyans and the machine created by Bulma in GT simulated this frequency, indicating that it could deceive the tail. The disoriented Goku mistook Earth for the moon, and Vitalis's meditation validated this notion. During this time, Vitalis had transformed multiple times, severing the mental connection to his physical body while observing the outside world through his physical eyes via magic in the meditative space. The transformed body instinctively attacked all creatures within its perceptive range. While envisioning the moon in the meditative space, Vitalis's physical form was responsible for offensive actions, dispersing the moon at critical moments to exit the transformation mode. Seamlessly taking control of the transformation, the humanoid form, possessing the power of transformation, was inspired by Broly's overwhelming prowess against the singularly powerful Zenkai, by studying the power of the tail and employing magic to control it. He achieved this state. Vitalis named it the Saiyan giant ape humanoid form. This form was undeniably striking. At the age of nearly 9, Vitalis stood at 1.34 meters, but in this form, he surged to 1.97 meters, with feral eyes and an irrational, raging power. Even with his enhanced combat abilities during this period, Vitalis found himself no match for this form, lacking confidence that he could endure even a minute in direct combat. Despite possessing similar strength, the rampaging Saiyan, pure in its majesty, due to the indirect control he had over it, Vitalis was quite satisfied with this form. Through his seclusion, he had significantly strengthened, reaching the pinnacle of his current potential. Initially, he had planned to seclude himself for 2 years, but his rapid growth necessitated the placement of a temporal marker outside the hyperbolic time chamber, allowing him to teleport out even if the exit vanished, thus concluding his seclusion in one go. Magic truly is convenient. He commended his past self for such wisdom. He briefly exited to retrieve the completed gravity room from Dr. Brief. Beyond that, he spent the entirety of his time within the hyperbolic time chamber, consuming an innumerable amount of senzu beans. With such extensive preparation, Vitalis even brushed against the limits of Super Saiyan. His foundational battle power had met the requisite standards, and while observing his cells, Vitalis discovered that as his combat prowess increased, a portion of his cells underwent mutations, carrying a special energy. He speculated that these were S cells, not so much mutations as they were dormant, particularly during meditation. The growth of S cells accelerated rapidly. Perhaps transforming into a Super Saiyan did not necessarily require a love for peace, but it surely demanded a tranquil mind. Vitalis sensed that his battle power had reached the minimum requirement for a Super Saiyan, and the quantity of S cells was sufficient. Only a catalyst remained for him to transform into the Super Saiyan he had long desired. This was one of the reasons for his emergence from seclusion. As a warrior of the Saiyan race, he had yet to experience a proper battle since birth, nor had he engaged in a contest of equals, let alone a life-or-death struggle. He had merely been developing cautiously. Thus, unable to shatter his limitations, that a steadfast mindset, foundational battle power, and the experience of a seasoned warrior were essential prerequisites for entering the realm of Super Saiyans. Vitalis planned to first reclaim the Saiyan race, nurture them, and establish a solid foundation before waging an all-out war against the Frieza clan. Once the Saiyans rose to prominence in this universe, he would engage in sparring with those formidable beings from other timelines. As for the narrative of this universe, he would have to apologize. Despite the advantages of knowing the plot, he did not intend for events to unfold as originally scripted. His involvement would inevitably introduce greater variability, rendering the situation more unfavorable. Moreover, adhering to the plot was far too cumbersome that, of course, certain elements could remain, such as Bardock's son, Kakarot. Vitalis planned to find a time to bring him to Earth to be a grandson to Gohan. He held a fondness for the elder Gohan, feeling positively about him after their brief interactions. Instead of sending him directly to the old Kami for a life of leisure, it was better to let him enjoy the bond of grandparent and grandchild, ensuring a more fulfilling transition to the afterlife. This would also benefit Kakarot's future. Furthermore, Vitalis recalled Goku's first meeting with his grandfather after the plot commenced, where Goku's heartfelt declaration of missing him nearly brought Vitalis to tears, as the expression on young Goku's face was truly heart-wrenching. Moved by the memories, he thought of his grandfather from his previous life. Naturally, the philosophy of Earth martial artists was commendable. In the future, not only Kakarot, but he would also send exemplary individuals to learn, stationed to protect Earth. Contemplating his next steps, Vitalis took a bath and, with a glimmer in his eye, donned the battle attire akin to Broly from Dragon Ball Super. Broly, cinched with a piece of black beast skin at his waist. Returning home, he felt the need to present himself well. To thoroughly conquer these muscle-bound Saiyans, he intended to showcase his physique in the Saiyan ape humanoid form, demonstrating that they too could achieve such feats, thereby becoming a king they would willingly follow. It was unfortunate that he could not yet transform into a Super Saiyan. What a pity. Otherwise, transforming during the crowning ceremony would be exhilarating to contemplate. Although his foundational battle power could annihilate the entire Saiyan race, he felt unsettled without displaying it. Chapter 15. Return and challenge. Vitalis made a brief adjustment to his attire before stepping out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Due to his many exits, only a little over 100 days had passed in the outside world since Vitalis arrived on Earth. However, for him, over 4 years had elapsed, one of the major bugs of the hyperbolic time chamber. As time manipulation allowed for extensive endeavors, he sought out the Supreme Kai and Bubbles. The Supreme Kai was busy with research while Bubbles kept him company, a master-servant bond that made Vitalis reflect. Though he did not wish to intrude further, after expressing his intent to return home, he bid them farewell and departed. Arriving at Dr. Brief's residence, he collected the books he had requested the doctor to gather. Despite his seemingly mild demeanor and somewhat absent-mindedness, this fellow was quite adept, not to mention wealthy, ensuring both quantity and quality of resources that were often inaccessible to the average person, requiring substantial wealth and status to obtain. After expressing his gratitude to the doctor and bidding farewell to his gracious wife, who had invited him for afternoon tea, Vitalis made his way to Kame House. He handed over the books he had retrieved from the doctor to Master Roshi. While the latest volumes were kept by Vitalis for himself, given Master Roshi's advanced age and frequent nosebleeds, Vitalis felt compelled to skim through the materials first, ensuring there were no issues before entrusting them to the old master. After all, should Master Roshi be unduly stimulated and depart this world, it would represent a significant loss for both Earth and the universe. Vitalis was contemplating the prospect of having the Turtle Hermit mentor the Saiyan offspring in the future. Even if he could not take them as disciples, acquiring even a fragment of the Turtle School's techniques would be a boon. While Vitalis could mimic the Kamehameha, his replication fell short of the original's might unless he overwhelmed his opponents with sheer force. The Turtle Hermit, the founder of the Turtle School, could unleash the Kamehameha to its fullest potential, channeling his power to its zenith. In contrast, Vitalis' attempts were akin to a commonplace energy blast. Many could imitate the gesture and mimicry. Yet such efforts were devoid of significance. Each martial technique embodies the practitioner's will, meticulously crafted to express their spirit and unlock their power beyond conventional limits. The Kamehameha could only be wielded effectively by the inheritors of the Turtle School. And having grasped this truth through his own training, Vitalis held the Turtle Hermit in high esteem, recognizing the martial arts master's profound significance, as he had yet to discover his own path and lacked clarity of will. Relying solely on his lineage and external means to reach his current capabilities, he was outwardly formidable, but internally a weakling. He traversed various bodies of water, be it oceans, rivers, or mountain streams, and now, with all his might, Vitalis could encircle the Earth within half an hour, having caught fish from 2 massive ice reserves. The time-space capsule proved to be remarkably useful. One portion was given to the Cat Hermit, while another was bestowed upon Gohan. The Cat Hermit had an undeniable fondness for fish, whereas Vitalis was uncertain about what to gift Gohan. Sending him to seek the old master seemed impractical, especially since Gohan had mentioned he hadn't visited the seaside in quite some time. Thus, he decided to present him with seafood. Having bid farewell to all those he thought of, Vitalis seated himself in the stratosphere, commencing his observation of the starry expanse in search of planet Vegeta. The teleportation magic varied greatly. Some required coordinates, while others were akin to instantaneous movement using ki for positioning. And there were methods akin to the Kaishin's ability to perceive and traverse to a destination upon sighting it. However, due to the necessity of constructing a personal coordinate system, Vitalis opted to forego this approach, as the magnitude of data involved was overwhelming. Although he had memorized a significant portion of the star map provided by the Frisia Force, converting coordinates was a straightforward task. The vastness of the universe and its ever-changing nature rendered the construction of a coordinate system cumbersome, as it would require constant updates, for key positioning. No one on planet Vegeta could transmit their ki over such an immense distance to Earth, not even Frisia at full power. Thus, Vitalis utilized magic to probe the locations marked on the star map. While he could not match the old Kaishin's ability to perceive the world from across dimensions, with his current strength, locating planet Vegeta was still within reach. Employing his magic, Vitalis directed his gaze towards the heavens. Piercing through the sky, oceans, and earth, not even stars could impede his vision. He beheld the fleet that had been released to lure enemies, still proceeding according to its prior orders. Upon spotting planet Ri, he sought the fearsome creature, the tiger-headed man, but to his disappointment, he found nothing, not even the mermaid he sought. After a casual observation, he turned his gaze toward planet Rj, as he was quite familiar with this route from previous planning. Otherwise, relying solely on his hazy memory of the star map would necessitate extensive searching. It was far more efficient to retrace his steps, recalling the experiences of yore, and it was also swifter than scouring the map. The star map was not something one could easily memorize. After all, it was not a two-dimensional map. He had managed to grasp the gist of it. Thanks to the Saiyans' robust physiology, the Saiyans possessed decent intellect, but they favored action over contemplation. Upon arriving at planet Rj, he reminisced briefly about the oasis he had once inhabited before continuing his search, since he had emerged as an infant and was in a state of dormancy. Vitalis had no recollection and had to follow the route marked on the star map. To avoid forgetting easily, he studied the route back to planet Vegeta, noting several distinctive celestial bodies that would not be destroyed in the near future as landmarks. After some time, he successfully located these markers and turned his gaze toward the Saiyan homeworld. Planet Vegeta, the current dwelling of the Saiyans, was a world wrested from its indigenous inhabitants by their wayward ancestors. Most Saiyans resided in tribal formations, and with the technological support of the Frisia Force and accompanying scientists, they had established a high-tech metropolis, with the royal palace erected at its heart. This moment, the city was still shrouded in darkness, with dawn yet to break. Vitalis deemed it prudent to wait a while longer. Each morning, King Vegeta would attend to state affairs within the palace before engaging in his training. Thus, when King Vegeta convened a meeting with his subordinates, it would be the ideal moment for Vitalis to confront him. Gazing at the slumbering King Vegeta, Vitalis began to strategize his entrance and how to issue his challenge. Planet Vegeta, Royal Palace. King Vegeta approached his throne, dramatically tossing aside his crimson cape, a symbol of regal glory. As he took his seat, he surveyed the 9 individuals kneeling before him, who were the mid-level warriors currently on Planet Vegeta. Among them, only King Vegeta himself was of the elite class. The mid-level warriors numbered around a dozen, with the rest being lower-level fighters. Teleporting to the entrance of the palace, Vitalis strode slowly into the hall. The sound of his footsteps echoed unabashedly, drawing the attention of the gathered warriors. Noticing that all eyes were upon him, Vitalis halted, crossed his arms, and began to speak. King Vegeta, I, Vitalis, hereby challenge you that I shall lead the Saiyans as their king, to restore order to this universe and reclaim the glorious legacy of our warrior race. Chapter 19. The Throne, you little brat. What qualifications do you have to challenge a king when you aren't even a mid-level warrior? A bald mid-level warrior remarked upon realizing that the challenger was merely a child, likely the progeny of that Nappa fellow. The Saiyan bloodline is characterized by the strength of its warriors. The royal lineage and mid-level fighters typically maintain a consistent number across generations. Occasionally, an exceptional lower-level warrior may surpass the norm, resulting in offspring classified as mid-level or even elite warriors. For instance, the lower-level warrior Bardock, who was second only to the king in strength, had a firstborn son recognized as an elite warrior. Should King Vegeta's soon-to-be-born son exhibit sufficient potential, Raditz would serve as Prince Vegeta 4's personal guard. Growing alongside the next king, among the many lower-level warriors, aside from a few powerful individuals and their descendants, the rest were deemed unworthy of acknowledgement by the mid-level warriors. Moreover, none among the mid-level fighters bore such an appearance as Vitalis. Thus, he was merely regarded as a lower-level warrior. According to our clan's decree, the strong shall reign. Do you think I care whether I am classified as a lower-level warrior? Vitalis shot a glance at the bald fighter. Clearly Nappa's father, whose strength was likely formidable, given that his son served alongside Raditz under Prince Vegeta. It was worth noting that Nappa had even surpassed Bardock's inept elder son. That I am not a relic of a bygone era. And you have no comprehension of my strength. I shall grant you leniency this time. As you are educated, Vitalis considered himself a wise and martial king, embodying benevolence and righteousness. However, despite my contemplations, the disparity in battle power is too vast and tedious. Thus, King Vegeta, I extend to you the opportunity to challenge me. If you can unseat me from the throne, you may retain your kingship. As he spoke, Vitalis suddenly appeared before the bewildered King Vegeta, seizing him by the collar and casting him aside before seating himself upon the throne. Impossible. 7 times over, King Vegeta, finally processing the situation, gazed at Vitalis in disbelief. The speed at which Vitalis had moved and the strength he had displayed in tossing him aside left him astounded. Although caught off guard, the power he felt from Vitalis made it clear that even in direct combat, he was no match for this child. The other 9 mid-level warriors, witnessing King Vegeta being cast down, quickly grasped the source of the child's confidence, and after a brief gasp, they immediately retreated. The question of who was king became irrelevant, for a king stands above all. Forget it is unrealistic for you to unseat me from the throne. I shall suppress my ki to 80%. Approach me, and I shall retreat. That I shall return next month to challenge you. Vitalis observed the incredulous expressions of those below, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, as if something within him had awakened. King Vegeta, unfamiliar with the concept of ki, was unwilling to concede so easily that he rose and walked toward Vitalis, acutely aware of his imminent defeat, yet curious to ascertain just how formidable this lower-level warrior truly was. As for allowing Vitalis to reach him before he retreated, he was determined not to grant him that opportunity. Exiting the stage with dignity was not without merit, only seen by 9 individuals when cast down. It is preferable to being publicly humiliated in front of a crowd. These 9 are ultimately but intermediate warriors, while I, even if no longer a king, shall become the foremost among the new king's subjects. They are not fools, they know the right words to say. However, good intentions aside, after just a single step, King Vegeta knelt on one knee. Were it not for his dignity, he might have already collapsed. Observing King Vegeta falter after merely one step, the 9 intermediate warriors felt a surge of ambition, eager to experience the new king's might. They exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus, and approached the fallen king's side, only to find themselves even more powerless, immediately pressed to the ground. The ground remained intact, for I had just ascended to kingship. This palace could not afford any disturbances. Hence Vitalis diverted part of his power to fortify the palace's defenses, showcasing the composure of a true strongman. However, this reinforcement left no place to dissipate the force, and the warriors found themselves utterly overwhelmed. Witnessing their plight, Vitalis increased his output, causing King Vegeta III to collapse onto the ground. Chi, encompassing not only the vitality within one's body but also accompanied by mental fortitude, bore down upon them under Vitalis's oppressive aura, subjecting both their bodies and spirits to an unending strain. In a moment of dazed clarity, they envisioned a golden giant ape roaring defiantly to the heavens. Blood flowed from their orifices. Observing the pitiful condition of his subjects, Vitalis gradually intensified his force. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air, yet not a single cry of despair escaped their lips. They were all forged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. What injuries had they not endured? Although they were uncertain of Vitalis's intent, they could sense a thread of goodwill within this overwhelming power, not malice, but genuine benevolence. Gradually, they even began to feel a hint of joy, realizing that they would not perish. Perhaps this was merely a trial set by the new king. They gritted their teeth, determined not to disgrace themselves before him. Perhaps the new king possessed a method to grow stronger. After all, he was merely a lowly warrior, yet exuded such strength. Perhaps he surpassed Frisia. Should they perform well, they could very well be nurtured. Moreover, these minor injuries were inconsequential. A month of recovery would suffice. Yet, they were mistaken. King Vegeta III was the last to succumb to unconsciousness, having pushed beyond his limits. Every bone in his body shattered, his innards reduced to a pulp, yet he clung to life through sheer force of will. Perhaps it was the dignity of a king. Approaching the pitifully broken form of King Vegeta III, Vitalis produced a single Senzu bean, lifting him up and channeling a pure essence of life energy to encompass the being, delivering it into his stomach. Upon consuming the Senzu bean, King Vegeta III's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Truly, it was one of the most overpowered items within the Dragon Ball universe. Far too precious to be merely used for stamina restoration. Indeed, consuming it as a meal, like that gluttonous fat man, would be a tremendous waste. Observing the nearly restored King Vegeta III in his hands, Vitalis casually discarded him back onto the ground, returning to his throne. Perhaps due to the mental strain endured, although healed, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. After a moment's wait, seeing that King Vegeta III had yet to awaken, and the other 9 were nearing death, though not as severely as King Vegeta III, they too would soon succumb if left unattended. Vitalis had no choice but to cast a mental spell to forcibly awaken him. Originally, he intended to let him awaken on his own, for the scene was truly pitiful. Even Vitalis could hardly bear to witness it. Yet, for the sake of ensuring smooth proceedings ahead, he had to impose upon King Vegeta III. Am I still alive? King Vegeta III opened his eyes to behold Vitalis seated upon the throne at my injuries. Quickly he surveyed his body, an expression of disbelief washing over him in illusion. No, wait, my power. Is this truly my power? He stretched out his hands, marveling at the surging energy within him, and oh, need to be astonished. Take this, they are on the brink of death. Give them this, and you will understand. Vitalis tossed 9 Senzu beans toward King Vegeta III. With a snap, his power surged dramatically. Unable to fully control his newfound strength, King Vegeta III caught the beans, but they were crushed in his grasp. Slowly opening his hands, he divided the powder into 9 portions. Feeding it to the others, be gentle. Don't waste it. If I break your hand, it will hurt. Though there are still plenty of Senzu beans, I must also sustain over 900,000 people thereafter. Awkwardly, King Vegeta III began to distribute the energy-wrapped portions among them, but he too was curious as to why Vitalis placed such importance on these beans, recalling his own restoration and the impending doom of the 9 warriors. King Vegeta III speculated, yet the potential outcome was too alarming. If it were true, glancing at the hand that had crushed the Senzu beans, he felt relieved not to have wasted them, lest he had rendered that very hand useless. The effects were immediate. However, upon witnessing the astonished expressions of the 9 warriors, King Vegeta III kicked each one out of the palace, feeling empowered. Sensing that Vitalis was actively protecting the palace, he chose to eject them through the window rather than upward. Given the force of his kicks, if the nine did not react promptly, they would likely be propelled off this planet. Vitalis, King Vegeta III, after a moment of silence, finally resolved to speak. Chapter 17, Summoning the Saiyans. Coronation of the King, Vitalis. Is this the source of your strength? King Vegeta III, cold and ruthless, yet one of the few who perceived Frieza's true nature and sought to incite a rebellion against him. Unlike most Saiyans who reveled in their role within Frieza's army, indulging in the joys of unrestrained combat each day, not only did they grow stronger, but with Frieza as their backing, they roamed the universe unchallenged. Little did they know, the Frieza clan feared the Saiyans, dreading the emergence of Super Saiyans. They were akin to livestock, and should they pose a threat, annihilation would be swift. Yet, King Vegeta was foolish, provoking Beerus and hastening the demise of the Saiyan race. As one of the few Saiyans capable of strategic thought, Vitalis resolved that as long as King Vegeta III did not stir up trouble, he could remain. Indeed, this is called a Senzu Bean. Possessing the ability to instantly heal injuries and restore stamina. Of course, I have not concealed its other function. One bean can stave off hunger for 10 days, as it is to be widely utilized among the Saiyans. Serving as a standard supply for every Saiyan warrior, you must understand that our Saiyans, upon healing from injuries, experience a significant boost in combat power. Recovering from the brink of death can lead to a qualitative transformation. King Vegeta III remarked, recalling his recent ordeal, casting a complex glance at Vitalis. I know, which is why I brought them back. This treasure seems to have been born for the Saiyans, and to not utilize it would be a waste of our innate talents and the bean's potential. You mean to say, you possess many Senzu beans? King Vegeta III inquired eagerly. If healing pods had such effects, Frieza and his father would have long since been obliterated. Yes, many. There's no need for you to be overly excited. Relying on the brink of death to enhance combat power can indeed lead to rapid growth, but there are limits. One cannot perpetually exploit this method. Observing King Vegeta III's fervor, Vitalis poured cold water on his enthusiasm. That is sufficient. With my current strength, alongside you as King and Bardock, if we have enough Senzu beans, and with all the intermediate warriors combined, we shall annihilate Frieza and his father. The universe shall belong to us Saiyans. The eyes of King Vegeta III sparkled, fueled by the flames of ambition. Watching the excited King Vegeta III, Vitalis felt compelled to douse him with another bucket of cold water, lest he continue to indulge in fantasies. This fellow might soon plot how to eliminate him. You're overthinking it. Do you understand Frieza's power? Only around 500,000. Not long ago, when he took command of the Cold Army, he came here to flaunt his might. I have long wished to eliminate him. I have already gathered ample intelligence. Perhaps in his excitement, King Vegeta III's tone shifted. Currently, my combat power is estimated to be around 100,000 when I transform. A single foot will be enough to crush Frieza. The transformation. Glancing at Vitalis, King Vegeta III noticed the tail at his waist and sighed, yet he recognized that opportunities still existed. Vitalis regarded King Vegeta III with exasperation, surprised that this seemingly serious man could display such a facet. After all, as the king of a warrior race, the Saiyans were oppressed by Frieza and his father, a deeply frustrating predicament. Your intelligence is correct, but you are unaware of one crucial point. The Frieza clan, in order to control their immense power, suppresses their strength through transformations, keeping their combat power within manageable limits. And Frieza has 3 transformation stages, ultimately estimated to possess a power level of 120 million. Vitalis doused him with nearly absolute zero cold water. 120 million. This is indeed a despairing figure. It is true that we derive our strength from transformation, while they, conversely, utilize transformation to suppress their power. This is where the disparity lies. Vitalis is equally vexed by this. He feels that it surpasses the very essence of the Super Saiyan narrative. The notion of transforming to constrain one's strength is nothing short of an exquisite irony. Fortunately, he lacks the allure of a Super Saiyan, which remains Vitalis's final bastion of defiance. Vegeta III staggered back a few steps, eager to counter, yet he recognized that Vitalis had no reason to deceive him. However, the figure of 120 million is utterly disheartening. As he contemplated the assassination plan he had orchestrated, a chill enveloped his limbs. A Saiyan, and once a king, the blood coursing through him stirred restlessly, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. With a battle power exceeding 10,000, having faced death once, his strength had multiplied roughly tenfold. Disregarding the limits spoken of by the king, how many times must he endure such trials to attain a battle power exceeding 100 million? Moreover, there are limits to consider. The image of Frisia's smiling visage, coupled with his frigid gaze, filled Vegeta 3 with a profound sense of helplessness. Frisia is far more terrifying than his father. At least Kurd had nominally cooperated with the Saiyans, while Frisia shamelessly discarded this pretense, revealing his unabashed malice towards them. Indeed, my current battle power is merely a little over 2 million. Even if I were to amplify it tenfold, I would still fall short of being a match for Frisia. Vitalis lamented. Are you truly a Saiyan? Vegeta 3, consumed by despair at Frisia's might, felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Nevertheless, he refrained from questioning Vitalis's claim of a battle power exceeding 2 million. Having witnessed the miraculous beings, he felt a flicker of hope for his own potential. Regrettably, prior to understanding Frisia's true strength, he might have entertained certain aspirations, but now, Vegeta 3 found solace in simply lying low. Summon all Saiyans back, regardless of whether they are on missions or in exile. I demand their return. I shall grant you 1 year to mobilize everyone, ensuring that not a single cub is left behind. The Saiyan bloodline wandering outside is perilous. If Earth scientists can produce aberrations, one cannot guarantee that there won't be even more monstrous beings in the vast cosmos, should the Saiyans ascend to dominance. These individuals could pose a significant threat to those Saiyans left adrift. Vitalis has no desire to confront bizarre beings with Saiyan traits. Subsequently, I will arrange to enhance our overall strength as swiftly as possible. 1 year hence, I shall conduct my coronation ceremony, at which point I will lead the Saiyans in a battle against Frisia's army. I shall become a Super Saiyan and reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to us Saiyans. Super Saiyan? Even someone as formidable as you is not yet a Super Saiyan. In his youth, Vegeta 3 had believed he would become a Super Saiyan, but alas, reality dealt him a harsh blow. He once thought it to be mere myth, but as a king, he was privy to many secrets. Thus, he set his sights on the next generation. Upon learning of Vitalis's battle power, he briefly believed that Vitalis had shattered the limits and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Not quite. I have merely grazed the realm of Super Saiyans. I am on the cusp of transformation, and when I succeed, I shall have a chance to defeat Frisia. However, we must develop discreetly for a time. At the very least, both you and Bardock must also transform into Super Saiyans for us to have a fighting chance that Frisia's father and brother are likely stronger than he is, if the three of us can secure victory. The Frisia family's power will crumble. Upon hearing that he, too, could transform, Vegeta 3 felt his breath quicken, yet he ultimately subdued his excitement with sheer willpower. For now, it is merely a grand vision. He could celebrate once success is achieved. Vitalis too had yet to transform. Vegeta 3 understood the folly of exuberance that could lead to despair. We shall discuss the details later. For now, begin preparations for my coronation ceremony, which is set for 1 year from today. Should any Saiyan fail to arrive, I shall send you to King Kai's planet for training, he said, observing Vegeta 3's swift return to composure. Vitalis could not help but marvel. In certain aspects, a father truly surpasses his son. King Kai's planet? Indeed, at present, only the deceased may traverse there, Vitalis replied languidly. Vegeta 3 vanished in an instant, not out of fear, but for the sake of the Saiyans. He could not afford to perish now. He is one of the 3 future Super Saiyans destined to confront the malevolent Frisia family. Chapter 18. The Dangerous Saiyans. The Advancing Frisia. Oh ho ho ho. What terrifying Saiyans they are. Frisia sneered, observing the scene before him while seated in a spacecraft reminiscent of a baby carriage. The magical beans, which restore injuries in an instant. Dodoria and Zarbin stood nearby, hesitant to utter a word. They were genuinely frightened, having previously believed that those dead monkeys posed no threat outside of the full moon nights. They were unprepared for the emergence of such a formidable king. Moreover, through that king's machinations, King Vegeta and his 9 subordinates had already surpassed them. It was likely that even the Ginyu Force would be obliterated. Previously, they had not interfered with these dead monkeys, had it not been for Frisia's presence. They would have surely fled by now. Fortunately, everything remains under control. These Saiyans are unaware that their every move is being monitored, allowing us to uncover their secrets in a timely manner. Many know that Saiyans experience a significant increase in power when gravely injured. Yet no one pays it any mind. After all, Saiyans are notoriously ruthless to their own, and no one is willing to entrust their safety to another. Numerous Saiyans have perished at the hands of their kin. And the lengthy recovery times deter any Saiyan from lying indefinitely in a healing pod. Thus, no one has considered relying on near-death experiences to grow stronger. However, the appearance of the magical beings has disrupted this balance. Frieza, too, was taken aback. Although the large machines had only detected a battle power of over 300,000 during that Saiyan's training, he realized that the newly crowned king could manipulate his battle power at will. To place blind faith in machines is a path that leads to ruin. Thus, no one doubted his claim of a battle power exceeding 2 million that a wave of trepidation washed over Frieza. With insufficient preparation, he feared he would be instantaneously annihilated. With this thought in mind, Frieza soared out of the spacecraft. 10 minutes later, as he returned transformed, Dodoria and Zarbin hurriedly knelt, fearful to look up. He was undeniably charming, yet according to the king's revelations, this was likely his final form. A terrifying being with a battle power exceeding 100 million. Frieza could not afford to be careless. Based on the intelligence gathered about the Saiyans, this Vitalis should not have been on planet Vegeta, but rather a mere child exiled to a desolate star. His sudden appearance on planet Vegeta led Frieza to suspect that this fellow possessed abilities akin to instantaneous movement. Fearing an unexpected demise, he had to revert to his original form. Investigate where Vitalis went after leaving planet Rudy. If we cannot extract any information, then destroy planet Rudy, Frieza commanded as he gazed at the screen displaying Vitalis upon his throne. Frustrated by Vitalis' disappearance since Rudy, Frieza felt he had brushed dangerously close to death this time. Therefore, he dispatched the Jinyu Force to investigate planet Rudy. Regrettably, this cautious child was proving difficult to deal with. He had set up a ruse, requiring time to yield results. The prospect of instant recovery piqued Frieza's interest. In the universe, he was not alone in his strength, and with this ability, it was akin to having multiple lives. Thus, the magical beings must belong to him. He desired everything in Vitalis' possession, including their origin. Set course for planet Vegeta at full speed, if we do not arrive within half a year. However, the implication was clear. This time, Frieza cast aside his gentlemanly demeanor, revealing his genuine urgency. Upon returning to his quarters, Frieza contacted his father. Frieza, well done. It's fortunate you kept a backup plan by monitoring planet Vegeta. The 3 Super Saiyans indeed present a challenge. You must arrive within 6 months and ensure that not a single Saiyan is left alive. Remember, do not engage the Saiyans traveling to planet Vegeta if they catch wind of our intentions. It will be troublesome. First, eliminate their leaders, then slaughter all the Saiyans to be safe. If the situation becomes dire, attempt to take one down and then escape. Guldo and I will need 1 year to reach you. By then, the 3 of us will join forces, and we shall not be defeated. Listening to his father's directives through the screen, Frieza shut off the power and crushed the wine glass in his hand. He had not wished to contact his father, yet the urgency of the situation left him no choice. This Vitalis, according to the records, was merely over 2 years old. Yet look at his current age. His battle power is frightfully potent. Frieza had heard of wondrous structures in the universe that possessed peculiar powers and time discrepancies with the external world. He could not help but suspect that Vitalis had mastered such phenomena. Thus, while Vitalis currently seemed to have merely 3 Super Saiyans, what would happen when a year passes and hundreds or thousands of Super Saiyans emerge? Vitalis is merely a low-ranking warrior in the assessment of the Saiyans. Positioned at a mediocre level. Indeed, Grandfather was correct. The Saiyans are truly terrifying. But could it be that Grandfather was blind? Back in the day, Frieza's grandfather left behind a cautionary tale about the golden-haired Saiyans. And he died before he could elaborate further. Subsequently, the Saiyans encountered by Kurd were all black-haired and lacked the golden locks, and their combat prowess was woefully inadequate. Out of curiosity, he refrained from annihilating the Saiyans for their familial vendetta, instead opting to forge a cooperative relationship and observe them. Frieza yearned to drag his deceased grandfather from the grave to demand, "Did you see a golden-haired Saiyan, or were they simply dyeing their hair?" He blamed his grandfather for not clarifying the situation, which piqued his father's curiosity and led to calamity, and he himself had been careless due to his father's actions. Fortunately, This Saiyan had gone to planet Vegeta to assume the role of a king among monkeys. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to his own negligence. Vitalis, who always believed that the detector had a listening function, was unaware that all his actions had been discovered by Frieza. After all, preconceived notions lingered. And individuals like Vegeta 3 were also aware of the detector's listening capabilities, hence they did not wear them during meetings. The royal palace must have conducted inspections, which is why Vitalis felt emboldened to speak freely within its confines. Unbeknownst to him, a crisis loomed on the horizon. Instead, he busied himself counting down the days. With only 3 remaining until the Dragon Balls on Namek would cool down, the passage of time on Namek is shorter than on Earth. With a year lasting only 130 days, comparatively, the Dragon Balls on Namek are vastly superior to those on Earth. Boom! A series of thunderous roars erupted as Vegeta 3, after arranging his tasks, eagerly sought out the 9 mid-level warriors who had been sent flying. He yearned for battle, eager to unleash his surging power. Having recently struggled to control his strength, he had inadvertently destroyed numerous innocent buildings, none of which were under Vitalis' protection. Thus, Vegeta 3 was in dire need of power control, as were the 9 warriors, and naturally, combat was the Saiyans' primary choice. Stepping out of the palace and observing the 7 combatants clashing in the sky, Vitalis leaned against a pillar, silently watching. This was undoubtedly the most high-caliber battle he had witnessed since his arrival in this world. Although the spectacle did not rival the scale of his own battles against his clones, each move was exquisitely refined, each strike lethal, skills honed through the crucible of warfare, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. It was a worthy lesson for Vitalis. Chapter 19. I am merely here to train you. After watching for a while, Vitalis felt a surge of excitement that he charged into the fray, sending Vegeta 3, who was single-handedly taking on 9 opponents, crashing into the group. Upon seeing Vegeta 3 cast a resentful glance in his direction, Vitalis hastily clarified, I have techniques to impart to you, and combat is the most expedient method. While I do harbor a slight urge to strike, my intention to teach is genuine. In my homeland, the energy within us is referred to as Chi. As for the nature of Chi and its application, I believe you seasoned warriors do not require extensive explanation. Vitalis spoke slowly. While combat suffices, it is essential to first articulate what to learn, for clarity of purpose enhances efficiency through the study of Chi. My homeland has developed methods for sensing and controlling it. Chi perception does not necessitate a detector. One can sense the latent power within living beings without the risk of overwhelming readings. Mastering Chi perception allows for rapid reconnaissance of an enemy's location and power level, even enabling combat without reliance on sight. Chi control, like my own, permits manipulation of the energy's magnitude, allowing for arbitrary adjustments to combat power values. If you solely depend on your detectors, I could display any power level I choose, or even entirely conceal my presence from you. These techniques are invaluable. When facing Frieza's forces, who rely on detectors, we will hold the advantage. Oh, come on. Let us get to the lesson, my dear Vitalis. I'm also learning this, exclaimed a handsome youth who was simultaneously exercising while watching the live broadcast. Now that the purpose was clear, Vitalis rushed forward and sent Vegeta 3 flying once more. Vegeta 3, bewildered, pondered why he was the only target. He watched Vegeta 3 soar away. Vitalis created a clone tasked with activating an energy barrier to encircle the group. Fortunately, Vitalis could perfectly control his power, while these warriors had just experienced a surge and might inadvertently obliterate planet Vegeta if they were not careful. Dozens of energy blasts flew from Vegeta 3's direction, prompting Vitalis to raise a finger and condense a small energy sphere, flicking it outward. The initially fist-sized energy sphere expanded in the wind, devouring the blasts fired by Vegeta 3 and halting them in midair. Vitalis turned and executed a spinning kick, sending Vegeta 3, who attempted to strike from behind, hurtling away. Futile. I have mentioned that Chi perception does not require sight. Ambushes are ineffective. Without understanding Chi control, you are as glaring as ink spots on a blank sheet of paper. Feel your own strength, sense my power, rely on your heart to perceive it, and abandon your eyes and ears. By the way, how do you 9 find it acceptable to simply stand there? Perhaps that's the reason why some are kings while you remain mere foot soldiers. Observing the 9 warriors rooted in place, Vitalis taunted that he noticed the determination in their eyes, yet they seemed hesitant to act in the clash between the old and new rulers. we ought not to intervene. Moreover, even if we seven unite, it would still be challenging for you, even if you are a king." Though he did not finish his thought, Vitalis grasped their intentions. Firstly, these warriors hesitated to intervene, having witnessed his clash with Vegeta 3. As Saiyans revere the strong, and the gap between ranks is substantial. Secondly, they believed that with their newfound power, even if Vitalis was formidable, it would still be a daunting task, fearing that he might feel embarrassed and retaliate in the future. "Ah, how courageous of you to think you could defeat me by merely glaring at my face. It seems you still do not comprehend my strength. Come, experience it for yourselves." As he spoke, Vitalis flashed in front of the bald warrior and delivered a kick to his chin. Seizing the bald warrior's leg, he used him as a whip to strike the bearded warrior beside him, sending both flying in the next instant. For copies of Vitalis materialized, each sending the remaining 4 warriors tumbling away. Vegeta 3, having just regained his footing, lunged toward one of the illusions. A lowly tactic, unworthy of mention. Before he could finish his sentence, Vitalis delivered a swift kick to his backside. "I have told you to learn to control chi. To sense it, the disparity in our combat prowess is too vast. Relying solely on your eyes cannot keep pace with my speed." While these warriors were indeed powerful, their realms could not compare to his. Having trained on Earth, where he had faced constant challenges, now, it was finally his turn to administer some lessons. Next, the sins of beings were unlimited. Of course, they could only be consumed when on the brink of death. "It was for your own good, to expedite your mastery of chi's application," Vitalis said with a mischievous glint in his eye as he regarded the 7 warriors. Unfortunately, the ingrained habits were hard to change. Even though Vitalis attacked in varying ways, the warriors remained fixated on their vision, failing to discern the direction to learn chi perception. This was something that the future Vegeta excelled at. He deduced Goku's abilities through intuition and actively learned in battle, ultimately mastering them post-conflict. "TSK, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn," Vitalis mused. Observing the 7 warriors with wide eyes, he thought of something amusing. "Watch closely. This is one of the most powerful techniques I have learned." Fearing that they might not pay attention, Vitalis emphasized his words. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Clearly, upon hearing the word technique, the group focused intently on Vitalis, their eyes wide with anticipation. Vitalis spread his hands beside his temples and exclaimed, "Solar Fist!" A blinding light erupted, dazzling all who watched the battle, rendering them momentarily blinded. "Ha!" As he reveled in the chaos caused by their sudden loss of sight, Vitalis couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the warriors. Frantic and desperate to regain their vision, their eyes wide open to the limits, not daring to blink. Thus, the effects have now doubled. Observe, those of you who rely on your sight, once vision is lost. No matter how formidable your combat prowess may be, it becomes utterly futile. Therefore, embrace the essence of energy, Vitalis declared. After a moment of confusion, the 3rd Prince of Vegeta regained his composure, instinctively countering that losing one's sight is indeed troublesome. "Yet I can execute indiscriminate attacks, even obliterate this planet, as long as survival in the universe is impossible. Death is the only outcome." "You are correct. Indiscriminate attacks can prevent enemies from approaching, and the annihilation of a planet serves as leverage in negotiations with adversaries. However, my recent technique is something that hundreds of warriors could achieve. What about you? Are you truly prepared to perish alongside your opponent in such circumstances?" Setting aside the question of worth, many races can survive in the cosmos. As Frieza has demonstrated that I have also mastered the technique of instantaneous movement between planets. Thus your reasoning lacks reliability, and not everyone possesses the capability for mutual destruction. Furthermore, I am currently training you in the application of energy. Rather than allowing you to refute my words and seek out my flaws for the sake of argument. With that, Vitalis swiftly dashed before the blindfolded 3rd Prince of Vegeta, with 2 strikes directed at his eyes. He rendered the 3rd Prince completely blind. Then, with hands pressed together, he struck both of the 3rd Prince's ears, incapacitating his hearing. After this, he created 9 clones, each subjecting the remaining 9 individuals to the same fate. What followed was a one-sided assault by Vitalis, compelling the 7 who had lost their senses to evade his attacks. Chapter 20. The Metamorph Fusion Technique. The Saiyans truly are a warrior race. Although initially caught off guard, with their sight and hearing incapacitated, It was only the pain from a flurry of punches that reminded them they were still alive. After enduring for some time, they transitioned from chaotic flailing to consciously sensing Vitalis' presence and defending against his assaults. In terms of combat, the Saiyans learned swiftly. Previously, they had no concept of this, viewing battles as mere domination or being dominated. And martial arts were solely for the purpose of swiftly vanquishing foes. Their internal energy was deemed sufficient for launching energy blasts, without contemplating the depth of this power, merely pursuing strength relentlessly. Now, with Vitalis illuminating the path and under his brutal tutelage, they successfully learned to perceive and control their energy. Witnessing their progress, Vitalis produced some Senza beans and had his clones feed them to the group. Under the influence of the beans' power, their states were instantly restored. Through training, they managed to suppress their immense energy. Although their restrained energy no longer exerted the same overwhelming pressure it had before their training, they understood the significance of controlling their energy. Frisia had once located the Saiyans' hidden outposts with the aid of a scouter, executing precise strikes. Had they possessed this ability at that time, those warriors would not have perished in vain. These were elite warriors with power levels exceeding 2,000, and upon transformation, their strength soared to 20,000. The third prince of Vegeta felt a pang of nausea at the thought. Such techniques are not inherently difficult, yet regrettably, no one had previously conceived of them. Afterward, I will require your assistance in imparting these techniques to your fellow tribesmen. Henceforth, the Saiyans must master energy. Next, I shall teach you a technique. Having grasped energy, you are now adequately equipped to learn this skill, Vitalis continued, disregarding the excitement of the group. This technique is the Metamoran fusion technique, which allows two individuals to merge into a single powerful warrior through synchronized movements. Yielding a strength greater than the sum of its parts, as usual, I will first demonstrate, and then you shall replicate the movements. Once mastered, you will comprehend the might of this technique, Vitalis stated, as two clones descended onto the ground amidst the group. Before them, the two Vitalis clones executed identical, yet mirror-reversed movements, gradually shifting their steps and swinging their arms, ultimately bending to position their fingertips against one another. Observing the comical display, the group remained unfazed. After all, as long as they could grow stronger, the absurdity of the movements was of little consequence. Each individual present was imbued with a warrior's spirit. The pursuit of strength overshadowed all else. Though only half a day had passed, Vitalis had delivered a series of astonishing revelations, and this moment was the most serious yet. This technique, which Vitalis held in such high regard, commanded their utmost attention. As the dazzling light dissipated, Vitalis remained unchanged, apart from a new outfit, a small vest, white trousers, and a blue belt, the traditional attire of the Metamorans. Perhaps due to the nature of clones, there were no rules against exploiting bugs. The fusion of my clones merely combined their respective powers without yielding a qualitative leap. The dance fusion. During his childhood, Vitalis had been captivated by Gogeta and had diligently studied the movements and key points. But alas, in his past life, he lacked partners to practice with, and this life had only permitted him to train with his clones. Regrettably, when it came to fusion, Vitalis could only summon one clone from the combined strength of two clones. And merging with his original self was akin to reclaiming power, merely a change of attire. Thus, he could not rely on his clones to exploit bugs. You too, with similar builds, come forth and give it a try. Vitalis instructed, pointing at the bald-headed and bearded warrior. Very well, my name is Nama, and this is my companion, Hubba. The bald Saiyan introduced himself while mentioning his partner. First, you both must synchronize your energy. It is imperative to maintain consistency. Vitalis instructed as he observed the time limit for fusion is 30 minutes. Even if nothing is done, the fusion will disband once the time elapses. Conversely, if immense power is exerted, the fusion time will shorten, leading to an earlier disbandment. So you must explore the limits of your strength to avoid faltering in battle. Moreover, after fusion, there will be a cooldown period of 1 hour during which you cannot merge again. It is essential to identify the issues with dance fusion beforehand. Certain matters must be addressed early on. After all, the Saiyans are not only combative but also have a deeply ingrained sense of recklessness. They will not strike decisively until the last moment. Occasionally, they may refrain from recklessness only when they are at a disadvantage or in a dire situation. By the way, the movements and gestures must be identical. Otherwise, not only will you fail to grow stronger, but you may also become weaker. The failure rate of fusion is quite high. Finally, after a considerable time, the two, having adjusted their energies, jumped back a distance and stood side by side. True to their warrior nature, they remembered the movements after a single viewing, and with no sense of shame, their execution was flawless, marking a success. It is worth noting that even Vitalis, despite his affection for this technique, had only dared to practice it alone in secret during his previous life, and had similarly trained discreetly in the hyperbolic time chamber in this life. This time, however, he was determined to forge a powerful Saiyan race. Having deliberated extensively before revealing it, perhaps there would be ridicule, but when the entirety of the Saiyan race masters this technique, it will no longer be seen as comical, instead instilling fear in their enemies. As the light faded, a robust figure clad in a small vest emerged, turning slightly toward the bald warrior. He bore hair and a thick beard, and although his physique had not changed dramatically, his muscles had grown larger. While his energy was well controlled, everyone present could clearly sense the vast difference between this individual and the two who had fused prior. I am neither Nama nor Hubba. You may call me Naba. The voice was a harmonious blend of the two, sounding peculiar, yet possessing a magnetic quality that was, in fact, more pleasing than the sound of a single individual. I am now immensely powerful, young king. Allow me to witness your strength. Is that so? Two warriors with power levels exceeding 59,000 merging, who bestowed upon you the audacity to challenge me. And as for you, Naba, that name is rather odd. Let us refer to you as Mahu instead, Vitalis remarked, suddenly appearing before Mahu. With a swift kick, he sent Mahu flying, then addressed the remaining four. You four, fusion is required. Experience the might of merging. As for Vegeta, with Bardock absent, the others are unfit to fuse with you. First, gather all the inhabitants of planet Vegeta and have them find partners. It must be pairs from now on. This will be our battle mode henceforth. Regardless of the task or destination, we shall operate in pairs. As he spoke, the other two pairs completed their fusion. Vitalis then dragged the three into the fray together. One cannot deny the might of fusion. Indeed, they proved significantly more resilient than before. The third prince of Vegeta observed the three fused warriors, eager to unleash his frustration on Frieza. In comparison, what did the dignity of a king matter? Moreover, the current state of affairs finds him no longer a king. As he contemplated the returning Bardock, Vegeta 3 felt a surge of fervor. The king had previously mentioned that he and Bardock harbored the potential to become Super Saiyans. Should they merge, it was conceivable that they could vanquish Frieza and his progeny. Envisioning this promising future, Vegeta 3 soared towards the royal palace, intent on promoting the concept of fusion, in stark contrast to the fervent atmosphere on planet Vegeta. Frieza, who was hastily approaching, bore a heavy heart. Just moments ago, he had reveled in his newfound mastery over key control and perception, already plotting to boast to Vitalis and instill fear in him. To his dismay, Vitalis had swiftly produced a bomb. The ideas of fusion and the remarkable capabilities demonstrated by those apes led Frieza to contemplate retreat. It had barely been half a day. Was it truly necessary for such intimidation? The notions of Super Saiyan, Senzu beans, and fusion left Frieza feeling overwhelmed. He could only brace himself for the inevitable confrontation, hoping to catch those wretched monkeys off guard. He understood the urgency of eliminating them swiftly. For the longer he delayed, the more dire the consequences would become. A battalion of merged Super Saiyans, attacking head-on. Such an opportunity was rare. Thus, Frieza commenced a regimen of rigorous training. Chapter 21. The cooling of Namex Dragon Balls and the departure of the 9 who would disband their fusion. Vitalis returned to the royal palace. It appeared that the strength derived from fusion was not merely additive. For instance, merging a power of 50,000 with one of 90,000 yielded a battle power of approximately 220,000. Whereas a fusion of 40,000 and 50,000 resulted in only about 110,000. Strikingly, 250s combined to approach 200,000, suggesting that fusion was not a straightforward arithmetic operation. Could the disparities in potential among the fusers be the cause? Or perhaps the relationships among the fusers played a role, much like the old Kaioshin's assessment of Goku and Vegeta's fused warrior. Vegeto, which posited that a complex emotional bond could yield formidable strength. The age-old belief that fusion results in an additive or multiplicative effect was debunked by the recent observations of the 3 fused warriors. indicating that fusion transcended mere combination, enhancing power beyond simple energy amalgamation. However, the nature of this amplification lacked discernible patterns, with current speculation pointing towards the potential of the fusers and their interpersonal dynamics. Nonetheless, Vegeta 3 had already set in motion the dissemination of ki and fusion techniques among the warriors on planet Vegeta, anticipating a wealth of data to analyze in due course. Truly, only a race like the Saiyans could endure a transition of kingship without chaos or disruption. Aspiring to the throne was permissible, but one must defeat the reigning king to claim it. Forming alliances to oust the king would garner no support, and while one might seek external aid for assassination, it would inevitably provoke the wrath of all Saiyans. To triumph in single combat against the king would earn universal recognition, as no Saiyan would disregard the king's commands or resist his authority. Of course, the nature of the task mattered. If one were to command the Saiyans to commit collective suicide, they would undoubtedly refuse. Yet, commanding them to charge at Frisia, no one would falter, even if they understood the futility of such an endeavor. Saiyans could perish, but only upon the battlefield. Vitalis had firmly established his claim to the throne, and as long as he maintained his superiority, the Saiyans would remain steadfast in their allegiance. This was precisely why Vitalis aspired to be the king of the Saiyans. In contrast to the political intrigues of earthly monarchies, which were rife with deceit and duplicity, the Saiyans were united under the leadership of their king. In a sense, the Saiyans were quite endearing. They were not only loyal but also brimming with untapped potential. Thousands of lower-tier warriors, while perhaps not comparable to Goku, could still achieve a fraction of his prowess, eliciting smiles even in Vitalis' dreams. Reflecting on these thoughts, Vitalis summoned Vegeta 3 and the 9 mid-tier warriors. He proceeded to abolish the existing hierarchy of warriors. Henceforth, Saiyans would no longer be categorized by their birth power levels. From now on, all would be deemed lower-tier warriors, with only those who mastered the Super Saiyan transformation eligible for elevation to mid-tier status. Upper-tier warriors must attain the divine essence of the Super Saiyan God. This would be the new classification of Saiyan ranks. In military matters, positions such as Marshal, General, and Legion Commander would be instituted, with 2 individuals forming a unit, 9 units constituting a squad, 9 squads forming a battalion, and 9 battalions creating a regiment. The foundational focus was on fusion for task allocation, with daily operations led by squads, while combat situations would see the formation of battle regiments, with mid-tier and battalion leaders appointed on the spot. Each general would command a maximum of 10 regiments, while a marshal could oversee 100. Vitalis had no intention of establishing a standing army, as every Saiyan was a warrior by nature. Given a brief period of development, achieving a collective power to obliterate planets would not be a mere fantasy. With pairs merging, they posed a threat to anyone below Frisia's level. Vitalis' cautious approach prioritized squad-based strategies. The establishment of legion commanders, generals, and marshals, without assigning them standing armies, was a strategic choice, as such forces were generally unnecessary. However, to prepare for unforeseen crises, they were granted the authority to assemble battle regiments. Unlike the previous disarray, where Saiyans were akin to scattered sand, their loyalty would now coalesce under the leadership of the king. Vitalis would confer the title of Marshal upon Bardock, ensuring that if Bardock held such authority, the Saiyans would not question it, but would instead obey his commands in battle. While the outcome would remain unchanged, it was preferable to having Bardock forced to single-handedly bear the brunt of opposition. The concept of the Super Saiyan God, several among them were already restless. Just as they had begun to grasp the notion of Super Saiyans, another tier emerged, were it not for Vitalis' royal status. Inquiries would have erupted long ago. Yet, in contrast to the others, Vegeta 3 seemed to possess deeper knowledge, his brow furrowed at the mention of the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta, do you know something? Vitalis inquired. Curiosity piqued, considering Vegeta 3's lineage and potential insights from his grandfather's escape from their homeland. Indeed, my king, Vegeta replied cautiously. Long ago, it is said that we Saiyans were immensely powerful until a rebellion unfolded. There was a child, rumored to be the legendary Super Saiyan, whose power surged uncontrollably, slaughtering countless in despair. Our ancestors performed a mysterious ritual, giving rise to a formidable warrior known as the Super Saiyan God. Regrettably, this warrior perished after confronting the legendary Super Saiyan. Thus, the tales of the Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God became legends, marking the decline of our people. It was not until a millennium ago that an unnamed Super Saiyan traversed the cosmos, leaving behind tales that rekindled our belief in the existence of Super Saiyans. While the Super Saiyan God appeared only once, the authenticity of which remains unverified, did Vegeta 3 reveal what he knew with trepidation. Indeed, I possess knowledge of the Super Saiyan God ritual, but we currently lack the means to perform it, he confessed. Vitalis was taken aback by Vegeta 3's extensive knowledge. The last appearance of the Super Saiyan God had indeed ended in exhaustion after a legendary battle. Yet contemplating Broly made it all fall into place. The Super Saiyan God was still a distant goal. For now, they must focus on the present and not get ahead of themselves, Vitalis advised. He had no intention of concealing the existence of the Super Saiyan God from the others, as revealing it could effectively motivate them. Vegeta, I appoint you and Bardock as marshals that I trust that during my absence. You will manage the kingdom well. As for the 9 of you, you will temporarily serve as Legion commanders. If this arrangement proves unsuitable, I shall make adjustments later. Let us proceed with this model for now and rectify any issues that arise. With 8 marshals, 39 generals, and 72 Legion commanders, the structure was nearly complete. The remainder would be finalized following the coronation ceremony. Vitalis contemplated a few memorable numbers that I must retrieve an item and will be away for a few days. Vegeta, you are responsible for managing the kingdom. The dissemination of ki and fusion techniques is paramount. Upon my return, there shall be a surprise, Vitalis stated, leaving no room for Vegeta's response. He vanished from the throne. He intended to journey to Earth to retrieve the Dragon Balls from Namek, as the cooling period was nearing its end, and the time for the Saiyans' remarkable power surge had arrived. Simultaneously, Dodoria and Lubiixing, the planets closest to Vegeta, were to be contacted. He would hurry there himself and replenish supplies while ensuring they were prepared for an immediate departure to planet Vegeta. After briefly briefing Frieza, he hastily departed from the spaceship. Time was of the essence. After all, it had not even been a full day since the emergence of the Super Saiyan God, unlike the ordinary Super Saiyan, which had a fundamental power requirement and a barrier. The legends foretold that at least 3 Super Saiyans would arise within a year. Now, what was this new concept of the Super Saiyan God? It was something that could potentially defeat the Super Saiyans, merely requiring a ritual to summon it. But the necessary conditions were currently lacking. After expressing this concern, Vitalis disappeared without a trace, leaving Frieza in a state of urgency. What if he was preparing for the ritual? If they arrived tardily, it would be a disaster. He believed that should he and his allies fall, these wretched monkeys would surely revel in their demise. This included Cooled and Gula, who also took to the skies, relying on their ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Time was of the essence. Their father or grandfather had indeed perished at the hands of a Saiyan. According to the legend left by that individual, it was a Super Saiyan. The presence of several Super Saiyans was not a source of fear, as they had surpassed their ancestor, but when it came to the divine, especially one dubbed the Super Saiyan God, who wouldn't be alarmed. They needed to eliminate these wild monkeys swiftly to find peace. Otherwise, who could predict what new threats would emerge in the coming days? Chapter 22. The cooling of the Namekian Dragon Balls. Vitalis materialized at the Earth Temple. He was spotted by Bobo, who was watering the flowers. You left less than a day ago. Have you forgotten something? Mister, Bobo inquired. No. I have successfully inherited the throne and will remain here for a few days until the Namekian Dragon Balls cool down, after which I will return, Vitalis explained. Upon hearing this, Bobo turned back to continue watering. It was as if nothing had changed. He had returned before the atmosphere had a chance to settle. There was no room for sadness, nor could he muster any joy. It was as if this fellow had never left at all. By the way, Mr. Bobo, could you possibly take care of a child for me? This one is a bit troublesome, and I hope you can help train his mindset. Vitalis thought of Broly, who had already been born. Had he delayed his return any longer, the child would have been exiled. Vitalis planned to bring Broly over for Mr. Bobo to teach for a while, and once he was sufficiently trained, he would then take him to Master Roshi for further instruction. Believing this to be far superior to being raised on a desolate planet under only Paragus' guidance. While Paragus might possess greater raw combat prowess than Mr. Bobo and Master Roshi, his martial arts understanding was lacking. After all, Saiyans were warriors, not martial artists. Vitalis eagerly anticipated the enhanced growth of Broly, who was also his most promising fusion partner, currently the most likely to transform. However, there lingered a slight fear within him of failing to transform during battle and facing dire consequences. Once fused, the warrior would surely find transformation easier, and with prior experience, Vitalis was confident in achieving transformation within a short span. In truth, Vitalis intended to experiment with the Super Saiyan God ritual. Yet he feared the potential for uncontrollable outcomes if a person of peace could become a Super Saiyan God through the ritual. What of those with malevolent hearts? A Super Saiyan demon, an evil Super Saiyan God. The probability was high. A heart of peace was a manifestation of willpower, a plea for tranquility, born from the desire to quell rebellion. But what of pure evil? Was it not also a form of willpower? Especially among the current Saiyans, who engaged in arson, plunder, and every conceivable atrocity, aware of their wickedness yet indifferent, relishing the thrill of battle while executing their missions as for righteousness and wickedness, such concepts held little significance for them. Frisia's forces provided them with a stage for combat, and while they completed tasks for Frisia, they accrued wealth in the process. A veritable windfall. As for the lives lost along the way, no Saiyan cared for the sentiments of the vanquished, particularly those who had perished. Firstly, there was uncertainty whether the Super Saiyan God required a foundational power level, and secondly, Vitalis lacked the confidence to suppress the Super Saiyan God at this time. Of course, Vitalis could also become the one to transform into the Super Saiyan God, but he hesitated. What if he were brainwashed by the prevailing Saiyan ideology during the ritual, while some Saiyans were not warriors? Dedicated to research and logistics, their mindsets were largely homogeneous. Though he had never encountered the peculiar Saiyans Bardock and Jine, they were merely two individuals, and their eldest son evidently did not inherit their will. Thus, Vitalis resolved to have Broly train in the hyperbolic time chamber for a few years. Once they had grown closer in stature, he would take him to a desolate planet to conduct the ritual. If the Super Saiyan God proved controllable, it would be a joyous occasion, perhaps ushering in an era of divinity for the Saiyans. If not, the fusion of the two warriors would lead to a cataclysm until the Saiyan mindset was rectified. Allowing for the widespread acceptance of the Super Saiyan God, Mr. Bobo inquired with the Supreme Kai, who consented, having been briefly informed by Vitalis of the existence and potential dangers of this extraordinary phenomenon. The Supreme Kai felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing it. It was clearly not something that could be contained by the current sealing techniques. The Supreme Kai urged Bobo to instruct diligently. Trusting in Bobo's calm demeanor, he believed that after Bobo's guidance, that troublesome individual would attain a mindset as tranquil as still water, thus resolving a significant issue for the universe. Furthermore, having benefited from the Saiyans, he anticipated future advantages. The Supreme Kai visited the afterlife, inquiring about his homeland and the Saiyans. While some had heard of his homeland, Namek, it was only in the context of a beautiful myth involving the Dragon Balls. In contrast, the Saiyans were notorious for their role as villains in tales of evil invasions, recognized by nearly everyone that a substantial number of lives lost each day were a result of the Saiyans' actions. One planet at a time. Upon initially learning of the Saiyans, the Supreme Kai had felt regret, wishing he could return immediately to seal Vitalis away. However, he soon realized that the Vitalis he had encountered was not inherently malevolent. Though he occasionally exhibited peculiar behaviors, the Supreme Kai observed that such displays were often deemed cringe. Furthermore, Vitalis maintained respect for those he encountered, individuals of high moral standing, never belittling others due to his own power. Even possessing the strength to seize, he preferred to acquire through exchange, reciprocating to those who offered without expectation. Thus, the Supreme Kai resigned himself to allow Vitalis to develop freely. He had already reported to the King Kai, who gravely acknowledged the need for monitoring both Vitalis and the Saiyans. With leadership assuming responsibility, the Supreme Kai felt a sense of relief. It mattered not if it was merely Broly, even if all Saiyans were summoned. The Supreme Kai remained unfazed. After all, the King Kai was a significant figure, a direct superior to the various planetary deities, with only 4 such beings overseeing the universe. Should an uncontrollable crisis arise, they would mobilize personnel to suppress it. The previous Saiyans had merely slaughtered life on planets, provoking the gods' ire, yet their actions had remained within the balance of the universe, hence no one had intervened. However, now that Vitalis had acquired knowledge on Earth, the Saiyans' power would undoubtedly escalate, and with the Dragon Balls, a wish-granting mechanism, he might disrupt this equilibrium, prompting the King Kai's serious concern. unaware that he was under the scrutiny of many. Vitalis instantaneously transported back to planet Vegeta, requesting to be taken to the nursery. The Saiyan nursery was divided into two modules, one for combatants and another for non-combatants. The non-combatants constituted a small portion, including various scientific and logistical personnel. Witnessing the technological prowess, Prince Vegeta too selected a portion of those unsuitable for battle, hoping to allow them to procreate across generations, aspiring to empower the Saiyans with technological mastery. Unfortunately, this so-called scientific personnel merely utilized others' technologies. The prospect of them mastering and developing their own remained a distant dream. Thus, allowing the descendants of this group to partake in scientific research may lead, perhaps after several generations and through the inheritance of bloodlines, to the emergence of an exceptional scientist among them. Aside from this select group of unique talents, the remainder consists solely of warriors. Their progeny face a harsher reality, for only those who attain a combat rating of intermediate warrior or higher are permitted to remain. Lower-ranked warriors are exiled until they fulfill their combat missions, at which point they may return to the clan. This, coupled with a reproductive and developmental period akin to that of Earthlings, and the Saiyans' longer lifespan and extended youthful phase, explains why their population is significantly smaller than that of Earth. Presently, with over 90,000 individuals, most are of advanced age, and the number of infants who survive each year is exceedingly low. Despite not having faced complete annihilation, one can only marvel at the undeniable strength of Saiyan genetics. Upon locating the person in charge, I expressed the intent to find Paragus' son, and soon I was escorted to a standard incubation chamber. Your Majesty, we are also deliberating whether to send Broly to the elite training facility. Broly was born with a combat power of 10,000. He may indeed be the fabled Super Saiyan destined to lead our kind to greatness. However, Broly's combat power is exceedingly unstable, at times surpassing 10,000, resulting in the damage of numerous instruments that fail to measure his strength. After all, the equipment designed to assess infant combat power is not equipped for high-level readings. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such an anomaly as Broly? Very well, I understand. Bring Broly out. I shall take him for specialized training. By the way, where is Paragus? Vitalis interrupted the lengthy discourse of the individual in charge, fully aware of their intentions. Regrettably, Saiyans, whether researchers or warriors, exhibit brilliance only in battle, seldom engaging their intellect otherwise. Should another take the throne, Broly's fate would be sealed. In Dragon Ball Super, the encounter between Broly and King Vegeta was relatively benign. Mere exile awaited him. However, in the case of Broly under the ownership of the boss, it merely attested to his formidable vitality, having escaped death. Had these researchers exercised even a modicum of foresight, Broly's life trajectory might have been markedly different. But alas, the current king is he. Your Majesty, Paragus is on his way back. Came the response. Is that so? Please convey my regards. I shall not wait for him. As I gazed at the open chamber, releasing the incubation fluid, Vitalis lifted Broly, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Broly was adorned in a tiger-striped infant outfit, complete with a cap. I instructed the researchers to procure instruments for a photograph. And then we returned to the temple on Earth. The Guardian expressed awe at Broly's might and instructed Bobo to take Broly to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. This was Vitalis' request. He urgently needed strength and thus resorted to accelerating Broly's growth. Time flew by, and after 9 days of Broly's training, the cooldown for the Namekian Dragon Balls had concluded. The time difference proved advantageous, as 1 year on Namek equated to merely 130 days on Earth. Chapter 23. The Mighty Broly, a wish reiterated. Utilizing the temporal markers previously established, Vitalis arrived within the hyperbolic time chamber. There, he beheld the young Broly seated in meditation, his aura completely contained, signifying his formidable mental fortitude. Over the years, Broly had been educated by Bobo in various languages of different races, and upon gaining awareness, he commenced mastering the control of ki and meditation, dedicating only a fraction of his time to physical training and combat techniques. Broly's learning capabilities were astonishing. He could replicate nearly all techniques he had witnessed, often surpassing the original in efficacy when countering adversaries. Consequently, Bobo guided Broly in emotional regulation, even encouraging him to substitute sleep with meditation. Although Broly's meditative practices did not involve the cultivation of power, His strength continued to grow inexorably in his ordinary state. Broly could manage his emotions effectively, no longer prone to impulsive rage. However, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, control became elusive. Indeed, Broly had mastered the transformation technique. During a reckless moment, Vitalis had urged Broly to concentrate his energy at his back, resulting in a successful transformation. Initially, Broly could maintain control, yet before Vitalis could conduct a thorough examination, Broly entered the legendary Super Saiyan state. Fortunately, Vitalis was quick-witted enough to teleport away with Bobo, and it seemed time for reconsideration of their approach. Fortunately, Broly was still young and had yet to tap into the power capable of tearing through dimensional barriers, merely causing considerable damage to the environment within the time chamber. After this incident, Vitalis refrained from further reckless experimentation. He also imparted various instant transmission techniques to Broly, planning to return and inquire about Frieza's whereabouts. Intending to deliver Broly as a surprise, unleashing him in the heart of the enemy's domain, unfazed by the potential for madness. Both Vitalis and Broly shared a yearning for a cathartic battle. However, Vitalis truly dared not engage Broly in combat at present. Their relationship was amicable. Under Bobo's tutelage, Broly exhibited traits akin to Earthlings, curiosity and admiration for his unseen father, and a deep reliance on Vitalis due to his introverted nature. Thus, Vitalis felt reassured regarding Broly's character, having secured a means to suppress the Super Saiyan God transformation. The next step necessitated a method to contain Broly's burgeoning power. The Super Saiyan God ritual could be tested at an opportune moment. Broly himself showed no fear, yet the rampaging Broly was undeniably impressive and formidable, displaying a complete disregard for familial ties. Observing him on a screen was one thing. Encountering him in reality necessitated a considerable distance for safety. Therefore, a means to suppress Broly's power was imperative. Broly himself hesitated to unleash his full strength, making control a distant prospect. Thus, whether assisting Broly or preventing his rampage, power was essential. Ordinary Super Saiyan capabilities were woefully insufficient to match Broly's prowess. Thankfully, the process of creating a Super Saiyan God was straightforward. A ritual would suffice. Even if the current deities were not as potent as the ancient Kaioshin, a collective of Super Saiyan gods would certainly be able to subdue Broly. Broly, come. I shall show you the dragon Shinron. Let us make a few wishes and then return home, Vitalis urged, suppressing his thoughts as he awakened the meditating Broly. Very well, Broly replied. Originally, he referred to Vitalis as brother, but at Vitalis's insistence, he had changed it. Being addressed by name was a delightful experience in the original narrative. The mere utterance of Kakarot by Broly ignited fervor, complemented by a fitting soundtrack that instantly elevated the atmosphere, engaging key to establish a connection. Vitalis instantaneously transported them beyond the temple. Utilizing magic, he transferred the restored and radiant Namekian Dragon Balls from within the temple to the ground before them. In the Namekian tongue, he called out, "Come forth, Shinron, and grant my wishes." Vitalis and Bobo had mastered this foreign language, enriching their knowledge and avoiding inconvenience to others. With a flourish, Shinron appeared. "State your wishes," he declared, recognizing an old acquaintance, and with the impending regularity of their encounters. The Eternal Dragon offered no unnecessary dialogue. Incorporate a hyperbolic time chamber on planet Vegeta, with the entrance located deep within the royal palace. This comprises 2 wishes. Are you certain? Curse you, cunning dragon, not allowing me even the slightest loophole. No, I demand the entrance to be constructed at my discretion, allowing for the creation of magical passages at will. I cannot indulge this dragon's whims. As you wish, the entrance shall be placed above the royal palace. You are not targeting me. Are you certain there is no underlying resentment? Vitalis gazed at Shinron with exasperation. My second wish is for the hyperbolic time chamber on planet Vegeta to allow for adjustable gravity. My third wish is for the area of the hyperbolic time chamber on planet Vegeta to expand to its utmost limits. Vitalis articulated his desires directly, since no loopholes could be exploited. He saw no reason to hesitate. As you wish. Shinron's eyes glimmered. Your wishes have been granted. With that, Shinron faded, and the Dragon Balls reverted to their stone forms. Throughout this process, the Guardian remained absent, with Bobo accompanying him. Vitalis chose not to intrude upon their interaction, returning with Broly to planet Vegeta. This time, there were no farewells, and only a few days had passed. Those acquaintances were unaware of his return to Earth, primarily because Vitalis had not anticipated such smooth progress, departing on one day and returning the next, leaving others to believe he was merely toying with them at a futile waste of emotions. Upon returning to the palace, Vitalis and Broly were greeted by the faint sounds emanating from outside. Upon closer inspection, it was merely a cacophony of curious inquiries. Vitalis led Broly out of the grand hall, where they observed numerous Saiyans pointing at a door that stood suspended in the air. This portal, akin to the one in the Earth's temple, was distinguished solely by its lack of walls, remaining the same when viewed from behind. "My king, you have returned," sensed Vegeta 3 as he approached. Recognizing Vitalis' aura, the door had recently materialized above the palace, and according to those who had discovered it, it had appeared quite suddenly. Fearing treachery, they had refrained from taking immediate action, instead summoning researchers equipped with instruments. Vitalis gazed at the door as Vegeta 3 began to elucidate. This door was conjured through a wish made with the Dragon Balls, known as the hyperbolic time chamber. "This is Broly. I presume you have conducted your inquiries regarding my age. If you investigate Broly, you will find that he was but an infant 9 days prior." Vitalis explained directly. The hyperbolic time chamber exists in a separate dimension where time flows differently. 1 day outside equates to a year within. The internal environment is harsh, compounded by gravitational adjustments, rendering it an exceptional training ground. He divulged the entirety of the information regarding the chamber, for it was primarily intended for these individuals. There was no need for concealment. Upon hearing this, Vegeta 3's eyes sparkled with understanding, connecting the dots. The truth was undeniable. Vitalis had attained his formidable strength through the use of Senzu beans and the hyperbolic time chamber. After casting a deep glance at Vitalis, Vegeta 3 truly acknowledged him as their king. Such magnanimity was beyond his reach. He resolved that when the time came to reclaim the throne, he would spare Vitalis' life. Although Vitalis was currently stronger, he now understood the secrets behind his power and, confident in his royal lineage, believed he could surpass Vitalis in the future. Meanwhile, Frieza and his son, exerting themselves in flight, received notifications from their subordinates regarding the hyperbolic time chamber. "Damn that wretched monkey," Frieza seethed. He had recently arrived at Planet Rubbing, where he encountered Kurd and Gula on the way, and the two merged to continue their journey. After regrouping at Planet Rubbing, they would assault Planet Vegeta. Their frustration mounted as they realized that after a brief respite, such a formidable artifact had emerged. Time was no longer on their side. They were compelled to act swiftly. Chapter 24. Captain of the Royal Guard, Broly. After a brief exploration of the hyperbolic time chamber, it was evident that its expanse exceeded that of the Earth's. While the Earth's chamber possessed vast dimensions, it was still too confined for a race like the Saiyans, accommodating only a handful of individuals at a time. Now, expanded to its utmost limits by the Namekian dragon, the space was conservatively estimated to be several times the size of a solar system. Vitalis had no interest in measuring its exact dimensions. It sufficed that it could accommodate the entire Saiyan race for training. With over 90,000 people, even if their numbers multiplied several times, it would still be adequate. Should it prove insufficient, they could always seek the Super Dragon. Conducting a simple experiment, Vitalis discovered that the chamber could be divided into areas with adjustable gravity, far superior to his initial assumptions of uniform gravity throughout. Starting from the entrance as a central point, the gravity would increase tenfold beyond that of Planet Vegeta, escalating every 100,000 meters. Henceforth, this would become the Saiyans' primary training ground. Vitalis intended to summon the Saiyans for mandatory meditation. While he did not expect everyone to change their nature entirely, he aimed to at least eradicate their bloodlust, returning them to their essence as pure warriors, instilling in them the understanding that a thirst for battle and a thirst for blood were distinctly different concepts. His primary concern was the potential recklessness of these individuals. Now armed with immense power, provoking beings they ought not to offend, such as the gods of destruction. The gods of destruction from this universe occasionally roamed about, but those from other universes were equally unpredictable. Additionally, there were numerous perilous ancient entities. While they may overlook minor altercations, they would not disregard the burgeoning power of the science. The confrontation with an unknown monstrosity could draw the attention of even higher beings. A risk not worth taking. Thus, the mastery of chi manipulation and fusion became the foundation for the Saiyan self-preservation, making meditation a necessary measure for controlling their thoughts. Meditation would calm the mind, enhance spiritual cultivation, and offer numerous benefits if all else failed. The current generation of Saiyans could simply be restrained, serving as breeding tools to correct the next generation. The strength of an individual represents merely the strength of an era. True strength lies in the might of a collective, to be the strongest among the strongest race. Vitalis desired both power and influence, returning to the palace with the assembled individuals, in addition to the previous 7. 3 former mid-tier warriors rejoined them, one of whom was Broly's father. Although this character was quite detestable in the original narrative, he was nonetheless Broly's father, and given that there was currently no animosity between them, there was no intention of hostility. Paragus, like the other former mid-tier warriors, you will serve as a brigade leader, with the authority to form battle groups in times of war, Vitalis stated, casting a glance at the still youthful father. My king, it is an honor, Paragus replied. Kneeling on one knee, it must be acknowledged that Paragus was among the few who possessed a modicum of intellect, yet the original storyline took a misguided turn. Otherwise, given Broly's feelings toward him, there would have been no need for a control device. Rise. Broly shall henceforth be my captain of the royal guard. Additionally, select 12 warriors to join my guard, under your command. Vitalis commanded. Upon hearing Vitalis's decree, Broly approached the throne and knelt as his father had done. My king, I am deeply honored and wish to serve as your vanguard. Observing Broly mimic his father's actions, Vitalis found it amusing that the dawn of humanity. One is inherently good. A change in path can lead to divergent life experiences. AS is most formidable enforcer. Vitalis resolved that with Broly at his side, he would be the happiest Broly across all dimensions, unlike the others who were destined for tragedy. Enough, Broly. Rise and stand beside me. There is no need for formalities. You are my most important ally. He patted Broly on the shoulder. Broly, he continued, do not be deceived by his youth. Collectively, you are no match for him. He is a legendary warrior, a once-in-a-millennium Saiyan, a Super Saiyan, Vitalis explained to the assembly. Despite being of the same race, the others did not underestimate Broly, for he was favored by the king and was likely to be his fusion partner, and no one dared to belittle Broly. Though it was inevitable that he might be unwittingly provoked in the future, Paragus, even among mid-tier warriors, was at the bottom of the hierarchy, and with his advanced age, he would inevitably face ridicule from his peers. Moreover, being a race of battle-hungry warriors, many would likely challenge the new captain of the royal guard, for within the Saiyan ranks, positions were determined by merit. Those who excelled rose, while the defeated fell. For the sake of these individuals and his own safety, Vitalis deemed it prudent not to conceal Broly's identity. Although he himself could not yet transform into a Super Saiyan, the disparity between him and Broly was vast. The revelation of Broly's transformative abilities would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Saiyan race that would not be surprising if some proposed Broly for kingship, thus temporarily concealing Broly's ability to transform and awaiting Vitalis's own success before announcing it seemed the wisest course. However, the mere thought of such concealment made Vitalis uneasy. The warrior spirit coursing through his veins forbade him from retreating. Moreover, despite Broly's reticent demeanor, Vitalis sensed the bond they shared. After all, it was he and Bobo who had accompanied Broly's growth within the hyperbolic time chamber. Thus, Vitalis felt assured in Broly's capabilities. Indeed, a Super Saiyan like Broly emerges from his bloodline once every millennium, a true legendary warrior. Unlike the ordinary Super Saiyans, who can amplify their base power by 50 times. A legendary Super Saiyan has no upper limit. However, the drawback is that Broly currently struggles to control this immense power. Transforming into a legendary Super Saiyan will lead to uncontrollable rage. Therefore, we must caution others to avoid provoking him. Vitalis warned. Vegeta, ensure that sufficient personnel remain on planet Vegeta while the rest enter the hyperbolic time chamber. You have half an hour. After that, I shall impart a technique to cultivate the mind. Vitalis instructed. He had initially intended for the entire race to enter, but the presence of Frisia's forces on planet Vegeta complicated matters. Some of these individuals were technologically adept, and their elimination would be regrettable, while allowing them to escape would pose a significant risk. Consequently, for the time being, dedicated personnel were assigned to oversee them. Neither Vegeta 3 nor Vitalis had made any deliberate moves against these individuals. After all, their advanced technology would be necessary for future operations. Once Frisia was defeated, those individuals would belong to them. There is no need for excessive actions, Wong. Except for the necessary personnel, the remaining 400,000 individuals have all entered the hyperbolic time chamber. By the time Vitalis arrives, a considerable amount of time has already passed for those who entered early. Some have even conquered 30 times the gravity and are training in the 30 times gravity zone. Vitalis can easily discern the general situation with a mere glance, thanks to the immense combat strength that accompanies their mental prowess. Wong, should we summon everyone for a briefing? Vegeta inquired upon seeing Vitalis standing at the entrance. After all, he relished the feeling of addressing others in such circumstances during his reign as king. There's no need for that. Just gather the Legion commanders. I will leave it to you to instruct everyone to let Vitalis speak. I have witnessed many grandiloquent speeches in my past life, but articulating them is another matter altogether. He imparted 2 meditation techniques, one aimed at honing mental fortitude, and the other enabling combat on a mental plane. Together, these methods are ideally suited for the Saiyans. Coupled with the gravity training for their physical bodies, this is the most suitable training regimen for Saiyans that Vitalis could conceive. After all, he is a fusion of the life, energy, and mental strength contained within the body, serving as the foundation of the Dragon Ball universe, with both elements capable of promoting the growth of ki. After instructing Vegeta to ensure everyone meditates for no less than 3 hours daily, he handed over a bag of senzu beans for him to distribute among the masses. Pure meditation may appear tedious for the Saiyans. Although they would not openly rebel, prolonged monotony could drive them to madness. Thus, combat is inevitable, and with the addition of senzu beans, they can fight to their heart's content without the fear of death. For the Saiyans, this place is akin to paradise. After arranging a few matters, Vitalis took Broly into the outside world. Broly feared that his power might surge again with the passage of time, while Vitalis found himself at a bottleneck, feeling that remaining idle was of no consequence. Vitalis's current battle power stood at over 2.4 million, and relying solely on traditional training and near-death experiences had become insufficient for further enhancement. While there were still some effects, the increments were minuscule given Vitalis's current capacity. Aside from his state of mind, he could not identify any other areas of deficiency. The training environment and resources were far more opulent than those available to any warrior in the original narrative. And age was no excuse, as Gohan had been capable of defeating him single-handedly at this age. Vitalis resolved to push himself further, no longer waiting until he was fully prepared to crush his enemies, but instead intending to challenge Frieza. Contemplating the matter, with his battle power at 2.4 million, he believed he could easily handle Frieza's earlier forms without peril if things went smoothly and he transformed. Achieving around 120 million in battle power, he would at least be able to hold his ground against Frieza. If he found himself outmatched, he could rely on Broly. He then thought of Broly again. Realizing that with every gain, there came a loss, Broly's presence had led him to become complacent, as he initially intended to lead the Saiyans into war after a year. The emergence of Broly had derailed that plan, and he had just considered taking Broly along to spar with Frieza. All of this was predicated on the assurance of support. Vitalis was acutely aware that he lacked the so-called heart of a true warrior. Yet changing that mindset proved to be exceedingly difficult. The memories of his past life served as both an advantage and a shackle. Although his current life was much improved, having spent his previous existence collecting methods for weight loss and exercise without ever implementing them, he had finally resolved to undertake a significant period of training in this life. However, when it came to making the firm decision to engage in a serious battle, he still felt a twinge of apprehension. Meanwhile, Frieza inquired, "How much longer until your arrival? My father and I have tested the fusion technique. It is indeed powerful. Although it lasts only half an hour, requiring a 1-hour interval afterward, the power unleashed during that half hour is astonishing and significantly accelerates our speed. In 10 days, we will reach planet Vegeta." Frieza and his father were engaged in communication. Guldo and Cooled were out expanding their territory, thus situated in a distant galaxy, under pressure from the Saiyans. The two hastily regrouped to practice fusion. The power gained from their successful fusion brought them joy, but they also sensed a greater terror, as they were determined to swiftly eradicate the Saiyans. At full speed. It will take me 2 days to arrive. To avoid being detected, I will switch to a spaceship at Lubenstar en route to planet Vegeta, which will take 4 days to reach. I plan to train for a few days at Lubenstar. In 10 days, we shall exterminate this pack of monkeys. What lay ahead was the Saiyans of 10 years hence. who had mastered the transformations of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. Along with that so-called legendary warrior, a troublesome little brat, Frieza gritted his teeth. The main concern was that the techniques they had secretly learned were indeed genuine, further corroborating the truths behind their claims. The battle-hardened Saiyans, though lacking in high-end combat strength compared to them, were far more fearsome than other cosmic races. Not one of them possessed a battle power lower than 1,000 upon adulthood, with many boasting mid-range powers of 4,000 to 5,000, and some even nearing 10,000, and upon transforming into their great ape forms, their strength would multiply tenfold. Even Frieza's strongest subordinate, Jinyu, dared not venture alone to planet Vegeta. Only in Frieza's presence did he feel emboldened to flaunt his power and show disdain for King Vegeta. Without Frieza and his father, the so-called Cooled Army and Frieza Force collectively lacked the strength of the Saiyans. Now, that new king had thoroughly defeated King Vegeta III and his subordinates, consuming a Senzu bean, resulting in an average battle power of 59,000, with King Vegeta himself boasting an astonishing battle power of 100,000. Meanwhile, that new king brat had a battle power of over 2 million, despite being merely a low-level warrior. How could this situation continue? Initially, the three were unperturbed, leisurely observing the gradual unfolding of events on planet Vegeta while secretly learning a thing or two. However, the more they learned, the more their anxiety escalated. The Senzu beans, the Saiyans' passive abilities, fusion, the hyperbolic time chamber, Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan God. These developments left them with little choice but to brace themselves for impending doom. Chapter 25. An unexpected arrival. Frieza descends on this day. Vitalis was outdoors barbecuing with Broly, whose golden hair fluttered in the wind, complemented by golden eyebrows and light green eyes. This was part of Vitalis' efforts to help Broly better harness his power as he embarked on a full-power Super Saiyan training regimen. Indulging in food, revelry, and meditation allowed Broly to maintain this state. After several days of training, Broly's aura had calmed, no longer wild, and he would not recklessly transform into a Super Saiyan. The so-called transformation into Super Saiyan, as per the original setting, was simply referred to as Transcendent Super Saiyan by Vitalis, as he could not recall the exact term in English and had grown accustomed to his own nomenclature. Vegeta had mentioned that this was the most primal Saiyan form, while some claimed it was a Super Saiyan form born from Broly's primal ape power reaching its zenith. However, Vitalis preferred to refer to it simply as Transcendent Super Saiyan, not pondering too deeply on the latter explanation, though it bore some resemblance to the Super Saiyan 4 from GT. He intended to eventually test it himself to see whether he could transform into a Transcendent Super Saiyan like Broly or into Super Saiyan 4. Yet, the prerequisite was mastering the transformation into Super Saiyan. Whether one transformed into a great ape first or became a Super Saiyan before transforming into a great ape remained an open question. As Vitalis envisioned the future, he suddenly sensed a nefarious aura. Though not particularly powerful, the malevolent energy was unlike anything he had encountered before. During this period, several Saiyans had returned from their missions, with some freshly back from assignments, their overwhelming killing intent making Vitalis feel uneasy. However, compared to this malevolent force, their presence was insignificant. Even though he detected no threatening powers, the absence of such only heightened the sense of danger. A being exuding such an evil aura could not possibly be weak. Vitalis mentally reviewed all the strong individuals he knew but could not fathom who would arrive on planet Vegeta at this time. Beerus might come, but he could not possibly possess this malevolent aura, nor could a divine being's realm be sensed by mortals. Furthermore, this individual seemed adept at controlling their power, exhibiting no signs of leakage. It was merely this ingrained malevolence that Vitalis was able to perceive. This was still during his attempts to learn the spirit bomb technique. He had been attuning himself to the natural energy of the universe, which allowed him to notice this sinister aura. Focusing intently, Vitalis gazed as a saucer-shaped spaceship slowly approached planet Vegeta, hovering near the atmosphere. The ship's hatch opened, and countless figures emerged, swirling around the vessel in an array of bizarre shapes and sizes. Finally, the hatch at the top of the ship opened, and out floated something resembling a baby carriage. Upon seeing the figure seated within, Vitalis rubbed his eyes vigorously. When he looked again, nothing had changed. It was Frieza. And in his final form, no less. Could it be that Frieza had yet to suppress his power through transformation at this moment? Vitalis pondered. Damn it, he couldn't sense his power. Was Frieza capable of controlling his ki? Vitalis sensed that matters were far from simple. There was a degree of trouble. Frieza's power was conservatively estimated at 120 million, while the mightiest Broly currently possessed a base combat strength exceeding 1.8 million. And even in his Super Saiyan form, he only reached just over 90 million. It was anticipated that in his transformed state, he could momentarily catch up to and surpass Frieza. However, there was the concern that Frieza might discover Broly growing stronger with each exchange, denying him the opportunity to evolve. Upon realizing Frieza's presence, Vitalis began to contemplate the strengths of both factions. Although Broly's power increased incrementally with each battle, it was a modest enhancement. After all, in the original narrative, there had been over 40 years of development, during which he had been unable to harness his potential on the desolate planet, resulting in an extraordinary leap from a mere mortal to overpowering Super Saiyans in a short span. The current Broly still required time. Even if he were to fuse with me, I surmised that my presence would only hinder Broly, as my thoughts could weaken him. Vitalis hoped that Frieza was merely here to observe the Saiyans. Realizing that initiating conflict at this moment would be disadvantageous, abandoning any thoughts of retreat, Vitalis approached Frieza alongside Broly. The two parties met in the stratosphere, with Vitalis ascending to a height that matched Frieza's. Fixing his gaze upon him, though slightly weaker, there was no need for fear. At worst, he could flee with Broly and return for vengeance in a few days. As for the Saiyans who might perish, they could be resurrected using the Dragon Balls later. Silently commending his own cleverness, Vitalis addressed Frieza, saying, "Your Excellency Frieza, it is an honor to receive your esteemed presence. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you appropriately. Allow me to arrange a banquet and introduce myself. Oh ho ho ho. I am well aware of you, Mr. Vitalis, the current king of the Saiyans." Frieza's iconic laughter interrupted, revealing his knowledge of Vitalis's identity before he could introduce himself. Gazing at Vitalis and the golden-haired Broly, Frieza understood that one was on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan while the other was already in that form. Damn it, my father and the others are too slow. Should I strike first? I wonder how the Saiyans in the hyperbolic time chamber are faring. There a Super Saiyan god among them? Frieza pondered, attempting to discern something from Vitalis's composed demeanor, deliberating whether to wait for his father's arrival. Initially, he had intended for them to converge, but they feared that Vitalis might escape upon sensing their full power. Thus, Frieza arrived first to stall for time and prevent the Saiyans from fleeing. Yet when it came time to act, Frieza hesitated. The unknown was indeed the most terrifying aspect. The prospect of waiting for his father and brother to arrive would only delay matters further, and Frieza was unwilling to take that gamble. "Huh, you know me, Frieza? What an honor," Vitalis replied. "Regardless, it would be better to act swiftly. Every second wasted allowed the Saiyans to grow stronger. Oh ho ho ho. I am indeed privy to many secrets. The Senzu Beans, Super Saiyans, the hyperbolic time chamber, and the Super Saiyan God are all rather dangerous, aren't they? The Saiyans truly deserve their reputation as a warrior race." Frieza rose slowly from his seat. "If you present the Senzu Beans and reveal the secrets of the hyperbolic time chamber, I shall spare you, Mr. Vitalis, provided you eliminate anyone with a combat power exceeding 500,000. Frieza gestured toward Vitalis, proposing a rather enticing offer. An excellent proposal, is it not? All you need to do is eliminate those with power beyond 500,000, and you will still remain the king of the Saiyans." As he spoke, Frieza unleashed a beam of purple energy that hurtled toward Vitalis. In that instant, Frieza's aura spilled forth, astonishing Vitalis, who was still contemplating how Frieza knew so much. This was undoubtedly not merely a power of 120 million. Vitalis had previously calculated this strength based on his and others' abilities, finding it to be far less formidable. It was known that the original Frieza only possessed such power when he was at full strength. Yet the current Frieza, with unchanged musculature, effortlessly exhibited the force that had once required all his effort in the original narrative. There was no doubt that this Frieza was significantly stronger than the one depicted in the story. Vitalis was momentarily taken aback, but Broly, in his Super Saiyan state, deflected the energy beam into the cosmos. Oh dear, is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Quite astonishing indeed. That strike could have obliterated planet Vegeta. You lot, these wretched monkeys, should not be underestimated. Frieza was not surprised by the attack being repelled. He merely sought to test whether he could eliminate Vitalis, believing that someone who had yet to master the Super Saiyan transformation, despite possessing a combat power of over 2 million, would be nothing more than trash. What truly concerned him was the hyperbolic time chamber. Frisia had long since locked onto its entrance, fearful of a swarm of golden-haired Saiyans emerging. Should he attempt to destroy the door? What would occur if he did? Could it completely sever the connection between two different dimensions? Although regrettable, it would be advantageous to confine those Saiyans to another dimension. Frisia mused. While Broly yearned to charge at Frisia, he recalled Vitalis's words. No action could be taken without his command, only defense. Thus, Broly gazed at Vitalis, awaiting his orders. Chapter 29. The defensive planet Vegeta commences, casting a wary glance at Frisia. Vitalis realized that without Broly, he would likely have perished. Indeed, the weak ultimately remain weak. After traversing to this realm, he had experienced unbroken fortune, only considering the monitoring capabilities of the scouter. Little did he know that Frisia possessed other means of surveillance. Revealing his trump card without reservation, instilling caution in Frisia that prompted him to act preemptively. Frisia, could you enlighten me on how you are monitoring us? Vitalis inquired, hoping to receive an answer for future precautions. Oh ho ho ho, just a moment ago you were calling me Your Excellency Frisia, and now you simply refer to me as Frisia. Such a rude little monkey you are, Mr. Vitalis. One might come to dislike you for such behavior. Frisia retorted, equally keen to buy time for his father and brother's arrival. There was no need to take risks when he could decisively overcome his opponent at that moment. Vitalis, Broly, Frisia, and others turned their gazes toward a specific direction. Two powerful presences, even mightier than Frisia's, were approaching. Kurd? Gula? Vitalis questioned. Oh dear, it seems you are quite knowledgeable. I'm curious. I have taken control of my father's domain in this galaxy, and while it is not surprising that you are aware of my relationship with him, Gula ventured to other regions long ago. The inhabitants here should be unaware of him, Frisia remarked, intrigued by this little boy who possessed considerable knowledge. In a short time, he had leveraged the inherent advantages of the Saiyans, transforming them from being underestimated to becoming a significant threat to their race. Broly, go. Destroy him. In a moment of urgency, Vitalis commanded Broly to take action without a moment's thought. The three of them united. Currently, the combined strength of the Saiyans was insufficient to face their foes, a possibility that had not been anticipated. Upon receiving the order, Broly unleashed his energy to its peak, his golden aura swelling dramatically as he struck toward Frisia. Boom! Frisia did not evade. Instead, he opted to meet Broly's punch head-on. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Broly stood at 1.7 meters tall, his ferocious demeanor contrasting sharply with Frisia's diminutive form, making Broly appear to be the true demon. The two did not separate but continued to escalate their power, entering a contest of energy. The invisible force radiated outward in waves. The minions that Frisia had brought were swept away, while Vitalis gradually retreated to the palace rooftop. Unable to withstand the pressure, and watch the clash of power between the two. Oh ho ho, what remarkable strength! Had I not trained prior to this encounter, I dare say the battle would have been quite arduous. Frisia remarked, you should feel honored. I, Frisia, have never trained a day in my life. In contrast to Broly's full-powered assault, Frisia appeared to be at ease. Roar! Witnessing Frisia's demeanor, Broly was evidently enraged. He ceased to contest power and instead unleashed a flurry of rapid punches upon Frisia. Oh dear, quite the spirited assault. Alas, the gulf between us is far too vast, Frisia commented, even crossing his arms over his chest. Under Broly's furious onslaught, Frisia merely twisted his body with casual ease, evading each of Broly's attacks. However, Frisia's minions were not so fortunate. Each of Broly's powerful strikes generated sonic booms, compressing the air to its utmost limit. While the pressure from his punches failed to harm Frisia, those hapless minions could not withstand it. The smaller ones were obliterated, while the larger ones were left in tatters. The frightened minions scattered in all directions. Observing the two combatants and the occasional rain of blood, Vitalis keenly sensed the rapidly approaching Kurd father and son. Should he flee? Vitalis was currently in great distress, his blood boiling, his heart pounding fiercely, and his body trembling as he yearned to rush forth and fight alongside Broly. Yet reason admonished him that such an endeavor would be fatal. This was Frisia in his ultimate form. Had it been the first or second stage, he might have dared to test his mettle, but now, death seemed imminent. Moreover, what had Frieza just proclaimed? He had undergone training. Recalling the original narrative where Frieza, after merely 4 months of cultivation, bridged the chasm between mortals and deities, he could now contend with those possessing divine power like Kamba. Contemplating these thoughts, Vitalis felt his limbs grow weak, devoid of any will to resist. "Are you afraid?" remarked the ever-observant Vegeta 3, who had inexplicably positioned himself nearby, his words dripping with disdain. "Your cowardly display is hardly befitting of our king." Vegeta 3 surveyed the aerial skirmish, as it stands. "You are a competent king, bringing change to our Saiyan race. Yet you remain an inadequate warrior, lacking the spirit of a fighter. Such conduct does not qualify you as a true Saiyan king. Flee, for your instant transmission technique will elude Frieza's pursuit. I have already dispatched warriors with battle powers exceeding 1 million. We shall wear them down, creating an opportunity for Broly to eliminate them. Should we face defeat, we will destroy the entrance, and our kin within shall train diligently, relying on you, the king, to lead them out for vengeance. King, perhaps your fighting spirit does not wholly convince me. But I acknowledge the change you bring. Let us depart, for henceforth you must guide the Saiyans towards glory." Vitalis gazed silently at Vegeta. At that moment, a cacophony of sonic booms erupted from the exit of the hyperbolic time chamber. Countless fusion warriors, clad in the garb of the Metamorphons, emerged. Recognizing the futility of confronting a formidable foe individually, the Saiyans opted for fusion in their assault. Boom! A brilliant flash illuminated the scene that a fusion warrior had chosen to clear the battlefield, obliterating thousands of Frieza's minions in the blink of an eye. With the presence of Saiyan fusion warriors, space was at a premium. These insignificant foes were merely taking up room. Damn Bardock, still on the way. Vegeta 3 cursed. Observing the performance of the fusion warriors, he regarded Bardock as his preferred fusion partner, designated by the king himself. Unfortunately, Bardock was out on a mission with his team and had yet to return. "Listen, Bardock, unexpected developments have occurred. Frieza has arrived on planet Vegeta, and the Kurd father and son are en route, that we cannot escape this time. Contact the other Saiyans on their way. Do not return, but instead wander the endless universe until the king leads us to vanquish Frieza." Vegeta 3 urgently communicated as he connected with Bardock. Lacking partners for fusion training during this time, Vegeta 3 intended merely to engage in conversation with Bardock to foster mutual understanding. However, he found himself drawn to Bardock's character. Bardock, an anomaly among the lower-ranked warriors, was well regarded for his camaraderie, a man worthy of trust. After their interaction, Vegeta 3 came to appreciate Bardock even more. Regrettably, Bardock's wife was also an anomaly, and their son Raditz had been spoiled. Rendered lethargic, during moments of boredom, Vegeta 3 often trained Raditz, whom he deemed lacking. After relaying a few more words to Bardock, Vegeta 3 ended the communication. His daily meditations had quelled his irritability, and the tranquil life allowed him and the other Saiyans to notice the previously overlooked matters. He cast his gaze towards the nurturing facility, where his newborn son resided. Wanting to provide his son with a normal childhood, he had refrained from bringing him into the time chamber. Paragus incessantly boasted about his son, making Vegeta 3 keenly anticipate his own offspring. Indeed, upon his son's birth, he exhibited remarkable potential, with battle power recorded as second only to Broly's. This prompted him to declare his son as the heir to the name Vegeta. In light of his aspirations for his son's future, Paragus's boasting, and conversations about family with Bardock, he felt compelled to ensure a joyful childhood for his son, one that would surpass both Paragus and Bardock's sons. While it was likely that his son would never match Broly's battle prowess, young Vegeta's childhood would undoubtedly be the happiest, unlike his own and that of the other Saiyans, who had been raised as killing machines from a young age. This newfound calm allowed the Saiyans to focus on important matters they had previously neglected. Observing his arrangements to relocate the infants, Vegeta 3 turned his gaze towards Frieza, whose form was gradually expanding. With no fusion partner available, transformation into a great ape seemed the most prudent choice. Concurrently, some fusion warriors opted to undergo the transformation as well. The once densely packed figures now obscured the sky. A multitude of non-fused warriors positioned themselves behind Vitalis, serving as backup following the dissolution of the previous batch. Would they truly flee? As colossal bodies fell, no longer mere minions of Frisia's army, but rather fallen Saiyans. Vitalis felt an unsettling discomfort within him. Chapter 27. The powerful Frisia and the unyielding Vitalis. Oh ho ho! What a splendid race! Frisia taunted Broly while mercilessly dispatching the great apes. These beasts, constrained by their limited positions, could only hurl insults from a distance, while those closest would intermittently attempt to harass him. Although they had lost their rationality, instinct dictated their awareness of the greatest threat among them, their kin. Coupled with Vegeta 3's occasional roars commanding them, the situation appeared orderly. Indeed, Vegeta 3 was astonishingly managing the rampaging great apes. Under his guidance, they were causing Frisia considerable trouble. After fusing, the warriors' battle power had swelled to at least 2 to 3 million, with many exceeding 4 to 5 million. After transforming, their power soared beyond 10 million, making it difficult for Frisia to eliminate them with ease that he needed to expend substantial energy to achieve effective kills. Indeed, killing them was imperative that a group of agile warriors darted through the ranks, tossing senzu beans to any who sustained serious injuries. Frisia, witnessing this, ground his teeth in frustration, although he yearned to eliminate these warriors first. Broly's relentless pursuit kept him occupied, forcing him to absorb a barrage of powerful attacks, each one delivered by experts with battle powers in the millions. Neglecting to defend would result in injury, and defending itself required energy. Seeing Frisia's energy being depleted sparked a flicker of hope for victory, yet no one dared to rejoice, for two even more formidable presences were swiftly approaching. Their only chance lay in defeating Frisia before the arrival of these two. Facing two foes was preferable to three. Damn wild monkeys, Frisia snarled, kicking Broly away as he surged towards one of the warriors holding a senzu bean. Along the way, he dispatched the nearby great apes with pinpoint energy blasts to their hearts, causing them to revert from their transformation and collapse. So this is a senzu bean? Frisia exclaimed as he seized the fusion warrior's hand, reaching for the bean. Boom! Sensing the disparity between them, the captured warrior opted for self-detonation, not in hopes of harming Frisia, but merely to take the senzu bean with him. Frisia, now capable of being worn down by sheer numbers, would become utterly hopeless once he consumed the senzu beans. Oh ho ho! Splendid indeed! Frisia laughed maniacally, initially intending to secure the senzu beans before continuing, but now that he had obtained them, he could unleash his full power without reservation, for using his complete strength would otherwise deplete his energy excessively. Unfavorable for a prolonged battle. Enraged, Frisia resolved to annihilate not just the planet but everything on it. What use are senzu beans or the hyperbolic time chamber? All must perish. If this drags on, it will be his own demise that he had once been the cosmic emperor. Without such conveniences, that a colossal purple energy sphere erupted from Frisia's hand, hurtling mercilessly toward planet Vegeta. The great apes, sensing the impending doom, instinctively unleashed their roars, attempting to obliterate the energy sphere. However, this was Frisia's wrathful strike, not so easily deflected. The Saiyans on the ground fired beams of energy, striving to thwart Frisia's obliteration of their home. Alas, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Frisia's combat prowess had soared to 150 million, and even with some diminishment, he was beyond the collective efforts of the others to stop. In the midst of battling the Saiyans, Frisia was unexpectedly sent flying by Broly's kick. The energy blast, deprived of its source of power, was expelled from planet Vegeta, soaring into the cosmos. The vile wild monkey, Frisia, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had finally sustained an injury, struck by that detestable wild monkey. This was precisely why he was so eager to obliterate planet Vegeta. The wild monkey, who had initially been toyed with, had rapidly approached a combat power nearing 100 million. Coupled with thousands of great apes boasting powers exceeding 10 million, defeating Broly was not a task that could be achieved in the short term. Frisia felt overwhelmed, contemplating escape. To flee? Must I truly retreat? Vitalis was still engulfed in confusion. Point 1. Frisia had already claimed the lives of hundreds of warriors. Should he falter, the casualties would only multiply. These were the elite among the Saiyans, even with the Saiyans' enhanced capabilities. Having trained for nearly a decade in the hyperbolic time chamber, most were still caught in the range of 100,000 to 500,000 in power, with only a little over 30,000 surpassing 500,000. The few who exceeded a million were but a handful. Yet, against a terrifying entity like Frisia, numbers held no significance. This was a level of strength the Saiyans had once deemed unattainable, now reduced to mere pawns to wear down Frisia's stamina. The harrowing scene struck Vitalis' mind with force. This was not merely a battle. It was a war for the survival of his race. Limbs and bodies flew through the air. Such imagery was far beyond anything Vitalis had ever envisioned. In his memories, he had only seen the struggle between protagonists and antagonists, cities destroyed by Babidi, planets obliterated by Frisia, and the precise extermination of Earthlings by Bu. All these scenes, once viewed as mere spectacle in anime, had never truly resonated with him, as those killed were detached from his reality. But now, his kin were being slaughtered, and he had only recently ascended to the throne with arrogance. Yes, arrogance, for he had saved the Saiyans. He looked down upon these brutes, desiring to be king, merely viewing them as tools for his own ends. Observing the familiar faces, most of which he could not recall by name, he reflected on how these once considered barbaric and mindless warriors dutifully followed his commands. Engaging in monotonous meditative training, they had promised to forsake killing, seeking only the thrill of battle, believing that slaughter held no meaning. With senza beans, they could fight freely alongside their comrades. That was sufficient. Defeating Frisia would eliminate the need for perilous missions, allowing the Saiyans to train and battle daily, which was their fervent desire. These brutes, having calmed their tempers, occasionally revealed a charming side, laughing together and requesting Vitalis to let Broly showcase what a Super Saiyan was. Upon witnessing Broly's prowess, they redoubled their efforts, vowing to attain Super Saiyan status themselves. So, must I truly flee? Vitalis reflected on his past life that in his youth, he had been ignorant, believing that as long as his parents were present, he could act without restraint. After all, there was no problem they could not resolve. It was only upon maturation that he grasped the burdens of adulthood, realizing how foolish his former self had been. As he accepted the responsibilities of adulthood, he began to appreciate his parents' hardships. Regrettably, it was too late to effect any change. Purchasing a home or a car necessitated loans. Marrying was not merely a matter of mutual affection, as love, elusive and ethereal, must rest on a solid material foundation. The impoverished were deemed unworthy of marriage and procreation. Thus, in his previous life, he could only resign himself to despair, living day by day. Yet now, he possessed the power to shape his destiny. Should he continue to evade? In his previous life, he could retreat from reality, immersing himself in his own little world, for he had a stable and peaceful home. But now, could he perpetually escape? Perhaps this was the cost of altering the narrative, no longer suppressing the exhilarating force within his blood. Vitalis let out a furious roar toward the heavens, igniting a surge of power. The ground fractured, and the chaotic magnetic field caused gravity to fluctuate, causing debris to inexplicably levitate. That I will no longer evade. Is death not a form of return? As long as I possess the courage to face death without fear, what is there left to dread? To remain unchanged is tantamount to choosing death. Chapter 28. The power of Frisia. Frisia at full strength. The impending rampage of Broly. Maximizing his power, Vitalis stood his ground, refraining from recklessly charging in. His current combat power exceeded 2.4 million, with the formidable Vegeta 3 at over 2 million. Even in a fused state with Broly, he could only hope to contend with Frisia. Not being a hindrance would be a success. Fusing with Vegeta 3 and harnessing the power of their great ape forms could potentially elevate their strength to over 50 million, yet it would still fall short against Frisia. He remained in place, searching for an opportunity. Magic was the only means available to Vitalis now, a more effective approach than becoming a mindless pawn on the battlefield. Oh ho ho. Quite impressive. Had I not received prior intelligence, I might have truly been slain by you wild monkeys. How utterly vexing. Why can't you just wait for death like good little monkeys? Frisia grew increasingly flustered at a small adversary growing stronger. Accompanied by a horde of monkeys requiring energy expenditure to eliminate, was a source of great irritation for Frisia that he yearned to concentrate his efforts on defeating Broly. Yet this individual was remarkably resilient. After enduring countless attacks, he bore no injuries beyond a tattered outfit. Not a drop of blood had been spilled, while it was Frisia who had been wounded by a kick. The incessant interference from the outer wild monkeys left him with no opportunity to vanquish this behemoth, whose power was alarmingly close to his own. Had he faced this after his training, he would likely be reporting to hell by now. The delayed arrival of his father and cooler only heightened Frisia's agitation. You fortunate monkeys, brace yourselves. You shall witness my full power. 100 strength. This form has been seen only once out of sheer curiosity. No one has ever witnessed it before. Left with no choice, Frieza resolved to unleash his full might. Though this state consumed an immense amount of energy, as long as he could secure Senzu beans, he had no fear of exhaustion. With determination, Frieza evaded Broly and the others, activating his shield to keep attacks at bay. Clenching his fists at his sides, he unleashed a mighty roar that a colossal force surged skyward, Frieza's muscles bulging, his form expanding slightly. Though his height remained unchanged, his ferocious aura resembled that of a colossal titan. However, amidst the encirclement of a multitude of colossal apes, his silhouette appeared remarkably diminutive. Yet, it was he who emanated a surging power, positioning himself as the epicenter of the world, based on the strength of himself and his companions. Vitalis estimated that Frieza's power hovered around 200 million. Fortunately, Frieza's so-called training seemed to have lasted only a short duration, and it was likely that he had not endured any mental torment in the afterlife, which accounted for his failure to immediately transform into his golden Frieza form. Moreover, this transformation was not lasting. Vitalis glimpsed the dawn of victory, believing that if they could eliminate Frieza before the arrival of the two individuals, they still had a chance. With a crackle, Frieza condensed his energy, uttering not a word, and in an instant, appeared before a Saiyan wielding a Senzu bean, swiftly snapping the hand that clutched the bean. Before the individual could recover, a purplish-red energy blast propelled the warrior's body into the throng of apes. The violent explosion scattered the surrounding Saiyans, this strike channeling a significant portion of Frieza's power. Clearing the sky above the smoke dissipated, the epicenter of the blast revealed an empty space, with at least 200 of the merged giant ape warriors having perished. Thankfully, the explosion occurred at a high altitude, and since the force was concentrated within the ape horde, it did not harm planet Vegeta. Otherwise, a direct hit would have obliterated 10 such planets. Frieza, slightly out of breath, retrieved a Senzu bean and swallowed it. Instantly, his stamina was replenished, and the internal injuries inflicted by Broly were healed. Oh ho ho, what a splendid treasure. These Senzu beans are crafted just for me, allowing me to unleash my full potential without concern for fatigue. Frieza cackled maniacally. The scene caused the remaining rational Saiyans to grimace, especially Vitalis, who thought, damn it, even the villain is snatching Senzu beans. Indeed, there had been instances in the original story where someone had attempted to seize them, only to have them reclaimed. Yet, none present, including Broly, stood a chance of reclaiming or destroying them from Frieza at this moment. Frieza at full power vastly surpassed Broly, who still required time to catch up. At that moment, Frieza's gaze turned icy-wide at it appeared that the warriors holding Senzu beans, upon witnessing the scene, began to crush the beans in their hands, scattering the remnants into the air, defiantly staring at Frieza. He, truly the wild, unrefined monkeys. With that, he instantly materialized before a warrior who had just crushed a Senzu bean, ensnaring his neck with his tail and dangling him behind, in the split second that Broly managed to catch up. Frieza reappeared behind another warrior, plunging his hand through the warrior's chest to extract the still-beating heart. Gazing at the pulsating organ, he mused, oh my, it's not black after all, but why? Why would you commit such inhumane acts? This is an invaluable treasure, you selfish wild monkeys. Consuming so many Senzu beans is nothing but waste, and now you dare to destroy them before me. All of you shall perish, to accompany my Senzu beans to the grave. Enraged, Frieza traversed the crowd, each instantaneous appearance marked by the hard extraction of a warrior, at full throttle. Frieza was beyond Broly's reach, who could only watch helplessly as Frieza slaughtered. Frieza, face me, Broly shouted in fury. Witnessing his kin being mercilessly slaughtered while feeling utterly powerless in that moment, Broly could no longer suppress his rage, fearing that he might lose control, harming his kin, his father, or the king who could not withstand any form of harm. He had long suppressed his emotions. Although losing control would amplify his power rapidly, it would ultimately make him the greatest threat. The fury fueled Broly's strength to surge once more, with a thunderous roar. His power exploded, catching Frieza off guard as Broly instantly kicked him into the ground. The immense force created a deep crater, fissuring the earth and forming wide chasms that Frieza attempted to rise. Broly stomped him back down, seizing Frieza's tail, swinging him left and right, continuously channeling energy into the tail to dismantle Frisia's protective force. Without the shield of power, Frisia was left to scream in agony. His voice reduced to raspy gasps. Die, you wretched monkey! Frisia, in a moment of desperation, severed his own tail and propelled himself into the air, executing a flawless 3,900-degree landing while hurling a massive energy sphere, charged with a significant portion of his power, towards Broly. With a swift motion, Broly batted it aside, seizing Frisia's hand to prevent him from consuming another senzu bean. Broly opened his mouth wide, gathering energy. Intent on obliterating Frisia, he sought to vanquish him before succumbing to his rage. Once he amassed sufficient energy, he hurled Frisia into the sky. Unleashing a torrent of power to kill Frisia in midair was his final act of rationality. Chapter 29. The arrival of the Curdle father and son. A despairing power, a tremendous explosion erupted. Before the echoes of the blast had faded, a cacophony of laughter rang out. Mwahaha, my dear brother. How utterly pathetic you are. Though you are in disarray, should I not commend you? After all, you have withstood this dreadful horde of wild monkeys for so long. Had it not been for your dear brother's timely arrival, you would have perished. Truly tragic. As the smoke cleared, a larger version of Frisia stood before him, shielding him from further attacks. Cooler, stop teasing your brother. If Frisia hadn't detected the problem and arrived promptly, our clan would have been in grave danger. Are you all right, Frisia? You have a senzu bean in your possession, right? Toss me one. I've been flying for so long, and it's quite exhausting. The one who spoke was Cooler, the bulkiest of the trio, towering over both Frisia and Cooler. Vitalis and the others felt their spirits plummet. Although they had sensed two formidable energies approaching at high speed, and guessed them to be the Curdle father and son based on their similar auras to Frisia. The appearance of their final forms was disheartening. Was it truly necessary to be so ruthless? Did they not possess any sense of fair play? Vitalis had resolved to transform into a Super Saiyan before confronting Frisia's family, rather than mastering Super Saiyan 2 or even 3 first. Frisia produced 2 senzu beans, tossing them to the duo as they recovered their stamina. Their unabashed energy began to alter the magnetic field of planet Vegeta. Dark clouds gathering in the distance while countless lightning bolts intertwined into a web. However, at the location of the group, the sky remained clear and the gravity shifted, causing numerous stones and debris to float in midair, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Indeed, it was the apocalypse. Every individual present possessed the power to annihilate a planet. Yet, the Saiyan side could not survive in space, and since this was their home planet, their power was restrained. Meanwhile, Frisia's faction sought to acquire senzu beans and the hyperbolic time chamber, and, with confidence in their strength, felt they could annihilate the entire Saiyan race without resorting to planet-destroying methods. Unfazed by the internal environment of the planet, Frisia's side recklessly unleashed their power, resulting in various accompanying natural disasters: tempests, torrential rain, thunder, earthquakes, and tsunamis. There were no ordinary people to be harmed. Otherwise, millions would have perished. Ah, King Vegeta, it's been a while. You've certainly prospered, haven't you? Though in your great ape form, you remain as grotesque as ever, Cooler remarked, eyeing King Vegeta III, who possessed a battle power exceeding 20 million. Barely acceptable. Cooler, have you looked in the mirror lately? Have you seen your ridiculous head and that skin? Are you not wearing clothes, running around naked? Even in our great ape forms, we are clothed. We are civilized beings. Vitalis cast a surprised glance at King Vegeta III, realizing he had been oppressed for far too long. Unfortunately, his limited vocabulary suggested he needed to be sent to another planet to learn how to curse. Nevertheless, Cooler's arrogant demeanor and somewhat reasonable remarks incited his ire. Just then, Broly completely lost control. His pupils vanished, and his aura transformed from golden yellow to green, his muscles swelling once more that he vanished from sight. Raining down punches upon Cooler. Lacking rationality, he instinctively recognized that this individual had saved his prey and that this being posed a threat to him. He instinctively sought to annihilate anyone who represented a danger. Unfortunately, every blow from Broly was effortlessly deflected by Cooler, who merely used one hand. The disparity remains excessively vast. Even though Broly has now surpassed Frisia, he still falls short when confronted by Cooler. Vitalis perceives a power from Cooler that is nearly double that of Frisia, while Curd's strength is 5 times that of Frisia. This race, endowed with innate power, does not choose to cultivate their abilities. For them, There is no necessity for training, as they are born to reign supreme over the cosmos. Except for the legendary gods and demons, no one can pose a threat to them, having lived far longer than Frieza. They have grown immensely stronger. Moreover, Vitalis remains uncertain whether this is truly the utmost limit for the two. Clearly, these two have also mastered the control of Ki. Just moments ago, they were far from planet Vegeta. But perhaps sensing Frieza's peril, they traversed the distance in the blink of an eye to rescue him. The speed at which they crossed light years is terrifying. Oh, King Vegeta, when did you learn to engage in verbal sparring? Is this truly the same King Vegeta who once slaughtered countless planets? Or has this little brat usurped your throne and robbed you of your pride? Cooler, arms crossed, gazes down upon everything that the moon he envisioned dissipates from his mind. Vegeta 3 returns to his original form. Indeed, while Cooler and Kurd are formidable, the resolute Saiyans will not cower. After all, death is merely a fate to embrace with honor, originally intending to merge with Vitalis. He refrained due to Vitalis' lack of fighting spirit. Now that Vitalis has regained his will to fight, even if they were to be outmatched after merging, they would still be able to engage in battle. At the very least, they must buy time for Broly. Even if planet Vegeta were to be destroyed and all Saiyans perish, if Broly could vanquish one or two foes, that would still be commendable. However, the transfer of the infant has not yet been completed. The fierce battle complicates the relocation, and fearing to provoke Frieza, they dare not transport him to the hyperbolic time chamber. For now, they merely move him to the palace. Planning to transfer everyone at once to the time chamber once they are gathered. Ha! Is this the legendary warrior, the Super Saiyan? Quite intriguing. No wonder he could defeat Frieza. Cooler effortlessly blocks Broly's frenzied onslaught with a single hand. Foolish Cooler, finish off the Super Saiyan quickly. This guy will only grow stronger as the battle continues. Stop toying around, Frieza shouted, observing Cooler's smug demeanor. Broly has left an indelible impression on Frieza. His rugged skin and unparalleled resilience only make him stronger. Seemingly without limits, catching up to and surpassing Frieza in a short time. Who would have believed it in the past? Oh, my foolish brother, that merely reflects your weakness. Look at this wild monkey, devoid of reason and method. Merely flailing about. How could I possibly lose? Cooler scoffed, dismissing the concern. Even if he were to defeat his brother, he would still remain a brother. TSK, Frieza remarked, flying to Cooler's side. Even if Broly were to overcome Cooler, he would still not be a match for Kurd. And witnessing Broly's triumph over Cooler, Kurd would undoubtedly perceive Broly as a threat and eliminate him without hesitation. My foolish brother, watch as your dear brother avenges you. Cooler declared, sending Broly flying with a kick, then swiftly appearing in Broly's path to kick him back. What do you say, my dear brother? Is this ball what has bested you? How embarrassing, Cooler taunted while playing. Considering Frieza to be quite fortunate, Cooler had long since ventured away from Kurd to fight for territory, while Frieza inherited Kurd's legion and domain shortly after his birth, inciting Cooler's jealousy. Alas, there remains Kurd above him. Otherwise, he would surely make Frieza feel the sting of brotherly love. Yet, for all his musings, his brother must still fight for himself. Chapter 30. The Transcendence of Broly, the Coldness of Kurd the Saiyans. The mightiest race in the universe are indeed formidable, living up to their legendary status. Given more time, there shall be no force in this universe capable of halting your advance, Kurd remarked, arms crossed, gazing at Vegeta and Vitalis. Alas, you encountered me, and now, I shall purge this universe of your malevolent lineage, for your very existence threatens the tranquility of this cosmos. However, Vitalis, is it? You, the new Saiyan King, are rather impressive. Would you care to become my son? Share the universe with me, and all I ask is the secret of the Super Saiyan God and a supply of senza beans. Kurd knows more than his two sons combined. The existence of gods is not merely myth. It is a tangible reality. Kurd once sought the power of the divine, but alas, it was beyond his reach. The formidable destroyer gods, the terrifying Majin Buu, capable of slaying the legendary Kaioshin, yet equally defeated by him. After witnessing such beings, Kurd ceased his pursuit of power and abandoned his rage, opting instead to rule his own domain. With an extended lifespan and power that renders him invincible among mortals, he is akin to a god, having no need to provoke those not of his kind. Yet now, the power of the divine appears once more before him, If the Saiyans can perform their ritual to attain godhood, why should they be incapable? Are they any less than the Saiyans? As for sparing the Saiyans after acquiring the secret, what a jest! Arriving late may prove perilous. How could he refrain from annihilating them to soothe his alarmed spirit? As for claiming a son, Vitalis could switch races, but now that he comprehends the Saiyans' potential, he will not allow such a formidable race to persist in this universe. Vitalis pays no heed to these two fools. He contemplates how to escape. As long as he departs, he can rely on the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Saiyans, believing that the resurrected Saiyans will only become more formidable. Unfortunately, he is currently locked in by Kurd's aura. Any movement will invite an attack. Clearly, Kurd is aware of his ability to teleport. Faced with such a vast disparity, Vitalis lacks the confidence to escape unscathed. Perhaps in an instant, he could be slain. To flee heavily injured would rely on luck. Regrettably, just as he resolved to fight with all his might and no longer evade, he must confront such an overwhelming adversary. Fate is cruel, though, not paying me any mind. How disappointing. Are you attempting to buy time to relocate your kin? The palace below is brimming with feeble energy. Are those the little hybrid Saiyans? Are you planning to send them to the hyperbolic time chamber and then destroy the entrance? For those like you who possess instantaneous movement techniques, perhaps an entrance is unnecessary. By the way, Vegeta, your child was just born a couple of days ago, right? Also named Vegeta, such a ridiculous tradition. Is this the tragedy of short-lived beings? Relying on names to perpetuate their glory? Kurd taunted, gazing at the old and new kings, speaking confidently. Having discerned the Saiyans' trump card while maintaining an overwhelming advantage, there was no need for him to remain tense. With King Kurd in attendance, how could he lose? Well, how cold. You make me feel like a clown. Die, you monkey. Kurd was interrupted mid-sentence by the furious roar of his eldest son, casting an annoyed glance in his direction. At that moment, Broly's muscles surged once more, his golden hair transforming entirely to green. The energy within him swelled yet again. Meanwhile, Cooler found himself in a dire predicament, as Broly seized his right hand, incessantly striking him in the face. Blow after blow, Cooler's facial bones were dislocated. Cooler, resembling a distressed maiden, howled in agony, while his left hand futilely gathered energy blasts to strike Broly. Regrettably, the current Cooler could not breach Broly's defenses. Kurd stared, dumbfounded. What is happening? Just moments ago, it was his own son who was kicking Broly around like a ball. Now, how is it that his son is being used as a punching bag? Is this the Super Saiyan God? After a long pause, Kurd posed his question. Unfortunately, no one responded to him. While Kurd was muttering to himself, Vitalis initiated a telepathic chat group, drawing all the Saiyans present into it. Except for Broly. I am Vitalis, and this is a telepathic channel established by my magic. We shall communicate solely through thought. Do not let Kurd discover our presence. How convenient, thought Vegeta. My son. What a remarkable sight it is to see Paragus gradually catching up to Gula. The lesser Saiyans are only fit to listen. That we need to divert Kurd and Frisia's attention and safely usher the infants into the hyperbolic time chamber. They are the hope of the future. Vitalis mused. Frisia and his son have somehow learned of our plans, and their timing is indeed lethal. Vegeta 3 lamented. Now, aside from Broly, we are utterly defenseless. Even with our utmost effort, we can barely reach a power level in the millions. While Frisia and his son are above the billions, Vegeta 3 noted, in the face of Frisia, we might still serve a purpose of attrition, but Gula and Kurd are far too formidable. They could easily annihilate us without expending much effort. It must be said, Kurd's power is truly despairing. Revert from your great ape form, Vitalis ordered. The rampaging Saiyans, once transformed, cared little for the strength of their enemies. They charged recklessly, fighting until death. Observing them rush toward Frisia and his son only to be effortlessly vanquished. Vitalis commanded, now that Kurd wishes to converse. Gula is preoccupied with Broly, while Frisia watches Broly, waiting for him to strike his brother. There is no need to court death. The Saiyans within their great ape forms gradually lost their mental projections, returning to their original states and regaining control of their bodies. Look, my son is incredible, isn't he? Paragus exclaimed as he watched his son dominate Gula. Vitalis, Vegeta 3, and the other warriors acknowledged. Your son is indeed impressive. But such behavior may cost you friends. However, danger loomed. While Broly had the upper hand, The disparity between Kurd and Gula was vast. Could Broly elevate his power once more? Even if he could, would Kurd grant him the opportunity? Vegeta 3's pessimism was palpable. Indeed, had we arrived a moment later, my son would have faced such a fate, and I would have no regrets. Paragus lamented. The silence fell. The warrior race of Saiyans knew no if or buts. Even in error, they would not regret, for regret is the refuge of the weak. The irascible Vegeta 3 declared, face reality, fight and struggle. Even if we perish, we must do so on the battlefield, for we are the warrior race of Saiyans. Combat is our instinct, our glory. In death, we must fix our gaze upon our foes, harboring hatred for our own weakness, and reproach for our inadequacy. The strength of our enemies is not our fault. Being weaker than them is, Vegeta 3 proclaimed, truly, one worthy of kingship. Though his thoughts are excessively extreme, Vitalis found merit in this notion that as the conversation unfolded, Broly gained complete dominance, effortlessly overpowering Gula. Meanwhile, Frieza observed, arms crossed. Relishing the sight of his brother's humiliation, the golden-haired Super Saiyan resembled the one spoken of by his father, the one who had defeated him. This golden-haired Saiyan, now perhaps the green-haired Super Saiyan God. Kurd remained indifferent as he watched his eldest son suffer. After all, Gula's hidden intentions were not lost on him, and having merged with Gula more than once recently, he could sense Gula's desire to usurp him. While this did not incite anger, as it was a tradition of their clan, allowing Broly to fight a while longer would help Gula recognize the gap between father and son. For Broly, he was still lacking. Even if he surpassed Gula, it did not guarantee he could catch up to him, and the merging with Gula was akin to inscribing invincibility upon his face, whether it be Beerus or Majin Buu. He felt confident in facing them. Vegeta, young king, will you refuse to answer my inquiries? Am I to be made a fool of? Yet I am magnanimous and do not hold grudges. Quite the opposite. I am exceedingly forgiving, Kurd remarked with a smile. However, that smile bore no warmth, only an endless chill that sent shivers down the spine. Slowly raising his right hand, he extended his index finger. Vegeta, I did not have the chance to congratulate you on your son's birth. So allow me to rectify that by presenting a firework in honor of the new Vegeta. That a slight movement of his finger sent a small purple orb drifting towards the royal palace. As it moved, it gradually expanded, its speed unhurried as if waiting for Vegeta and the others to intercept it. Vegeta 3's veins bulged as he seethed with rage, embracing his resolve to ensure his son could grow up safely. He believed his proud son would avenge him. Yet now, Kurd dared to threaten his pride. Moving beneath the energy sphere, Vegeta 3 charged forward without hesitation. Return to me, he bellowed, attempting to push it back the way it came. But the disparity was too great. Observing Vegeta 3's actions, Vitalis rushed forward as well. The Saiyans were difficult to change, but those who were changed placed immense value on their emotions. Now, it was he who was altering the Saiyans, and he felt a duty to take responsibility. Paragus also joined the fray, as surrounding Saiyans gathered. Below them lay more than just Vegeta's son. There were their wives and children. The unrestrained Saiyans, after venting their battle desires, discovered the emotions they had long neglected. In the past, it mattered little, but now they would not allow anyone to harm their families. Oh ho ho ho. Is this truly the cold-blooded, merciless warrior race of Saiyans? How pitiful it is to sacrifice oneself for a bunch of little cubs, Kurd observed with interest. With renewed strength, he accelerated the energy sphere downward. The serious Kurd became unstoppable, as Vegeta 3 and the others found their feet touching the dome of the palace. Run, Vitalis shouted, realizing the gravity of the situation. In response to the command, numerous Saiyans cradling children emerged. Keen-eyed, Kurd noticed something. With a flick of his hand, a child was sent flying towards him. Below, a massive explosion engulfed everyone, with no one escaping the blast radius. Chapter 31. The Reckless Kurd. The enraged warriors. As the smoke cleared, the grand palace had completely vanished, replaced by a bottomless pit. The residual power crackled at the edges of the pit as arcs of electricity flickered. Under Kurd's devastating strike, the infants of the Saiyans were annihilated, along with the warriors responsible for their transport. Pushing aside the warriors who shielded him, Vitalis advanced step by step towards the edge of the pit. He retrieved a Senza bean from his magical space and consumed it. White energy surged once more. The violent fluctuations even produced a whistling sound. Step by step, he fixed his gaze firmly upon Kurd. Kurd held a Saiyan infant in one hand. Judging by the hairstyle, it was little Beta, recently born. With bloodshot eyes, the child stared intently at Kurd, too fearful to look around or sense how many remained alive. Vitalis approached the Saiyans with an air of superiority. He had defeated Vegeta to ascend to the throne. He had brought Senza beans, methods for energy cultivation, fusion techniques, and the hyperbolic time chamber. He believed he could alter the Saiyans' fate, considering himself their savior. Thus, he felt entitled to be their king. However, reality delivered a harsh slap. The Saiyans had indeed grown powerful, but they had also hastened their own demise, culminating in a more extravagant extermination than in the original narrative. Regret? Yes. Hatred? Yes. Regret gnaws at me, for I have long been aware of my shortcomings yet failed to enact change. That I despise my own timidity and cowardice, loathe my lofty aspirations that fall short of execution, and resent my inaction. I in a whirlwind of thoughts, Vitalis' mind is ensnared. Regret is but an escape for the weak. Confronting reality and engaging in battle is where honor lies, reminiscent of the words of Vegeta 3. Indeed, at this juncture, the distinctions of right and wrong have become trivial, the past inconsequential. What matters is his fervent desire to vanquish Cooled and his son. Memories of his time spent among the Saiyans flicker through his mind, ultimately settling on the Saiyan warrior he has vowed to protect. Why does he feel compelled to shield him? Are not the Saiyans known for their cold-bloodedness? It is because he is a king, the one who transformed the Saiyans. Thus, he must now fight as the king of the warrior race, bearing the weight of kingship and the cost of altering the fate of his people. Step by step, the energy within him begins to shift, a faint golden hue enveloping his outer aura, while his brow and hairstyle remain unchanged yet shimmer with golden brilliance. With all his might, Vitalis charges towards Cooled, determined to rescue Vegeta before his demise, not because he is the second male lead, but because he is the son of a comrade, a matter of duty beyond the narrative. Alas, the unforeseen occurs. Frieza has detected the commotion and intercepts Vitalis. That a Super Saiyan, is it? There is something distinct yet undeniably stronger, yet still inferior to that madman. With arms crossed, Frieza easily deflects Vitalis' assault, while smugly remarking that his confidence has returned. Seeing Frieza block his advance only fuels Vitalis' fury, the white flames of his aura increasingly infused with gold, the radiance of his brow and hair intensifying, even their very colors beginning to shift. His pupils vanish, leaving only white in his eyes, oblivious to the anomaly consuming him. Enraged, Vitalis yearns to tear Frieza apart. Who is that? The king. Vegeta 3 emerges from a nearby pit, protected by fellow warriors. Observing Vitalis in combat fills Vegeta 3 with a bittersweet sense of pride, a blend of joy and a tinge of melancholy. The once naive king has matured, yet he feels utterly impotent, unable to keep pace with the monstrous Broly, and now, even the boy he once scorned has surpassed him. His feelings towards Vitalis are complex. He who snatched away his throne, spared his life, and bestowed invaluable treasures upon the Saiyans, granting them the chance to stand tall in the cosmos. That he once believed this fortunate brat would soon be surpassed, but it is undeniable that Vitalis has brought immeasurable benefits to the Saiyans, leading him to conclude that he would not kill him. Yet, this time, he acknowledges the king. However, the situation is dire. Frieza poses no real threat now, and the battered Gula is hardly a concern. The true peril lies with Cooled, who has yet to reveal his full strength. Vegeta, still alive. The sudden voice jolts Vegeta 3 from his thoughts. Turning towards the sound, his heart aches at the sight of the iconic hairstyle inherited from the Vegeta lineage. The stubborn figure struggling in Cooled's grasp. It must be painful, yet he remains silent. Watching this scene, Vegeta 3 feels as though the world has lost its voice, its colors fading, leaving only the relentless pounding of his heart. Why is little Vegeta still alive? He had assumed that his son perished in the explosion, that he had prepared himself, as a father, to gamble the dignity of the Saiyans in a fight to the death. Yet now, little Vegeta is ensnared by Cooled. Perhaps it would have been better if he had perished in the explosion. Marvelous? Vegeta, after all this time, I never knew you could display such an adorable expression. Simply delightful. Cooled revels in the moment, his amusement palpable. Since learning of the events on planet Vegeta, a thorn has lodged in Cooled's throat, an unwelcome discomfort. Fearing they would become a threat, he had sent his sons to obliterate the Saiyans. Eradicating these nuisances. Now, the shadows have lifted, the Saiyans' elite warriors have been mostly vanquished, and he has personally destroyed the infants. Next, he will deal with these thorns, uncover the secrets of the gods, and eradicate the Saiyans from existence. What is the matter, Vegeta 3? Offer up the sins of beings, reveal the secrets of the gods, and I shall grant you a dignified death. As for your son, I will offer him a chance to serve me once more. Cooled shakes little Vegeta in his grip. What nonsense are you speaking? I trust Vegeta would not wish to be a traitor to the Saiyans. From the moment of his birth, he is a warrior of our kind. And we do not fear death, that we shall no longer serve as your lapdogs. You have destroyed our home and slaughtered our kin. Vegeta 3's eyes close in anguish, tears streaming down his face. Mourning the countless fallen brethren. Even his son, though of noble blood, cannot be spared from this fate. The soft sound pierces the air. Yet to Vegeta 3's ears, it is excruciating. He opens his eyes to behold a small, headless corpse falling slowly. Cooled merely flicks the blood from his hands, a smile playing on his lips as he gazes at Vegeta 3. With trembling hands, Vegeta 3 reaches out to catch his son's body. But a purple energy blast strikes first, obliterating the small form in a violent explosion. Stumbling back, Vegeta 3 steadies himself. He cannot falter. He is a Saiyan, destined for battle. With a cry, he retracts his hands. Fists clenched at his waist, his hunched back straightening for the first time in his life. That a formidable aura emanates from him. The battle stirs the clouds, gathering them into a dense mass, as if seeking to press down upon the earth. Lightning crackles from the void, enveloping Vegeta 3 in a rich golden light. Meanwhile, sensing the shift in energy caused by Vegeta 3's transformation, Vitalis turns towards him, propelling his own power into a ferocious surge. A similar golden light surrounds Vitalis. Chapter 32. The Super Fusion Warrior. The immense power scatters everything in its vicinity, the golden light dissipating to reveal Vegeta 3 and Vitalis, their golden hues. The majestic hair and eyebrows of Vegeta 3 and his golden beard shine brightly. The cold, emotionless emerald eyes of Cooled and Frieza avert from their gaze, seizing the moment of confusion from Cooled and Frieza. Vitalis and Vegeta 3 swiftly converge, merging in a brilliant explosion of golden light. The disparity in their foundational powers is vast. Witnessing Vegeta 3 transform into a Super Saiyan, Vitalis reaches out to him. Choosing to fuse, their combined strength attracts the rampaging Broly, while Gula seizes the opportunity to approach Cooled, obtaining a Senzu bean from Frieza. He had nearly been beaten to death. Damn Frieza, whose reckless actions have afforded the opportunity for such formidable warriors to grow. Equally damned is Cooled, who, having learned from somewhere, has also become reckless, birthing two powerful Super Saiyans. Now, as these two merge, sensing their furious energy and the murderous intent directed at them, Gula feels shame in associating with Cooled and Frieza. How foolishly reckless! Yet, he is glad to be Gula. Merging with Cooled should allow him to suppress this individual. Had Frieza and Cooled come alone, they would surely face defeat. Father, shall we merge as well? Before he can finish his thought, Gula blinks, his father vanishing, replaced by a strange warrior standing in his stead. A lock of hair flutters in the wind, styled in an outrageous fashion, and piercing green eyes sweep over Gula, sending a shiver through him. Resembling Gogeta to a significant extent, the protagonist bears the Super Saiyan 2 hairstyle of Goku. While both Vegeta 3 and Vegeta exhibit striking similarities, thus one might conclude that he embodies the essence of Gogeta, albeit with a beard akin to that of Vegeta 3, presenting a middle-aged uncle version of Gogeta. Fusion. It seems you have indeed acquired a wealth of knowledge, mastering not only the control and perception of ki, but also the art of fusion. A voice resonating with the tones of Vitalis and Vegeta 3 echoed, the fusion of Vitalis and Vegeta. Well, it is rather challenging to assign a name, so let us simply refer to it as Vegeta. Folding his arms, the fusion warrior remarked, merging with you and Kurd may prove to be quite troublesome. Though I am eager to engage with your fusion form, I must kindly request that you perish first. At present, I am unworthy of indulging in revelry, Vegeta stated, casting a calm gaze at Gula. With a fierce glare, he immobilized the retreating Gula. Do not slay me. I was coerced into this by Kurd. It is Kurd and Frieza who have enslaved you Saiyans. I have played no part in it. Not even today that I have not taken the life of a single Saiyan. It was Kurd and Frisia who bore the brunt of the violence. Gula hastily pleaded, sensing his body slipping beyond his control. Go to hell, you wretched monkey. Kurd, having been sent flying, raised a colossal energy sphere to hurl at Vegeta. As Gula diverted Vegeta's attention, Frisia simultaneously lunged at him, leaping to deliver a kick aimed at Vegeta's waist. Fusion, a formidable technique in an instant. The tides of battle shifted, positions reversed. Effortlessly evading Frisia's kick, Vegeta retaliated with a single strike, sending Frisia soaring into the sky. Extending his finger, he deflected the energy blast from Kurd into the cosmos. Seizing Kurd's arm, he hurled him towards Frisia, arriving first and colliding with Frisia's form, with a right hand extended towards Gula. A small, multicolored sphere shot forth, adhering to Gula and propelling him into the air, in pursuit of his father and brother. In mere moments, their movements flowed seamlessly, leaving the others utterly defenseless the instant of their convergence. A burst of vibrant light flashed, devoid of explosion or smoke, and the trio vanished without a trace. Not a single remnant was left behind. They departed silently for the underworld. Whether they ascend to paradise or descend into hell is a matter for Yama to decide. Regrettably, Vegeta remains too weak to extinguish their souls in the span of a single minute. From the conclusion of the transformation, the fusion, to the annihilation of the father and son, it all transpired in under a minute. Such is the terror of the fusion warrior. Meanwhile, the berserk Broly, having lost his focus, charged towards Vegeta. Stripped of reason, his overwhelming power demanded an outlet for release. A rare opportunity presented itself. Let us engage in a bout, Vegeta thought. Observing the oncoming Broly, Vegeta met him head-on, grasping Broly's face and pushing him down. We must relocate. Planet Vegeta can no longer withstand our battle. Grasping Broly, he executed an instant transmission to a desolate planet. The thin atmosphere rendered this planet devoid of life. Yet for the two of them, it served as an ideal battleground. Confronted with the immense hand upon his face, Broly began to amass power within his mouth. After a moment's contemplation, Vegeta refrained from retaliating, for they were kin. Removing his hand, he delivered a sharp slap to Broly, causing his energy to erupt into the sky. Broly had yet to master his strength. Vitalis had not permitted him to learn any additional techniques. Now, in his berserk state, through his encounters with Frisia and Gula, Broly had assimilated their fighting styles. Each movement bore the unmistakable influence of Frisia and Gula. Alas, this was ill-suited for Broly. Thus, Vegeta began to impart techniques to Broly. The skills honed by Vegeta 3, which Vitalis had learned on Earth, were now executed flawlessly upon Broly. The rampaging Broly instinctively sought to absorb the techniques of his adversaries, growing ever more formidable. 20 minutes later, at this juncture, Broly's raw power had caught up with that of Kurd from earlier, but perhaps due to nearing the limits of his age, the rate of his growth had begun to slow significantly 10 minutes prior. Should this continue, it might severely deplete Broly's potential. Fearful of being turned against by Broly, Vegeta delivered a decisive strike to render him unconscious. Cradling the recovering Broly, Vegeta returned to planet Vegeta. Perhaps the surviving Saiyan warriors had alerted those within the room of spirit and time. As a multitude of Saiyans were now engaged in clearing the battlefield, they sought the remains of their kin, leveling the terrain, while several powerful warriors utilized their strength to quell erupting volcanoes and suppress raging storms. Observing the scene before him, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. The other Saiyans, upon seeing Vegeta, did not intrude upon his contemplation. Until the very moment before the fusion was undone, Vegeta cast a glance at the heavens, his formidable power scattering the clouds above, allowing sunlight to once again illuminate the earth. As the light flashed, Vegeta split into two. Paragus, fortunate to have survived, was merely knocked unconscious and subsequently discovered by the searching warriors. At that moment, he embraced his son, tears of joy streaming down his face. Having narrowly escaped death and now standing as the father of the savior Broly, he was filled with overwhelming emotion. Gazing at Paragus holding his son, Vegeta 3's hands trembled slightly. In a lifetime of taking countless lives with swift and steady hands, today, however, they quivered multiple times. Witnessing the sight of Vegeta 3, Vitalis smiled with satisfaction. He understood that he had truly transformed these Saiyans. While they were known for their cold-heartedness, when they allowed themselves to feel, Those emotions would become their most potent source of strength at that moment. The Saiyans would forsake their pride and honor, becoming fervently devoted to their emotions. Giving Vegeta a reassuring pat on the shoulder, he said, "Do not linger in thought. Commence the cleanup of the battlefield and the reconstruction of our home. You would not wish for young Vegeta to awaken and behold you in such a pitiful state, would you?" Vitalis remarked. "Resurrection? Is it truly achievable?" As Vitalis turned away, the third Prince Vegeta resolved to once again place his trust in the king who heralded change. Chapter 33. After the war, situated at the terminus of the underworld, in a higher dimension of the mortal realm, it was a realm beyond mortal comprehension. Planet North Chi. 4 figures formed a circle, their antennae twitching intermittently, sometimes clenching their fists, sometimes exclaiming in surprise. Unknown to Vitalis, the recent battle had been witnessed in its entirety by other entities, Kurd, Gula, and Frisia, each a source of terror with overwhelming power. Commanded dominion over a vast portion of the universe, their influence extended throughout the cosmos, save for the vicinity around the Galactic Patrol headquarters and the territories ravaged by the Demon Realm. The real estate ventures of the three father and son duo sprawled across the universe. Their capricious emotions led them to indiscriminately annihilate life-bearing planets, coupled with the inaction of the Kaioshin, who relentlessly pursued the traces of Majin Buu. The universe found itself in an increasingly dire predicament. Over the years, the universe's population had been in a continuous decline, with life extinguished at a pace quicker than it could naturally regenerate. The planets that birthed life could not keep pace with the devastation wrought by these beings. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin had long ceased their creation of planets and life, leading to a deficit in their resources. Various indicators across the universe were on a downward trend, and the faltering performance left the four great Kais in a state of trepidation, divided by the center of the universe. The four great Kais oversaw the cosmos from the cardinal directions, appearing to wield immense power. Yet, only they were aware of their own dismal plight. Their direct superior, the Grand Kai, reveled in competition, perpetually seeking out challengers for various contests and martial arts tournaments, or indulging in peculiar dances to all manner of music. Meanwhile, they diligently toiled, striving to curry favor with their superior while scouring for talented individuals they asked for the kings of hell beneath them. Tasked with overseeing the affairs of souls departed, they lacked both the time and the strength to assist. And when they faced difficulties, they would only compound the troubles of the great Kais. The deities of the various planets below were in a precarious position, many unable to secure their own safety, with their assigned planets being destroyed, relegating them to the underworld to await reassignment. Hope for them was exceedingly dim, as only a few planets could boast deities, and the selection process favored those from their own worlds, leaving many unemployed deities contemplating career changes. Thus, the positions of the four Kais were particularly precarious. They devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the development of the universe, monitoring the presence of threats to its existence, and suppressing those who violated the divine rules. They pondered whether to vie for the position of Grand Kai. The position of the Kaioshin was not entirely unassailable, and contention was not out of the question. Regrettably, even combined, they could not match the Grand Kai in strength. Alas, what joyous news it was for the North Kai. Frisia had met his demise, the malignant scourge within his jurisdiction finally vanquished, indeed, to his astonishment. Gula and Kurd had also perished here, remarked the South Kai. What are you all celebrating? Questioned the West Kai, maintaining a degree of rationality. Killing these three is merely trading one danger for another with the Saiyans. Is it not? No worries, replied the East Kai. Though the Saiyans are indeed formidable, their numbers are even greater and easily cross the line. They will soon attract the attention of someone with a broader perspective. But what about before they cross that line? Inquired the North Kai, sensing something amiss. Oh dear, my rib rice is broken. I must go check, the West Kai exclaimed, hurriedly departing. Right, I must race the Grand Kai. The agreed time is fast approaching. The East Kai also made haste to leave. Don't look at me. My people are hardly worth considering. They would only end up as remnants. The competitive South Kai cast a glance at the North Kai, who departed helplessly, longing for his attention. The primary concern was that the Saiyans had indeed become overpowered. With their spirit time chamber, Senzu beans, and fusion, that fabled warrior, the green-haired Super Saiyan, was already troublesome enough. And the recently emerged fusion fighter, Vegeta, seemed increasingly aware of being surveilled. That it was a complex situation indeed. Thus, the North Kai was left to grapple with the headache. After all, it was not within their jurisdiction. They merely needed to dispatch individuals to eliminate the residual forces of Kurd and Gula in their territory. This year, their metrics could improve without needing to involve themselves in the ensuing chaos. After all, those Saiyans were unlikely to reach the Kaioshin planet. The North Kai stood alone in desolation. In the distance, Baburis and Guriguri observed their contemplative master, refraining from making a sound. Each morning, he realized the virtue of going to bed early the previous night. And he chuckled heartily. Suddenly, the North Kai broke the silence with a laugh. His spirits lifted. He made his way to the road, hopped into his beloved car, and commenced a thrilling race, speeding around the Kaioshin planet in the blink of an eye. He had merely feigned ignorance. Unlike the others who only glimpsed a fraction of the situation, he possessed far more knowledge. The others had not been incessantly monitoring Kurd and Gula. Their curiosity had drawn them. As the duo had teamed up for an assault on planet Vegeta, it was ill-advised to intrude upon a colleague's territory, prompting the trio to join forces. Their respective domains had, to varying extents, been encroached upon by the Kurd father and son, naturally drawing their attention. They had witnessed the immense power of the Saiyans exterminating Kurd and Gula, and they were aware of the legendary brutality of the Saiyans of yore. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the North Kai had long been fixated on the new Saiyan king. Whether he was benevolent or not was up for debate, at the very least. He understood the importance of respecting elders. The North Kai had observed the transformations this king had undergone and recognized the changes he brought to the Saiyans. Thus, he remained unperturbed. It could not possibly worsen. So he might as well allow it to unfold. As they said, the current Saiyan populace was prone to crossing the line. Should they do so, they would be eliminated. Conversely, if they thrived, the North Kai would reap the rewards. He was willing to trust Vitalis once more. Vitalis had earned the recognition of the Earth's Kai and the Grand Elder of Namek. The North Kai felt assured of their character, simultaneously, unbeknownst to the onlookers. Vitalis sat cross-legged at the entrance of the spirit time chamber. With the palace destroyed and nowhere to go, he had no desire to enter the chamber just yet. He wished to resurrect his kin sooner rather than later, preferring not to wait decades inside, though longevity was also a consideration. Thus, he found himself meditating at the door of the spirit time chamber, reflecting on the sudden conflict. The initial oversight had stemmed from the fact that a technique originally intended for the Saiyans had been appropriated, becoming the foundation for Frisia's surprise attack. He had naively assumed that only the detector possessed listening capabilities, neglecting other technological aspects, and unconsciously believed that strength reigned supreme in the Dragon Ball world. As he calmed his mind, Vitalis discerned numerous tiny flying robots, along with many machines in synchronized orbits. Having just defeated Kurd and Gula, and still uncertain of the machine's functions, Vitalis refrained from acting rashly, opting to wait until the Saiyans fully assumed control before making any judgments. Valuable items could be retained, while the useless could be reclaimed. There was no need to waste resources. After all, the greatest threat had been eliminated. Furthermore, Vitalis took the time to contemplate the narrative. Initially, he had aimed to enhance himself and develop the Saiyan race, believing he could simply weather any ensuing crises. Yet Kurd and Gula had imparted a significant lesson. However, despite his reflections, he rejected the notion of following the narrative. It was too cumbersome, and he could not bear to send these Saiyans to their demise, nor could he resurrect Kurd and Gula. From the most critical events he was aware of, he traced back to the Universe Survival Tournament hosted by the Omni King. Without Goku's intervention, it was uncertain if it would even take place. Should it not occur, the universes lagging behind would face annihilation, leaving them to die without comprehending the cause. Thus, he needed to prepare for both contingencies, with the aim of securing victory in the tournament. Ideally with a baseline of 10 Super Saiyans in their Ultra Blue form. If they could grasp the techniques of the gods, all the better. If one-on-one battles proved unfeasible, 5 fused Super Warriors would not falter against any other universe. Additionally, it was imperative to elevate the average level of their universe. This posed a significant quandary, as he was uncertain how the Omni King and the Grand Minister would gauge this. Damn it, Vitalis cursed under his breath. It was not the gods, yet they were manipulating the hearts of the gods. Vitalis could only vaguely consider the factors that might influence the evaluation. Next, he would dispatch the Saiyans for a full-scale offensive, tirelessly working for the peace, prosperity, and stable development of the universe. Firstly, This would provide the Saiyans with tasks to occupy them. Secondly, it would serve to redeem the Saiyans' reputation. After all, even Vitalis couldn't help but grimace at the actions of the previous Saiyans. There was no way to wash them clean. Yet, for the sake of the future, he had no choice but to force a cleansing, especially since he had the might to do so. The third reason was to prevent this universe from receiving a low rating and being obliterated. Speaking of the future, if all went well, could he perhaps become a god of destruction? Chapter 34. Universe Patrol. In any case, the test posed by the Omni King was a significant hurdle that it would not be easy. But overcoming it was essential for a promising future. As for the prior crises, following this upheaval, Vitalis resolved to take the initiative and preemptively eliminate dangers in this timeline. The emergence of a formidable being like Cell was unacceptable, and Majin Buu would also send scouts to search for them. Ideally, they would be found in a sealed state and subsequently handed over to Beerus or exiled to another timeline. After all, Vitalis had no confidence in confronting Buu without the risk of failure. This entity was notoriously difficult to eradicate, requiring the complete annihilation of every single cell, and it could grow stronger through absorption, making it an insurmountable threat. Especially now, with so many Saiyans alive, it was foreseeable that they would only grow stronger, which made the prospect of a Majin Buu developing in such an environment truly frightening. Other formidable foes, such as Golden Frieza and the likes of Broly from the original series, would face the full brunt of Frieza's subordinates, ensuring they were united, leaving no chance for resurrection. Broly was one of their own. As for the threats from other movie arcs, the androids would likely not emerge, while the remaining Super Namekians and the Demon Herdag would pose minimal issues, easily vanquished through direct combat or swarming tactics. The real trouble lay with the androids capable of infinite energy and the ever-evolving Buu. The Saiyans would subsequently be stationed across various life planets, refraining from engaging in conflicts between civilizations. As long as they did not annihilate planets or extinguish civilizations, the Saiyans would remain passive, allowing other forms of conquest or enslavement to proceed at will, while maintaining a strategic presence across the universe. They would also seek to enhance various metrics within this universe. Should they establish a universe patrol, perhaps recruit some Saiyan brothers for the task? Vitalis pondered mischievously. The formation of a universe patrol was feasible, but they would need to visit the Bank Center and establish relations with the Galactic Patrol, a group that was utterly ruthless. The powerful dared not provoke them, yet they seemed to possess intimate knowledge of the whereabouts of Saiyan infants. Dispatching individuals to hunt them down. 3 days later, the environment on planet Vegeta had stabilized, allowing for the collection and preservation of the remains of the fallen warriors. However, intact corpses were exceedingly rare. Even among the remnants, few remained, with the majority reduced to ashes. Gazing upon the more than 30,000 warriors before him, Vitalis felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This 30,000 was merely the result of a period of cultivation following the battle, consisting of Saiyans with power levels exceeding 1 million that most had approached the threshold of Super Saiyan transformation. Vitalis had roughly discerned the number of S cells required to attain this threshold, yet the basic power index remained undetermined, necessitating further data collection and comparison as the number of Super Saiyans increased. These 30,000 had been meticulously selected for their sufficient combat prowess and excellence in meditation courses, having shed their brutality and violent tendencies. They represented the most promising candidates for breakthroughs. Most Saiyans, however, were still struggling. While they could engage in meditation, years of bloodshed made it challenging for them to find inner peace, resulting in a painfully slow rate of S-cell growth. Some, having engaged in years of slaughter, had become irreparably twisted, yet fortunately, these individuals still recognized him as their king and followed their hearts back. Vitalis instructed them to train in the room of spirit and time, filling their days with meditation and combat, allowing them to joyfully spend their twilight years there, hopefully contributing to the population with offspring. The 30,000, led by Vegeta 3, would advance into the northern galaxy to confront Frieza's territory. Tasked with eliminating Frieza's warriors and assimilating the technological personnel of his army. Unfortunately, most had only learned to teleport using Ki, necessitating the use of spaceships for initial travel. After making a circuit, they would be able to teleport effortlessly. After relaying a few simple instructions, he watched as the 30,000 warriors departed aboard their capsule spaceships. Each warrior was responsible for 2 to 3 star systems, and in the event of danger, nearby Saiyans could swiftly teleport to provide support. Vegeta 3 would venture alone to Frieza's main base, which would subsequently become the headquarters of the Universe Patrol. Meanwhile, Vitalis, accompanied by Broly and a small team, prepared to journey to Namek. They intended to visit the Grand Elder of Namek and establish a stationed elite team to safeguard the planet, searching and locating. The sky was green, resulting in green waters, creating an overall verdant atmosphere. This was the home of the Namekians, their paradise. Here, the Namekian skin blended harmoniously with their surroundings. Moreover, with 3 stars in orbit, there was no night. One could bask in sunlight at any moment without fear of starvation. Standing directly outside the Grand Elder's door, a significantly younger Namekian awaited them. The Grand Elder is aware of your arrival. You may enter, but do not harbor any ill intentions toward him. Otherwise, wagering the future of the Namekians, I will slay you, the younger Namekian warned ominously. However, Vitalis remained unfazed. This was a normal occurrence, and he understood that these beings could be viewed as the Grand Elder's children. Furthermore, he had no intention of causing harm to the Grand Elder, a figure deserving of respect and possessing unfathomable power. The mighty Namekian dragon could unlock Krillin's potential to an extraordinary extent. Vitalis did not believe the Grand Elder to be weak. Perhaps his combat prowess was not particularly impressive, but he undoubtedly possessed numerous magical abilities that, at the very least, standing before him, Vitalis could sense an ancient and profound energy that, once unleashed, could shake the heavens. He instructed his team to wait outside while he and Broly entered. Child, you have finally arrived, the Grand Elder said kindly. From Vitalis's perspective, the Grand Elder's physique and appearance were rather intimidating. Yet his smile was genuinely infectious, evoking a sense of warmth akin to that of a kindly grandfather rather than an alien entity. A feeling of familiarity enveloped him. Yes, I have arrived. It appears that all my actions have been observed by you. Grand Elder, thank you. The Namekian dragon has provided us with tremendous assistance, Vitalis replied, momentarily taken aback, realizing that the disappearance of the Dragon Balls could not have escaped the notice of the Namekians. Moreover, he had already utilized the Namekian dragon twice, and as the creator, he was convinced that the Grand Elder possessed countermeasures. At the very least, the Grand Elder could sacrifice himself to render the Namekian Dragon Balls useless. Thus, Vitalis was confident that his ability to use the Namekian dragon was sanctioned by the Grand Elder. Haha, no need for further words. What has happened has transpired, and the future has already changed. Whether for better or worse, no one knows. That I hope you can continue steadfastly on your path, the Grand Elder chuckled. Vitalis was momentarily taken aback by the Grand Elder's words. Future? Change? The Grand Elder is truly remarkable? He thought, bursting into laughter. Haha, indeed. I wonder if the Grand Elder could help me and our Saiyan kin uncover some potential, Vitalis added. As this was one of his objectives for visiting Namek, the Grand Elder possessed the ability to unlock potential. Although it could not compare to the potential development skills of the old Kai, one only needed to observe Krillin's transformation before and after unlocking his potential to appreciate the Grand Elder's prowess. Unfortunately, if only I had arrived sooner, I might have been able to assist. Now, however, you are all far too powerful, and my remaining lifespan is insufficient to awaken the latent strength within you. The Grand Elder gravely shook his head. Vitalis felt no significant disappointment. For him, it was inconsequential at this stage. May I learn this technique? Well, this is indeed the primary objective. The Grand Elder gazed silently at Vitalis. After Naru entered, he too cast his downturned gaze upon Vitalis. This young man is truly insatiable. It is acceptable, but unnecessary. My ability merely brings forth the power one is destined to possess in advance, which does not compare to the benefits gleaned from one's own cultivation over time. After all, the power drawn out prematurely requires time to acclimate. It is far better to train oneself, the Grand Elder explained. Perhaps Vitalis was overthinking it, as he contemplated the day when the Saiyans would consume the super divine water and subsequently harness their potential, thereby enhancing their overall combat strength in a short span. He would have to seek out the old Kaioshin in the future to devise a plan. Chapter 35. The God Meets a Fellow Villager. The filial Raditz Grand Elder, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. After conversing with the Grand Elder about the wonders of the universe, Vitalis suddenly had a revelation. Whoosh! Vitalis vanished before the Grand Elder and others. In the next instant, he reappeared, grasping the bewildered Kaioshin. accompanied by the anxious Mr. Bobo who clung tightly to the Kaioshin. Startled by Vitalis' sudden return, the Kaioshin flinched as he felt himself being drawn towards Vitalis. He found himself powerless to resist in that fleeting moment of disappearance. Bobo seemed to sense something and reached for the Kaioshin as well. Grand Elder. Look, I have brought you your fellow villager, Vitalis exclaimed. Thrusting the Kaioshin towards the Grand Elder, the Kaioshin, flustered, rubbed his cane and cast a resentful glance at Vitalis, then at the Grand Elder, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Neru. He could not help but lament the relentless march of time. In Neru, he saw the youthful vigor of his past self, who, in search of family, embarked on the celestial path to apprentice under the Kaioshin, vanquishing evil, and to this day, has continued to protect Earth. With an admiring gaze upon Neru, he thought, this young man is truly impressive, a striking reflection of my former self, exuding the same charisma I once had. Almost identical. So, this is the son of Kakarot. How astonishing! I never imagined he would safely arrive on Earth. The Grand Elder's murky eyes sparkled momentarily before becoming clouded once more. Think I would see the child of an old acquaintance. When the calamity struck Namek, some of our kin fled. Regrettably, whether they escaped or remained, nearly all perished. The current Namekians are all descendants of those who survived. Tears began to flow from his clouded eyes as he recalled the days before the upheaval on Namek. When he was still a joyful child, a time that can never be reclaimed. Come here, child, the Grand Elder beckoned to the Kaioshin, struggling to wave him over due to his size, in the presence of the Elder. The Kaioshin approached him with trepidation as he stood before the Grand Elder. He felt the immense hand cover his face, suppressing his instinct to flee, for that hand appeared truly fearsome. He felt that a mere gentle press could shatter his skull like a watermelon. Nevertheless, the bloodline connection and the aura emanating from the Grand Elder made the Kaioshin instinctively trust him. Many minutes later, Vitalis wandered around Namek with the Saiyan team, and Mr. Bobo, the Kaioshin, approached him. Thank you, Vitalis. The Kaioshin expressed, don't mention it. It was merely a small gesture. Moreover, it is thanks to you that I was able to lead my kin to overthrow the malevolent cosmic tyrant Frisia and his wicked family. Vitalis hastily waved his hand. Well, I urgently require the power of the Dragon Balls that I wonder if you could make some improvements to the Earth's Dragon Balls now that I am here. Perhaps reducing the cooldown time? Maybe adding a few more wishes? Vitalis inquired. The Kaioshin fell silent, while Bobo rolled his eyes and Broly turned away. Ahem, just a thought, Vitalis admitted, realizing he was perhaps a bit too hasty. However, after spending so much time together, who didn't know each other's intentions? There was no need for concealment that it is possible, but my power is still insufficient. I must become a perfect Namekian to achieve that. The Kaioshin replied, his face darkening with irritation as he felt he had been overly sentimental. Understood. If you require my assistance, just call for me, Vitalis said, immediately grasping the Kaioshin's intentions that it seems that after uncovering some of the Namekian secrets, he no longer rejected his darker side, or perhaps the current Kaioshin was yearning for power. Take me back, he said, looking back at his homeland before resolutely turning to Vitalis. Don't you want to take another look at your hometown and chat with your fellow villagers? Vitalis questioned. No, being able to return once is sufficient for me. I have no regrets. However, as the god of Earth, I cannot be away for an extended period. The Kaioshin shook his head. Very well. This Saiyan team is dispatched to protect Namek. And I will also send a team to safeguard Earth. When you wish to return, inform them, and they will bring you here. Instantaneous movement is quite convenient. Vitalis outlined his arrangements. Do not fret. The warriors I have dispatched are meticulously selected and will not cause any trouble. Moreover, with the existence of Dragon Balls on both Namek and Earth, it is only natural that they attract attention and bring calamity. It brings me peace of mind to have guardians in place. Additionally, I am about to establish a cosmic patrol to protect all life-bearing planets. Namek and Earth are not exceptions. Vitalis quickly explained as he noticed the Kaioshin's expression darkening further. Do as you wish. As long as it does not harm the humans of Earth, you may proceed. The Kaioshin sighed helplessly. He felt powerless to intervene, and speaking directly to him could be considered a courtesy. All he needed to do was prepare for any potential crises. Upon my return, I shall continue to strengthen the Mafuba technique. It would be best to achieve a group sealing effect. The Kaioshin silently resolved. After sending the Kaioshin and Bobo back to Earth, Vitalis returned to planet Vegeta after briefing the Saiyan team. "Father, you have returned." A young boy with waist-length hair rushed towards a man resembling the protagonist from Vitalis' memories. The man bore a striking resemblance to the protagonist Goku. Yet the scar on his face added an air of ferocity, making him appear even more masculine and imposing. "Raditz?" Bardock questioned, perplexed. "Indeed, father, I am Raditz. It has been several years since we last met," the boy replied. Though his trembling hands and fleeting glances at his father's face revealed a hint of shyness, "That's so. For me, it feels merely like a brief interval. The hyperbolic time chamber is truly marvelous." Bardock gazed at the portal suspended in the air. During this time, he had maintained contact with Vegeta and was aware of the turmoil among the Saiyans. He had long sensed Frieza's ill intentions. Yet his lowly status rendered his warnings ineffective. Regrettably, he had missed the battle due to being away, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Strangely, the thought of not having the opportunity to deliver a beating to Frieza left Bardock with an emptiness within. Suppressing this strange feeling, Bardock soared towards the hyperbolic time chamber alongside Raditz. Every returning Saiyan made it their priority to visit, for without spending some time within, they would truly fall behind the current era. "Let me tell you, father, my battle power has reached 530,000. I have great hopes of becoming the next Super Saiyan. Allow me to guide you," Raditz boasted, once the most formidable warrior of the lower class. Now, aside from newly born infants, no weaker Saiyan could be found. Upon hearing this, and seeing Bardock's iconic facial expression alongside Raditz's strikingly long hair, Vitalis became intrigued. In truth, many bore a resemblance to Bardock. As they were lower-class warriors, many faces were similar, differing only in hairstyles. Of course, there were those with similar hairstyles but different skin tones. Moreover, Bardock's scar had become his unique badge of honor. For Raditz, Vitalis would need to find time to shave his eyebrows, fulfilling a fantasy he had once harbored, a naturally gifted Super Saiyan Raditz. Nevertheless, Raditz's words piqued Vitalis' interest, Bardock being a pure-blooded Saiyan, although he placed greater emphasis on comradeship and family compared to other Saiyans. Upon hearing his son say such things, abruptly seized Raditz and charged into the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 39. A father's farewell, a child's laughter. Finding the scene amusing, Vitalis followed behind to witness the spectacle and pay homage to the legendary figure that Bardock represented. It is said that this family is legendary in every aspect. While the tale of Bardock may not unfold in this universe, perhaps in another timeline, there truly exists a Bardock who was defeated by Frieza, traversed through time, and transformed into a Super Saiyan to vanquish Frieza's grandfather. The legend of the Super Saiyan endures. The eldest son, Raditz, heralded the Z era, marking the official inception of Dragon Ball's apocalyptic epic, where planets could be obliterated at will. Although he is not directly connected to Raditz, the phrase power level of 5, utterly useless, has become infamous in another realm, where one might be oblivious to Raditz himself or the anime Dragon Ball, yet still familiar with such expressions. The second son, Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, ignited the world with his Super Saiyan transformations, pioneering the Super Saiyan 3 form, battling gods, and stepping into divine realms, mastering techniques beyond mortal comprehension. The eldest grandson, Son Gohan, once the foremost Super Saiyan 2, reached unparalleled heights after unlocking his potential, becoming the strongest being beneath the gods, although he has since waned in strength. Yet, with but a single opportunity, he could reclaim his former glory. The youngest grandson, Son Goten, the least aged Super Saiyan, possesses vast potential, yet is overshadowed by the prowess of his predecessors. However, upon merging with his companion Trunks, he stands a chance to ascend to the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball universe, vying for a position among the most formidable beings beneath the gods. With diligent training, his future remains boundless. This family could very well be deemed the strongest in the universe. Among them, Bardock exhibits a ferocious combat style, one of the few Saiyans who does not indulge in frivolity. Perhaps time has run out for him? Bardock, with great effort, dragged Raditz into the 30-fold gravity chamber. Observing his father's laborious movements, Raditz remarked, "Father, your battle power is merely over 10,000. This place is too much for you at this stage. Let's start with the 20-fold gravity chamber, where I can teach you about energy perception and control, and then we can return here." Raditz still harbored concerns for his father, regrettably lacking the eloquence to express it. Bardock, with reddened eyes and taut muscles, slowly turned his head and commanded, "Unleash your full strength and fight me." Perhaps this is how Saiyans convey their emotions. Really? If I hit you, you might perish. Mother would kill me. And Uncle Vegeta would be furious. I promised to teach you about energy, and Uncle Vegeta allowed me to rest, Raditz hesitantly replied. Alas, Raditz remained oblivious to the intricacies of human sentiment. Frustrated, Bardock painstakingly approached Raditz and delivered a resounding slap. Yet, under the 30-fold gravity, the movement was agonizingly slow. Only due to Bardock's years of traversing the cosmos, having endured the gravity of planets several times that of Vegeta, could he withstand this 30-fold pressure. Most Saiyans begin their training at a mere 1-fold. Witnessing his father's perseverance, Raditz's eyes brimmed with tears. Was this the essence of Saiyan spirit, the indomitable spirit of the warrior race, to endure against all odds? He fought to restrain his tears, rubbing his aching eyes. He understood now that his father was leading by example, teaching him through action that he recognized his past laziness, and under Uncle Vegeta's stern guidance. He became aware of his errors. Seeing his father in this moment, he regretted the time he had squandered. Resolute, Raditz swiftly delivered a precise and powerful kick to Bardock's abdomen, sending him flying several hundred meters. Observing this, Vitalis pondered whether Bardock had often mistreated Raditz. He instantaneously teleported beside Bardock, who at that moment had ceased to breathe, his eyes glazed over, his battle suit tattered, and the ground scarred by the impact. It was evident that Raditz had truly exerted himself, or rather, unleashed his kick. Fortunately, Raditz had not unleashed a violent surge of energy, and Bardock, being a Saiyan of considerable resilience, with a battle power exceeding 10,000, had not been obliterated by the blow, albeit barely. Had he been any weaker, he might have been severed in two. Placing his hand upon Bardock's chest, Vitalis infused him with pure life energy, applying pressure twice. At last, Bardock began to breathe again. Though the situation remained dire, sustained only by Vitalis' energy, on the brink of death, glancing at the rapidly approaching Raditz, Vitalis sighed and retrieved 2 sins of beans to feed to Bardock. Upon consumption, Bardock's condition was restored to its peak. That it seemed Bardock's soul had momentarily ventured to the afterlife. As he opened his eyes, bewildered and scanning his surroundings, after staring at Vitalis for a moment, as if questioning his identity, he then turned to Raditz. Veins bulged in his forehead anew. Vitalis sensed that Bardock was on the cusp of becoming a Super Saiyan. Teleporting away, he felt it best to leave this moment to the father, a man who yearned deeply to impart his paternal love to his son. King Raditz, too, perceived something amiss with his father. He attempted to call out to Vitalis, but was a fraction too late. "Raditz, you truly are my son," Bardock said, rising with a weary tone. "Father, you urged me to go all out. Who would have guessed you were so fragile?" Vitalis had forgotten to provide Bardock the necessary items and returned just in time to hear Raditz's words. Though interrupted, he regrettably arrived a moment too late. Silently retracting the bag of senzu beans intended for Bardock, it was clear that it would not suffice. Swapping for a larger bag, he filled it to the brim, estimating it contained over 10,000 beans, which he presented to Bardock. "These are senzu beans. Consume them and seek Vegeta for more. You may train for 3 days here, which equates to 3 years in your realm. And then come find me. There are tasks at hand," Vitalis stated, refraining from elaborating further, as the current situation was not conducive to broader discussions. That he prayed for Raditz, hoping he would never be overshadowed by Bardock. Otherwise, he would be inundated with paternal affection. Raditz, born with exceptionally high battle power due to his father's lineage, was classified as a superior warrior, yet this could not alter the stigma of his lower-class Saiyan family. Once scorned by others, he became lethargic and averse to training. Coupled with his mother being an exceptionally kind-hearted Saiyan, Raditz could be deemed rather ineffectual. Although Bardock cherished family, his affection primarily lay with Jain. For his son, merely surviving and growing up was sufficient, with little else of concern. Pursuing power, Bardock often led his squad into battles, rarely returning home. Thus Raditz grew up somewhat misguided, raised in such an unusual environment. He lacked the typical Saiyan drive for strength, devoid of ambition, relying solely on his innate strength for sustenance. Following the original narrative, it was likely he would ultimately fall short of even becoming a mid-tier warrior. Fortunately, Vitalis instigated a change. King Vegeta III had taken a mild interest in Bardock's situation, aware of a troublesome lad who had engaged Raditz in training within the hyperbolic time chamber for a while, effectively steering Raditz back onto a righteous path. Of course, this was Vegeta 3's perspective. Vitalis believed it merely shifted from one misguided direction to another. It is commonly said that Saiyans lack emotional intelligence. Even when considering others' feelings, they seldom articulate it well, opting instead to express it through their unique methods. This, too, benefited Bardock and Raditz, as senzu beans were plentiful, with little fear of fatalities, and even if death occurred, there was little concern, for the Dragon Balls could remedy such misfortunes, unless confronted with an entity like Majin Buu, which devours existence, or the destructive powers of Beerus and the erasure by Zeno. Death in the Dragon Ball universe is hardly a grave matter. In summary, Bardock is on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. His pride rivals that of any other. Chapter 37. Transition. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. The original intention was to assemble the Saiyans, with all of them returning for a minimum of 1 year's time, ensuring their unparalleled strength to inevitably crush the Frieza force. The plan included a grand coronation ceremony to decisively eliminate Frieza and instill fear across the universe. Unfortunately, Frieza learned of this and arrived prematurely. Although the outcome was relatively favorable, it came at the cost of hundreds of thousands of warriors and children's lives. Reviving them would require at least 2 wishes. Although this notion may seem ruthless, it is indeed a loss from a long-term perspective. The original plan could have ensured dominance over the universe without any casualties. Now that Frieza and his son are deceased, the news has reached the Frieza army, and it will gradually spread throughout the cosmos. Thus, Vitalis has no choice but to dispatch numerous warriors to annihilate the Frieza army. The Kurds and the Gula forces. On one hand, this is to swiftly inherit the legacy of Frieza and his son, and on the other, to establish authority, laying the groundwork for a future cosmic peacekeeping force. Regrettably, there are currently very few Saiyans capable of instantaneous movement. Most still rely on energy positioning, with only a select few having mastered the ability to teleport to visible targets. However, the accompanying observation magic has progressed slowly, with the best only able to observe targets within small stellar systems. Otherwise, it would be much easier. Of course, Vitalis possesses teleportation magic, allowing for large-scale personnel transfers, with the range expanding to cover the northern galaxy after transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, Vitalis does not intend to pursue this. He has already done enough, and as king, it remains to be seen whether these Saiyans can keep pace with him rather than being perpetually dragged along. Having observed the Saiyans dispatched, it is evident that although they have only been gone for a few days, the planets controlled by the Frieza army nearby have already faced suppression from the Saiyans. Researchers and other non-combat specialists have been left behind, while all combat personnel must be eliminated without exception. Vitalis dislikes killing, or rather, he is yet to become accustomed to it, and even fears it. But that does not mean he will overlook these potential threats. Fortunately, the Saiyans are quite adept in this regard, especially since Vitalis has issued orders that allow them to kill any enemy that attacks them without needing to seek permission. Other acts of violence require reporting and must receive approval from a direct superior, while actions that result in city-level destruction or greater must be reported to brigade-level commanders for permission to execute. Any unreasonable actions discovered afterward will result in penalties for the brigade commander, and the destruction of a planet requires Vitalis' personal signature on a world-destroying decree. These regulations have been established because the current Saiyans possess planet-destroying capabilities. And without constraints, significant trouble is bound to arise. Fortunately, the techniques for telepathic communication are not difficult to learn, and today's Saiyans can easily master them. Their strength allows for interstellar communication with relative ease. And due to their widespread distribution, they can create a chat network that spans the entire universe. Real-time communication is straightforward, allowing for swift reporting and approval processes that do not hinder opportunities for battle. Vitalis, lacking prior administrative experience, can only implement what comes to mind as he goes along. Fortunately, the Saiyans are somewhat straightforward and do not actively seek loopholes for dubious maneuvers. Additionally, the hierarchical system established through combat prowess engenders a strong sense of respect and loyalty, with subordinates rarely questioning their superiors. Although these Saiyan warriors have undergone meditation and are no longer impulsive, Vitalis remains cautious. Thus, he practices full-power Super Saiyan training alongside Broly while observing the Saiyans executing their missions. If the previous Saiyans were chaotic evil, the current ones are lawful evil. Their understanding lacks concepts of justice, goodness, or evil. Vitalis has merely satisfied their desire for unrestrained combat, fulfilling the battle instinct ingrained in their blood, and granted them formidable power. Coupled with meditation to calm their minds, they are inclined to obey Vitalis' commands. Notably, Vitalis is the second strongest, while the strongest, Broly, also listens to him. Thus, the current Saiyans can be considered lawful evil. Upholding the order established by Vitalis, they will kill anyone Vitalis instructs them to, and if he commands them not to, they shall refrain. After all, killing is less appealing than engaging in a passionate battle with their comrades. At present, the developmental trajectory appears promising. Vitalis aims to cultivate a lawfully neutral Saiyan race, succeeding the ineffectual galactic patrol and establishing a new order in this universe, striving to enhance the overall evaluative value of the cosmos. Of course, one cannot expect the Omni King to spare this universe based on its score. The temperament of this young child is unpredictable. What if one day he decides to eradicate the universe for amusement or discontent? Thus, it is essential to acquire power comparable to that of the Omni King, taking one's fate into their own hands. However, the process will be perilous. Disturbances within this universe cannot be tolerated once stability is achieved. Vitalis will devise a way to traverse other universes, dimensions, and timelines. After all, the Omni King's destruction of universes pertains only to the current timeline and does not affect others. Moreover, the Omni King is not the sole entity in the multiverse. He is not entirely incomprehensible, even if he currently exists as an unfathomable being. But as humans, one must have aspirations. After observing the Saiyans for a while longer, Vitalis will select suitable individuals for the Super Saiyan God experiment. Once successful, even a single instance will lead to the rapid proliferation of Super Saiyan Gods and Super Saiyan Blues. In truth, most Saiyans possess considerable talent. It is merely that in the original narrative, they were not afforded such opportunities, unlike the Saiyan race in the Brother Universe, where individuals have high foundational combat power but are unaware of the existence of Super Saiyans. Once informed, transforming becomes effortless. Similarly, the Saiyans in this universe are not lacking. Their foundation has been bolstered by Vitalis, and surpassing them is merely a matter of time. One further issue remains to be resolved. Saiyans cannot survive in space. With their formidable energy and physicality, they can navigate hazardous environments such as magma, deep seas, and the cosmos with ease, using their energy to defend against various cosmic rays, magma, and the unknown dangers of alternate dimensions. They can engage in all-weather, all-terrain combat, but unfortunately, they require oxygen. Without it, they rapidly lose their combat effectiveness. They fall short compared to those races that traverse the cosmos solely on physical prowess. Of course, resolving battles within their breath-holding time poses no issue. However, such beings need not venture into space to confront foes. They can annihilate enemies situated in the cosmos from the safety of their planets. Yet, facing opponents of equal strength creates complications. Even becoming a Super Saiyan God does not grant the ability to survive in the cosmic environment. Saiyans are overly reliant on oxygen. This deficiency must be addressed. Otherwise, instantaneous movement will merely keep them in a position of invulnerability. Thus, the next wish to the dragon needs to address this matter. It remains uncertain what price must be paid for the wish that grants Saiyans the ability to survive in space. Should it entail altering their bloodline or physical structure, it would prove a Pyrrhic victory. Ideally, a solution exists that does not compromise the Saiyans' potential, bloodline, or physical structure. Reviving the deceased demands two wishes. Resolving the Saiyans' respiratory issue requires one. One cannot help but lament the insufficiency of Dragon Balls. Regrettably, some matters are best entrusted to the dragon, while handling them independently can be perilous and troublesome. For instance, traversing time and space poses challenges. Bulma has only recently been born, and the future may not guarantee the emergence of the android crisis. Trunks may not even exist, leaving the time machine in jeopardy. The time ring is located in the Kaioshin realm. Despite the Kaioshin's lack of prowess, he still compares favorably against the antagonists of the protagonist group from the same era. Presently, he poses no challenge to the Saiyans, without considering the fusion warriors and Broly. The current Kaioshin is insurmountable. Moreover, should a confrontation ensue, Beerus is no pushover. Even if the Kaioshin were to be killed instantly, Beerus' demise would trigger a response from the angels. However, other deities from different universes may seek vengeance, and Vitalis would be powerless to stop them. It is difficult to ascertain the intentions of other gods. Beerus' brother, Kampa, would undoubtedly seek retribution, and Whis' sister may also be angered, potentially leading to the destruction of this universe. Thus, enhancing the Dragon Balls on Earth is imperative. If the current Kaioshin is inadequate, a replacement must be found, and Dandy would be an excellent candidate. Alternatively, appointing Dandy as the Kaioshin of Vegeta and having him create a new set of Dragon Balls could also be viable. After all, the Kaioshin genuinely regards Earthlings as children. He truly deserves that title. Moreover, Dandy's abilities could save an abundance of Senzu beans. Traveling to Vegeta is quite suitable. There is potential for success. By the way, has Dandy been born yet? Chapter 38. The growth of Bardock time swiftly passed, and Bardock met with Vitalis as scheduled. During this period, Bardock successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Initially, Bardock lagged behind Raditz by at least 50 times. However, his relentless training, bolstered by the use of Senzu beans, allowed him to recover from mental fatigue through meditation, leading to rapid progress. Unfortunately, the considerable gap between him and Raditz persisted, remaining around 1 to 200,000. Although Raditz occasionally sought opportunities to slack off, he began to exert himself under the pressure from his father, maintaining a certain distance between them. Eventually, once Bardock's fighting power surpassed 1 million, it naturally culminated in his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vitalis believed that Bardock's S-cells had long been sufficient, and his pent-up rage facilitated a seamless transformation after reaching the requisite fighting power. Bardock shattered the record for the lowest fighting power required for transformation. Aside from Broly, both Vitalis and King Vegeta 3 had to exceed 2 million to achieve their Super Saiyan forms, while their base powers were significantly higher than Bardock's. Once Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, he became the fourth strongest among the Saiyans. Bardock's success prompted many to begin prioritizing meditation, as their deficiency lay in S-cells rather than raw fighting power or anger, with the latter merely serving as a catalyst for breakthrough. The essence of power and S-cells remained paramount. During this time, Raditz faced considerable hardship, enduring daily beatings from the Super Saiyan Bardock. Initially, he attempted to cry out for his mother to rescue him. But the more he cried, the more invigorated Bardock became. Raditz was forced to meditate for 12 hours each day, with the remainder spent under Bardock's relentless training regimen. He frequently found himself on the brink of death. His base fighting power had already exceeded 3 million, placing him among the strongest Saiyans in terms of potential. Most Saiyans experienced diminishing returns after surpassing 1 million. They made progress, yet the effects were minimal. In contrast, Vitalis and King Vegeta 3 belonged to the second tier, managing to reach over 2 million, while Raditz, now in the third tier, had attained over 300,000 by flirting with death. After reaching the limits of his potential, he would need to rely on training to advance further. Nevertheless, he had surpassed most cosmic races, falling just short of formidable entities like Frieza and the androids. "Does the king have any tasks for us?" Bardock inquired as he approached Vitalis, who was seated cross-legged at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. "Bardock, congratulations. How does it feel to transform into a Super Saiyan?" Vitalis asked with a smile. Bardock was uncertain. Raditz was undoubtedly pleased with his base power surpassing 300,000, making him second only to Broly and Vitalis in this regard. It feels remarkable. Unprecedented strength. Upon transformation, my fighting power surged 50-fold, and as I gradually adapt to mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, that multiplier continues to increase. Bardock revealed his findings. Indeed, the Super Saiyan transformation is merely the beginning. To my knowledge, there exist transformations that surpass the Super Saiyan, referred to as Super Saiyan 2, and even beyond that to Super Saiyan 3, Vitalis disclosed, aware that it would eventually be discovered regardless, and thus preferred to share it early so that everyone could work together to develop their abilities. Is that so? Bardock responded, transforming into a Super Saiyan without a loud roar or any other special effects. The golden aura merely flickered for an instant before he became a Super Saiyan. It was evident that Bardock had mastered the transformation adeptly, surpassing King Vegeta 3. After all, he spent each day in Super Saiyan form, relentlessly defeating Raditz while controlling his strength to avoid fatal blows, a unique form of full-power Super Saiyan training. Huh. Bardock began to gather energy post-transformation, his muscles visibly swelling, especially his pectorals, which were already robust and now appeared exaggerated. Does this signify a transcendence beyond the Super Saiyan? Bardock inquired, noting the immense power and speed enhancement, though at a significant energy cost, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged combat. No, this form is known as the Super Saiyan 1 second stage. From here, it can be further enhanced and is referred to as the Super Saiyan 1 third stage. Vitalis explained as Bardock began to unleash even more energy. His muscles swelled to an even more exaggerated degree. Resembling a small giant, with a fierce aura emanating from him. Is that so? This form possesses tremendous strength. A mere touch nearly incapacitated Raditz, whose fighting power is 3 million. I cannot afford to use it recklessly. As while strength increases, speed drastically diminishes, even falling short of my initial Super Saiyan state. The energy expenditure is substantial, making it unsustainable, potentially preventing me from maintaining the Super Saiyan transformation, Bardock slowly articulated. One must commend Bardock for his insights. Without Vitalis' guidance, he has discovered so much and developed these forms. Vitalis mused. He had long been aware of these transformations and had chosen to forego them in favor of a more comprehensive approach. Closely aligned with Super Saiyan 2 full power training, had Vitalis been unaware and left to his own devices, he might not have uncovered such information. What, then, has Raditz truly experienced? Bardock pondered. In contrast, to compensate for my lack of speed, I have developed an opposing form that entirely sacrifices strength in pursuit of speed. Naturally, while the striking power in this high-speed state is not insignificant, achieving the same effect as my strength form requires some time. Bardock's physique began to shrink as he spoke. With a gentle touch, the strength form severely injured Raditz, while this new form required multiple strikes to attain a similar impact. After training, I can now switch forms in just 3 seconds, enabling the possibility of utilizing the strength form in battle. Presently, Bardock's muscles had vanished entirely, leaving him with a slightly frail appearance, were it not for the differences in hair and eye color. One might mistake you for Super Saiyan God Goku, Vitalis remarked, marveling at the developments of Bardock, the protagonist's father, who had made adjustments through his own exploration. Goku chose to master the Super Saiyan form, treating it as a regular state of training to minimize energy loss and extend endurance, ultimately developing the full power form that maximizes Super Saiyan strength, nearly reaching Super Saiyan 2. Conversely, Bardock opted to address his weaknesses, enhancing his combat capabilities. Following the king's nomenclature, this could be dubbed the Super Saiyan 1 third stage speed mode, while the previous one could be referred to as power mode. The only drawback is that switching requires time. However, the next step is to transcend the Super Saiyan altogether. Bardock clenched his fists. These Saiyans are all alike, forever dissatisfied with the status quo, once merely chasing the legend of the Super Saiyan. Now that they can transform, they swiftly suppress the excitement of becoming Super Saiyans, striving to surpass themselves once more. Indeed, Super Saiyan 2 encompasses a more comprehensive array of forms than Super Saiyan 1, balancing strength and speed. However, Super Saiyan 2 can also adopt speed and power modes. Your thoughts are not misplaced. Even for subsequent forms, these concepts remain applicable, Vitalis affirmed, believing that these forms could be cultivated. In the original narrative, Trunks and Vegeta relied on the power form, their combat abilities rivaling that of the earlier Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form, albeit lacking in speed, which limited their capacity to inflict damage. However, with so many Saiyans now engaging in group tactics rather than one-on-one combat, this concern was negligible. Speed mode individuals could handle interference, while power mode fighters focused on output, allowing for alternative enhancements through switching. Nonetheless, the foundation of fighting power must remain paramount. The strength achieved post-Super Saiyan transformation depends on the base state. Super Saiyan 2 requires a base fighting power of 100 times its normal state, while Super Saiyan 1 requires 50 times that. A base power of 10 million multiplied by 50 contrasts sharply with a base power of 1 million multiplied by 100. Even Super Saiyan 2 cannot rival Super Saiyan 1 in terms of base power, as the gap between normal states is not easily bridged, Vitalis asserted, not wishing for these individuals to become complacent in their newfound Super Saiyan power while neglecting their foundations. 50 times 1 million and 50 times 3 million. Bardock murmured. Observing Bardock's contemplative demeanor, Vitalis felt a sense of satisfaction. During this period, Bardock's base fighting power had only reached around 150,000, yet he had fully explored the capabilities of Super Saiyan 1, mastering speed mode and combat transitions, placing him well ahead of several iterations that at this rate. Bardock would eventually recognize his own deficiencies in base power, while he might become a formidable warrior relying solely on transformations. It would be more beneficial to awaken him early, allowing him to avoid unnecessary detours. In time, with a high base power coupled with an array of flashy transformations, Bardock could very well surpass the legends of the Super Saiyans. Yet, that 3 million figure referred to Raditz, did it not? Chapter 39. Individual Arrangements. Bardock, you are tasked with leading 10 legions to cleanse the cosmos, relentlessly pursuing the remnants of Frisia's army, the Gula Legion, and the Kurd faction. Your primary target is a dark sorcerer named Babidi, who wields various forms of magic and carries with him a forbidden entity known as Vitalis. It is imperative to assess Bardock's current situation and make appropriate arrangements. In ancient times, there existed a being named Babidi, who created the terrifying creature known as Majin Buu, effortlessly vanquishing the gods. Although he was eventually sealed away, his son Babidi now seeks to resurrect Majin Buu. Before this occurs, we must locate and eliminate this threat. Majin Buu is immortal and indestructible. Even a single cell can facilitate his revival, and he can regenerate even from being reduced to gas. He is exceedingly difficult to eradicate and possesses the ability to absorb the powers and techniques of his adversaries, growing ever more formidable. Therefore, his resurrection must be absolutely prevented. Otherwise, the universe faces inevitable destruction under Majin Buu's tyranny. The Supreme Kai is no match for him, and should Beerus arrive too late, the bewildered Supreme Kai may perish alongside him. But at that point, beings such as the Omni King and the Grand Priest would undoubtedly notice, leading to a grim fate for our universe. Majin Buu's revival requires vast amounts of energy. Thus, Babidi will appear across various battlefields. It is crucial to locate him and eliminate him swiftly, avoiding prolonged engagements to prevent an early resurrection of Majin Buu. Vitalis repeatedly emphasizes the peril posed by Majin Buu. After all, the Saiyans, despite their strength and allure, possess an inherent recklessness that could lead to disastrous consequences. Hence, Vitalis must reiterate these cautions. Those assigned to this task must be vigilant. Upon discovery of Babidi, it is preferable that they eliminate him. If they cannot, Vitalis will merge with Broly and teleport to strike down Babidi, seizing control of Majin Buu. Following this, they should seek the Supreme Kai and request that he transport Majin Buu to the God of Destruction for annihilation. I trust Beerus is aware that Majin Buu was responsible for the demise of the previous Supreme Kai and several candidates, and he will likely act swiftly to eradicate this threat. Subsequently, the Supreme Kai will be sealed within the Kai realm, ensuring a favorable resolution for all. Vegeta, you shall continue your advance, seizing Frisia's territory. Ensure the scientists remain, particularly the one responsible for creating the scouters and battle suits. He is of utmost importance. All others are expendable. You will then establish the Cosmic Guard at the Frisia Army's headquarters and create a communication network to include the current Saiyan leadership. The combined strength of Vitalis and his allies can draw all Saiyans into this communication network. Though the energy expenditure is considerable and not worth the effort, the casual exchange among themselves will suffice. While they can manage their assigned individuals through a hierarchical structure, Paragus, you will lead a legion centered around Namek, implementing a control plan. After all, you are Broly's father, and with a base power exceeding 2 million. Vitalis has set aside his past prejudices to appoint you as a general. The so-called control plan involves stationing a small group of Saiyans, 2 individuals, on a life-bearing planet to safeguard it from potential destruction due to external threats or cosmic disasters. This must be done without interfering in the planet's civilization, while also observing and learning from its merits. Talent encountered may be recruited into the Cosmic Guard. Non-Saiyans can also join this family of warriors. Fostering mutual camaraderie. Life-bearing planets are scarce within a stellar system. Larger systems may host several, while smaller ones may contain only one. Thus, adjacent planets can have a small team stationed for mutual support. If a remote planet lacks nearby life-bearing planets, a single team will be assigned to it. Within the support range, a single team may not oversee more than 3 planets simultaneously, ensuring that at least one fusion warrior is ready for immediate action against formidable foes. Adhering to the principle of discretion, should they encounter an inscrutable adversary, Immediate fusion is the protocol. Otherwise, unless they achieve great merit, there shall be no right to resurrection. This rule has been established by Vitalis to prevent Saiyans from recklessly seeking resurrection and causing chaos. Accumulating merit is necessary to earn the privilege of revival. Naturally, family and friends may also expend their merits for such a purpose. It is not that Vitalis is unwilling to grant wishes through the Dragon Balls. Aside from a few indispensable requests, he is indifferent about who receives subsequent opportunities. However, to maintain the cosmic order, the number of resurrections must be controlled, ideally confined within the Saiyan community. Potential evil dragons are a concern, and angering the deities of the underworld could complicate matters, particularly when relationships are yet to be established. Recklessly breaking rules is unwise. Caring for one's own is paramount. As for other races, it is better for them to meet an early demise and be reborn. That is all for now. I hope everyone can accomplish their tasks swiftly. Broly and I will address some minor issues and reach out if necessary. With that, Vitalis severed the connection. Vitalis intended to take Broly to deal with the Ginyu Force. He had reservations about sending others, fearing that one day he might be caught off guard by a loud command to switch bodies. Caution is the mother of safety. Additionally, the diminutive member of the Ginyu Force possesses the ability to pause time, a racial talent that warrants further investigation. As for the other lesser foes, Vitalis could not recall them individually, not even their appearances or names, apart from their team's dances, which left a vivid impression on the young Gohan, skewing his aesthetic sensibilities. Fortunately, Biddy also enjoyed that style, establishing a common interest with Gohan, laying the groundwork for their eventual partnership and forming a Saiyan superhero team. These adversaries must be eradicated by Vitalis' own hands, leaving no trace behind to ease his mind. Following this, he would return to bring Kakarot to Earth. Indeed, due to his time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Kakarot was born earlier than he would have otherwise. However, accounting for the time within the chamber, he would be of a similar age to the original timeline. This little one, blessed by his father's lineage, boasts a battle power of 200,000. Conceived after Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan. It is likely he could achieve transformation at an age comparable to Goten's. That in a few generations, it is anticipated that the Saiyans may become the strongest race beneath the gods. However, Kakarot is still quite young, making it unsuitable to take him away immediately. He should spend a few more days with his family before being taken to Earth. Jine, Raditz, and Bardock all possess the ability to teleport, making it simple to visit Kakarot. This would allow Gohan to experience the bond between grandfather and grandson while simultaneously preparing Kakarot for future martial arts training on Earth. Gohan is a disciple of Master Roshi, and this connection must be nurtured. Otherwise, while he might agree to the arrangement, acquiring the essence of the teachings would be much more challenging. Thus, the priority is to eliminate the Ginyu Force. Chapter 40. The Ginyu Force Rooted Star. This is the next target for the Ginyu Force. Still in a state of suspended animation, the members have yet to receive the news of Frisia's demise. The Ginyu Force is a super elite unit handpicked by Frisia from the galaxy's finest warriors, known as the elite among elites. Each member possesses unique abilities and extraordinary combat prowess. Frisia indulged them, granting them high status, and only he could command them. In return, they remained loyal to him, particularly Ginyu, who serves as Frisia's foremost sycophant. The others joined out of respect for Frisia's might, but Ginyu was drawn by Frisia's appreciation for his art, receiving applause and praise for their awkward dances rather than mockery from the mundane. A soldier is willing to die for one who understands him. Frisia's gentlemanly demeanor has secured the unwavering loyalty of the Ginyu Force. Besides Frisia, no one else can awaken them from their slumber during missions, which is why they remain oblivious to Frisia's death, continuing to carry out his orders. They are in pursuit of Vitalis, searching for the origin of the Senza beings, standing on the ground, watching the rapidly descending spacecraft. Vitalis cannot help but reminisce about his childhood. Only a few spacecraft could be seen, continuously shifting formations in accordance with their programmed sequence, exuding an air of flamboyance. With a resounding thud, the ships landed forcefully. As the hatch opened, a robust man with a pineapple-like hairstyle, named Lycum, emerged first, executing two seemingly nonsensical gestures before striking a pose and bellowing his name. Meanwhile, as Lycum posed, a blue-skinned figure adorned with black spots shot out, mirroring Lycum's actions but in reverse. Haji's, a red-skinned individual with flowing white hair, twirled his locks flamboyantly with each movement, clearly having pondered every gesture to showcase his long hair perfectly. Next, Gudo, a diminutive green-skinned alien with prominently large eyes on either side of his forehead, mimicked Jesus' movements from a short distance, albeit appearing comically awkward due to his short limbs. Kinyu, with a light purple physique and two long black horns protruding from his head, stood with his back to the audience after performing two actions, before striking a perfectly executed pose that involved looking beneath his own legs. Following this, Kinyu Force shifted through several more poses, their joy evident even in the absence of an audience, likely a result of a prolonged slumber that had left them eager to perform. Remarkably, they had not regressed during their hibernation. Now, as they prepared to execute the orders of Lord Frisia, Kinyu commanded them to contemplate their movements, planning to rehearse a new team dance upon departing the planet. Understood that I am certain that the moves I devise will be the most impressive. This time, I shall innovate and create new steps, Kinyu declared, interrupting the squabbling. Kinyu! Kinyu! He shouted as the team lined up from shortest to tallest. Commencing to jog in place, the Kinyu Force resounded their name in unison. As the scene neared its climax, Kinyu sensed a tremendous force pressing down upon them, rendering them immobile, and he struggled to inquire. What is happening? How shall I put it? It is no surprise that the Kinyu Force is famed as the strongest male ensemble. Alas, without music, your theme song would elevate the moment, Vitalis remarked, approaching Kinyu Force alongside Broly. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the group instantly understood he was the primary target of their mission. Saiyan Prince, what brings you here? Lycum questioned. Ignoring Lycum's inquiry, Vitalis continued, it must have been quite the challenge for Frisia to gather such a peculiar quintet. Powerful individuals who share similar interests that I must say, I nearly fell victim to your charm back at that little station. You truly deserve the title of the strongest male group, the only ones capable of making Frisia blush. What a pity it would be to eliminate you. He shook his head, feigning regret over their impending doom. How did I end up feeling like a villain? Although the videos edited at that little station depict you as righteous. I assure you I am the true embodiment of justice, Vitalis quipped. Tell me, how do you know Lord Frisia? And how do you know about us? What nonsense are you spouting? Kinyu exclaimed in fury, enraged that Vitalis dared to disregard them. Despite his understanding of Vitalis's formidable power, which currently held them captive, Kinyu suspected that Lord Frisia may no longer be present. Even if he found it hard to believe that the mighty Frisia, along with Gula and King Cooled, could fall on planet Vegeta, the fact that this young Saiyan was aware of Frisia and had come to intercept them hinted at Frisia's defeat. Indeed, Frisia is dead. I have come to escort you to the afterlife to join him. With you by his side, he shall be eternally comforted. I am certain Frisia will be grateful for my gesture, as you are the only ones capable of making him sweat and blush, which surely indicates his affection for you. Vitalis taunted. By the way, please relay a message to Frisia. I will visit him in heaven when I have the time. Do not worry. I will be sure to thank him then. Vitalis concluded. How dare you, Lord Frisia? Kinyu and Lycum fumed, hearts heavy with despair. Isn't Lord Frisia supposed to descend into hell? How could he possibly ascend to heaven? Gudo questioned, bewildered. Hearing Gudo's words, Kinyu trembled with rage. Yet he was neither a Saiyan nor the protagonist, and could only seethe impotently. Well then, farewell. I have matters to attend to, and will not linger. Let this firework display commemorate the imminent end of my childhood. Adieu, my childhood, Vitalis declared as he levitated the 4 members of Kinyu Force, enveloping them in a protective shield. Ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters, Vitalis directed energy into their bodies, triggering an explosion from within. 4 fireworks erupted into the sky. Thanks to the shield, the explosion remained contained, emitting a soft sound barely audible from the ground. As the smoke dissipated, remnants were visible beneath the shield. Vitalis increased the energy flow into the shield to elevate the temperature, igniting the remnants with magical flames. Once satisfied that no remnants remained, he dispatched the shield into space, directing it toward the stars of their solar system, where the stellar heat would surely transmute those gases once more. Chapter 41. Time suspension. After completing his tasks, Vitalis turned his gaze toward the horizon, feeling sensations from his neck, chest, and forehead, the vulnerable points of his being, and a smile spread across his face. This is time suspension. What a formidable ability. Had I not known of Gudo's prowess, I might have faced disaster. The Saiyans primarily relied on their energy. While their physical forms were indeed strong, they were not particularly formidable in the vastness of space. Without the enhancement of energy, they were merely a few dozen times stronger than the average Earthling, easily penetrable by various races and advanced weaponry. Gudo's ability to suspend time made him a perfect assassin. While he might not be able to slay a physically robust race like Frisia's, he could undoubtedly take down the Saiyans when they let their guard down. Thus, Vitalis maintained his energy in a combat-ready state upon arriving on this planet, repeatedly advising Broly to do the same, lest they fall victim to this four-eyed nuisance. As anticipated, this four-eyed creature had made a move against him and Broly, but fortunately, he had not broken through their defenses and opted to flee instead. Without the perception of energy, they might have escaped. However, this little four-eyed one seemed to have exhausted much of his energy after repeatedly using time suspension, moving sluggishly as if crawling in an instant. Vitalis appeared beside Gudo, watching as this small creature struggled forward, drenched in sweat and clearly fatigued. Vitalis chuckled softly, finding him rather endearing despite his predicament. "Where are you headed? Do you require my assistance?" Vitalis inquired kindly. Hearing the familiar voice, Gudo, despite only a few minutes having passed, was certain he would never forget this voice, etched into his memory. Since the inception of the Kinyu Force, they had been undefeated and unstoppable, silencing all around them wherever they went, even capable of quieting unruly children. How had they ever found themselves in such a pitiful state? Until this individual appeared, overpowering them and rambling about nonsensical matters, brutally eliminating his companions. The death of his like-minded allies struck a heavy blow, leaving him heartbroken as he unleashed his utmost time suspension in vengeance. Regrettably, after a prolonged struggle, he could not penetrate their defenses and was left with no choice but to retreat, biding his time until he could rebuild a new Kinyu Force, or rather, the Gudo Force, to exact revenge. Yet now, this sudden voice brought a chilling sensation of survival, causing his once calm heart to race once more. Slowly turning his head, he beheld the devilish visage of Vitalis, who smiled at him. The rapid fluctuations of emotions combined with excessive energy depletion, and now being startled, caused Gudo's four eyes to widen as he fainted. "It seems he has merely exhausted himself. Surely he could not have been frightened into unconsciousness by my handsome face," Vitalis remarked, turning to Broly. In response to the inquiry, Broly shrugged and shook his head, indicating he was at a loss, as it surpassed his understanding. Whether it is from exhaustion or sheer fright, it matters not. If necessary, he can awaken this entity at any moment, delivering a single blow to induce a different form of unconsciousness. It seems the environment has transformed, and so has Broly. Whatever happened to the promised yearning for communication? He now embodies an aloof, enigmatic figure, deeply engrossed in silence, a formidable fighter who acts solely on impulse. Has he been corrupted by Bobo? Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell further. After taking a couple of steps, he placed his foot upon Good's body, channeling a modicum of energy into him. If this situation were to be neglected, it would not be long before he succumbed to eternal slumber. Observing Good's condition improve, he used his foot to guide Good back to planet Vegeta. "Have you awakened?" Vitalis, engrossed in his training, inquired upon sensing Good's revival. Good, just roused and still in a daze, felt a jolt in his heart as he turned towards the voice, only to be met with that demonic visage. Now smiling, "As you drifted into unconsciousness, I had no choice but to escort you to meet your little companions and your Lord Frisia," Vitalis remarked with exasperation as he observed the little creature's inclination to faint once more. Upon hearing the mention of death, Good swiftly suppressed his thoughts. He stood upright, saluted, and bowed in one fluid motion. "Respectfully at your service, O mighty Saiyan King. What are your commands? I am eager to oblige." Good had come to realize that since he had not ascended to the heavens alongside his comrades, it indicated that Vitalis required him. For the time being, he was safe to survive and exact vengeance upon Lord Frisia and Captain Jinyu. He resolved to endure humiliation and press forward, biding his time for retribution. It matters not. "Here, take this. These are senzu beans. I trust you are familiar with their effects. Allow me to experience the pause of time." Without further ado, Vitalis tossed a small pouch of senzu beans to Good, believing they would enhance his endurance. By the way, I must inform you, we are on planet Vegeta. Not long ago, Frisia and his progeny were brutally slain here. You might want to test your ability to escape. Should you be captured, you shall witness firsthand how Frisia met his demise, Vitalis stated languidly, contemplating Frisia's formidable nature and the fact that his sons had perished here. Good initially considered attempting an escape, but the thought quickly faded. Shall we commence? Vitalis commanded, having seen that his intimidation had yielded results. That it was not that he feared Good would flee, even if he did. He could easily retrieve him. What concerned him was Good inadvertently encountering battling Saiyans and being caught in the crossfire, leading to an untimely death. My lord, I cannot endure any longer, Good suddenly gasped. Breathless, Vitalis was taken aback. Had it truly ended? I only just declared the beginning, and in the next moment, you finished. Wait. What? You paused time? Vitalis inquired, piecing together the situation. Indeed, my lord, I did pause time, Good replied, panting heavily. Vitalis grasped the situation. It was because this peculiar little creature had remained stationary that he had failed to realize what had transpired. Time had been suspended for a brief moment. For how long did you pause it? Vitalis asked, curiosity piqued. In response, my lord, I utilized 8 sins of beans and paused for approximately 10 minutes. Under normal conditions, I can pause for no more than 10 seconds. I can pause 5 to 6 times at full capacity. Under extreme exertion, I can manage a minute, and with utmost desperation, 2 minutes. The maximum recovery time with sins of beans is 8 minutes. Even with energy, my mind cannot sustain further consumption, and if I push beyond that, I will perish, Good hastily explained, detailing his limits to avoid being toyed with by Vitalis's curiosity. Speechless, Vitalis had initially hoped to experience the pause of time himself, to see if he could master it, only to find it utterly imperceptible. He asked for having Good teach him. Such an innate skill likely eluded Good's understanding of its principles. Otherwise, Frisia would have mastered it long ago. It seems I am destined to remain unqualified to be the master of time. He lamented, harboring disappointment. He had once fancied himself a prodigy capable of learning it, but it appeared he had overestimated his potential. The ability to pause time was a skill Vitalis had yearned for in both his past and present lives. The possibilities it offered, strategic maneuvers, escapes, and assassinations, were trivial pursuits in comparison. This skill was one he deemed essential to master in this lifetime. That infamous assassin from Universe 9 could rely solely on raw energy to dominate. Yet when faced with deities, the ability to manipulate time was a trump card one could wield at will. Should he lack the means to counter such a tactic, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 42. The Deities Resolve. Kakarot and Son Gohan, transporting Good to the depths of the hyperbolic time chamber. Vitalis established a normal gravity zone amidst the high-gravity environment, ensuring Good could not run amok, effectively confining him for the time being. Killing him would be a waste. He would wait until he grew stronger to see if he could grasp the intricacies of time manipulation, arranging for regular deliveries of water and sustenance. He prioritized survival for the time being. After several days of training, Vitalis sought out Kairatsu, informing her of his intention to take Kakarot to Earth for further training. Notably, Kakarot had been born within the hyperbolic time chamber, his age aligning closely with that of the original storyline. His appearance and hairstyle mirrored Bardock's, and he retained the name Kakarot, most likely unchanged from his former self. However, in the external world, his age had shifted from being younger than Bulma to now being older. Upon learning that her son had a mission, Kairatsu did not object. She merely accompanied him to the hyperbolic time chamber, where she imparted some foundational knowledge to Kakarot. Cradling the young Kakarot, she admired his handsome features, which, while common among lower-class warriors, were seldom coupled with a striking hairstyle and an even complexion. Of course, even those like Dallas were undeniably attractive in their own right. Vitalis personally sealed Kakarot's power. Otherwise, with his current strength, a mere flick could send Gohan off to meet the divine. After thorough confirmation, he teleported with Kakarot to the divine realm of Earth, mindful of the need to greet the planet's guardian. Ah, what is this? Are you planning to have a meal? Upon arriving at the temple, he found the Supreme Kai and Bobo squatting outside, examining a peculiar rice cooker adorned with a seal, without responding to Vitalis's antics. The Supreme Kai slowly recounted the origins of the rice cooker. So, in order to reclaim your powers and become a complete Namekian, you intend to absorb this evil incarnation once more? Vitalis inquired. He recalled that the Supreme Kai possessed immense talent, capable of creating Dragon Balls and wielding combat abilities that were exceedingly rare among Namekians. Perhaps only he had achieved such multifaceted prowess. Other Namekians required assimilation to attain similar versatility. However, it seemed that for the Supreme Kai and Piccolo to merge once again, the latter would need to consent without opposition. Would old Piccolo agree? Would he comply? Vitalis furrowed his brow at the thought. It is feasible. After all, I expelled him from my being. I have studied him for some time now, and am confident I can absorb him once more. Purifying the malevolent energy and wicked thoughts, the Supreme Kai stated with unwavering confidence. Very well, what do you require of me? Vitalis asked, aware that Piccolo was virtually invincible during this period on Earth. While he could not assist in other areas, he was willing to provide forceful support. That it was unfortunate for the second-generation demon, the babysitter Piccolo. That fellow excelled at caretaking. Yet, with the plot having diverged to such an extent, it was uncertain if the second-generation demon could even be summoned normally, and now the Supreme Kai was indeed his ally. That I cannot defeat him. I need you to restrain him, rendering him incapable of resistance, allowing me to absorb him afterward. The Supreme Kai explained slowly. That is simple. When can we commence? He possesses only a few hundred battle power. Multiplying that several hundred times would hardly stir the waters. Although it is not yet time, old Piccolo has already fallen behind several versions before his birth. Vitalis responded, I am ready at any moment. The Supreme Kai seems quite eager to refer to him as the perfect being. A super Namekian is hardly an exaggeration. He will undoubtedly become a version of himself that is unfathomably powerful, the Supreme Kai remarked. Then let us begin. Merely remove the sealing talisman, and we shall proceed. Broly was beckoned to assist, yet after merely casting a glance at the commotion, he departed, prioritizing the transfer of Kakarot to Sun Wukong. For despite Kakarot being over a year old, he was incapable of managing his own needs. Broly approached and tore away the seal, thoughtfully opening the lid to facilitate the emergence of the Demon King. A waft of green smoke billowed forth. I, King Piccolo, have finally emerged. The world shall once again burn beneath my feet. An elderly Namekian, wrinkled and withered, materialized from the mist. His dark green skin, clearly deprived of sunlight for an extended period, was adorned with a martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character for demon and a bright purple belt. Vitalis felt a familiar sensation. This was the very essence of the formidable Demon King, who had once instilled dread in both the protagonists and the audience alike, mercilessly defeating them, even leaving the immensely powerful Goku battered and bruised in their climactic battle. Not to mention the infamous scene of the Demon King spitting out eggs, a sight that children would imitate with glee, reminiscent of ping-pong balls, albeit with a less than graceful appearance. Yet, as a Demon King, it retained an air of coolness. Broly nodded at Piccolo, indicating it was time to take action. In an instant, Broly appeared beside the elderly Piccolo, his right hand launching toward Piccolo's face, with a resounding crash. The ground erupted in a shower of debris as the spirited Piccolo found himself pinned to the earth by Broly's single hand, the distinctive head of the Namekian creating a crater upon impact. The deity observed with a twitching eyelid. This was his dark manifestation, having succumbed to the path of evil, and yet his raw combat prowess surpassed even that of the deity. Now, however, he was being subdued with ease. And the resemblance of their features was a source of embarrassment. It seemed that prolonged sealing had weakened the elderly Piccolo. The deity approached slowly, placing a hand upon Piccolo's belly, sensing something amiss. Piccolo attempted to speak, yet Broly's merciless grip rendered him mute. His expression hidden from view. Broly's aura held him in place, leaving him unable to move his legs. Is this your notion of kindness, Broly? The deity mused, fearing that Broly had chosen this course of action to avoid showing mercy, for even a glance would suffice to immobilize a being like Piccolo. Vitalis silently acknowledged Broly's inherently benevolent nature. Realizing more time was required, Vitalis began to search for Sun Wukong's energy. Compared to the incident with Piccolo, this was of greater importance. In a flash, Vitalis vanished from the temple. That moment, it was early morning. Sun Wukong was chopping wood, eschewing an axe, instead kicking a log into the air, leaping up to neatly split it into perfectly uniform pieces stacked beside him. Age had not diminished his vigor. Had he not encountered Kakarot, this old fellow might have lived for quite some time. Unfortunately, Vitalis had brought Kakarot into the fold. One could only wonder how long he would last this time. With a flourish, Vitalis levitated Kakarot using energy, applauding as he approached Sun Wukong. Such an impressive elder, maintaining such strength at this age, truly worthy of being the esteemed pupil of the Turtle Hermit. Vitalis praised, inadvertently mentioning the Turtle Hermit. Ha ha ha. Not at all. I cannot compare to the youth. Sun Wukong chuckled. By the way, how did you know I was the Turtle Hermit's disciple? Indeed, I was fortunate to meet the Turtle Hermit while seeking the Dragon Balls. And during our conversation, I learned of your master-disciple relationship. Remarkable, Vitalis responded, eager to hear Sun Wukong's thoughts on the matter. You flatter me too much. I assure you, I am no match for you. How is my teacher faring? Sun Wukong inquired, dismissing Vitalis's compliments. The words may have been sweet, but he was not blind to the truth. Vitalis was undoubtedly a formidable force, rivaling the Turtle Hermit, who could not even fly. The Turtle Hermit is in good health. I occasionally visit him for a chat, as he is a master of martial arts, and I benefit greatly from our discussions. However, the Turtle Hermit often laments the long absence of his prized pupil and hopes to see Vitalis once more before he passes. Vitalis remarked, gazing toward the direction of the Turtle Hermit's abode. Alas, it is my own shortcomings. I can hardly be regarded as a prized pupil, but it is regrettable that I have caused my master to worry. I should make a visit before I depart this world. Sun Wukong's eyes grew misty. Ahem, I have come with a request, Vitalis interjected, sensing the atmosphere shifted. Oh, what is it, young friend? This time, I have no Dragon Balls to trade. Sun Wukong replied, stroking his beard with a grin. You see, this individual beside me is my kin. His parents are on a mission, and his brother is preoccupied with training that I wish to ask if you would be willing to take care of this child for a time. Vitalis explained, cradling Kakarot once more. Sun Wukong gazed thoughtfully at the small child's eyes. Poor little fellow. Very well. I shall care for him for a while. He relented, ultimately swayed by Kakarot's adorable visage. By the way, are you not his brother, who is consumed by training? Sun Wukong inquired, taking Kakarot into his arms and glancing at Vitalis and Kakarot. Had it not been for the age discrepancy, he might have suspected this was an illegitimate child. And who better to raise him than the old man in the mountains? No, I am certainly not that fool Raditizi. In due time, his parents and brother will come to visit Kaka. By the way, Kakarot is the name we Saiyans have given him. He will be living on Earth. Could you please bestow upon him a name? Vitalis elaborated, curious to see what name Sun Wukong would choose. An alien, you say? While it seems unbelievable, that tale indeed suggests he is no ordinary person. Although Earth is home to many humanoid races, they are merely animals with human-like forms. Aliens have come to Earth before. Yet they often go unnoticed by ordinary folk. How about Wukong? Sun Wukong. From now on, your name shall be Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong proclaimed joyfully, raising Kakarot toward the sky. Hee hee, Sun Wukong, Kakarot echoed, laughter spilling forth. Uninfluenced by any murderous mission against Earthlings, Kakarot was not a bloodthirsty individual. Rather, he inherited the goodness of Bardock and Jine, only to have been given a mission in the original narrative that led him to avoid forming bonds with Earthlings, resulting in his seemingly aggressive demeanor. This was indeed a heartening sight for Vitalis, reminiscent of the nostalgic feelings he experienced while watching GT. It spared him the need for artificial memory loss techniques. Thus, you shall be Wukong's grandfather. I must take my leave now. His family will visit him when they have the time, Vitalis stated, eager to part ways, noting Sun Wukong's evident fondness for his new grandson. Grandfather? Sun Wukong mused, watching Vitalis depart. Off we go, Wukong. An alien. I presume you have never tasted Earth's milk. Would you prefer cow's milk, goat's milk, or perhaps dinosaur milk? Sun Wukong chuckled as he hoisted Wukong onto his shoulders and bounded into the forest. Arriving at the Turtle Hermit's abode, the sun was already blazing, and the old man reclined under a sunshade, leisurely perusing martial arts manuals. Vitalis retrieved the exceptional tome he had safeguarded previously, ensuring to withhold any unsuitable content for the elderly. As excessive excitement could be detrimental to his health, he tossed the book beside the Turtle Hermit, who was startled, glaring fiercely at the audacious youth who nearly caused him to faint. However, upon noticing the manual at his feet, his expression transformed into one of delight. Hee hee, top-notch material. What series is this? I've never heard of it before. The rubbish I used to read pales in comparison. This truly is an exceptional treasure. Casually flipping through the pages, Master Rashi, with a grave expression, cradled these unparalleled tomes and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Sensing his presence, I realized that the old fellow had entered the house, likely seeking a place to conceal these precious texts. Those in the path of this way of life hold books in high regard, allowing for neither damage nor any form of blemish. A few minutes later, Master Rashi emerged, glancing back over his shoulder with every step. Not bad, young man, he said, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Senior, you jest. Collecting these was merely a trivial task, and I shall certainly bring them along when I come to visit you in the future. Vitalis replied with a shake of his head, smiling. These venerable elders, despite their ethereal demeanor and the air of high sages, still possess the whims of mere mortals. Perhaps this is also a part of their cultivation. The cultivation of the heart is indispensable, and thus, there remains much for him to learn. Of course, one cannot rule out that this might be the secret to Master Rashi's longevity, maintaining a youthful spirit. Vitalis also intended to emulate this, hoping to extend his own lifespan. I wonder if this old master has a disciple named Sun Wukong, to divert the conversation from a potentially deep subject. Vitalis tactfully shifted the topic. Wukong indeed is my disciple. Have you met him? How is he faring? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's name, Master Rashi's jovial demeanor faded, and with a glint in his eye, he turned to gaze towards the sea. Indeed, I encountered him on my quest for the Dragon Balls. He is an exceptionally talented martial artist. I learned much from him, and during our casual conversations, I discovered he was your master's disciple. Truly, a great master begets great students, Vitalis remarked, sharing the same view as Master Rashi. However, a twitching grin betrayed his amusement. Sun Wukong was actually positioned behind them, while they faced the right direction in terms of the Earth's curvature. In terms of distance, Wukong was behind them. That boy is quite stubborn, Master Rashi mused, seemingly lost in thought. Indeed, however, Wukong expressed his desire to see his mentor once more before his time comes, to alleviate his regrets. Recently, he has taken in a child and plans to wait until the child grows a bit before bringing his beloved grandson to visit you, hoping you might impart your wisdom to him. Vitalis slowly recounted Sun Wukong's recent circumstances. Master Rashi's beard seemed to twitch at this, and tears glimmered in his eyes behind his sunglasses. Splendid. Raising a grandson and seeking my guidance is the right course. That little rascal still has much to learn. Teaching him himself would only lead to mischief. At least he has some conscience, knowing his own limitations. Master Rashi chided with a laugh, appearing quite pleased. Speaking of which, should I consider relocating? This place cannot accommodate many, and training here is somewhat inconvenient, Master Rashi mused, seemingly forgetting that others were present as he gazed at his little island. There's no rush. The child is only a year old. Let us wait until he grows a bit more before moving. We can find a larger place and relocate when the time is right, Vitalis suggested, knowing that an overly eager Master Rashi would soon be moving, only to wait with great anticipation for several years. A rather pitiable prospect. Well, yes, let us hold off for now. But will that little one be able to manage the child? I hope he doesn't lead him astray. Suppressing his excitement, Master Rashi began to worry about the child. Eat well, study diligently, and sleep soundly. I wonder if Wukong still remembers the principles of the turtle school? I hope he can pass them on to the child. Master Rashi gazed into the distance, filled with concern. Listening to Master Rashi's words, Vitalis felt a sense of discomfort, especially regarding the training principles of the turtle school, which had once deeply moved him. Now, he felt a renewed tug at his heartstrings, even as he plotted against Master Rashi. Perhaps he should seek out other versions of Master Rashi across different timelines to vent his frustrations. After all, this old fellow had yet to commit any unforgivable acts in this timeline. Perhaps he could find ways to compensate for Master Rashi's quirks. Vitalis indeed harbored intentions to set things right with Master Rashi. In his previous life, while watching the anime, he found the old man amusing and reliable during critical moments, willing to sacrifice anything for the world, even his own life, and tirelessly guiding his disciples, even when they wielded the power to obliterate the universe. Yet, it cannot be denied that Master Rashi had his shortcomings. He had once behaved inappropriately towards childhood goddesses. The more he thought about those scenes, the angrier he became, especially when watching with friends, having just confessed his admiration for someone, only to see the old man take advantage soon after. Others might not know, but Vitalis could not overlook it. However, since the timeline had already shifted, he resolved to let it go. As for other iterations of Master Roshi, he hoped never to cross paths with them during critical moments. Chapter 44. The Super Namekian after a moment of suppression. Having discussed philosophical matters with Master Roshi to lighten the mood, Vitalis suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of energy emanating from the direction of the temple. Surely, the god of destruction had succeeded. He hastily bid farewell to Master Roshi and teleported back to the temple. There were no abnormalities. It seemed he had simply returned too late to witness the spectacle. The god of destruction sat cross-legged in midair. Appearing somewhat rejuvenated, Mr. Popo looked on anxiously, while Broly sat at the edge of the temple, gazing down at the lower realms. Vitalis decided to wait a while to earn some money and take Broly to experience the vibrant life of contemporary youth. The original development pace had the god of destruction as a supporting figure, with Piccolo in the lead, enhancing Piccolo's energy to bolster his combat prowess, transforming him into a purely combat-oriented Namekian. However, the price paid was the loss of the Dragon Balls. What was gained was an extraordinary genius, deemed by the great elder of Namek to be on par with a Super Saiyan. Piccolo did not disappoint the god of destruction, continuously keeping pace with Goku and Vegeta, lagging only a version or two behind. Far superior to those who later fell into obscurity, it is difficult for Vitalis to evaluate the original work. But he felt it was a loss. Unfortunately, Piccolo and the god of destruction had no alternatives at the time. Yet now, they were not lacking in combat power, even without the existence of Super Saiyan 2. The foundational combat strength of Goku and Vegeta during the Cell games was unmatched, but with Lightning Cell's arrival, facing the current assembly of Saiyans, if he could last 3 minutes, Vitalis would gladly refer to him as a god of destruction. Thus, a combat-oriented Super Namekian was entirely unnecessary. Now, with the god of destruction at the forefront, merging into one, and with the original Piccolo having split off, restoring the role of a perfect Namekian would be far more impactful. With the god of destruction's talents, he could easily propagate a new generation of Namekians. Should 1 or 2 descendants capable of creating Dragon Balls emerge, it would be truly splendid. Vitalis pondered how to subtly encourage the god of destruction to produce more offspring. Unfortunately, the god of destruction was quite old, and birthing exceptional descendants would require considerable effort. Producing a perfect Namekian would likely cost him dearly. If he prioritized quantity over quality, the resulting offspring would be varied in capability. Much like the second-generation Piccolo's brothers, who met tragic ends, with one seemingly having been consumed. Compared to Piccolo, who embodied the essence, they were quite dismal. Should he learn a form of mental control to assimilate evil Namekians with the god of destruction? He recalled a particularly malevolent Namekian who could transform into a Super Namekian. If he managed to assimilate him with the god of destruction, it would likely lead to an epic enhancement. The descendants of the god of destruction in that case would surely be formidable. Yet, even if they became powerful, what mattered most to Vitalis were the Dragon Balls. Shaking off his daydreams, he resolved to assign a task to the Saiyans in the future, to seek out the lost Namekians. In the past, during the great upheaval on Namek, many Namekian children had been sent to other planets. Surely, there must be others capable of creating Dragon Balls. After all, there are numerous legends of wish orbs throughout the universe. And since the Dragon Balls of Earth and Namek remain concealed, there must be others elsewhere. If all else fails, he could experiment with forcibly assimilating those evil Namekians, searching for a group of recently successful robbers. Vitalis was about to play the role of a superhero. Is it over? Is there an issue with the Dragon Balls? Do you ever feel the desire to conquer the world, to watch it crumble beneath your feet? Vitalis hastily inquired upon seeing the deity open its eyes that he feared that the deity might be influenced by Bic. Not that he was afraid of losing, but rather concerned that the Dragon Balls could be compromised. Observing Vitalis, the deity restrained the urge to strike. Despite having grown stronger, the 2 Saiyans before him remained unfathomable. No worries. I remain unchanged, unaffected. I have merely come to a realization that in the past, I took an extreme stance, believing that no evil thoughts should exist, which led to the fragmentation of my negativity, almost resulting in a catastrophe. What resides within me is merely my negativity, a sinister thought that has birthed a new persona, one of extreme malevolence. Instead of allowing this division to persist, I would rather reintegrate it. I believe that I can now manage my dark inclinations. The deity spoke slowly. After contemplating, Vitalis decided that the deity was indeed correct. In his earlier days, he may have been overly concerned with the deity's position, too fixated on malevolent thoughts. Had he not fragmented, he might have become a demon king by now. However, after so many years, he had gained clarity and, having encountered a broader world, no longer resisted this dark inclination. By the way, can you now actively absorb Namekians? I doubt that fellow would agree to merge with you willingly. Vitalis asked curiously, pondering the prospect of forcibly absorbing them, which would render the deity an invincible entity. While there may not be many Namekians in this universe, another universe next door has plenty. And when considering other timelines, they are virtually infinite. If he continued to absorb them, even the Omni King might not be sufficient to handle it, right? Upon hearing this, the deity's face turned purple with rage. Disturbed by such a rebellious thought, the dark inclinations within him stirred restlessly. Suppressing the tumult within, the deity retorted sharply, "No, that is due to special circumstances. He is a fragment of me, and I can reintegrate him." "It is a matter of reintegration, not assimilation, though." "Very well," Vitalis replied, understanding immediately. What a pity, for otherwise he would not need to seek ways to control his psyche. The deity's apparent aversion to absorbing Namekians suggested that perhaps it would be wise to wait a while before attempting again, especially since he had yet to locate that malevolent Namekian. What about the Dragon Balls? How much can they enhance? How many wishes can they grant? Can the cooldown time be reduced? This was merely a diversion. Vitalis was not in a hurry. Bobo rolled his eyes, and the deity turned to leave. Broly glanced at Vitalis before quickly averting his gaze that in a few days, once the Dragon Balls regain their power, and I level up. "You shall see," the deity's voice echoed from within the room, ensuring Vitalis did not feel awkward for too long. All right, Vitalis scratched his head, aware that while his question was poorly timed, it was indeed something he urgently wished to know. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the pressure becomes, but it was merely a matter of a few dozen days. He could afford to wait. Summoning Broly, he teleported to the target he had previously identified. They found a group celebrating. With a few swift slaps, each individual was knocked unconscious. The blows were heavy enough that they would likely remain in a stupor for some time, and when they awoke, they would probably find themselves in prison. Carrying the sacks, they flew towards the neighboring city. One could not help but marvel at the prowess of these robbers who managed to break through in such a straightforward manner. The amount of money they had was substantial. One of them had purchased a villa capsule, and then he and Broly headed towards a flying vehicle shop that a few minutes later, Vitalis said, "Let us find a suitable place to settle down. In due time, we can go for a driver's license. There's no way around it. We lack a license." After purchasing the vehicle, we realized we had no license. While it doesn't particularly matter, since we have chosen to live here, we ought to abide by the law. After all, the environment on Earth is far superior to that of planet Vegeta. Not to mention the scenery, the culinary delights alone provide ample reason to remain here. Vitalis resolved that in the future, all Saiyans without missions should come to Earth for a vacation, allowing them to enjoy the cuisine and learn culinary skills. They could also interact with Earthlings to learn some social skills, perhaps even fostering a few Super Saiyans. Additionally, Saiyans blending in among Earthlings could serve as a safeguard against artificial beings, enabling them to detect and resolve any threats immediately, ensuring that no opportunities for artificial beings to emerge would arise. Once Vitalis had gathered sufficient intelligence about the Red Ribbon Army and their secret base, he would promptly eliminate them. Subsequently, the scientists within Earth's scientific community would be closely monitored. The scientists on Earth were eccentric. He did not wish to find himself pursued by bioengineered beings one day. Chapter 45. Summoning the Dragon Again. Days passed in joyful leisure. Vitalis took Broly on adventures through mountains and forests. Sampling the delicacies of every city and visiting amusement parks, life was exceedingly carefree, though occasionally they found themselves short on funds, requiring them to seek rare treasures or metals to exchange for money. Ordinary robbers could hardly sustain them, and Vitalis could easily sense global activities. The success rate of robbers was effectively zero. Previously, they might have succeeded once or twice, but now, even if they managed to escape, their money would mysteriously vanish, leading them to prison, rendering the robbery profession nearly obsolete. While enjoying themselves, they also collected information on the Red Ribbon Army, discovering that there was no place called Penguin Village on this Earth, nor any projection of a certain powerful being. The creator of Aral, the genius doctor, was also associated with Transcending. This revelation eased Vitalis' mind, though it left him somewhat disappointed. He had genuinely wished to witness a battle between Aral and Beerus. As for the Omni King, the two of them together would not be enough to entertain 12 universes. However, perhaps it was for the best. Otherwise, the variables would be too great. Vitalis had a firm grasp on Dr. Gero's whereabouts and was aware that he had commenced the android project, though it remained uncertain whether he had begun modifications on humans or the Cell project. Thus, Vitalis refrained from acting hastily, opting instead to observe until he had comprehended all of Dr. Gero's operations, ensuring a lethal strike. He could not leave any potential threats unchecked, although he coveted the technology behind the androids as the king of the Saiyans. He had no shortage of combat prowess and did not require unstable androids. While he could use the Dragon Balls to acquire knowledge of android technology or methods, it was unnecessary. The safety risks were not worth the attempt. It was a pity for Android 18, a childhood goddess. In the present, she would stand shoulder to shoulder with the goddesses of other anime, possessing formidable strength, being family-oriented, and attentive to her partner's dignity. She was among the most suitable candidates for marriage. However, he had no intention of seeking out the unmodified siblings. It was a lamentable situation, having been abducted and transformed, only to face betrayal and failure. Having finally emerged, the timeline's lack of restraint led them down a dark path. While the main timeline, having endured trials, managed to survive without distortion of character, living relatively well. But the journey was far too arduous. In this timeline, he wished for them to live as an ordinary brother and sister. In the boundless expanse of time and space, there was no shortage of Android 18. He could simply visit other timelines to pay homage to the goddess, estimating that the time was right. He returned to the temple with Broly. There, he saw the deity busy early in the morning, fiddling with a model. However, upon seeing that model, Vitalis couldn't help but twitch his lips in suppressed laughter. The dragon head and horns seemed somewhat normal, but the upper body was excessively muscular, exaggeratedly so, akin to the disparity between Super Broly and ordinary Super Saiyan Goten. Compared to this model, Borinah merely had a bit of muscle. Vitalis felt compelled to offer some advice, to inform him that the original dragon was the most handsome. Good morning, deity. Is this the new dragon you plan to create? Vitalis casually remarked, seating himself beside the deity. Is the dragon I made handsome? The deity glanced at Vitalis, surprised that this being could articulate a coherent thought. Nonetheless, he still believed that the Namekian style suited his tastes better. Indeed, the Namekian dragon lacks any distinctive features apart from its size. Just look at the Earth Dragon's physique, those horns, those claws, that aura. There is simply no comparison, right? Broly chimed in, as Vitalis was left to fabricate compliments on the spot, without any preparatory notes. Yes, Vitalis, you are absolutely right. Broly responded, taken aback by the unexpected question. Yet, Vitalis was indeed correct. By the way, deity, is this new dragon stronger than the Earth Dragon? If so, then its appearance matters little. Being effective is what truly counts. As he spoke, Vitalis convinced himself. Indeed, appearance was secondary. Functionality was paramount. The deity, speechless, stared at the model in his hand, suddenly finding the Earth Dragon far more appealing. What do you think of this model? He tossed it to Vitalis. Having spoken, he turned and strode into the temple. When he emerged once more, he cradled the shimmering Earth Dragon ball in his hands. It was indeed quite a sight to behold, pulsating with radiant light when gathered together. Though it lacked the accompaniment of a fitting voice, which diminished the overall effect, I have made a slight enhancement to the dragon's capabilities, the deity remarked slowly, his demeanor calm, yet a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, betraying his sense of pride. The number of wishes has increased from 1 to 2. That is the extent of my current limits. Just 2? Vitalis pondered silently, though he refrained from revealing his thoughts. An improvement was still commendable. One mustn't be overly demanding. However, he would need to think of some flattering words for the deity later, for that uplifted corner of his mouth was quite conspicuous. He couldn't leave it unacknowledged. After all, he was no ingrate. Yet, he was uncertain about the deity's preferences, making gift selection rather challenging. At least the cat sage was easy to please. Surprised, he gazed at Vitalis, having anticipated a sarcastic remark from him. He had even paused momentarily, intending to deliver a retort, but it seemed his expression had given him away, and alas, The opportunity slipped by. The deity admonished himself internally, while the cooldown time remained unchanged. This enhancement was indeed substantial. It not only allowed for an additional wish, but now, unlike before, there was no limit on resurrection. Anyone could be brought back as long as they hadn't reincarnated. However, reviving too many individuals at once would exhaust a significant amount of energy, necessitating the use of 2 wishes. Casting a sidelong glance at Vitalis, the deity continued, aware that Vitalis intended to resurrect his kin and had made these adjustments with that in mind. After all, they were a warrior race, prone to reckless behavior. Now he understood the extent of my power, didn't he? He was unconcerned about the Saiyans misusing this ability, for he had left a contingency. The Dragon Balls could be destroyed at any moment, and should Vitalis's disposition change, the Dragon Balls would vanish forever. I didn't catch that, Broly. Did he say there are no limits on resurrection? Vitalis inquired, digging into his ears and turning to Broly. Yes, you've heard correctly. He indeed said that, Broly replied, bemused by Vitalis's astonishment. This time, Vitalis was genuinely taken aback. While Dandy had upgraded the Dragon Balls, they had only increased to 3 wishes. With no other rules altered, the deity had truly outdone himself. Although there were still only 2 wishes, they could only be rivaled by the optimized version of the Namekian dragon. Ahem, deity, what do you fancy? I can find something from the universe that Earth lacks, Vitalis asked, pondering whether a more powerful deity could elevate the Earth dragon to the level of a super dragon, casting a discontented glance at Vitalis. The deity responded, I merely wish for everlasting peace on Earth. That I share that hope. Anyone who dares to threaten Earth will face the wrath of the Saiyans, Broly affirmed. Vitalis was earnest. Earth held a unique significance for him, even if it wasn't of the same kind. Here, there were humans that resembled Saiyans, delectable food, and that was enough for him to safeguard this planet. Indeed, Broly concurred, appreciating the delicious food and the amiable conversations, relishing the myriad of intriguing novelties. Moreover, whatever Vitalis instructed him to do, he would comply without hesitation. Nodding, he placed the Dragon Ball on the ground, signaling to Vitalis that he could commence. Come forth, dragon, grant my wish. Vitalis shouted. Chapter 49. Resurrecting the kin. Where is the dragon? Is it malfunctioning? Vitalis raised his hands, calling out, yet the sky did not shift, nor did the dragon appear. Ahem, I forgot to mention, the incantation has changed. You must loudly proclaim, I beseech you, great dragon, fulfill my wish. The deity cleared his throat, speaking awkwardly. That I never imagined you to be such a deity, and it seems you are rather shy. Nevertheless, Vitalis did not intend to put the deity in an uncomfortable position, especially since he was still utilizing his power to upgrade the Dragon Balls. He was quite amiable, therefore, even if he had to shout, O great dragon, created by the Earth deity, manifest your might and grant my wish. He would gladly do so, as there was no loss, only gain. Satisfying the deity was paramount. That I beseech you, great dragon, fulfill my wish, Vitalis shouted, his voice amplified, resonating so clearly that even the cat sage below could hear it. Covering his ears, the deity shot Vitalis a resentful glance. Feeling this was a form of retribution. This fellow was excessively petty. Yet, it seemed that Vitalis truly possessed considerable knowledge, for the Namekians had exceptionally keen hearing and could pick up distant, faint sounds. That shout may have posed no issue for Bobo and Broly, but for the deity, it was overwhelmingly painful. He nearly lost his hearing. The familiar scene unfolded once more. State your wish. It seems we are old acquaintances. The dragon stated directly. Dragon, may I inquire if I can advance my wishes for the next 10 years? Vitalis asked earnestly. After all, no one could seize the Dragon Balls from him. The future would likely be filled with his wishes. So preemptively securing a few seemed reasonable. The deity cast a disdainful look, while Bobo displayed a consistent expression of indifference, and Broly appeared enlightened. The dragon's large eyes flickered. That does not comply with the rules. State your wish, or do you have none? Shall I take my leave? It appeared the dragon was eager to clock out. All right, as expected, Vitalis conceded. O dragon, please restore the bodies of the Saiyans harmed on planet Vegeta by the Frieza family. This wish had been carefully deliberated. He had found a small loophole, for resurrection required an intact body to be executed flawlessly. Saiyans lacked the life force of Frieza. Furthermore, although some Saiyans had survived, many were missing limbs, and some had been utterly obliterated. relying on Sinza beans and advanced medical equipment to sustain them, while prosthetics could be attached, and certain potions could facilitate a degree of regeneration. Vitalis believed that nothing surpassed the original. Thus, he refrained from allowing these warriors to receive treatment and opted for collective restoration instead. MY's second wish is to resurrect all the Saiyans who were slain by the Frieza family during the battle on planet Vegeta. He continued articulating his wishes, deliberately avoiding the phrase, all the Saiyans killed by the Frieza family, instead specifying the prefix. Many Saiyans had perished before, and he feared provoking further complications. Thus, Vitalis chose not to revive them. The main concern was that some might be irreparably damaged, necessitating further wish adjustments, a hassle. Moreover, if resurrected, they would reappear in various locations, making it challenging to manage and potentially causing trouble. Hence, he imposed a limitation. Those who had perished at the hands of the Frieza family should rest in peace. For some might have already atoned for their sins through reincarnation. Your wishes have been granted. I shall take my leave. That it seemed the dragon was aware that it would be seeing Vitalis for an extended period and was decidedly brusque. Not indulging in pleasantries, the dragon's abrupt arrival and departure left Vitalis with no opportunity to extract further information. Regrettably, he had prepared for a long time, hoping to master certain techniques to ascertain answers based on the dragon's reactions. Alas, the dragon offered no chance. Did this imply that the dragon could foresee the future? There were numerous methods within the Dragon Balls capable of predicting the future. It was effortless for the dragon to know the past and glimpse the future. However, was this knowledge gained during the wish-making process, or was it part of its ongoing observation? What did the dragon do during the intervals between granting wishes? Was it truly slumbering after transforming into stone? The existence of the dragon god remains an enigma. Shaking his head, I decided not to dwell on it any longer. After all, the Dragon Balls are remarkably useful tools, and I shall make use of them for now. Addressing any issues as they arise. At the very least, this is not the GT timeline, and the appearance of Broly, who emerges only during the Super Era, serves as a testament to this fact. The absence of the Black Star Dragon Balls before and after the fusion with the Supreme Kai further corroborates this assertion. Nevertheless, the so-called evil dragon Vitalis does not instill fear. The necessity to gather scattered Dragon Balls throughout the universe within a year poses no threat to him. Should the evil dragon emerge, he could simply cast the Dragon Balls into the realm of the Kai or the underworld. Exchanging a Black Star Dragon Ball for a desolate planet as a wish would suffice. If they can be collected, then collect them, and if not, the destruction of a barren planet is of little concern. That it is unlikely that he would be fearful. Rather, it is regrettable that such artifacts are absent. After greeting the Supreme Kai, I returned to planet Vegeta with Vitalis. Upon our arrival, I was met with a throng of people eagerly awaiting the return of their loved ones. Vitalis returned. He saw a multitude gathered around a recently resurrected individual, eagerly touching him to verify the authenticity of his revival. Vegeta 3, donned in a flamboyant golden cloak, had exchanged his royal mantle for a blue one after the handover of the kingly duties. Now, transformed into a Super Saiyan, he wore a battle suit with golden trim over a white base, golden boots, and a golden cloak, all while maintaining the full power state of a Super Saiyan. It can be said he was the most striking figure present. Even without the enveloping golden aura, he radiated an undeniable brilliance. Presently, he held young Vegeta in his arms, while Bardock stood nearby with Kain and Raditz. Bardock and Kain maintained a semblance of restraint, but Raditz unabashedly pinched the cheeks of young Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, why not entrust young Vegeta to me? I could be responsible for passing on the knowledge you imparted to me. Raditz remarked. You must be quite busy with the Universe Patrol, right? He found the boy's face remarkably similar to his own, imagining that a battle would surely be exhilarating, observing his son's foolishness. Bardock felt a mix of irritation and exasperation. How could anyone be so oblivious to his thoughts? Did he take everyone for fools? With a swift kick, Bardock sent Raditz flying, asserting, let me train young Vegeta. I guarantee he will surpass your Raditz 100-fold. Kain shot Bardock a disapproving glance, aware that he still harbored resentment over Raditz's training under Vegeta 3, which led to his son being thoroughly beaten upon their return. Bardock's intention to train young Vegeta seemed to stem from a desire for revenge against his own father. Humph, that won't be necessary. That I will teach my son myself. The framework for the Universe Patrol has already been established, and the telepathic communication and instant transmission taught by the king are exceedingly useful. alleviating much of the pressure. From here on, everything can proceed in an orderly manner. I have ample time to spend with Vegeta 3. I will train my son well. I believe he is the strongest. Defeating Raditz will not take long, and even you, Bardock, will find yourself bested by my son. He gazed gently at his child. Vegeta 3 felt a profound sense of relief after relinquishing the throne. Following the demise of Frieza and his father, he experienced an emptiness, as if he had lost his purpose. The burdens that once weighed heavily upon his heart had been effortlessly lifted, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. In the midst of Paragus' daily boasting about his son, the longing for his own child, who had yet to be resurrected, deepened Vegeta 3's affection for him. He also contemplated his relationship with his father, intending to improve his interactions with his son. After all, the Saiyans have changed, and there is no need for harsh demands. All he desires is for his son to be happy, safe, and healthy. Humph, can he keep up with Raditz? Even Kakarot might not be able to match the prowess of his son, Vegeta 3 mused. Ironically, despite his disdain for Raditz, the latter's talent was indisputable, and he held expectations for Kakarot as well. Apart from Broly, he had never feared anyone more than his son. Now that Paragus had adopted a misguided mindset, their generation seemed to relish comparing their offspring. Humph, young Vegeta has merely been delayed by death. Catching up to Raditz will be a breeze.as for Kakarot. With your power, barely reaching a battle power of 200,000 at birth. Is that all? He is not much different from a mere second-rate fighter. How could he possibly compare to my son? Indeed, it was merely a matter of time. In Vegeta 3's eyes, his son's potential was unparalleled. Ah, my son, you have returned. Let your father see how much stronger you have become. Paragus exclaimed dramatically upon spotting Broly. Your timing is impeccable. As I was just comparing sons, they exchanged a knowing glance, mutually choosing to sidestep the topic. Bardock and Vegeta 3 approached Vitalis. This is truly incomparable. Chapter 48. Preparing for the feast, Vitalis observed the group of burly men fervently comparing their sons. Although the atmosphere had shifted, he found it rather delightful. The second Broly enthusiast, Paragus excelled in this regard, boasting daily about his uniquely exceptional son, igniting a fervor for comparing offspring. Many Saiyans began to prioritize the cultivation of the next generation, especially since Vitalis had abolished the tradition of sending newborn Saiyans into battle. The children remained at home, inevitably being brought out for comparisons. Where there is comparison, there is injury. Thus, special training sessions between fathers and sons became commonplace. This indirectly strengthened familial bonds. After all, they were a warrior race, and their emotions were forged in battle. All right, since it's rare for everyone to gather, let us have a barbecue. I will handle the seasoning, and you all can take care of the ingredients. Let us celebrate, Vitalis proposed, surveying the scene of families reuniting. In that moment, his emotions were a tumultuous blend. Many of the resurrected individuals had fought for him, while others were innocent children who had perished due to his actions. Yet, this harmonious scene was also a result of his efforts. He felt guilt, inadequacy, and a profound sense of pride. Although he had long confirmed the truth of his transmigration and made a series of changes, each recollection felt surreal. This moment, he felt more integrated into this world, immersed in this community. Perhaps in the past, these individuals were ruthless warriors, but now, they were his beloved kin who fought for him and obeyed his commands. He would lead these people toward a stable, joyful, and fulfilling life. Anyone who sought to disrupt that peace would face his wrath, whether they emerged from within or were external threats. He would extinguish any signs of dissent before they could take root. Fortunately, the Saiyans were obedient to commands. Even those with violent tendencies preferred to remain deep within the hyperbolic time chamber, living lives filled with daily battles. The warriors outside had successfully completed their missions, leaving Vitalis feeling that his efforts were not in vain. Thus, his next course of action was to continuously grow stronger, to remain king, and to lead his people onward, overcoming all obstacles. After exchanging pleasantries with Vegeta 3 and Bardock, he returned to Earth with Broly. He instructed Vegeta 3 and Bardock to gather everyone, except those who were occupied with tasks, for a gathering 3 days hence. The occasion would celebrate the defeat of Frieza and his father, as well as the resurrection of the fallen warriors. By the way, an inauguration ceremony for Vitalis will be held. During this time, everyone who had been scattered has returned, even the recently exiled infants, who were escorted back by warriors. Thanks to the existence of the time chamber, virtually everyone has mastered a few techniques of instantaneous movement. Most rely on energy positioning, while some have learned to transfer to visible target locations, simultaneously acquiring various auxiliary spells that enable unrestricted movement. The more adept individuals have even mastered group transfer magic. Thus, mobility has been significantly enhanced, which is one of the reasons why Vitalis decided to host this gathering. As most attendees have yet to meet him, making it essential for him to make an appearance. Initially, he visited the doctor's residence, requesting that the doctor gather as many seasonings as possible. Fortunately, with a Saiyan population exceeding 900,000, which is merely akin to a small city's population compared to Earthlings, it was quite simple for the doctor, given his status, to meet the requirements for this barbecue event. He also extended an invitation to the doctor's family to join the feast, receiving a positive response. Regrettably, the eldest daughter was nowhere to be found. Only the doctor and his wife could attend, much to Vitalis' disappointment, as he had missed every opportunity to meet the legendary Bulma's sister. After departing from the doctor's home, he proceeded to invite the Supreme Kai, Bobo, Master Roshi, and Gohan. Except for Master Roshi, everyone else agreed to attend. The Supreme Kai expressed an interest in witnessing whether Vitalis' clan, known as the battle-hungry evil race, had genuinely transformed. Master Roshi, on the other hand, was enticed by Vitalis' promise of a plethora of exotic fish from various planets. Gohan eagerly agreed to join the gathering upon hearing that he would have the chance to meet Goku's parents. Master Roshi, initially intrigued, explicitly declined when he learned that Gohan would be attending, stating that he would wait for Gohan to bring the children to him. Vitalis found himself momentarily perplexed by Master Roshi's reasoning and opted not to press further. Believing there would be ample opportunities in the future, he then made a trip to Namek, but unfortunately, none of the Namekians were willing to join, having grown accustomed to their tranquil lives and disliking the noise of gatherings. Vitalis reflected that a barbecue feast would be quite cruel for the Namekians, who only require water. They likely have no idea what meat tastes like. After privately admonishing himself for not considering this aspect, he expressed his apologies to the Grand Elder before leaving Namek. Simultaneously, he contacted Vegeta 3 to arrange for individuals to collect barbecue ingredients from various planets, emphasizing the need for an abundance of fish and fish-like creatures. Concerned about toxicity, he also purchased a batch of assorted Earth ingredients to send to the former Frisia headquarters, now the new Galactic Patrol headquarters, to have the personnel there analyze the elemental composition and manufacture detection devices, ensuring that only food safe for Earthlings would be provided. While Saiyans and Earthlings appear quite similar apart from their tails, their physical resilience differs significantly. Saiyans possess good resistance to toxins. Thus, certain delicacies for Saiyans could be lethal for Earthlings. Therefore, testing is indeed necessary. Fortunately, a brilliant scientist named Kiko, renowned for creating detectors, spaceships, and battle suits, was left to serve in the Galactic Patrol after swiftly surrendering upon Frisia's demise. Vitalis remained vigilant regarding scientists from the Dragon Ball universe, thus ensuring Kiko was closely monitored. The laser gun that injured Super Saiyan Blue Goku was likely crafted by him. Although Goku had let his guard down, the ability to breach defenses and inflict harm was on par with Earth's Dr. Gero. Thanks to Kiko, the detection machines were rapidly produced, and arrangements were made for mass production. With the prototype in hand, Vitalis returned to Earth for further testing by the doctor. Although Kiko lacked the audacity to engage in reckless experimentation, it is always prudent to exercise caution. After contemplating all feasible preparations, Vitalis set out with Broly for a shopping excursion. Passing by a bookstore, he suddenly recalled the most crucial item he had forgotten. He and Broly scoured various city bookstores, collecting every cooking book available, which were then transported back to Vegeta's planet for the logistics warriors to study. They were to be the backbone of the barbecue event. And without proper knowledge, the seasoning would likely go to waste. The universe boasts an overwhelming array of seasonings, many reminiscent of those on Earth, yet few possess the culinary expertise of Earthlings. Moreover, Vitalis harbored a personal affinity for Earth. And given that Saiyans share a similar palate, direct learning would expedite the process. That it would be even better to ignite a culinary craze among the Saiyans, potentially leading to cooking competitions and the awarding of honorary titles such as Master Chef. With all preparations in place, Vitalis began to ponder what to say during the coronation ceremony. Soon, the appointed day arrived. Together with Broly, he first visited the doctor's home to pick up the doctor and his wife. It was mentioned that they had contacted their daughter, but she was unable to return due to prior commitments. Vitalis could only marvel at the brilliance of the doctor's daughter. Although she did not follow in Bulma's scientific footsteps, she exhibited her own unique genius, discovering her passions at such a young age and pursuing them diligently. With a swift instant transmission, he brought the couple to Baozi Mountain to collect Gohan and his grandfather. It was evident that Gohan was well prepared, carrying a large bundle and pushing a wooden baby stroller, presumably crafted by him. Goku, at that moment, was peacefully asleep in the stroller. The next stop was the summit of Korin Tower to fetch Master Roshi. Vitalis thought it prudent for the doctor and Gohan, being Earthlings, to meet a celestial being, so he opted not to use instant transmission this time, instead choosing to fly everyone there, creating a square energy shield with his aura. He manifested chairs at the base, a technique derived from his skill development. Originally intended for energy slicing techniques, he whimsically thought of transforming it into various shapes. Out of curiosity, he experimented and found that shaping the energy was quite simple. Supported by a vast reservoir of energy, allowing for an array of creative forms with ease, provided he could control the energy to prevent it from exploding or dissipating. This also served as a form of training for his mental fortitude and control. The journey progressed swiftly, allowing the group to orient themselves. The doctor and his wife, alongside Gohan, gazed at the scenery, occasionally engaging in discussions about the wonders they encountered. Despite Gohan's age, he had traveled extensively during his youth, gaining a wealth of experience, while the doctor, though perhaps less traveled, was well-versed in theory, leading to a delightful exchange of ideas. The doctor's wife flitted about, celebrating the sights, and playfully inquiring with Broly about potential dates. Even sneakily poking Goku's cheek, her lively presence undoubtedly brought joy to the group. "Wow, look at that! What a tall tower!" she exclaimed, gazing at the miraculous structure before her. "Is this the legendary Korin Tower? I recall my master mentioning that he once climbed to the top and passed the trials of the celestial beings." Gohan reminisced about his training days. "Indeed, it is quite high. Its structure warrants investigation," the doctor remarked, finding it to possess significant research value. "Everyone, please take your seats. Let us embark on something thrilling," Vitalis announced, a sense of novelty washing over him as they prepared for the ride. Although he had thoroughly researched it, time inevitably dulled the excitement. He directed everyone to their seats, extending safety straps made of energy to securely fasten them all, as apart from him and Broly. Even Gohan, despite possessing some skills, was an ordinary human, and sealed Goku was equally vulnerable without protective measures. Thus, the ascent of Korin Tower commenced, with Vitalis joyfully guiding everyone in a spiral flight around the tower. The speed was moderate, akin to a roller coaster, but to mitigate any potential issues, he enveloped them in an additional protective shield. "Wow!" The doctor's wife cheered exuberantly, while the doctor and Gohan maintained their composure. However, her excitement infused the atmosphere with a sense of amusement reminiscent of a theme park visit. Master Roshi stood by the railing, cane in hand, smiling as he watched the rapidly approaching group below. They came to a steady stop not far from Master Roshi, opening a passage. Master Roshi leapt in. "Oh, what a cute kitty," Mrs. Brief exclaimed, crouching before Master Roshi and exchanging smiles with him. Observing this scene, Vitalis couldn't help but chuckle. In the world of Dragon Ball, divine beings often carried an air of superiority when unfamiliar, yet once acquainted, they mingled easily with mortals. "Should I consider finding a nanny for my future child?" he mused as they flew toward the temple. "That aren't we here to pick up the celestial being?" As the lady observed the cats, she noticed them moving and, filled with curiosity, inquired, Well, if I am not mistaken, I am indeed the immortal you seek. You may refer to me as Master Carlin or the Cat Immortal." Gazing at the human woman before him, the Cat Immortal felt an unexpected warmth. After all, his usual visitors were rough, battle-hardened men who cared little for anything beyond martial prowess, rendering their company rather dull. She exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. "That I apologize. I did not realize that Mr. Cat was an immortal." After her astonishment, the lady immediately clasped her hands in apology. "That it is quite all right. Those who meet me for the first time often react this way, except for that lad, who remains ever cheerful," the Cat Immortal replied. Before long, they arrived at the temple. Although there were trials set between the Carlin Tower and the temple, they posed no challenge for Vitalis. upon witnessing Vitalis' actions. The deity inferred that Vitalis had already made up his mind, thus preemptively shutting down the trials. After all, besides wasting energy, the trials would merely serve to support Vitalis' formidable strength. It was prudent to disable them, saving both resources and denying that insufferable brat any advantage. Dear deity, it seems you have become even younger during our brief separation. As everyone steadied themselves, Vitalis dispelled the protective barrier and greeted the deity. The deity, perhaps rejuvenated by the absorption of another's life force, indeed appeared considerably younger. Although still bearing signs of age, his wrinkles had diminished, and his skin now glowed with vitality. Greetings, dear deity. It is an honor to meet you. I apologize for not properly hosting you last time due to my research commitments. Dr. Brief and his wife bowed before Bobo, offering their sincere salutations. Observing the couple's respectful demeanor, son Gohan followed suit. Acknowledging the deity, having nearly mistaken the green figure for the divine being, only to realize that the one clad in black was the true deity. Truly, scientists possess a discerning eye, at first glance. The black-clad figure might seem somewhat simple-minded, yet upon closer inspection, he exuded an aura of profound depth. Deity? Mr. Bobo inquired with a puzzled expression, glancing between the deity and himself. The silent deity cast a glance at Bobo, then down at the text upon his chest. Indeed, it bore the language of Earth. Although recent efforts had been made to study Namekian script and prepare attire for a return home, he had not erred in his choice of clothing. Ha! Vitalis erupted in laughter at this scene, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. Time had stretched on, and with Dr. Brief's infrequent appearances, much had been forgotten. However, witnessing such an amusing moment brought him joy, and he felt fortunate for his lapses in memory. Such a delightful sight. Ahem. Now, shall we discuss the banquet? Preparations seemed nearly complete. After a brief chuckle, Vitalis, noting the deity's disapproving gaze, swiftly shifted the conversation. Enveloping the group in a sphere of energy, he cast a teleportation spell to the planet Vegeta. They materialized upon a white jade platform, which floated in midair, slightly elevated above the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. At its center lay a red square carpet adorned with golden edges, directly in front of the simple yet grand throne of the Saiyan king. This platform had been meticulously crafted by Vitalis, imbued with levitation and anti-gravity magic to ensure that the visitors from Earth could acclimate to their surroundings. Given that Vegeta's gravity was tenfold that of Earth, a moment's inattention could transform a joyous occasion into a calamity. A thin veil of energy enveloped the platform, while a specialized device maintained the air's composition to mirror that of Earth. Vitalis had taken every precaution. Should any accidents occur, he would have to rely on the Dragon Balls for revival. Aside from reincarnation and soul obliteration, death held little consequence, especially for those hailed as heroes who had saved the world. Those who perished would find themselves well catered in the afterlife, perhaps even more content than in life. Those connected to the divine had little to fear regarding their fate. He arranged for everyone to sit on one side of the platform, ascending the throne. Vitalis' gaze flickered, and he donned a battle suit of gray with black accents, draping himself in a red royal cloak. The Saiyans were not ones to concern themselves with crowns or scepters. Thus, the only token of legacy was this cloak. Though there existed a golden chain, Vitalis chose to forego it. Once seated, Bardock and King Vegeta III performed their bows, taking positions on either side of the throne. Broly stood beside Vitalis' seat, while the remaining Saiyans, arranged by battle power, formed an orderly and dense assembly around the platform, awaiting the king's address. I am your king, Vitalis, he proclaimed. Chapter 49, Because I Desire Peace. We shall bring order to the universe, the deity observed from below, gazing at the multitude of Saiyans in the air and at the throne occupied by Vitalis. He suddenly found merit in the current state of affairs. His relationship with Vitalis was amicable, and the latter harbored no intentions of harming Earth. Continuing in this harmonious manner seemed agreeable. Primarily, despite his prolonged scrutiny, he had yet to discern anyone weaker than himself. Even the mightiest warriors from Namek would likely be the weakest here. Even the youngest of children exuded an astonishing strength. Although they all maintained a facade of control, the latent energy they inadvertently released during flight instilled a sense of trepidation within the deity. He pondered whether the newly unified Namekians could eliminate all Saiyans. He could only hope that Vitalis would usher in change. occasional conversations with superiors and colleagues, coupled with intelligence gathered from the Grand Elder of Namek, painted the Saiyans as a violent and bloodthirsty lot. While they now appeared similar to ordinary Earthlings, many bore an intense aura of malice and resentment, remnants of the countless lives they had taken, a manifestation of the souls they had wronged. Their final curses echoing in the air, the deity's expression darkened as he listened to Vitalis' speech. Esteemed comrades, I understand that many of you have harbored doubts regarding my orders and the establishment of the Cosmic Peacekeeping Force. However, I am pleased to note that, despite your uncertainties, you have executed my commands admirably. Vitalis rose, gesturing grandly with his hand, causing his cloak to billow. I am a warrior of the universe's mightiest race. The Saiyans, and I, Vitalis, am your king that I desire peace. Thus, we must bring order to the universe. Nothing more, nothing less. Why seek peace? Because this is our home, our territory, and we shall not allow anyone to run rampant. Those who dare to annihilate life-bearing planets, kill. Those who slaughter entire races, kill. I hereby announce the promotion of King Vegeta III to the rank of Marshal and appoint him as the captain of the Cosmic Peacekeeping Force, tasked with the daily operations and maintenance of universal order. As he spoke, a golden S medal appeared on King Vegeta III's chest. Bardock, you are also promoted to Marshal, appointed as the commander of the Expeditionary Force, tasked with hunting down the remnants of Frieza and his son within the universe. The remaining forces of Frieza are but a few pests. The primary concern lay with the Demon Realm. During this time, Vitalis had come to understand that the Demon Realm, an alternate dimension, could lead many astray. Numerous individuals, whether willingly or under influence, began to identify as demons, inciting chaos across the lands. This was intolerable for Vitalis, who sought to elevate the universe's standing. Although he was uncertain of the Demon Realm's true strength, he recognized that Dabura, the Demon King, was either the strongest or merely one of many. Regardless, they were destined to be foes. And Vitalis resolved to take action swiftly, denying the Demon Realm any opportunity to prepare. We are the warrior race of the Saiyans, that I hope you all cooperate with our two marshals to suppress the evils of the universe, restoring order and peace to our homeland. Indeed, had he not feared upsetting those of higher status, the impassioned Vitalis would have declared the universe theirs on the spot, though he framed it delicately. Under the guise of eradicating evil, it was clear that apart from certain entities, the Saiyans held the mightiest fists. Resolving matters through strength could indeed foster peace, allowing the universe time to recuperate. Now, let us celebrate our victory over the tyrant Frieza and his lineage. I hereby declare the commencement of the barbecue festival. Vitalis briefly outlined the arrangements before diving into the main event. Eating was of utmost importance. Initially, Vitalis had contemplated an elaborate coronation ceremony, complete with speeches and even a Saiyan rendition of I Have a Dream, but ultimately abandoned the idea. They as a warrior race. Such frivolities were unnecessary. Everyone was already aware of and acknowledged him as king, rendering ostentation superfluous. Thus, he simply offered a brief self-introduction. Proclaiming his status, he simultaneously arranged the forthcoming development trajectory. At the behest of Vitalis, the Saiyans dispersed, gathering in their respective small squads to kindle bonfires, while the warriors of the logistics department entered the hyperbolic time chamber to begin preparing ingredients and crafting delectable dishes. Although the sheer number of individuals was staggering, it paled in comparison to the formidable strength of each individual. Rendering everything insignificant, the Saiyans commenced their ancient war dance, pledging to engage in primitive hand-to-hand combat without the use of any energy or techniques. The joyful and harmonious atmosphere enveloped the gathering. Through projection magic, the Earth visitors were granted a view of the events transpiring on the ground, primarily for the benefit of the doctor and his wife, while the Supreme Kai and the Cat Sage were still capable of observation. "Father, what is this?" An untimely voice interrupted as a group of onlookers enjoyed the Saiyan war dance. Following the sound, they beheld Raditz, who arrived triumphantly, carrying a skinned, unidentified creature, flaunting it before Bardock. "Father, look, this is an Omagong beast I hunted on planet Vegeta. Its meat is exquisite and roasted with salt. It is truly delectable," Raditz exclaimed, reveling in his trophy. "That I brought back 50 of them, but alas, they were so delicious that the indigenous people nearly wiped out my clan in their frenzy to hunt them. I feel compelled to request an extermination order." "No, It would be too wasteful to destroy the planet. We merely need to eradicate those vile natives. How about a genocide decree? I shall seek the king's approval shortly. Raditz declared with indignation. Is that so? Quickly, roast it and taste it before discussing anything else. Bardock, let me see your prize. Let us compare whose bounty is superior, interjected Vegeta 3, prompting Raditz to prepare the meat as he engaged in friendly rivalry with Bardock. Over time, he had discovered Bardock's charm. He sensed that Bardock was his lifelong rival. Even when he surged ahead, Bardock could swiftly catch up, never falling behind. In a recent sparring match, his nearly perfected Super Saiyan full power state was caught off guard by Bardock's rapid transformation between speed and power. Had it not been for his superior base power, he likely would have been defeated by Bardock. Nonetheless, it ended in a stalemate, despite everything being in his favor. Why was Bardock so exceptional? He merely followed Vitalis' lead. While Bardock carved his own path, this ignited Vegeta 3's competitive spirit. He absolutely could not allow Bardock to surpass him, lest he lose face. Humph, how dull. Yesterday I was fortunate enough to find a star beast. Expending some effort to slay it and bring it back. Jine is currently assisting Bardock. He glanced at Vegeta 3 before heading towards Gohan. He believed that Vegeta 3 could not possibly outdo him. The quality of the star beast was irrelevant. What mattered was its strength. Those classified as star beasts were peculiar creatures thriving in the universe, enormous in size and formidable in power. Some star beasts even fed on stars. In the past, he could only flee from such beings. Yet Bardock had discovered a star beast nearly the size of Vegeta, which he had killed from an extreme distance on the planet, returning with it after a risky series of instantaneous movements. What could Vegeta 3 possibly compare to him? A star beast. He scoffed at the notion, incredulous that someone could be so fortunate as to encounter one. His prepared prey was rare, but it paled in comparison to a star beast. Star beasts were powerful, yet exceedingly scarce. He had previously avoided them, but now he resolved to hunt down a couple himself. Vegeta 3 had once feared encountering star beasts and had studied their migratory patterns. Confident he could return with one before the banquet concluded, Vegeta, would not be inferior to anyone. Chapter 50. Is this truly enjoyable for children? Observing the frail old man before him, Bardock was perplexed as to why the king would send his infant son to a remote planet to be raised by such a feeble elder. Standing silently before Gohan, Bardock was at a loss for words. Hello. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gohan, from Earth. You must be Goku's father, Gohan said, discerning Bardock's hesitation to that moment. He pondered whether Goku was perhaps Vitalis' son or brother. Only now did he realize how many individuals bore a similar visage, sharing hairstyles as well. Just by appearance, he could scarcely keep count. He was still contemplating who Goku's father was when the marshal approached. Likely the very man he sought. Goku? Bardock inquired, puzzled that forgive my forgetfulness. If I recall correctly, the Saiyan name is Kakarot, right? I gave him an Earth name, Son Goku. Noticing Bardock's confusion, Gohan quickly clarified, Son Goku? Kakarot, raising Kakarot from his crib. Bardock sensed the latent power within his son had been sealed. He understood this was the king's doing, meant to prevent Kakarot from inadvertently harming the elderly man. However, he felt Kakarot had become weakened. Though he was born with tremendous power, being sealed and sent to such a backward planet meant his strongest contender from Earth was the green-skinned named Kian that in the past. They could be compared. But now they seemed inconsequential. Growing up in such an environment, it would be challenging for him to catch up with Raditz, Little Vegeta, or even Broly. Forget it. Raditz is just average, and Kakarot is of little concern. As long as the king is happy, it might be fine for Kakarot to grow up blissfully on Earth. While I live, none would dare bully them. Sighing inwardly, Bardock contemplated having another child. Otherwise, he could already envision Vegeta's smug expression in the future. Along with the detestable Paragus, casting a deep gaze at the elderly man before him, he said, Kakarot will be entrusted to you. I shall procure a communicator shortly. Should anything arise, call for me, Son Goku. Is it the sky? Of course, I shall take good care of Goku. Although he can be a bit mischievous, he is truly the best and most adorable grandson in the world. Gohan laughed heartily. Elated to meet Goku's family, gently placing Kakarot back into the crib, he noticed the infant's clothing, diapers, and blankets, as well as the wooden trinket clutched in his tiny hand. Perhaps this was not so bad. Saiyans had no childhood to speak of, and Kakarot might find happiness after all. Huh, is that Kakarot? What is this? A mobile crib. Noticing his father's actions, Raditz tossed the meat he held to a nearby comrade and approached Bardock. Upon spotting the peacefully sleeping Kakarot in the crib, he exclaimed, "What is that? Could it be the legendary toy?" Raditz was astonished to see the wooden object Kakarot clutched, which appeared to be a carving of some creature. It had vividly depicted scales, short forelegs, sturdy thighs, an elegantly curled tail, and a fierce, roaring head. Somewhat impressive, indeed. Raditz had heard that the offspring of other races possessed little combat power at birth and required considerable time to grow before developing any fighting capability. During this interval, many would occupy themselves with various items collectively referred to as toys to pass the time. During such moments, the adults would boast of how Saiyans were indeed a warrior race. Remarking that while they battled, the children of other races played in the mud, he had once felt a sense of pride in this. Yet now, witnessing Kakarot's situation, he felt a twinge of sadness. Had he ever slept in such a mobile crib as a child? No, he had always been placed in an incubation pod, and after his mother brought him home, he had slept on an unknown beast's hide. Atop a stone bed, looking at Kakarot's slumber, cradled and gently rocked, covered with a warm blanket, he felt a pang of envy towards the fortunate Kakarot. It seemed as if Kakarot sensed the malice directed towards him. For the little one awoke with a cry. Wah 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 wah. Upon seeing his grandson awaken, Gohan hurriedly scooped him up. "Oh dear, don't cry. Let me see if you've wet yourself," he said, quickly checking the diaper for wetness. "Not wet. Are you hungry?" Gohan promptly placed little Goku back into the crib, removed the prepared package, and placed it on the adjacent table before opening it. Inside lies a box filled with capsules of various hues. One white capsule, adorned with the character for milk, is extracted, pressed slightly, and tossed onto the ground. Bang, as the smoke dissipates, an apparatus approximately 80 centimeters in height emerges. Upon opening, it reveals bottles brimming with liquid. "Come, Goku, take a look. Which one do you wish to drink today?" he says, pulling out a bottle and placing it near little Goku's mouth, while after a sip. Little Goku resumes his wailing. "Do you not wish to try the T-Rex milk today? How about we sample the cow's milk instead?" He returns the first bottle and retrieves another. Kakarot, with vacant eyes, he observes the unfolding scene. Raditz recalls that after being extracted from the incubation pod, he consumed meat and drank water, occasionally indulging in alcohol, and even partaking in raw flesh and warm blood. Milk? What is that? Furthermore, when he cried as a child, his mother would cast him aside. As for his father, he likely employed similar methods to soothe him in the few instances his father was home. After he cried, he would soon fall asleep by his side, and he slept soundly. However, the memories are hazy, and he has forgotten how his father would comfort him. He once pondered if he had been knocked unconscious. But now he surmises that his father must have done the same. Women raising children are indeed unreliable. In the future, I too shall raise my children. Thankfully, I have a father. I harbor no envy whatsoever. Father, I request permission to train Kakarot on Earth, ensuring he becomes a commendable warrior. I fear he may lose his tenacity and forget his identity as a warrior race. Indeed, he is exceedingly affectionate towards his brother. He shall pamper him, and while he is at it, perhaps a visit to Earth would suffice. He truly feels no envy. Let us discuss this once you can transform into a Super Saiyan. As for now, after you finish eating, await me in the 150X gravity chamber. I shall assist you in your training. He casts a glance at Raditz, aware of his subtle thoughts that Bardock easily perceives. Now that he is alive, he is confident in his ability to care for the two brothers for a lifetime, but one must possess the strength for self-preservation. His demands are modest. The ability to transform into a Super Saiyan will suffice. The meat is burnt. I must check. Raditz, upon hearing this, hastily flees. Training with his father is indeed correct, but that is his father's training. He is merely the target, euphemistically referred to as training. One understands his father's strength better than he does. During the last instance when his father developed a new form, which of his bones had not been shattered? How delightful it is to witness this joyous little fellow. Come, Broly, I share a bond of life and death with Bardock. You must protect Kakarot well from now on, for he shall be your brother. Paragus approaches Bardock, beckoning Broly over. Tch Bardock, do not turn away. This fellow cannot seem to stray from Broly. Kakarot, a brother? Broly stands by. Observing the Wailing Cockroach, Chapter 51. The deal with the doctor. Observing Bardock and the others, Vitalis refrains from approaching. Although Bardock appears cold, he places great importance on family and comrades, even voluntarily offering a communicator to Sun Gohan. Signifying his acknowledgement of the elder, "Let us go, doctor, to enjoy some roasted meat. These are the spoils brought back by warriors from various planets, which are not available on Earth that I wish to discuss a few matters. Let us converse while we dine," Vitalis calls the doctor, intending to negotiate a business deal. "Doctor, I have an idea that I will provide you with alien technology for your research, and of course, I hope you will share any advancements that may benefit us Saiyans." The brilliance of Dr. Brief is astonishing. He can repair alien spacecraft, and has concurrently mastered anti-gravity technology. Surely, a scientist of Dr. Brief's caliber cannot refuse access to higher-level technology. Currently, the Saiyans have taken over the remnants of Frisia's army, which lacks any black technology. He intends to offer it all to the doctor to establish a solid relationship. The time machine may very well depend on Dr. Brief in the future. No problem. Speaking of which, the warship you provided me last time has been immensely beneficial. I have discovered many intriguing things. Dr. Brief did not decline, having become the world's richest man solely through time capsules. Now, with access to alien technology, his life feels fulfilled. As for sharing technology after research, it is of little concern to him. He is indifferent to such matters. I did not expect the doctor to agree so swiftly. I was prepared to find a more tactful way to present my requests. The doctor's promptness did not faze him. He resolved to find someone shortly to package all scientific materials for the doctor. As he places little value on such items, his objective remains the time machine. The world of Dragon Ball is fascinating, encompassing martial arts, magic, deities, and advanced technology. The magical creation, Majin Buu, possesses boundless potential, allowing for endless development. Surely, even the gods of destruction might encounter him. On the technological side, Earthlings represent artificial intelligence, with the strongest being Cell, who has assimilated cells from various races, embodying the strengths of each, also possessing limitless potential. Below Cell are the androids 17 and 18, who boast infinite energy and can continually grow stronger, with the Super 17 being utterly outrageous. There is also Android 19, created from nothing, equipped with an infinite energy device, whose strength rivals that of Cell's first stage at the time, and contains a bomb capable of annihilating planets. Truly terrifying. Additionally, there is the time machine crafted by Bulma, which, although it can only traverse parallel timelines, involves the power of time and space. It can be said that many schools of thought flourish, be it magic or technology. Neither is inferior to mainstream martial arts. By the way, I hope to obtain a large supply of time capsules. As for compensation, please provide a list of materials that Earth lacks, and I shall send someone to procure them. Any surplus can be sold to you. Vitalis articulates his thoughts. Currently, it appears that he is at a loss, providing technology while also taking on materials and resources unavailable on Earth. Thus, he will later dispatch someone to discuss matters with the doctor, ensuring the doctor feels justified in enjoying the technology while trading for some Earth commodities, particularly since traveling to Earth can be quite costly for the Saiyans. Indeed, that is acceptable. After all, Earth's resources are limited. The doctor did not refuse. He is confident in his ability to present technology that will satisfy Vitalis. By the way, Doctor, I shall dispatch a small team to remain stationed on Earth. Should any issues arise, you may call upon them for assistance. They can provide military support free of charge, should you have further needs. You may also hire our other warriors, for instance, to protect you during your travels in the cosmos. Vitalis feels this is necessary. The Brief family is, in fact, in a precarious situation, facing hostility from their peers and envious wolves coveting their wealth. The doctor and his wife largely remain at home, seeking safety within their stronghold. Once they step outside, they encounter a slew of troublesome matters. Stationing a small team on Earth for protection is of little consequence. However, should they wish to venture off-planet, they can only hire assistants, thus earning some extra income. After all, being the richest on a planet. Having discussed some collaborative matters with the doctor, Vitalis sought out the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai stood at the edge of the platform, observing the Saiyans below, while Buu was stationed nearby. Mr. Buu, please go have something to eat. I wish to converse with the Supreme Kai for a moment. Vitalis said to Buu. Seeing the Supreme Kai nod, Buu stepped aside and took some raw meat. seemingly intending to prepare it himself. How do you view us Saiyans now? Vitalis senses the Supreme Kai's wariness towards him and the Saiyans. It is not surprising. Vitalis understands that the Supreme Kai can communicate with the afterlife and has superiors. The rise of the Saiyans and the demise of Frisia are significant events. He believes that King Kai is not unaware of this. The Supreme Kai receiving information about the Saiyans is not unusual. From his perspective, facing the once infamous warrior race, he too would be cautious. Moreover, the Supreme Kai has treated him fairly, providing ample assistance. This invitation serves as a gesture of goodwill, showcasing the strength of the Saiyan race, assuring him that they do not engage in underhanded tactics, but rather maintain an open and honest dialogue. The Universe Patrol, maintaining peace within the cosmos, appears commendable. I hope you continue in this endeavor. However, I find it curious. Do you not seek to rule the universe? For you, it should be no great challenge. Is it not better to establish laws to govern the cosmos? Merely prohibiting genocide and planet destruction cannot put an end to war. The Supreme Kai contemplates Vitalis' intentions, yet cannot comprehend why they possess the power to rule the universe but opt for a neutral stance. Ha ha ha. I only sought to rule the universe after I had eaten too much and felt stuffed. At present, I lack the strength to suppress the entire universe. Being a ruler is exceedingly troublesome. I would have to tread carefully, considering all aspects before taking action. All I desire is for my people to live well, that in the past, Frisia annihilated many living planets, leading to the extinction of races with unique abilities. Which is truly a pity that I merely wish for this universe to be more vibrant than I ask for war. Why should it be stopped? To me, as long as my race is not completely annihilated, our home planet remains unscathed, and the conflict does not encroach upon my abode. There exists a semblance of peace. Vitalis has contemplated the notion of ruling the universe. Yet, upon deeper reflection, the complexities arise. As a sovereign, one cannot solely focus on personal desires, but must consider the broader picture. He lacks the leisure to indulge in such whims, and the constraints imposed upon him are quite stifling that he cannot emulate Frisia's ruthless approach of slaying at will. Entrusting him with the mantle of governance and the formulation of laws would only serve to bind his own hands. Thus, it is far more prudent to adopt a neutral stance in establishing rules, allowing all beings to operate within those confines. Regrettably, he cannot disclose the cosmic evaluation, for that would illuminate the gravity of the situation, prompting everyone to self-regulate and pursue their own development. Currently, he dares not mention the Omni King, nor reveal matters pertaining to the gods of destruction and angels. Intriguing, it is rather burdensome for the deities to remain silent. He senses that Vitalis has not revealed the entire truth, yet part of it is indeed genuine, and that suffices. Chapter 52. In the midst of turmoil after conversing with the deities for a while, Vitalis returned to his throne. Observing the surroundings, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Nevertheless, the current circumstances are far from optimistic. Numerous issues demand resolution. With the expansion of the Saiyans, Vitalis has received various reports, including suspected sightings of the great sorcerer Babidi, that a band of itinerant magicians, wielding terrifying magic, wanders about seeking something, leaving countless casualties in their wake. Many planets are plagued by demonic disasters, where individuals either succumb to the allure of darkness, gaining immense power, or summon formidable demons from the underworld. Odd creatures have emerged from unknown origins, wreaking havoc before vanishing without a trace. While Vitalis can deduce some of these phenomena from memory, others are entirely unfamiliar to him. Many of these challenges are beyond the current capabilities of the Saiyans. Even with his and Broly's fusion, they cannot assure victory, as the foundational differences are too vast. However, he cannot afford to ignore them. If left unchecked, some entities may develop at a pace more astonishing than the Saiyans, potentially rendering the Omni King's intervention unnecessary, as they may not survive long enough to witness it. Next, Vitalis intends to explore the possibility of the Super Saiyan God experiment and the existence of Super Saiyan 4. The Super Saiyan God transformation involves 5 righteous Saiyans channeling their energy to the One transforming, enhancing their ki within and subsequently transcending to the divine realm, divine ki. This results in 2 standard states: the ordinary state, which does not utilize divine ki, and the Super Saiyan God state, which releases divine ki. Both forms can subsequently transform into Super Saiyan. The ordinary state transformation yields the golden-haired Super Saiyan, whereas the transformation based on Super Saiyan God power results in a blue-haired Super Saiyan. Known as the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, colloquially referred to as Super Blue. Previously, he refrained from conducting experiments due to the original narrative requiring 5 righteous Saiyans. Vitalis feared the emergence of an uncontrollable evil deity. However, now he plans to seek out a few weaker fighters for initial trials. With Broly by his side, the risk is minimal. Should things go awry, fusing with Broly would undoubtedly ensure dominance. Ideally, the Super Saiyan God form would prevail, while dealing with any malevolent entities would simply require subjugation. As for Super Saiyan 4, Vitalis perceives it to be somewhat akin to Super Blue. The Saiyans possess the strength of both human and beast, embodying both human and great ape forms. The transformations of Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3 follow the human route, not utilizing their bestial power. In these forms, the presence of a tail is inconsequential. In contrast, Super Saiyan 4 involves transforming into a great ape, regaining rationality to control the power, and subsequently evolving into Super Saiyan 4, a Super Saiyan imbued with the might of the great ape, exuding primal ferocity. Conversely, Super Blue embodies the power of divinity. Currently, the most promising candidate for achieving Super Saiyan 4 appears to be Vegeta 3, who has mastered the Super Saiyan transformation and can retain his consciousness in great ape form. Previously, Vitalis hesitated to disclose this pathway to Vegeta 3, fearing that a transformation into Super Saiyan 4 might result in the loss of his throne. Yet, he now believes there is no need for secrecy. Even if he were to lose his position, reclaiming it afterward would be feasible. The warrior race of the Saiyans should not shy away from battle. Furthermore, he has observed Vegeta 3's recent transformation and decides to place his trust in him. Even if the throne were to be seized, it would not alter the plans Vitalis has set in motion. Thus, the experiments for Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 will proceed concurrently. Additionally, the Elder Kaioshin requires strategizing, as potential unlocking of latent abilities is also a viable path. Gohan has opted out of the Super Saiyan route, carving his own way, as he has expressed a desire to fight as a human. Therefore, this can be provisionally termed the human path. Consequently, with paths for humans, beasts, and gods, even with inherent differences in talent among kin, there will always be a suitable route for each individual. Observing the lively scene before him, Vitalis felt a burgeoning sense of opportunity. This moment, Jine finished her tasks and approached Goku, greeting Gohan. Meanwhile, a satiated Goku had become the center of attention, sitting on the ground, surrounded by numerous empty milk bottles. Gohan busied himself with tidying up while retrieving a time capsule, continuously producing toys for little Goku to play with. An array of wooden sculptures, windmills, miniature cars, and airplanes. Countless wooden toys. All appeared to be handcrafted by Gohan himself. Watching Goku's joyful play, Jine dashed about, inspecting the stroller, touching the toys, and beaming at Goku's innocent laughter. She felt immense joy that Goku had such a grandfather, recalling her own experiences with Raditz with a tinge of embarrassment. The surrounding Saiyans, too, reminisced about their own childhood experiences. Perhaps they could not relive those moments. But should the next generation not be afforded a different experience? The current Saiyans are indeed formidable, with the existence of Senzu beans and the hyperbolic time chamber. Those in their prime still have room for growth. Allowing the younger generation to enjoy themselves seems a delightful notion. Suddenly, little Goku began to wail again. Gohan dropped the milk bottle and hurriedly scooped him up. "Oh, don't cry. Grandpa is here. Let me see what's the matter. Oh dear, it seems you've wet yourself." Gohan chuckled, realizing that little Goku had indeed soiled himself. He swiftly removed the wet pants and placed Goku in a crib, covering him with a blanket. Taking out a capsule, he tossed it to the ground. Bang! As the smoke cleared, a cabinet of similar height to Gohan appeared. Upon opening it, everyone saw stacks of indistinguishable fabric materials, identical to the pants and diaper Gohan had just removed. He selected a fresh diaper for little Goku and then changed his pants. Vitalis watched the scene with a smile, truly the protagonist, as he radiated an aura wherever he went. That moment, not only on the platform, but also numerous Saiyans hovered in the air, observing Gohan changing Goku's diaper. Bardock, however, stood with a twitching mouth, arms crossed, and his right index finger tapping incessantly against his left arm. This was his son, being so pampered, and in front of so many onlookers, it made him feel quite uncomfortable. Yet, he could not voice his discontent. For Gohan truly cared for Kakarot. Scanning the crowd, he silently noted those who were merely spectators, planning to have them train alongside Raditz. Training Raditz alone proved ineffective. The time spent consuming sins of beans was wasteful. With many participating, they could rotate bean consumption, ensuring continuous training. A splendid plan. Jin squatted beside Gohan, observing his actions. Could I give it a try? She inquired, intrigued and wishing to partake in the experience. Sure. Gohan, now understanding the Saiyans' fierce nature, felt elated to see Goku's mother wanting to change his diaper. He handed the freshly changed little Goku to Jin and set aside a new diaper and pants next to her. Bardock turned to leave, thinking it absurd that he would have to repeat the process, but if Jin wished to do it, so be it. Without a glance, he approached Raditz and seized a piece of meat to gnaw on. Crunch, crunch as he savored a bone. Raditz felt a surge of anger, perhaps due to the Saiyans' precocious nature or the knowledge instilled in him by machines during his childhood, which left him with vivid memories. He recalled a time when he had wet the bed, and his mother had dragged him by the feet to wash him in the river, only to toss him aside by the fire. Indeed, women are unreliable. Even now, as they attempt to learn, they remain clumsy. Observing Kakarot's tightly furrowed little face, it was evident that he had been hurt. With every step etched in his memory, Raditz resolved that in the future, he would personally raise his children, ensuring that no woman would ever touch them. He had endured suffering that his offspring must never experience again. Yet, that Kakarot fellow was truly fortunate. Chapter 53 has concluded. The banquet was over, and the group on Earth had witnessed the might of the Saiyan race, indulging in foods they had never tasted before, including beings capable of easily annihilating the planet. The Saiyans, in turn, learned that their commander's son had been sent to Earth to lead a happy life. Realizing that childhood could indeed be filled with such joy and fulfillment, Vitalis had not anticipated that this spontaneous banquet would yield numerous surprises. At the very least, many Saiyans began to contemplate the nurturing of the next generation. Yuan-ji, the responsibility of Earth now rests upon your shoulders. You must take on the duties of a captain. Care for your comrades and protect the planet. As Vitalis escorted the divine beings back home, he also brought along the station squad. Yes, my king, I fight for the glory of the Saiyans and for you. As long as I am here, I will ensure that Earth remains safe. With a sharp gaze and disheveled hair, he exuded an unexpected sense of reassurance, albeit with a hint of youthful bravado. Captain Yuan-ji, at the tender age of 12, possessed a base combat power of 990,000, emerging as a newborn after the battle with Frieza and having grown within the room of spirit and time. The other 5 members of the team shared similar backgrounds, having meditated from a young age, enabling them to control their emotions effectively, devoid of the former brutal tendencies of the Saiyans. Vitalis had specifically selected them to safeguard Earth. All of them were strapping lads of 11 or 12 years. Their arrival on Earth would deepen their bonds with the planet. Divine One, we entrust them to you. Allow them to reside in the temple for easier observation of the lower realms. And they may also train in the room of spirit and time. Should any tasks arise, simply summon them. Vitalis instructed the divine being. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls would be housed within the temple, with guards ensuring their safety. Having arranged these matters, Vitalis saw Gohan and the doctor home. He returned to the throne on planet Vegeta, where the palace still lay in ruins. Vitalis deemed it a waste. The throne alone sufficed as a symbol of royalty and was convenient to transport. As for living quarters, he had prepared capsules of various models and could conjure a palace with magic in an instant. So these were not issues. Why now? It was deep night on planet Vegeta. Sitting upon the throne, he gently waved his hand, creating a powerful gust that blew away all the clouds, granting a clearer view of the starry sky. Extending his right hand, fingers curled as if grasping the infinite void. This power felt tangible and real. Destiny? Can I seize it? No, I must seize it. This sensation is rather delightful. With that youthful bravado concluded, he retracted his right hand, leaning back against the throne, gazing at the beautiful night sky. Utilizing magic to observe the cosmos, the dreamlike scenery captivated Vitalis. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached quietly, and the newcomer stood beside the throne. After casting a glance at Vitalis, he shifted his gaze to the heavens. After a long moment, Vitalis spoke. So, Broly, what do you think of this starry sky? It is beautiful, Broly replied, returning his gaze to Vitalis. Indeed, it is splendid. For the sake of this starry expanse, we must hasten our pace. The sooner we cleanse it, the sooner we can find peace. How is your father faring? Vitalis inquired. He is very happy, Broly responded, recalling how Paragus had eagerly introduced Broly to every acquaintance, whether they were comrades or colleagues, proudly declaring that Broly would protect them. Aside from stirring up a ruckus with Beerus, Paragus had instigated a baby boom, as many believed that if a weakling like him could father a son as formidable as Broly, they too could achieve similar feats, perhaps even surpassing them. Vitalis refrained from explaining further, content with the situation. If another child were born, it would be a tremendous gain, albeit a slim chance. Nonetheless, recent events, coupled with the existence of the Room of Spirit and Time, had significantly increased the population. Thanks to the strength of their forebears, the newborns were generally robust, fostering a positive cycle with a bright developmental trajectory. Bardock, go fetch Vegeta. Vitalis communicated telepathically with Bardock, who was training his son in the Room of Spirit and Time. He instructed him to seek out Vegeta. Vegeta 3 seemed to have been stimulated by something, leaping through various star systems approximately 100 light-years away. After the coronation ceremony, he had only briefly appeared at the banquet before dashing off to frolic. My king? Very well. I shall retrieve him, Bardock replied, albeit puzzled. Yet, as a warrior, he deemed it his duty to follow orders to Raditz. Open your eyes wide and pay attention. Bardock began to gather energy, his muscles contracting, becoming more defined in a flash of golden light. Bardock returned to his original position. Raditz, how many times did I attack you? He queried. Father, Raditz stammered, struggling to speak due to his severe injuries, with a power level of 3 million. He remained unable to break through, feeling like a failure. Observing Raditz's state, Bardock approached him, gripping his collar with his left hand and roughly shoving a senzu bean into his mouth with his right. Now, answer me. How many times did I attack you? As he spoke, Bardock's physique began to change, his muscles rapidly swelling with a surge of power, even emitting faint currents of electricity across his body. Gulp. Watching Bardock in this state, Raditz swallowed hard. 1843. No, wait, 1939. Father, give me a moment to think. No, please don't, Raditz cried out in terror. Bardock, holding Raditz with his left hand, extended his right index finger slowly toward Raditz's chest. Raditz, you who have inherited my bloodline should not be this way. Reflect on it. If you remain unchanged, I will no longer concern myself with you, and you may live your life under my protection. After all, you are my son. That finger never descended. He released Raditz, allowing him to fall. Feeling the imprint left in the external world, Bardock glanced away from Raditz and instantaneously vanished. Sighing, he reverted to his ordinary Super Saiyan form. Consuming a senzu bean to restore his depleted energy, he did not wish to treat Raditz this way. Yet the influences of his childhood had rendered Raditz averse to training. The root of this lay with Bardock himself. As a lower-class warrior, he had surpassed the mid-tier fighters to become the king's top subordinate, bearing the weight of glory. In contrast, Raditz, born into a family of lower-class warriors and deemed a higher-class fighter, was not well regarded by his peers. Having been marginalized, he had unwittingly become lethargic, reluctant to train. In the past, Bardock had been indifferent to these matters, but now he recognized the truth. He genuinely hoped for his sons to grow up healthy and happy. Through Vegeta 3's brutal beatings, Raditz had now acquired a combat power exceeding 3 million, but had reached his limit, unable to break through. Though still formidable, if this continued, he would inevitably be left behind. The reason for his stagnation was Raditz's unwillingness to change. Shaking his head, Bardock resolved not to dwell on it further. This would be his final attempt. If it failed, he would send Raditz to Earth to live a carefree life, while also ensuring Kakarot's safety. Closing his eyes, clearing his mind, he began to sense Vegeta's energy. Chapter 54. Vegeta, why does your transformation not lead to a loss of reason? In the Alpha Star System, Vegeta 3 stood atop the highest peak of planet Alpha, meticulously assessing the situation of the system. At a loss for words to describe his current emotions, he had anticipated a swift hunt for star beasts. Yet after traversing several star systems, he had seen no sign of them. He had distinctly recalled seeing star beasts in the vicinity during his time with Frisia's army. Damn it, he had hoped to capture a large one before the banquet concluded to boast to Bardock. However, the elusive beasts remained beyond his reach. Having been closely following the banquet proceedings, he was well aware that it had long since ended. Yet, he felt too ashamed to return empty-handed, without concealing his energy. His movements could not escape detection, and Bardock would undoubtedly sense his intentions. How could he face them with empty hands? Are you suggesting that they have come out to admire the scenery? The suddenly appearing Bardock inquired. A shiver ran through Vegeta 3's heart. What could this fellow possibly want? The view here is indeed quite splendid. Just a couple of days ago, I hunted a star beast right here. Bardock said languidly, recalling the moment of the kill. What about you? Was that intentional? You scoundrel! Vegeta 3 roared in anger. Understanding without voicing it is the mark of true friendship. Still, to speak of it is one thing. But to mention that you were the one who killed it while standing right here, what is wrong with you? Despite the tension, Bardock, as a partner, still cared deeply. Well, the scenery is delightful. Tell me, what brings you here? Vegeta 3 asked, crossing his arms and surveying the surroundings. So you prefer what lies below? I, on the other hand, find the starry sky from this angle much more appealing, Bardock mused, choosing not to elaborate on his partner's preferences. But was he certain there were no issues? The view below had indeed been magnificent, with towering peaks and blankets of snow, a sight to behold. However, that was in the past. Just days ago, he had unleashed his full power in a furious assault on a star beast, leaving behind a barren landscape where snow once lay. The peak had lost some of its height and now appeared desolate, with only large rocks and fissures remaining. Truly, a battle-hardened Saiyan king would appreciate such a post-combat aesthetic. The king sent me to bring you here, Bardock. What are your thoughts on the king? Vegeta 3 asked earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Bardock. The king? He is still quite immature in character, easily oblivious to his own peril. He possesses knowledge yet often overlooks much, cautious yet arrogant. He lacks purity. Bardock articulated his views. Indeed, lacking in purity. At times, he hardly seems like a Saiyan, let alone a king. Even as a warrior, he falls short. Vegeta 3 reflected. Are you still contemplating reclaiming the throne? Bardock turned his attention to Vegeta 3. Don't look at me like that. Although I've grown accustomed to it, the gaze of a Super Saiyan is truly infuriating. Despite having trained to suppress the rage that accompanies transformation, that look still ignites my ire for the throne. I'll pass. Compared to a king, I am far from it. If it were me in Broly's place, he would be exiled to a distant planet to wither away alone, without any chance of growth. Yet the king allowed him to flourish, offering support to strengthen Broly. That kind of magnanimity I cannot match. Besides, should I turn against the king, Broly would be the first to obliterate me. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, exists in a realm beyond ours. The king is the one who brings about change, and I am not ungrateful. As for the king's shortcomings, that matters not, for we are here. Whatever the king wishes to achieve, we shall follow. We are the battle-hardened Saiyans, and we are no longer the weaklings we once were. We possess the strength to carry out the king's will. So, shall we entertain the king? At the very least, it is more thrilling now than it ever was, Vegeta 3 said slowly. You came here just to ponder such things? Is that all you wish to say? How dreadfully dull, Bardock scoffed, gazing up at the sky. And what of you? What do you think? If I were to seize the throne, Vegeta 3 stared intently into Bardock's eyes. Should you succeed, I would stop at nothing to slay you. Even if it meant our mutual destruction, Bardock replied earnestly, maintaining eye contact with Vegeta 3. You are quite the character. Vegeta 3 suddenly found Bardock to be rather impressive. Though he had always considered Bardock amusing, he now understood the reason behind Bardock's strength. In the past, there had been tales of lower-class warriors rising up, but none had advanced as rapidly as Bardock. Perhaps, even without the king, Bardock would surpass him and become a Super Saiyan. This was because Bardock did not embody the typical Saiyan's ruthlessness. Through his encounters with Bardock's family, he realized that it was Jain who had influenced Bardock. Both Jain and Bardock were formidable in their own right. Of course, when it came to emotions, he held a different view on their strength. So, Bardock, I am curious to know why you wish to kill me. Is it for the king? Vegeta asked inquisitively. No, it is simply that in the realm of Saiyans, the victor reigns. I merely cannot abide by your rule, Bardock stated, turning to leave as their idle chatter came to an end. What a dishonest fellow, he thought. Isn't it unfair? In the spirit of camaraderie, I have shared my thoughts, yet Bardock remains obstinately silent. Vegeta followed suit and departed as a former king with no companions and no one to converse with. He now found that such exchanges were rather enjoyable, albeit disappointing that Bardock was not more forthcoming as for the others. He regarded them with disdain. The king as he observed the two individuals kneeling before him. Vitalis felt a sense of disorientation. Indeed, I am the king. Rise, he commanded. I have summoned you both for a matter of importance. Vitalis stood and approached the edge of the platform. For reasons unknown, I have come to learn of many future events. As for the cause, I cannot divulge it, but I have altered the futures of many. The specifics of these changes you will come to learn in due time, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. While I cannot disclose the nature of my travels, foreseeing the future is not uncommon in the Dragon Ball universe. Certain races possess the ability to glimpse into potential futures. Furthermore, we will inevitably encounter other dimensions and timelines. So it is better to preemptively take precautions rather than sow the seeds of disaster. I will lay everything out now for future reference. Well, just listen to me. If you have questions, keep them to yourself and seek your own answers later. Observing the two eager to inquire, Vitalis preemptively halted them. Knowing that fabricating responses could lead to complications, he turned his gaze to Broly, who, as always, exuded a reassuring presence. Despite the surprise, he remained quietly attentive to Vitalis's discourse. I have witnessed the Super Saiyan transformations and their subsequent forms, including Super Saiyan God. Indeed, they have appeared in future timelines. The purpose of summoning you both today is to initiate experiments regarding Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4, Bardock and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances. Aren't there only 3 forms? And we haven't even unlocked the second. Indeed, Super Saiyan 4 is the name given, though in my view, it no longer belongs to the same classification as ordinary Super Saiyans. Nevertheless, the official designation remains, and I have chosen to adhere to it. It follows a completely different path from Super Saiyan God, perhaps a tier lower, yet its magnitude shall not be inferior. However, I am uncertain if Super Saiyan 4 can be birthed in this world. Hence the need for experimentation. And you, Vegeta, are the ideal candidate. Before we proceed, tell me, King Vegeta, why is it that your transformation into a great ape does not result in a loss of rationality? Chapter 55. I have no idea. Why does it not lead to a loss of reason? Royal bloodline. My grandfather, my father, and I, we do not lose our wits like other warriors when we transform. As for the deeper reasons, I cannot say, Vegeta 3 replied. Perplexed, it was common knowledge that royal bloodlines retained their rationality. Yet when delving deeper, no one could provide a satisfactory explanation. Is there any record of ancient Saiyan histories or other documentation? Vitalis inquired. Though he held little hope, he still wished the royal lineage contained some secrets. Historical texts? Documentation? We Saiyans do not concern ourselves with such time-wasting endeavors. Even Super Saiyans are merely passed down through generations by word of mouth. Vegeta 3 scoffed. Only recently, with advancements in technology, could they learn knowledge through machinery. His father and grandfather were all warriors, unable to utilize such high technology. Very well, the education of Saiyans is indeed problematic. While they need not pursue a technological path, they should at least possess the ability to carry on their civilization, ensuring that disasters do not lead to a collapse of culture. He shook his head. Indeed, Saiyans were either engaged in battle or preparing for it. Is there any lore regarding the Saiyans prior to their arrival on this planet? Vitalis was intrigued. After the destruction of their homeland, the Saiyans had drifted here, slaughtering the indigenous populace to establish dominance over this world. How was their homeland destroyed? Did all Saiyans arrive here afterward? Could there be other branches of Saiyans still existing? I am uncertain and lack clarity. At that time, I had not yet been born. My grandfather was born during his exile, and there are many matters he does not comprehend. Speaking of this, Vegeta 3 also acknowledges the necessity of foundational education. The Super Saiyan, while a possibility under fortuitous circumstances, is indeed a phenomenon. However, the fact that the ritual for the Super Saiyan God, a matter of such significance, has not been passed down is perplexing. Otherwise, the lore of the universe would be filled with tales of Super Saiyans, and they would not have been enslaved by Frieza and his son. Nonetheless, we shall first conduct the experiment for Super Saiyan 4 and ascertain whether it can come to fruition. Vitalis remarked. Super Saiyan 4? How shall we proceed? Vegeta 3 harbored a vague suspicion that this might be related to the royal lineage. However, Why would the transformation into an ape retain its rationality? Does Super Saiyan 4 require royal blood? Bardock glanced at Vegeta 3 and discerned that the chosen candidate for the Super Saiyan 4 experiment was indeed Vegeta. There are no such restrictions. Theoretically, it confers an advantage that we shall soon test it, and then we will know. Bardock, you must also prepare yourself, once we have comprehended the completion of the Super Saiyan 4 experiment in the coming days. It will be your turn, Vitalis elucidated. Bardock was informed of the Super Saiyan God matter in advance, as there was a low probability of complications, yet it was unnecessary to let Bardock entertain wild thoughts. However, being a marshal, while Vegeta was engaging in the Super Saiyan 4 experiment, he had nothing which could inevitably stir feelings of discontent. Thus, it was better to disclose this beforehand. As for surprises, they are a warrior race, not a romantic one. There is no need for that. Let me clarify that Super Saiyan 4 is founded upon the power of the ape transformation, augmented by the strength of the Super Saiyan. However, this is merely a prerequisite. One must also master the raging power during the ape transformation to further elevate and transform into Super Saiyan 4. To control the raging power, one must possess rationality. Among us, only Vegeta can maintain his rationality while in the ape state. Vitalis articulated the issues he was aware of concerning the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Transforming into a Super Saiyan after the ape transformation? To be honest, I had considered this a while back, but alas, I could not maintain my rationality that I feared I might inadvertently kill Raditz, so I refrained from attempting it, Bardock remarked, arms crossed and stroking his chin. Vitalis felt a moment of sympathy for Raditz. Yet this was also one of the reasons he resolved to initiate the Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God experiments. Firstly, as a king, he had felt the weight of his responsibilities and decided that concealing such matters was unnecessary. As a king, it was imperative to lead his people forward. Secondly, with the proliferation of Super Saiyans, it was inevitable that some might entertain the notion of stacking the tenfold increase of the ape transformation atop the 50-fold battle power enhancement of the Super Saiyan. After all, they are a warrior race. And with tails, there would surely be those willing to experiment. Although maintaining rationality to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4 seems unattainable, what if, while the Saiyans are currently loyal, what if someone mastered Super Saiyan 4 and harbored malevolent intentions? What if they inadvertently gained control of that power during a rampage and transformed into a berserk Super Saiyan 4? Rather than being passive, it would be better to proactively usher in the era of Super Saiyan 4. Should Vegeta 3 succeed, future generations would have a path to follow, significantly enhancing the strength of their race. Even if a few berserk or evil Super Saiyan 4s emerged, there would be no need for alarm. The potential emergence of evil Super Saiyan gods could also serve as an effective means of suppression. While the amplification factor of Super Saiyan 4 remains uncertain, in its normal state, its power may not be inferior to that of the Super Saiyan god. Bardock, you rascal! Vegeta 3 admired Bardock's intricate battle techniques. He doubted he could match Bardock in combat at present. Unlike Bardock, Vegeta 3 had no fondness for the ape transformation. He would not refuse it in times of necessity. However, now that he had achieved Super Saiyan status, he had completely abandoned the power of the ape transformation. Super Saiyan was his lifelong aspiration, and upon hearing Vitalis mention Super Saiyan 2 and 3, he eagerly followed in Vitalis' footsteps. Meanwhile, Bardock had not pursued the full power of Super Saiyan nor entertained thoughts of attaining Super Saiyan 2, continuing instead to hone his existing forms. Presently, he was unable to match Bardock. But Vegeta 3 had confidence that he would attain Super Saiyan 2 and decisively overwhelm Bardock's form-switching capabilities. However, Bardock's thoughts intriguingly aligned with the royal pronouncement regarding the Super Saiyan 4 path, which was perilous. Had the king not spoken of it beforehand, would he have faced the Super Saiyan 4 Bardock when he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 to challenge him? What a terrifying fellow, nevertheless. He was indeed the best candidate and would be the first to become Super Saiyan 4. Disregarding the fervent Vegeta below, Vitalis continued. The Super Saiyan God ritual requires 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans to impart their energy to the ritual participant, thereby birthing the savior of the Saiyan race, the legendary Super Saiyan God. He granted the trio a moment to calm themselves, allowing them to better absorb the information that I am uncertain whether possessing a righteous heart is mandatory. Yet I know that the 2 Super Saiyan gods were indeed born from the energy shared by 5 righteous Saiyans. I have also pondered whether an evil individual could give rise to a being opposite to a god, or perhaps an evil god. Thus, I have hesitated to initiate the Super Saiyan God experiment. And now, Bardock inquired, seemingly indicating that the king intended for him to partake in the Super Saiyan God experiment. Did the king perceive him as virtuous or malevolent? I believe I possess the strength to suppress such matters. Between Broly and myself, we are extraordinarily powerful, Bardock replied, avoiding a direct answer while affirming that with Broly present, he cared little for either the Super Saiyan God or evil entities. However, for optimal observation, we require at least 3 groups. One group comprised of those confined in the hyperbolic time chamber, a second of ordinary Saiyans, and a third of righteous Saiyans led by Bardock, Vitaly stated, looking at Bardock as he outlined his plan. Me. Righteous? What an embarrassment, Bardock muttered under his breath, but did not counter the assertion. Compared to other Saiyans, he indeed recognized his own tendency towards leniency. Vegeta 3, equally astonished, cast a glance at Bardock. This fellow, righteous? Goodness, there are facets of him I was unaware of. Yet, observing Bardock's demeanor, he refrained from speaking. He was not cowardly but understood that, at this juncture, he could not best Bardock. The king had previously mentioned that Bardock's ultimate power amplification might rival that of Super Saiyan 2. His speed and transformations were equally formidable. Thus, Bardock was indeed exceptional, having reached the Super Saiyan 2 level through an unconventional means. Fortunately, in a few days, he would attain Super Saiyan 4, rendering it unnecessary to seek confrontation now. In a few days, he could simply thrash Bardock, which would be quite satisfying. At that moment, a surge of violent and formidable energy erupted in the skies above. The group looked up in unison. Chapter 59. Father, prepare to witness my power. Father, I am not useless. Watching Bardock depart, Raditz tears streamed down his face. From the moment of his birth, he had been deemed an elite warrior, a rarity in Saiyan history, not because no elite warriors were born beyond the royal family, but due to his origins as a low-class warrior. Historically, aside from the royal lineage, elite warriors emerged solely from prestigious families and elite warrior households, all of whom were the best among middle-class warriors, perilously close to the status of elite warrior. Upon grasping the implications of being an elite warrior, he felt joy. Yet, to outsiders, he was merely a fortunate boy basking in his father's glory, the son of the strongest low-class warrior. His father's renown was immense, rendering the notion of being an elite warrior trivial in comparison, for Bardock had transcended the so-called elite and esteemed lineage. His parents cared for him because he was an elite warrior. Compared to the children of other low-class warrior families, he was in a much better position. He was not exiled, could remain on planet Vegeta to train and grow, and could develop alongside his parents. Yet, the more he experienced this, the less content he became. He rarely saw his father after his birth. Each time they met, his father would mention the elite warrior status, his expression forlorn that he felt as though his father perceived him as inferior. His mother, too, initially took pride in boasting about her son, but as time passed, the number of people willing to discuss him with her dwindled. Gradually, she ceased to mention him in conversations. The people around him gathered not out of genuine affection, but rather due to his elite warrior status, filled with envy and jealousy, and there were many who mocked him. While he was indifferent to such sentiments, some fools even told him that as an elite warrior, he was destined to surpass all and stand beneath the king. Including his own father, a low-class warrior, he resented his father, loathing why he was merely a low-class warrior. He despised himself, lamenting why he had to be an elite warrior. He was once oblivious to the reasons behind his past resentments. However, after the arrival of the king, clarity dawned upon him. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the system that dictated one's destiny at birth. His father, despite his formidable strength, was relegated to the role of a mere subordinate warrior for his entire life. Raditz acknowledged that he had indeed been lazy in the past, but initially, it was a reluctance to surpass his father that led him to slack off, although he later found solace in his idleness. Allowing himself to descend into complacency, his original intention was pure, stemming from his desire to be a dutiful son. The king's arrival transformed everything. His father ascended to the rank of marshal and became a legendary Super Saiyan, not the Broly type of legendary. Raditz felt elated, for his father's long-standing regret evaporated as the title of subordinate warrior was consigned to oblivion, and no longer did anyone refer to him as a subordinate warrior. nor did they dare to compare his status with that of his father's. Training alongside his father brought him immense joy. Despite the arduous process, witnessing his father's progress and recognizing his own contribution filled him with pride. Most importantly, his father had not mentioned the title of subordinate warrior since then. Reflecting on the past, tears blurred his vision. No, I am not worthless. Why? Why? Raditz yearned for answers. I am not a coward either. Beyond Bardock's words, Raditz recalled the transformation of his comrades, who had shifted from fear and flattery to deriding him behind his back as a coward. Though he no longer cared, having amassed a battle power exceeding 3 million, he could not forget the disdainful expressions of those who once belittled him. Am I weak now? No. I am powerful. I am neither worthless nor a coward. Watch, father. I am Raditz, a superior warrior, and I shall prove myself the strongest. Slowly rising to his feet, an overwhelming energy surged within him, distorting the magnetic field around him. Debris from the surrounding combat began to levitate, shattering once more under the immense force, while the tears at the corners of his eyes ascended into the sky, dissipating into the air. I, Raditz, am the mightiest, whether it be Uncle Vegeta, my father, or even Broly. I shall surpass you all and demonstrate who the true warrior is. Unable to comprehend why his father was so enraged and disappointed, Raditz resolved to abandon his contemplations, whether in anger or disappointment. He would resolve matters the Saiyan way. Let them wail beneath my might, tremble before my power, and take pride in my strength. With his thoughts cast aside, Raditz decided to let his power do the talking. Surely, his overwhelming strength would leave his father no time for anger or disappointment. The white aura began to shift to gold, crackling with electricity as brilliant golden light radiated, transforming his eyes to a pale green, his brows to gold, and his long hair to an even more electrifying golden hueis. This the Super Saiyan form. I can hardly believe how powerful I have become. Clenching his fists, Raditz was filled with excitement. With a slight tremor, he dispelled the golden light and the aura surrounding him. A sly smile crept across his lips. Father, I have arrived. Raditz soared towards the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Though he had left a mark outside and could teleport based on coordinates or use magic to see outside, he preferred to fly out at a pace neither too fast nor too slow. He announced himself, Raditz, son of Marshal Bardock, the 5th Super Saiyan and a rightful contender among the top 5 Saiyans. Simultaneously, he sensed the presence of his father, the king, Broly, and Uncle Vegeta, who were likely in a meeting. If he approached directly, he risked being pummeled by Broly. Despite his soaring emotions, Raditz retained a measure of rationality. No one wished to be struck without cause. He deliberately flew past the area where his mother was. Sensing the gasps of astonishment from below, which filled him with exhilaration. Just wait, father, for I shall soon demonstrate my true power. Exuding a powerful battle intent, Raditz began to gather his strength. His father's usual battle power was still slightly inferior to his own. Now that he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was undoubtedly stronger, and unbeknownst to his father, he had secretly learned to harness his father's power forms. Although this enhancement would not be effective in a typical confrontation with his father, he was now a Super Saiyan. Yet, he still struggled to grasp the intricacies of speed forms. In terms of speed, he knew he could not claim the advantage. Thus, he needed to catch his father off guard to prevent him from showcasing his speed. Utilizing instant transmission might compensate for some maneuverability, but it was not as effective as pure speed. His father could also use instant transmission, so he had to be cautious about both his father's speed and his ability to teleport. He needed to devise strategies to counter speed-oriented opponents, but time was of the essence, and he would first test whether he could win by surprise, delivering a thorough beating to his father before developing corresponding techniques. Now, he needed to contemplate his tactics. Changing his posture, he turned his back to the ground, crossing his left arm over his chest and resting his chin upon his right hand in a thoughtful pose. Gradually closing his eyes, Raditz began to strategize. Chapter 57. Marshal Bardock. I, Raditz, challenge you. By the gods. Gazing at the imposing figure of Raditz at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Vitalis could not help but exclaim. At first glance, he thought Goku had arrived from another world, perhaps in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Upon closer inspection, however, he realized this individual had eyebrows, a slightly different hairstyle, and no bangs. The golden hair was even more electrifying than Super Saiyan 3 Goku's. And the curve of his mouth bore a hint of Super Saiyan 3 Goku's devilish charm. Moreover, upon closer scrutiny, it was Raditz' aura that he recognized. Raditz had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although he had anticipated this, witnessing Raditz's current appearance left Vitalis with a peculiar feeling. However, he could always shave his eyebrows to cosplay as Super Saiyan 3 Goku. After all, they were brothers, and from certain angles, they could be indistinguishable. Huh? How amusing. Bardock, look who's coming. Vegeta did not ponder as deeply as Vitalis. He did not expect Raditz to transform into a Super Saiyan at this moment, observing Raditz brimming with battle intent. Everyone present could feel the intensity of his energy directed at Bardock. Regardless of the outcome of the night, Bardock being challenged by his son would surely become a legendary tale, and the thought alone brought joy to Vegeta. He resolved to document this delightful moment, hoping to capture the scene of Bardock being bested by Raditz. Though, foolish father, can you see this? This is the power of Raditz. Raditz unleashed his energy without reservation. The rich golden aura blazing fiercely, illuminating half the planet Vegeta. What? Foolish? Bardock questioned his own hearing. The timid, fearful, and lazy Raditz could utter such words. Indeed, but you are my father, so I shall refrain from listing your numerous foolishnesses. With one hand pressed against his forehead and his eyes shut, Raditz lamented. However, Marshal Bardock, I, Raditz, challenge you. On the battlefield, there exists no father-son bond. Do not expect me to show mercy. With his left hand on his hip and a manic grin on his face, he reveled in the distorted expression on his father-esque countenance. Raditz, I should have warned you that transforming into a Super Saiyan brings an unusual exhilaration. While it can boost morale, one must master this emotion to unleash one's true strength. Taking a deep breath, Bardock reminded himself to remain calm. After all, a father must guide his son. Indeed, father, you have mentioned this, and I have taken it to heart. But which of your eyes saw that I lacked control? Raditz replied, extending his right pinky to dig at his ear, asserting that his hearing was perfectly fine. Is that so? Have you remembered? Casting a glance around, Bardock noted the gathering Saiyans drawn in by Raditz's display and decided it was time to reinforce Raditz's memory. As any father should do. Well, Marshal Bardock, why all the chatter? Are you afraid of me? It's perfectly fine. Even if I hold back, this is merely a common challenge. Moreover, you are my father, and I would never take your life. Only engage in a battle without mercy. Raditz scratched the back of his head, feigning concern over Bardock's reluctance to accept the challenge, eager to clarify his stance. Fear not, with Senzu Beans and the king present, his healing magic can restore you. How about I fight you at only 80% of my power? Or perhaps 90%? Any lower, and I might lose my edge. Observing Bardock's contorted face and clenched fists, Raditz felt a surge of delight and stoked the flames of his provocation further. Ha ha! Bardock suddenly erupted into laughter. How amusing, Raditz. Has becoming a Super Saiyan bestowed upon you newfound courage, but do you think that alone grants you the right to challenge me? Bardock, in a fit of rage, laughed maniacally and posed a question. Father, as a fellow Super Saiyan, you ought to comprehend the immense power we wield at for me. I stand far above ordinary Saiyans like yourself. I am now Super Raditz. Enough of this idle chatter. Shall we fight or not? As a Saiyan, you should not shy away from battle. Otherwise, as your son, I too would feel a sense of shame. Raditz urged Bardock once more. Damn it, just like father, it's exceedingly difficult to provoke him. I must commence the battle before he can react. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Bardock's face, Raditz felt an intense anxiety welling up within him. Idle talk? Fear? Bardock began to ascend slowly, step by step, towards the heavens, with each step amplifying his aura. The Super Saiyan transformation, which had been active due to prolonged training, now flickered with power as Bardock advanced. His golden hair billowed and flames of energy ignited around him. His previously emotionless gaze now grew even colder. Raditz, I recall telling you that anger can unleash a creature's latent power, and for Saiyans, this is especially true. The Super Saiyan can be dubbed the warrior of wrath. The angrier one becomes, the mightier one grows, Bardock declared while continuing his stride. Raditz scratched his head, realizing that his father had indeed mentioned this before, and he too had harnessed his pent-up fury to ignite his Super Saiyan strength. Yet, in his passionate fervor, he had momentarily forgotten this lesson that, in no matter, my plan is sound. Everything is progressing smoothly that I need only to secure a single victory. Just one will suffice. Even if I must resort to cunning, I shall demonstrate my strength to Father Doe. Father, are you truly angry? Why is that? Could it be that I have guessed correctly? Do you genuinely fear my power as Super Raditz? With renewed confidence, Raditz spoke again. Gentlemen, might I announce the rules before we begin the battle? Although unsure of Raditz's sudden eccentricity, Vitalis eagerly anticipated the father-son clash. Rules? After pondering for a moment, Raditz felt that the rules would not hinder him. Perhaps he could even utilize them to his advantage. Bardock turned his gaze towards Vitalis. There are no intricate rules. We are not pedantic about semantics. The only stipulation is that the battle must take place in the sky. And we must control our power so as not to obliterate planet Vegeta. There are no time constraints. The match concludes when one side concedes or falls, Vitalis proclaimed while reclining upon his throne. The combined might of the two could easily annihilate planet Vegeta, which would require no effort at all. While they might exercise restraint, it was prudent to clarify beforehand to prevent any irreversible calamities. Understood. After all, this is our home, and I shall exercise ample control over my power. Father need not worry about me accidentally striking you down. I, Super Raditz, am quite confident in this regard. By the way, how much power do you permit me to use? With a flick of his flowing hair, Raditz proudly pointed his thumb at himself, declaring his intent. I shall hold back, Bardock replied solemnly. Chapter 58. The commencement of the father-son battle. Broly. Go fetch some food and drinks. I have a feeling this battle will be quite appetizing, and I find myself a bit hungry, Vitalis instructed Broly, recognizing the importance of sustenance while enjoying the spectacle. All right, Vitalis, just a moment, Broly responded before teleporting away, his gaze briefly leaving Roddy, and no alcohol. Such a splendid occasion without a drink seems a shame. Vegeta 3 remarked, I am still a child. Good children should not touch alcohol before reaching maturity. Vitalis retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta 3, primarily due to his aversion to drinking. Fine, I shall retrieve a scouter and grab some drinks, Vegeta said, suppressing the urge to mention that they were a warrior race of Saiyans. He hurriedly teleported away to prepare for the impending clash. With a crackle and a pop, the two formidable energies collided, arcs of electricity dancing across the sky as small energy spheres erupted continuously. Witnessing the imminent clash of two Super Saiyans, the onlooking Saiyans descended to the ground, alarmed by the sight of several unfortunate souls nearby who had succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of the two warriors' auras, crashing to the earth and creating deep craters. Everyone, remain in place or distance yourselves from the battlefield that I will use magic to broadcast the forthcoming fight. Simply close your eyes to witness the action. Vitalis communicated telepathically to the gathering Saiyans. After all, it was a battle of Super Saiyans, legendary warriors whose prowess had always intrigued many, though Vitalis and his companions had maintained their Super Saiyan forms to adapt to their powers during training. Many had only ever admired them from a distance without witnessing an actual confrontation. During the previous battle against Frieza, most had not been present, and those who had not had the opportunity to properly observe, having been swiftly sent to the afterlife. Now, with two Super Saiyans on the verge of combat, the news had drawn a crowd. However, not everyone was deemed worthy of witnessing such a clash. The battle between the strong required a ticket, being present on the battlefield without the risk of injury. To prevent any accidental casualties, Vitalis promptly intervened, initiating a live broadcast. Just moments ago, a few individuals had been left with a semblance of strength. Otherwise, it would not be surprising if they were obliterated by the pressure exerted by the two combatants. He teleported the recently unconscious individuals and those with combat power below 2 million to nearby life-sustaining planets. For those who had hurried out from the room of spirit and time upon hearing the news, he opened temporal rifts for them to travel directly to other planets. As for why they did not simply switch to another planet for the fight, it was because the scars left by Frieza and his father had yet to fully heal. Allowing Bardock and Raditz to battle there would only necessitate calling upon the Eternal Dragon for restoration afterward, a minor expense. Wait, after this, I must ensure that recovery magic is disseminated. We can manage our own healing without wasting a wish on the Dragon Balls. There is a plethora of enhancement magic as well. I should also consider elevating planet Vegeta's status. Vitalis contemplated. He had only imparted knowledge of meditation, various teleportation techniques, telepathy, and strategic magic. ensuring real-time communication and rapid deployment. While other types of magic remained untaught, a tremendous waste, in the midst of this mental tempest, mere seconds passed in reality as Vitalis regained his focus, directing his attention back to the two warriors. Boom, Bardock declared, Raditz, I shall reiterate. This battle is not child's play. Gathering energy to its peak, Bardock teleported above Raditz and delivered a powerful kick to his chin, sending him flying. The force of the blow was significant. Even Vitalis observed the energy waves dispersing upon contact. Wow, that was intense, he exclaimed, savoring the exhilarating spectacle of Bardock striking Raditz. In the future, I must take Bardock to witness the grand spectacle of their epic confrontation. Vitalis, take a look. Do you think this is sufficient? Broly returned, eager to show Vitalis what he had brought. Seeing the small mountain Broly hoisted with one hand, Vitalis felt a twinge of embarrassment. That will do. Set it down and join me. Let us eat while we watch, Vitalis responded. Descending from his throne, he utilized his mental prowess to slice down several trees from miles away, transporting them back to create a campfire. Sitting beside it, he began roasting some meat and handed Broly a few pieces of fruit. Broly, seeing this, settled down beside Vitalis. Is this also magic? Gazing at the flames, Broly inquired. Indeed, it is merely a simple projection spell. Vitalis responded, taking a bite of a fruit whose origin he could not ascertain. Within the fire, a fierce battle unfolded between Bardock and Raditz. The fight has commenced. Raditz is truly lacking in resilience, remarked the returning Vegeta with a casual glance, observing Bardock transform into a beam of light, mercilessly tossing Raditz about like a mere plaything. Come, sit and dine with us. Vitalis extended an invitation upon noticing the arrival of Vegeta 3. No, I must document the events of this evening. I hope Raditz surprises me, Vegeta 3 replied, placing several boxes of wine aside, extracting a bottle, and striding towards the edge of the platform. With a beep, he activated the recording device, capturing the essence of the battle. This device, modified from a detector, retained its original function while incorporating video recording capabilities, an adaptation made necessary as the ability to sense ki had become commonplace. The added feature allowed for the documentation of intriguing racial skills, transmitting data to the mainframe for analysis. Skills that could be learned would be absorbed, while those that could not would still be recorded, providing a reference for future encounters with similar techniques, ensuring that they would not be caught off guard. Father, have you not dined? Perhaps you should join us after eating your fill, Raditz sarcastically suggested. Wiping the corner of his mouth, having just been tossed around like a rag doll, his father remained steadfast as always. After sending him flying, Bardock immediately engaged his speed mode, leaving Raditz unable to react or keep pace. TCH, it is quite a challenge to incite my father's wrath to the point of losing his composure. I must seize a fleeting opportunity, Raditz mused. Raditz, since transforming into a Super Saiyan, your prattle has become excessive. And aside from becoming more resilient, you have shown little growth. Bardock disregarded Raditz's words entirely. Prattle? Father, should I desire, I could end this battle in an instant. I merely hope for your amusement, Raditz retorted. Resilient? You have yet to grasp the reality. Look, your defenses are utterly compromised. Are you merely scratching my surface? Trembling, Raditz endured the pain. Yes, my ribs nearly snapped. Had I not transformed, I would likely be incapacitated. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Bardock began to gather his energy. Teleport, delivering a kick to the now enraged Bardock. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, commendable, but still insufficient. I intentionally exposed a weakness. Bardock smiled as he grasped Raditz's leg with one hand. Raditz concentrated energy into a sphere with his right hand, bending his knee and pressing it against Bardock's chest. Father, no one understands you better than I. I merely played along, he declared, teleporting to a distance, leaving a mark on me. Ordinary teleportation cannot match my speed. Yet you believe that marking me will enable you to pursue? Naive. Bardock perceived the feeble strike without difficulty. Understanding Raditz's intent, I am well aware that regardless of the teleportation method, the moment of appearance is ample for you to evade or even counterattack. Raising his right hand, Raditz began to condense energy, and in mere moments, a sphere of energy with a diameter of 100 meters materialized above him. Thus, what I am moving is my attack, dear father. This strike will ensure that your speed cannot wholly evade the blast radius, and should you falter, you may find yourself injured. Take your time to prepare, Raditz said contentedly, holding the energy sphere aloft. Oh, and father, do not think of erasing my mark. It is meticulously crafted, and even you cannot dispel it in a short time. He laughed, gazing at Bardock. Come now, father, let me witness your choice. Inciting your anger is quite a task. Thus, I must initiate Plan B as I unveil my strategy. Pride will compel you to forsake all defenses and confront me head-on. That will be the moment of opportunity, Raditz, if you wish to come. Then come. Spare me your incessant chatter that I recall telling you that when facing an adversary, you must strike with the force of thunder, not toy with them. That is a perilous jest, Bardock declared, arms crossed. Standing firm and awaiting Raditz's onslaught. Chapter 59. Raditz begins to showcase his skills. Raditz talks too much. Were it me, he would have met his demise already, Broly commented, observing the maniacal laughter of Raditz. Raditz must have his own motives. His scheming demeanor is quite apparent. Bardock has likely discerned the charade, merely playing along. Vegeta 3 expressed his thoughts, is Raditz truly feigning. Has he predicted that Bardock would cooperate? Vitalis pondered, nibbling on the fruit in his hand. Telepathic communication is remarkably convenient, swift, and keeps pace with the rhythm of battle, not to mention it allows for eating. Quite splendid. Can Raditz truly fathom such strategy? Despite this, Vitalis mused that Bardock could likely see through Raditz's intentions. It was a pity that Raditz sought to provoke Bardock. Bardock's lack of cooperation was somewhat regrettable. Capturing Bardock's inept performance would have been entertaining. Mused Vegeta 3, who believed Raditz to be rather dim-witted. I sense Bardock is indeed furious, albeit suppressing it. When you were absent, his expression shifted several times before he reined it in, likely fearing that anger would cloud his judgment and lead to failure at the hands of his son. Vitalis remarked, munching on another piece of fruit. Is that so? A shame we could not capture it. Had I known, I would have retrieved the recording device sooner. It was only recently modified, yet I did not anticipate its swift necessity. Vegeta lamented, I recorded it with magic. I shall show you the replay later, and then it can be captured, Vitalis assured, knowing Vegeta would undoubtedly use the footage to tease Bardock, offering to assist, as the ensuing spectacle promised to be delightful. Why bother altering the detector when magic can record? Is it not more convenient? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. Do you not think wearing a detector is rather stylish? Moreover, magic consumes energy. Sometimes relying on machinery is beneficial. Vitalis articulated his perspective. True, while I habitually enjoy a bit of banter, such minuscule energy savings are negligible. Besides, with Senzu beans instantly replenishing energy, there is little need for concern. Nonetheless, I must admit, I too find wearing a detector rather appealing. Vegeta conceded, observing the two with a bemused expression. Father, are you prepared? Here I come. After striking a pose for several seconds, Raditz finally made his move. Puffed cough. Vitalis sputtered, inadvertently expelling the fruit he had yet to swallow. Indeed, Raditz had finally acted, not by launching an energy blast as he had claimed, but by teleporting directly before Bardock and seizing his tail. The scene depicted a triumphant Raditz confronting a bewildered Bardock, who still awaited Raditz's assault with crossed arms. Damn fool. I should have never held expectations for Raditz. Can I confess that my period of teaching him was a source of humiliation for me? Vegeta 3 smacked his forehead in exasperation. Cough. I must admit, Raditz is rather unpredictable. He simply lacks common sense. Yet none of us anticipated he would take such an approach. In that regard, he has succeeded. Broly remarked, accepting a drink from Vitalis and taking a sip. Are you jesting with me? Is this truly your plan? Bardock inhaled deeply, his voice trembling. But did you not expect this? Father, though you have trained your tail. My current strength is sufficient to diminish your power significantly, Raditz replied, grinning. With a flash of golden light and a crackle of electricity, Bardock entered his power mode. In a swift motion, his now thicker tail struck Raditz, sending him flying. Switching to speed mode, Bardock rapidly closed the distance, reverting to power mode to deliver another kick. Are you lacking in intellect? Knowing I have trained yet daring to challenge me. In power mode, my tail remains my mightiest weapon. You exhibit a bit of strength, yet still fall short. Apply yourself. I have been feeling a touch of discomfort in my lower back, Raditz taunted, unable to speak in his current state of disarray. Still attempting to provoke me? If this is your strategy, it can come to an end. Compared to your previous self, this performance is indeed a rapid improvement, Bardock observed, transforming into a small giant, gripping Raditz' head with one hand. Tired, are we? Father, it must be the age, stamina wanes, and the interplay between speed and power consumes considerable energy, does it not? Raditz flashed a grin, exclaiming, "Behold, this is my transformation." A formidable power surged forth as Raditz's muscles began to swell. Arcs of electricity coursing between them, he swiftly gripped Bardock's hand from behind. "Now that my energy is abundant, this is my stage. Time for the spectacular performance of Super Raditz." The corners of his mouth curled upwards as he laughed. "Is that your reliance? Ultimately, you're just a child, nothing but a crude imitation, treading the path of others, and depending on passive defense to whittle away at your opponent when the gap is not vast. Are you sure your mind is sound?" Bardock scoffed. "There's no helping it. Father, your switching tactics are too cunning. Only by becoming a Super Saiyan can one truly appreciate your strength. Before you, ordinary Super Saiyans stand no chance," Raditz replied with a wry smile. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided, creating a massive wave of energy that swept across the planet Vegeta, manifesting as a tempest. Even with great restraint, the resulting shockwaves were enough to threaten annihilation. The continuous barrage of blows caused the very celestial body to tremble. Now, this is truly captivating. Just a moment ago, Raditz seemed lost in thought, receiving blows without retaliation. While it was amusing, it lacked the thrill. Vitalis remarked, flipping the meat and taking a bite of a biscuit. Indeed, Raditz had drained much of Bardock's strength, and with his power form, he now possessed a genuine opportunity to contend with Bardock. Yet, Raditz had undoubtedly sustained injuries. It remained uncertain how long he could endure. Vegeta 3 hoped for Raditz's victory, yet he recognized the vast disparity in experience. It appeared that Raditz would falter first. The gap was simply too great. If Bardock were serious, the battle would have concluded long ago. With a mighty punch, Bardock forced Raditz back. "This is where it ends. That I truly have no desire to continue fighting you. Your antics are profoundly disappointing. If we must settle this, let it be once you've regained your strength." Bardock turned away, casting a sidelong glance at Raditz. "Cough. How infuriating. Do you still look down upon me? Then come. This will be my final attack." Raditz roared in anger, daring to label his efforts as mere tricks. With a crackle of electricity, Raditz began to gather energy in his right hand. "This move channels my resentment and fury. Here it comes, Father." The energy sphere, compressed to its utmost, radiated a blinding light. "Behold my might," Raditz shouted as he hurled the energy sphere towards Bardock. "Is that so? Then let me witness your strength." Bardock raised his right hand, beginning to gather his own energy. As the colossal sphere approached, Bardock slowly pressed his small energy ball against it. With a deafening explosion, Bardock's energy orb transformed into a beam of light, piercing through Raditz's massive energy sphere, which dissipated into countless twinkling stars. Raditz stood in stunned silence, suddenly drained of strength. His Super Saiyan form faded, leaving him unable to maintain flight as he plummeted toward the ground. Upon witnessing this, Bardock returned to his normal state, preparing to catch Raditz. "Father, be careful," Raditz exclaimed, straining to alert Bardock. Hearing his son's cry, Bardock recalled something and turned, only to see a 100-meter-wide energy sphere materializing behind him. With a thunderous boom, a colossal explosion erupted. What a profound grudge! As onlookers, Vitalis and the others observed keenly, they realized that in Bardock's moment of relaxation, Raditz had teleported his gathered energy sphere next to Bardock. If Raditz hadn't warned him, Bardock would have perished, exhausted from expending so much energy. Bardock was utterly defenseless against this strike. "What a pity," Vegeta 3 lamented. "If only Raditz hadn't shown mercy, Bardock could have been incapacitated for a time." "Cough, Vegeta. This is serious. It was merely a sparring match. Even though we Saiyans are often ruthless, fratricide should not occur among us. Regardless of our savagery, we should still value the bonds of blood that flow between us," Vitalis stated, gazing at Vegeta 3. "I was merely lamenting. While Saiyans of old may not have valued emotions, they would never resort to personally slaying their kin. At worst, they would exile them," Vegeta 3 explained, adding, "But I digress." Shaking his head, Vitalis noted that while earlier Saiyans might have been indifferent, they certainly would not have directly executed offspring deemed unfit for battle. Yet, Exiling a newborn was regarded by many as an exceedingly cold-hearted act. Furthermore, Vitalis had learned that as Saiyans aged and their physical capabilities waned, they would choose to fight to the bitter end, pouring all their strength into battle that in the past, the Saiyan society could hardly find the elderly, the weak, or the ill. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind dispersed the smoke to go retrieve Bardock. His pride prevented him from defending against that blow that if he simply falls, he will perish. Vitalis commanded Vegeta. Cut it out. Vegeta grumbled, soaring toward the plummeting Bardock. What about Raditz? Broly inquired with curiosity. Forget him. He's merely exhausted. He won't die from falling. It's no great concern. The youth require their trials. Vitalis continued roasting meat. Yet, Raditz had indeed surprised many. Even he was a part of the scheme, waiting for Bardock to relax before delivering a decisive blow. Many assumed Raditz intended to provoke Bardock into losing his composure, revealing his inexperience through his arrogant demeanor. From the comical moment of grabbing Bardock's tail, both Bardock and the audience had let down their guard, failing to contemplate the whereabouts of that energy sphere, believing it to be merely a feint. Well, let this serve as a lesson. Never underestimate an opponent. Until all enemies are vanquished, one must remain vigilant that a complacent Saiyan is weak. Even weapons capable of breaching their defenses can easily slay them. Even Goku, having ascended to the status of Saiyan God, could still falter. Vitalis understood this well, maintaining constant vigilance, even setting magical wards while he slept. However, the other Saiyans lacked this awareness. Even seasoned warriors can occasionally lower their guard. Raditz's unexpected actions, nearly leading to Bardock's demise, serve as a cautionary tale that as for how Bardock would respond to Raditz upon discovering this. That was not Vitalis' concern. He believed Raditz would only grow stronger. Well, I've had my fill that it's nearly evening on Earth. Come, Broly, let us run 25 million kilometers, swim another 25 million, and then sleep on Earth, Vitalis declared, clapping his hands as he stood. He sent the generated refuse to an unknown star in a distant galaxy. With a glint in his eye, he added weight to himself and Broly before leaping off the platform. Casting a glance at Raditz, who lay embedded in the crater, Vitalis sprinted towards the rising sun. Bardock. Kine rushed to embrace Bardock as he slowly opened his eyes. That I'm fine. After a moment of dazed reflection, Bardock recalled what transpired before his unconsciousness. The effects of the Senzu Bean had fully restored him. Where's that rascal Raditz? Bardock inquired, noticing only himself and Kine at home. No idea. Who knows where that heartless scamp has run off to? Kine replied, exasperated. Well, it doesn't matter. Raditz is quite formidable now. As long as he avoids someone of Frieza's caliber. He should be fine, Bardock mused, shaking his head and dismissing further thoughts of Raditz. Yet, to think I was actually defeated by Raditz. It seems my training is insufficient, Bardock said solemnly. There's nothing to it. Bardock, you weren't serious, and that scoundrel Raditz has his tricks, Kine reassured him, noticing Bardock's despondency. That it was my negligence. Had it been an actual enemy, I would be dead. If not for Raditz's warning, I would have lost regardless. Bardock reflected. Daylight has arrived. I must commence my training, Bardock declared, glancing out the window and finding the sun already risen. Next time, I shall demonstrate absolute strength to Raditz and show him who truly is the father. Shouldn't you eat something first? Kine suggested, pulling Bardock back. Nah, I've had a Senzu Bean. I'm not that hungry, Bardock replied, shaking his head and patting his stomach. Fair enough that I shall train with you. That it's been quite a while since I last gave that rascal Raditz the good beating. Kine said, her frustration evident. At your current level, you are not Raditz's match, Bardock pointed out, observing his wife with her hands on her hips. Huh, that boy dares to retaliate. Jine expressed her discontent, stating, even if I don't retaliate against you, your attacks are ineffective against me. Bardock replied nonchalantly, that's why I want to train alongside you, Jine insisted. And if I find myself unable to strike him, we can team up. You mentioned last time that King sealed Kakaroto's powers. Didn't you? You should also learn that technique. When the time comes, you'll handle the sealing while I deal with that brat Raditz. He's becoming increasingly intolerable, Jine mused, recalling the sealed Kakaroto. Forget it. It's rare for you to want to train. So let's go, Bardock said, not dwelling further on the matter, and he instantaneously transported Jine to the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 91. Commencement in the 7th universe, to the north of the galactic center. In a secluded corner of the solar system, On a nameless island in the western hemisphere of Earth, several figures sat cross-legged, fishing with rods in hand. Isn't Majin Buu merely a legend? King Vegeta 3 remarked. Observing the continuously shifting reflections on the water's surface to know, Majin Buu indeed exists. In a future I am aware of, he will break free from his seal. Although he is ultimately defeated, it is through a multitude of coincidences that we manage to vanquish Majin Buu. As for now, I cannot ascertain whether we can defeat him, so it would be best to resolve this matter in advance. Vitalis explained that in the coming days, I plan to conduct experiments with Super Saiyan 4. Vitalis continued, leading several individuals capable of transforming into Super Saiyans to Earth for fishing and similar activities, intending to see if it could serve as a form of mental training. Concurrently, he utilized magic to observe all planets frequented by demonkind. The universe was vast, and Babidi was elusive, making it challenging to locate him. He only knew that Babidi had recruited a demon king from the demon realm as a henchman, but lacked knowledge on how to access the demon realm. Thus having to search one by one simultaneously, a legion of Saiyans, after exterminating the Frisia force, deployed to various star systems where demons were known to appear, seeking the entrance to the demon realm. They were also in pursuit of Babidi, gathering various legends, such as those of the Kaioshin, to organize manpower to suppress any major disasters in the galaxy, killing those they could and sealing those they could not. Vitalis deemed it necessary to identify and eliminate or isolate potential threats before they could wreak havoc. Moreover, Vitalis communicated the characteristics of the Kaioshin, destroyers, and Whis, among other powerful entities, to his entire race, urging them to remain vigilant during their search for Majin Buu to avoid unnecessary trouble that could endanger the entire clan. King Vegeta 3 was lost in thought, reflecting on how he once believed that Frisia and his father represented the pinnacle of power, having dreamt of supplanting them. Now, however, he realized just how laughable his former self had been. With his strength increased and horizons broadened, he recognized the insignificance of his past self. By the way, what about the Zeta organization? They were once partners with Frisia, claiming to possess resources and intelligence, and wished to collaborate with us Saiyans. Perhaps they hold valuable information? Vegeta pondered. The Zeta organization? I haven't heard of them. What do they do? Vitalis inquired, considering that it was an entire world, and both the manga and anime focused primarily on the protagonists. They engage in everything, selling intel, bounty mediation, and so forth. That I've heard they are quite audacious and unscrupulous, daring to profit from the discrepancies of the Frisia force. King Vegeta 3 mused. Is that so? Let's inquire about Majin Buu, the situation in the demon realm, and the matter of the god seals. That as for compensation, Frisia owes me a great deal. He hasn't repaid it yet, so let them settle that debt. If they refuse, we can send them to Frisia to confess. That I believe Frisia would appreciate my gesture. He may not care about the price difference, but anyone daring to play tricks in front of him would surely incite his wrath, Vitalis asserted, concluding that Frisia's partners were unlikely to be virtuous. Very well, I will send someone to inquire, Vegeta stated, closing his eyes to establish telepathic contact with his subordinates. Whether they possessed knowledge was merely a test for Vitalis. He recalled an omniscient being that had made an appearance. Quite peculiar, requiring a kiss to pose a question. Men could only ask one question, while women were allowed a number of inquiries based on their charm. Vitalis was not keen on engaging with such a character, fearing that his identity as a transgressor might be discovered, leading to divine experimentation. Moreover, he had no intention of kissing that entity. However, he could certainly send someone, just not females, as that would be too generous. Instead, he would dispatch a group of strong men, allowing each to pose a question. There were plenty of Saiyans available. What a pity that Frisia's subordinates who should not have been eliminated are the most suitable for this task. Vitalis maliciously mused, though it was merely a fleeting thought. He had no certainty if they would agree, and ultimately, he had no intention of seeking out that being. King, the Zeta organization claims to have encountered a figure resembling Babidi, who seems to be evading pursuit and quickly vanished. However, that individual wields formidable dark magic, and it is highly likely that he is Babidi, King Vegeta 3 reported. Evading pursuit? Could it be the Kaioshin? Vitalis pondered. I see. Send someone to the location they mentioned to see if we can trace Babidi's whereabouts, he commanded. Additionally, any organization associated with Frisia should be vigilant regarding Babidi's movements. It's unexpected that the Zeta organization has provided intel. Whether true or false, it is worth investigating. Collaborating with Frisia implies they possess some level of capability. After all, there was still ample time before the emergence of Bu from the original storyline, allowing for inquiries with individuals or the Dragon Balls, though he was reluctant to squander wishes. Furthermore, collecting energy was crucial. Planet Vegeta was currently the optimal location in the universe, both in terms of quantity and quality. With its combat power being top-tier, it all depended on whether Babidi had the audacity to by the way, Bardock, send 2 legions over here, Vitalis instructed. Turning to Bardock, 2 legions? What forces necessitate the deployment of 2 legions? Have we located the legendary demon realm? Bardock questioned, perplexed. In recent days, numerous demon realms had been obliterated by the Saiyans. They had encountered some demons numbering in the tens of thousands to millions. But those were merely alternate dimensions tainted by demonic energy, varying in size, which the ignorant demons referred to as the demon realm in the beginning, when Vitalis first set out to conquer the demon realm. He had gathered 50 legions for an offensive, even going to great lengths to mark each individual with a seal, preparing for a hasty retreat if they were outmatched. However, upon entry, they found themselves in a minuscule underground world, unable to accommodate even a single legion. With only a few thousand demons inhabiting it, the so-called Demon King, Pushio, was nothing more than a weakling with a power level barely exceeding 1,000. Feeling humiliated, Vitalis obliterated that underground realm with a wave of his hand, suppressing his shame at not obliterating the entire planet, as he was under the scrutiny of tens of thousands of onlookers. Wishing to vent his frustrations, subsequently, he dispatched scouts to ascertain the situation before making further decisions, which later proved that most known life planets had, to varying degrees, their own so-called demon realms, some even housing dozens of them. Angered, Vitalis issued an extermination order against demons, destroying each of these demon realms one by one, as the demons were all madmen, difficult to communicate with, imposed a lingering threat that I intend to make a trip to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. These 2 legions will be stationed at the Galactic Prison, where some very dangerous individuals are held, Vitalis clarified. Moro, he thought, recalling the latest boss introduced before his transmigration, regrettably not having finished the story to learn how he was ultimately defeated. Simultaneously, Meruz, a candidate angel, was working within the Galactic Patrol as part of his training. Vitalis felt it necessary to establish a rapport and familiarize himself, hoping to engage with the mastery of Ultra Instinct beforehand. Then there was Moro, whom he was determined not to let escape. Vitalis only knew that he had been sealed by the Grand Kaioshin, unaware of how he had been vanquished. Otherwise, he would have considered releasing him early to eliminate the threat, as such a terrifying entity would view the Saiyan race merely as a delectable feast. Thus, Vitalis planned to dispatch 2 legions for defense. Bardock promptly contacted his most elite legion, understanding that if Vitalis considered the situation troublesome, it was indeed serious. At least Frisia and that Majin Bu were threats he had not mentioned. And what about those biowarriors created by that Sai organization? Vitalis pondered, reflecting on the myriad of troubles he recalled, wishing to resolve potential issues as early as possible. Chapter 92. Galactic Patrol, Galactic King in the Boundless Universe. A colossal space structure resembling a steering wheel and a bicycle wheel loomed large. The structure resembled a lollipop, with a massive spherical body extending 4 pillars that supported a ring adorned with a colossal Galactic Patrol emblem. Vitalis instantly recognized it as the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol he had been searching for. Accompanied by Broly, Bardock, and Vegeta, Vitalis teleported to the side of a familiar figure. It was Gak, the elite of the Galactic Patrol and the head of the Earth sector. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance to Ultraman. Gak remarked that, "Oh, Vitalis, is that you? Greetings. Woa Saiyans? What brings you here?" Gak's keen eyesight immediately detected the sudden arrival of the group. Recognizing their familiar appearance and the tails at their waists, he quickly deduced their identities. Leading the group was Vitalis, whom he had been monitoring. When he first received intel about a Saiyan child commanding a fleet heading into his territory, he had been taken aback and summoned several colleagues to assist in a plan for annihilation. However, an unexpected incident delayed their actions. It wasn't until Vitalis entered the temple of the Earth deity and vanished from sight that the operation was put on hold. Yet, upon Vitalis's reappearance, he had grown remarkably powerful. Gak had intended to capture him along with his fellow elite member, Mels, but the latter had mysteriously disappeared, forcing Gak to abandon the pursuit once more. The next news of Vitalis came with the unusual actions of Frisia and his family, who had gathered at planet Vegeta, attracting the attention of various cosmic powers. However, due to the location being the domain of the Saiyans and Frisia, they were left in the dark about the events unfolding there. Days later, the shocking news broke. Frisia and his family had engaged in a violent confrontation with the Saiyans over the unequal distribution of spoils, culminating in the demise of Frisia and his kin. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the universe. The Saiyan army launched assaults, obliterating Frisia's forces and seizing his territories and wealth, all while teasing the nerves of the Galactic Patrol. Yet, the Saiyans' rapid rise in power and their formidable individual strength instilled fear in the Galactic Patrol, preventing them from engaging in direct confrontation. Furthermore, rumors circulated about the legendary Saiyan warrior, the Super Saiyan, prompting the entire Galactic Patrol to convene, preparing to intervene when the Saiyans sought to dominate the universe. However, news soon reached them that the Saiyan King had established the Cosmic Guard, declaring two ironclad rules. As long as no violations occurred, the Saiyans would maintain absolute neutrality. The Galactic King, along with Mels and a few elite members, deliberated and decided to postpone any enforcement actions, opting to observe the situation. If the Cosmic Guard proved genuine, it would be a cause for celebration. If not, the Galactic King would reach out to the gods for support. According to informants, the Saiyan King was none other than Vitalis, who had appeared on Earth to ensure the stability of his territory. Gak had remained at headquarters, routinely avoiding Earth to evade potential conflicts between the Galactic Patrol and the Saiyans. He had reluctantly postponed his missions to avert unnecessary clashes, but he never anticipated they would come knocking at his door. Suppressing his instincts, he resisted the urge to draw his weapon that he understood that against these non-human entities, his firearms would be ineffective, and he would need to wait for an opportune moment to strike decisively. Is this not the illustrious Saiyan King, Lord Vitalis? I was unaware of your esteemed presence. Someone, summon Team Mels to prepare tea for our honored guests. Come, please take a seat. Mels is our tea brewing elite, and his tea is the finest, Gak hurriedly exclaimed. Vitalis's lips twitched as he regarded the seemingly unprincipled Ultraman-like figure before him. Nevertheless, he had to acknowledge that this individual did not shy away from crises, which was somewhat commendable. That as for the tea brewing elite, Mels, Vitalis couldn't help but marvel at the speed of his wit. In this servile demeanor, few would doubt his words. Those unfamiliar might genuinely believe Mels was merely adept at making tea. However, as for Vitalis and his companions, they posed no threat to the universe, and there was no need for Mels to risk his safety to take action. Even if a confrontation arose, they were prepared. Vitalis had ensured that Raditz, observing via the Group's recording devices, would teleport them away at the first sign of trouble. Should teleportation fail, the Saiyan fusion army would indiscriminately attack the star system. In such an event, even with technological weaponry, Mels would be powerless. As for invoking angelic powers, that would be tantamount to courting death. Not at all. Take me to meet the Galactic King. Rest assured, I am not here to cause trouble. I merely seek collaboration, Vitalis elucidated, aware that if he did not clarify, this amusing character might create unforeseen complications. Collaboration? Gak pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, collaboration. Rest easy. No race is more compassionate than we Saiyans. We, who cherish peace, have vanquished the malevolent cosmic tyrant. Frisia, Vitalis subtly hinted. They had indeed obliterated Frisia, while the Galactic Patrol lacked the strength to confront the Frisia forces directly, let alone the current Saiyans. Team Gak, the Galactic King requests that you escort these esteemed guests to the conference room. Mels and the others are already waiting there. An unidentified Galactic Patrol member approached Gak. That so? Then follow me. Gak replied promptly, acknowledging that Mels indeed inspired a certain level of reassurance, though he was only slightly short of complete confidence. Together with Mels, he felt fearless against any challenge. As Gak led them into a spacious room, they encountered the Galactic King, whose head resembled that of an octopus adorned with a crown, with short, neatly trimmed hair. The efficient and composed angel, Mels, caught Vitalis's attention. Observing Mels's complexion, Vitalis fell into contemplation. This skin tone is not entirely unacceptable. I wonder how Bardock perceives it in reality. Do you recognize me? Or is there something amiss? Mels inquired. noting Vitalis' scrutinizing gaze. Huh, it's nothing. I merely sensed your strength. Perhaps we could exchange insights and spar sometime. Vitalis responded, recovering from his thoughts that it would be rather inappropriate to admit his curiosity about Mel's sister. Cough, cough, this is the esteemed Galactic King. Gak quickly interjected, noticing the king's expression of neglect. Greetings, Galactic King. I am Vitalis, a warrior of the Saiyan race, renowned as the mightiest fighting lineage in the cosmos. With a flourish of his cape, Vitalis introduced himself, having donned his battle attire beneath a regal cloak. Hiss, Gak inhaled sharply, realizing that this introduction might surpass his own charm. Vegeta 3 and Raditz seemed to awaken to some realization as well. Meanwhile, Bardock and Broly stared at Mels, who was deemed strong by the king, making him quite bashful. Vitalis was curious about the differences between the Galactic King's limbs and those of others, yet he was fortunate not to possess Goku's social prowess and had no intention of shaking the king's hand. However, Goku had managed to grasp the nuances of handshakes with remarkable accuracy, which was indeed a skill. Galactic King, I have come to propose a collaboration with the Galactic Patrol. The Galactic Prison houses numerous monstrous criminals, and should they escape, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, potentially leading to a crisis of annihilation. Therefore, I intend to dispatch personnel to assist the Galactic Patrol in guarding the Galactic Prison, Vitalis stated directly. Chapter 93. You do not have the right to refuse impossible. No way, absolutely not. The individuals present immediately rejected Vitalis' proposal upon hearing his request. Are you jesting? Though most of the inmates at the Galactic Prison are not deserving of death, some have received death sentences yet remain incarcerated due to the inability to carry out their sentences. Should these criminals cause any issues, the consequences would be dire, especially with the notorious Saiyans involved, collaborating on the watch. While a cosmic guard has been established, it does little to change perceptions. Most view it merely as a ploy for Saiyans to dominate the universe. They are powerless to resist and can only accept it begrudgingly. Allowing Saiyans to guard the prison raises concerns. Additionally, given the Saiyans' warrior nature, what if they succumb to their combat instincts and unleash the prisoners for battle? The loss of ordinary criminals holds little significance to them. However, certain beings, once released, would be exceedingly difficult to recapture. Many are aware of certain cosmic secrets. It is common knowledge that, as of now, 4 of the 5 Supreme Kais have perished, leaving only one who has remained absent for several million years. The disparity between the Kais and the Supreme Kais is vast, existing on entirely different planes, rendering them incapable of resolving certain issues. Oh, is that so? I apologize for the intrusion, and with that, Vitalis turned to leave. By the way, I must inform you that the Galaxy Prison Star System will soon be sealed off, including your access. No entry or exit will be permitted to avoid unnecessary complications. You may consider establishing another prison elsewhere. Vitalis was not surprised. He had anticipated the challenges he would encounter prior to his arrival and had devised corresponding countermeasures. Observing the reactions of a few individuals, he recognized that the Saiyans remained unchanged in their perception of him. However, he did not mind, for it was only a matter of time before they discovered their benevolence, which was quite normal. Moreover, their opinions were of little consequence. Adherence to the rules he had set forth was all that mattered. The primary concern was the unpredictable nature of Moro. Otherwise, such measures would be unnecessary. Regardless, he was obliged to oversee the Galaxy Prison, and since they refused to cooperate in its defense, merely notifying them of the impending lockdown sufficed. There was no need for excessive dialogue or to engage in subservient negotiations. The initiative now lay firmly in Vitalis' hands. With the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber, the current Saiyan population numbered in the millions, each capable of annihilating entire planets, even in pairs, equipped with instantaneous movement. They could ignite conflicts across millions of star systems in the blink of an eye. Should Vitalis desire, he could, in a short span, obliterate all life-bearing planets in this universe, apart from the angels and the gods of destruction. No one could eliminate all Saiyans within a brief time frame. The angels remained absolutely neutral and would not intervene. The gods of destruction, if provoked, would likely cause devastation far more terrifying than allowing all Saiyans to rampage. Should higher entities be alerted, the situation would become even more precarious. Thus, Vitalis remained unperturbed, possessing the confidence to overturn the table. He now feared none beneath the gods of destruction. This was the essence of power. Even though, currently, apart from Broly, others individually lacked greater strength than Cell, the collective might of millions, each capable of planetary destruction, allowed him to stand tall and declare a resounding no to entities such as the Kais and Supreme Kais. Regrettably, in the face of true strength, the universe remained merely a fundamental measurement, easily extinguished with a wave of the hand, thus demanding further effort. Wait, may I inquire why you are so invested in the galaxy prison? Mircea called out to Vitalis, who was on the verge of exiting the door. Upon hearing Mircea's voice, Vitalis turned and replied, "The galaxy prison houses entities that pose a threat to the current peace of the universe. I am not at ease with your galactic patrol. You, a fellow draped in a cloak, seemingly resembling a member of the GAC race, pointed at Vitalis, but upon reflection, could not formulate a suitable rebuttal. My lord, while the galaxy prison indeed confines many terrifying beings, some have remained incarcerated for millions of years without incident. Why do you believe that Saiyans would be more adept at overseeing them?" Mircea articulated his doubts. Furthermore, certain individuals within are not ones that the current Saiyans could hope to defeat. Even with their numbers, it would be futile. Even the likes of Frisia and his father would stand utterly powerless against them. After a moment's contemplation, Mircea expressed his skepticism regarding the current combat capabilities of the Saiyans. "I am aware of that, hence my need for oversight. Presently, numerous factions in the universe dare to challenge the Galactic Patrol. Yet they do not dare confront the Saiyans in such a manner," Vitalis gradually articulated. Upon hearing this, Mircea found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the Saiyans vanquished Frisia and his father, ascending to the ranks of the universe's elite powers. Judging from their pursuit of Frisia's remnants, the Saiyans are terrifyingly formidable. They surpass the combined might of the Cooled Army, the Gula Army, and the Frisia Army, with individual powers ranging from tens to hundreds of millions. Coupled with the rumored existence of Super Saiyans who defeated Frisia and his father, none dare to provoke the current Saiyans. Some of the elder individuals and historically significant factions are well aware of the Saiyans' terrifying reputation from a millennium ago and in ancient times. In contrast, the Galactic Patrol can only tend to their small domain. Outside their sphere of influence, they are largely ignored, and even in their territory, there are those who brazenly disregard their presence, compared to the current Saiyans. The Galactic Patrol is woefully inadequate. Even if he were to violate regulations, he could not guarantee the eradication of all Saiyans before his own disappearance. May we have some time to consider? After a moment of reflection, Mircea posed the question. "Certainly, I shall grant you 1 month. During this time, I will remain on Earth. Should you reach a decision, feel free to seek me out 1 month hence. Regardless of your agreement or refusal, I will proceed with the lockdown of the galaxy prison." With that, Vitalis strode out of the room, accompanied by the others. Since they were already present, it would be prudent to tour the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Allowing King Vegeta to observe how their operations function, any knowledge gained would be beneficial. What a pity, Mircea, who has long resided within the Galactic Patrol, leans towards the so-called justice, likely looks down upon the current Saiyans. Vitalis sighed. Although he wished to establish relations with Mircea, presently, the Saiyans were regarded as an even greater threat than Frisia in the eyes of the Galactic Patrol. From their brief exchange, Vitalis discerned that while Mircea was not overtly vengeful, he certainly would not tolerate evil going unchecked. However, if establishing relations proved impossible, so be it. He would not alter his strategic deployment. The subsequent gods of destruction, Beerus and Kampa, were both fond of gourmet cuisine, while Whis and Vados were angels of absolute neutrality, their perspectives on matters vastly differing from Mircea's. Building relationships with them was a feasible option. Yes, for Mircea, he would come to understand in due time. For now, there was no need to force the issue. My king, are we truly leaving like this? King Vegeta III inquired. Indeed, entrenched mindsets are difficult to alter. Our reputation as Saiyans is indeed unfavorable. Therefore, there is little merit in attempting to reason with them. For we are not suited for such endeavors that I have no confidence in persuading them. Vitalis acknowledged his own limitations, aware that mere words would not suffice to change their perceptions of the Saiyans. Bardock, prepare accordingly. Should they agree to cooperate, we will station 2 legions. If they refuse, then we shall deploy 30 legions as a permanent presence. Vegeta, you will be responsible for the necessary equipment, ensuring that space stations Patrol ships and various detection devices are all fully prepared. Vitalis instructed. He understood that there were likely devices nearby capable of overhearing their conversation. Thus this served as his final ultimatum. 30 legions. To seal off a star system? King Vegeta III queried, intrigued that a single star system can be obliterated with just a few warriors. The destruction of each planet is merely a matter of time, that if they combine their efforts, annihilating an entire star system could be accomplished in an instant. Ah, indeed, I know that seems somewhat insufficient, but we require personnel to guard the life-bearing planets within our current territory, and pursuing Babidi also necessitates manpower. We simply do not have enough at present. Otherwise, I would prefer to deploy at least 100 legions to ensure that not a single meteorite escapes. Vitalis was keenly aware of Vegeta's intentions, yet the time for flaunting their might had come. King Vegeta III fell silent. Was this truly what he meant? Was he simply being redundant? However, he quickly grasped the implications of Vitalis' words that is there truly such a terrifying entity within the galaxy prison? King Vegeta III found himself genuinely curious about what made the king and those feeble galactic patrol officers so apprehensive. Indeed, it is frightening. I shall refrain from elaborating, should the galactic patrol choose to collaborate. You may request a list of prisoners. It should contain pertinent records. If they refuse to cooperate, I shall take you to witness it in 1 month's time. Regarding this matter, Vitalis chose to postpone. He was only aware of Moro, and many details remained unclear due to the passage of time, rendering his memories hazy. There was no need to boast. Chapter 94. The Saiyans' love for peace mercy? What do you plan to do? Jayak looked at Vitalis' retreating figure and inquired, Galactic King, do you reckon that the Saiyans have changed? It seems inconsequential. What truly matters is their intent. Why have they suddenly turned their attention towards the galactic prison? Myers shook his head. Nonetheless, I am inclined to cooperate with them. Our combat prowess pales in comparison to that of the Saiyans, both in terms of quantity and elite strength. By collaborating with the Saiyans, we can avoid a passive stance and closely monitor their movements, strategizing accordingly. If, as the Saiyan King claims, they aim to seal off the prison galaxy, we are left with no viable options unless we engage in warfare, which would likely yield scant hope for victory. Myers cast a thoughtful glance at the Galactic King, articulating his perspective. But they are Saiyans, a notorious breed, known only for their battle frenzy. A cloaked figure resembling Ultraman interjected. Indeed, I too am curious as to why these battle-mad individuals would establish a cosmic police force, prohibiting the destruction of life-bearing planets and the extermination of entire species. Moreover, they now intend to garrison the galactic prison. Myers pondered with arms crossed. Could there be a hidden agenda, perhaps to control the prisoners within the prison, using them as their pawns to conquer the cosmos? Or might they plan to unleash those formidable entities to engage in combat? The unidentified Ultraman being speculated. The Saiyans lack for strength. It would not be difficult for them to dominate this universe as a singular race. Those capable of halting their advance are either sealed away or in slumber. And as for allowing them to fight, it is highly probable, considering they are a race defined by combat, all of them being lunatics, Myers noted. However, this decision ultimately rests with you, Galactic King, he added, glancing towards the Galactic King. Galactic King, do they not find it astonishing to see me? The Galactic King queried. Myers, Jayak. Ah, I see. Let us collaborate with them. I shall contact Lord Kaioshin shortly to discuss matters, the Galactic King resolved. The current Saiyans are more formidable than Frisia, and they are nearing a red line. At that juncture, Lord Kaioshin will surely intervene, the Galactic King concluded. Kaioshin? That seems unlikely. He lacks the decisive power to obliterate the Saiyan race, and I suspect he would be overwhelmed by them. Myers skeptically remarked if only the great Kaioshin and his 4 disciples, East, South, West, and North, were present, it might be feasible. But currently, I have utilized my abilities to observe, and the depth of strength possessed by the Saiyans is alarmingly formidable. They grow stronger by the moment, both in numbers and quality. Under the reign of the Omni King, this universe's ranking has surged to at least within the top 5 due to the Saiyan race. Should elite combatants emerge, entering the top 3 is not beyond the realm of possibility. Jayak, why have you remained silent this time? A curious fellow tribesman inquired, noticing Jayak's unusual reticence. Haha, recently, a notorious thief has emerged in my jurisdiction, and I am contemplating how to apprehend him, Jayak hurriedly replied, suddenly called upon. How unfortunate. Why do these Saiyans take such a liking to Earth, constantly flocking there? Jayak inwardly grumbled, though he could not admit to fear of the Saiyans. For he was an elite member at IS. That so? Truly admirable. Elite Jayak. Do you require my assistance? Observing his kin's dedication to their work, he felt gratified. No, your jurisdiction is larger than mine. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Jayak chuckled. Yet, he yearned for assistance, but aside from a change of guard, no one could aid him. At that moment, a galactic patrol officer dashed over. Tyke, what troubles you? You seem quite flustered, Jayak promptly inquired. Report. Those Saiyans are roaming about headquarters. And they have made some rather inappropriate remarks. Tyke responded with a salute. Inappropriate remarks? What have they said? Jayak's gaze sharpened, fixing intently on Tyke. Extracting a device and adjusting it, the voices of Vitalis and his companions echoed forth. If we agree to cooperate, we shall station 2 legions. If not, we will mobilize 30 legions. 30 legions. To seal off a galaxy? Currently, we lack sufficient personnel. Otherwise, I would request at least 100 legions to ensure not a single soul escapes. How infuriating! Such blatant contempt for us. We are galactic patrol officers. The assembled individuals felt a sense of frustration at Vitalis's words, yet they were powerless to ACT in times past. Against the Saiyans, they could only capture and exterminate the isolated ones, requiring the deployment of elite members equipped with the most advanced weaponry to have any chance of success. However, now, in the face of the current Saiyans, they had no standing against the warriors. Except for Myers, who might have some negotiating leverage, the others were merely fodder. Let us acquiesce to their demands. Allow the Saiyans to take charge of the defense, while we retain only the essential personnel to operate the prison. Let them wreak havoc as they wish, and recall all elite members stationed at the prison to participate in maintaining galactic order, the Galactic King decreed. Galactic King, fear not, the Saiyans are also a part of this universe. They too would not desire its destruction. The establishment of the Cosmic Police Force has indeed reduced the annihilation of life-bearing planets and races. Let us attempt to place our trust in them for once. After all, the outcome cannot be worse than our current predicament, and we still have Lord Kaioshin. Several voices interrupted, but the Galactic King had made his resolution. Myers, you shall lead the discussions with the Saiyans regarding the joint defense of the prison. I will reach out to Lord Kaioshin, the Galactic King stated, turning to depart. The members looked towards Myers. Since his joining, Myers had exhibited exceptional interpersonal skills and work competence, earning the respect of all. Jayak, you shall accompany me. You are the one who has observed that king the longest, Tyke instructed. You and Klo shall organize the prisoner's data with utmost detail. Myers assigned that I did not anticipate having to make a decision so swiftly. The Saiyans, indeed. I wonder how the universe will evolve from here. Does my brother know? Lord Beerus should be nearing awakening. Alas, what a tumultuous time. Understood, Myers acknowledged. What? They have agreed to collaborate with us? Vitalis found it peculiar that Myers had arrived at such a conclusion so promptly. Considering he had allotted a month for deliberation, that he had anticipated their agreement, but did not foresee it occurring so swiftly. Indeed, however, I urge you to approach this matter with caution. Many prisoners within the prison are exceedingly dangerous, capable of annihilating this galaxy, and some pose a threat to the universe itself. That I will ensure that all prisoner information is transferred shortly. That I hope that upon reviewing it, you will grasp the gravity of the situation. Myers conveyed. Is that so? Vegeta, you will be responsible for receiving the data. Bardock, you too shall partake, and the defense of the galactic prison will be entrusted to you. Myers, I hope you can give Vegeta a tour of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As you know, Vegeta currently oversees the Cosmic Police Force and lacks experience. It would be beneficial for him to learn, Vitalis instructed. Unfortunately, the current Cosmic Police Force, under Vitalis's direction, was merely a framework. It was akin to copying homework half correctly, with many details still requiring refinement. Although Vegeta had once ruled as a king, he was a Saiyan king, and assigning him these responsibilities was quite the challenge. Thus, Vitalis intended for Vegeta to glean insights from the Galactic Patrol's operations. After all, the Galactic Patrol had existed for a considerable duration and maintained connections with the gods, who knew what hidden cards they might possess. It would be advantageous for Vegeta to probe their depths. What a jest! This universe is vast, and we, the Galactic Patrol, occupy but a mere corner of it. Myers chuckled. By the way, Myers, are you familiar with the Demon Realm? How does one travel there? Vitaly suddenly inquired. The demon realm? I have heard of it. The ancient demon realm stands in stark contrast to the Kaioshin realm, a vast world rivaling the mortal realm that I am not well versed in specifics, but the presence of demonic energy has influenced many alternate dimensional spaces, spawning numerous demons that have caused us considerable trouble. That it is said that many mortals have learned methods to summon these demons, leading to various calamities. Why do you ask? Mers expressed what he knew. His curiosity piqued by Vitaly's inquiry regarding the matter. As you are aware, we Saiyans cherish peace, and the existence of these creatures poses a threat to that peace, thus necessitating resolution, Vitaly stated with an air of inevitability. Mers, Gak, Vegeta 3, Bardock, Saiyans love peace? Chapter 95. Preparation. Do Saiyans truly have an affinity for peace? Raditz, performing a handstand on the rooftop, glanced at Gohan, who was bathing Goku below. Not cool at all. The warrior race of Saiyans has no connection to peace. However, this seems rather entertaining, he mused, observing the magical display, his thoughts lingering on the distorted faces that emerged upon hearing that Saiyans adored tranquility. Was it suppressed laughter? Anger? Disbelief? There were emotions Raditz couldn't quite decipher. Yet, the sight of them desperately trying to restrain themselves was utterly delightful. Was it mere coincidence? Or did Raditz notice that the leader among them cast several glances in his direction? Their eyes met multiple times, leaving Raditz feeling quite uneasy. That it must be coincidence. Those weaker than me would hardly perceive my magic. As for my father and the others, they might only sense it. Only Broly, that anomaly, could detect and counter this individual. How could he possibly be stronger than me? There's no need for transformation. This trivial foe can be handled with a single hand by Lord Raditz. Adjusting the angle of his magic, Raditz decided to cease observing this peculiar individual. However, which path should he choose? Ultra Instinct or Super Saiyan God? Although the king stated both were viable options, Saiyans possessed the potential for two paths. It was best to master one. As each individual's talent varied, the distance between himself and his father would only grow if he followed the same path of Super Saiyan God. While opting for Ultra Instinct would leave him unable to control his faculties during transformation, he had only just achieved Super Saiyan 1, far from Super Saiyan 2, and the gap between Super Saiyan 2 and 3 was, according to the king, insurmountable when faced with Super Saiyan God and Ultra Instinct. Cursed Saiyan bloodline. How unreasonable. I stand no chance of defeating my father, Raditz lamented, recalling how he was left unattended during his last incapacitation. Waking up gasping for breath amidst the rainwater that filled the pit. Although the previous attempt had not gone as planned, he yearned to confront his father directly this time. Alas, one misstep leads to another. The path of Super Saiyan was paved before me by my father, while Super Saiyan God would soon be traversed by him as well. How infuriating. With a change of finger, Raditz continued to observe the scene, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Vitaly announced, "That will be entrusted to you, Bardock and Vegeta. Please take care of this handover and learn as well. Broly and I shall take our leave. Mers and his team will be in your capable hands," Vitaly added. Having completed his tasks surprisingly smoothly, he could discern the reluctance of those before him, forced to comply with the Saiyans' power. However, it mattered not. Time would alter everything, and once they acclimated, all would be well. Powerless to resist, they would naturally assimilate, both in body and mind. Once accustomed, there would be no issue. It was just that there had been no progress in his relationship with Mers, which could be described as leaving a rather unfavorable impression. Yet, this was unavoidable. Given the conflicting interests and powers at play. As for Ultra Instinct, it was not indispensable. At this stage, there was no pressing need for it. Besides, Jiren had faced Goku in Ultra Instinct without any divine techniques, relying solely on his own strength to rival the universe's mightiest deity, the god of destruction. Vitaly did not believe himself inferior to Jiren. Lacking divine techniques was inconsequential, as he could create his own unique abilities. Let us proceed, he thought as he and Broly returned to the small island. Vitaly was neither opposed to Saiyans coming to Earth, nor did he discourage it. In fact, he anticipated their arrival. The offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings would undoubtedly possess immense potential. The absence of reproductive isolation was crucial, while Saiyans could currently suppress an entire star system alone. The number of star systems within a galaxy was countless in the vast universe. Galaxies akin to the Milky Way were innumerable. Relying solely on the present Saiyan population to manage them all was impractical. They could not be dispatched to every crisis. Such a method would be inefficient. Even with a patrol team established, it would be impossible to oversee every region. For the powerful, the destruction of a planet could occur in an instant. Thus, the optimal solution would be for Saiyans to be scattered throughout the cosmos, guarding every star system and every life-bearing planet that in time. It was likely that the seventh universe would no longer rank at the bottom. Perhaps there would be no need to participate in the tournament of power. They could merely sit in the audience, watching those universes with lower rankings battle for survival. However, if such transformations occurred, would Kakarot come to know the Omni King? If everything changed, would the Omni King cease to hold the tournament of power, directly erasing underperforming universes? It seemed necessary to devise a way to approach the Omni King. To ensure the tournament's continuation, should they fall short in ranking, the consequences would be dire. As he continued to fish with Broly on the small island, Vitalis pondered the future once more that he awaited the cooling of the Earth's Dragon Balls. For then he could address the Saiyans' final shortcomings. With no worries behind him, he could indulge as he pleased. The mere thought of it fills me with exhilaration. Chapter 99. The aspiration to surpass my father. Raditad my lord, I yearn to transcend my father. I implore you to enlighten me on the paths or methods to rival and even surpass Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 with utmost sincerity. Raditz humbly beseeches. Having confirmed multiple times that his father and Uncle Vegeta are at the Galactic Patrol headquarters and will not return soon, Raditz resolved to seek out Vitalis. He sensed that the Saiyan frenzy instigated by Paragus had influenced his father, who held great expectations for him. Yet the chasm between him and Broly felt insurmountable. He felt he had disappointed his father. It seemed his father's focus had shifted to Kakarot, who, although not a legendary Super Saiyan like Broly, possessed a birth power level of 200,000, far exceeding Broly's initial strength. Kakarot was the sole new generation Saiyan born with such formidable power, despite the generally high birth power levels among Saiyans. None had surpassed 100,000 apart from him. Thus, Kakarot had become a focal point of interest within the Saiyan community. Upon learning that Kakarot had been sent to Food Star and raised by a weakling, the majority redirected their attention, yet some, including his father, remained vigilant to spare Kakarot from enduring his own fate and to prevent his father from experiencing disappointment again should Kakarot fall to Broly. Raditz resolved to draw his father's gaze. After all, Broly was undeniably monstrous. He doubted anyone could surpass him. Therefore, his intentions were solely for Kakarot and the relationship between Kakarot and their father, devoid of any selfish motives. Oh, do you look down upon Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4? How long has it been since you transformed into Super Saiyan? Vitalis chuckled, observing Raditz that you've just learned to walk, and you wish to fly already. No, I harbor no disdain for Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4. It is just that regardless of the transformation, my father is always ahead of me. Merely enhancing my base power level makes it difficult to surpass him. Uncle Vegeta has informed me that due to my father's unique traits, he is suited for the path of Super Saiyan God, while Uncle Vegeta, due to his innate conditions, is best suited for the path of Super Saiyan 4. No matter which path I choose in the future, I am destined to struggle to catch up to them. Raditz articulated his thoughts. Vitalis was taken aback by the ambition of this otherwise inconspicuous character from the original tale, who aspired to surpass Bardock and Vegeta 3.0. It seems you not only wish to surpass Bardock, but also Vegeta. Vitalis resolved to take Raditz to explore other timelines, to showcase to him the alternate versions of himself. Indeed, Uncle Vegeta is my life mentor. He corrected my mistakes and revealed to me the essence of battle that I aspire to make Uncle Vegeta proud of my strength, to ensure he does not regret teaching this unworthy disciple. It was Uncle Vegeta who first introduced me to the thrill of combat. The joy of overpowering the weak is exhilarating, even though I was the one being overpowered. Yet, I could sense Uncle Vegeta's elation, which ignited my resolve to repay him as fellow Saiyans. A warrior race, we eschew mundane gestures, thus I must repay him in a Saiyan manner. However, what led you to seek me for methods to surpass Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4? Understand that merely achieving Super Saiyan has left countless cosmic races in despair. Why do you believe I possess methods stronger than Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4? Vitalis inquired. I am aware that it was you, my Lord, who provided us with the sins of beings and the room of spirit and time, allowing us the opportunity to engage with the power of Super Saiyan. Moreover, it was you who introduced the concepts of Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. And you proposed the experimental plans for Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. I believe that you are capable of even greater feats, Raditz replied, lowering his gaze once more. After pondering, Vitalis acknowledged that indeed, the divine techniques combined with the Saiyan's aptitude for developing transformation forms could yield even more formidable manifestations. However, at present, the only divine techniques Vitalis was aware of were Ultra Instinct and Destruction. While he understood the principles of Ultra Instinct, merely mentioning it would surely attract the attention of the gods. The sight of all the gods standing during the tournament of power illustrated how absurd it was for mortals to grasp Ultra Instinct. As for Destruction, that was a notion Vitalis dared not entertain, lest he provoke a god of destruction and face obliteration. He had contemplated developing his own divine technique, but alas, his current realm and strength were insufficient. He envied Hit, for once he accessed the divine realm, his time-skip technique would undoubtedly evolve into an immensely powerful divine technique. Observing Raditz before him, Vitalis felt a surge of intrigue. Here was a prime specimen for experimentation. One who voluntarily presented himself, exhibiting unwavering diligence. Rise, as a Saiyan. This posture is quite unbecoming. Were it not for cultural reasons, I would revoke the practice of kneeling altogether as a young man of good character. While he found satisfaction in witnessing others kneel, there lingered a twinge of discomfort within him. However, Saiyans do not kneel indiscriminately. They do so only on profoundly significant occasions, and even then, it is merely a single knee that touches the ground. To maintain tradition, it is unwise to arbitrarily alter ancestral customs. Yes, I understand that as a warrior race, Saiyans only kneel before the king, Raditz said, standing and scratching the back of his head, feeling somewhat bashful. I do possess a method that could enable you to surpass Bardock and Vegeta. But transcending Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 will depend on your own efforts. If you can master it, then in the future, your foes will only be those above the gods. No one beneath the gods would be worthy of challenging you. I am determined to learn this divine technique, Raditz declared, having gleaned from Bardock and Vegeta's remarks that divinity truly exists. The commands from the king were also intertwined with the divine. Undoubtedly, the strength of the divine is something to be revered. Now, he was on the verge of grasping divine power, and for mortals, they would only have the privilege to look up to him. Ahem, do not become overly excited. Perhaps this power will require a lifetime of pursuit, and even death may not guarantee mastery, Vitalis thought, feeling a tinge of guilt as he contemplated deceiving this individual later on. Super Saiyan God merely grazes the surface of divine realms. Super Saiyan 4 only possesses the initial capacity to challenge the divine, primarily reliant on foundational strength. Otherwise, given your current power levels, whether Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God, you would find it effortless for even moderately strong beings to vanquish you. Indeed, Vitalis understood that the Dragon Ball universe is profoundly intricate. Gods are merely beings of greater strength. The greatness of a god lies not in their strength, but in their divine duties and actions. The Kaioshin may be weak, yet their responsibilities render them immensely significant. The god of destruction is formidable, as destruction is his divine duty, a fundamental principle of the universe, combined with his overwhelming strength and divine role. None dare to disregard him. Yet, mortals capable of vanquishing these gods do exist. Thus, Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 are merely initial stages of advancement, having only traversed a small distance on the path. Understood, my lord. I will pursue this with unwavering determination that I do not wish to disappoint my father or Uncle Vegeta. I also desire to contribute my strength to your grand ambitions. Taking a deep breath, Raditz resolved that he would become stronger, no matter the cost. This child. One wonders what Bardock and Vegeta would think upon learning of his intentions. To contribute to my ambitions? Surely, he does not intend to challenge me. He merely does not wish to disappoint his father and mentor, which is a far cry from the notion of contributing strength. He is not a fool. He knows to avoid those too. At this moment, Vitalis comprehended why Raditz had chosen this particular time to seek him out. Nevertheless, it was a fortuitous circumstance, an ideal specimen for experimentation and a fine spectacle. How could Vitalis possibly let this opportunity slip away? After all, What malicious thoughts could Raditz possibly harbor? Chapter 97. A name change, just a layer of skin deep. Now listen closely. Rather than calling it a technique, it is better termed a realm, the realm of no self. Indeed, those gods, whether they be Kai or Supreme Kai, possess the ability to observe the lower realms. During the fusion into Vegeto, I could vaguely sense someone watching. Angels possess means to view and replay any segment of time and space in history. Therefore, it is best not to mention the name of Ultra Instinct, lest one invite trouble or leave a gap. Thus, it is advisable to adopt a seemingly plausible FAAD, as long as the general direction is correct. That suffices, for this is the duty of an experimental subject, to discern the overarching direction before seeking the appropriate path. A realm. No self? How intriguing. Although I may not fully comprehend, I find it quite impressive. Raditz feels as though this is tailor-made for him. Lord Raditz. The state of egolessness can only be attained through unwavering focus and a clear mind, rich in experience. Fortunately, I have indulged in numerous anime and novels in my past life, providing me with a solid foundation, eliminating the need for conscious effort to cultivate the state of natural ease. It is not a matter of deliberation followed by action, but rather a reliance on bodily experience. Instinctively retaliating and employing the techniques of other warriors I have witnessed. Only those who transcend their own limits can reach this realm, Vitaly slowly articulated. Although it appears quite similar, the nuances differ. However, that is of little consequence. As long as the overarching direction is correct, Vitaly does not believe Raditz is capable of achieving this at his current stage, yet accumulating experience in advance would be beneficial for everyone. Be it Raditz or Vitaly's in the future, there may be encounters with other timelines where Goku has mastered the state of natural ease, and due to accumulated experience, he might swiftly grasp it. Being prepared for any eventuality, not requiring cerebral response, an instinctive counterattack. This is impressive. It mitigates the fear of ambush, and most importantly, it alleviates the need for mental exertion. Raditz is thrilled, as his body will fight autonomously, suggesting that the body could train and act on its own. Coupled with the transformation magic developed by Wong that separates consciousness from the body, could he not act freely within the realm of consciousness? After all, the body will act on its own. Boom, a mere snap sends Raditz flying. What does it mean to not engage the mind? It lacks elegance. While the essence is conveyed, it is not merely acting without thought. Wouldn't it sound far more sophisticated to phrase it otherwise? Moreover, observing Raditz's expression, he can discern what Raditz is contemplating, for he has harbored similar thoughts, albeit with greater depth. If consciousness and body are severed, and the body acts autonomously, is this body still his? In another world, this would constitute a grave catastrophe. It might even give birth to a new consciousness. Most importantly, to fantasize about the future without having learned the basics, perhaps it would be prudent to dream another day. Pay heed to my words. Do not aim too high. Additionally, allocate some time to acquire knowledge. Even if one cannot avoid becoming a reckless fool, one should strive to be a cultured one. That the Saiyans are on the brink of a new era of cosmic warfare. While one can rely on their innate power, understanding gravitational fields, the four fundamental forces, and the gravitational slingshot effect will greatly influence both action and combat, saving time and effort. For instance, one could expend less energy to obliterate a galaxy. Enough of this. Let us not overthink. With a flick of his finger, he beckons Raditz back. This is the state of egolessness. Do not dwell too much on it. Initiate your assault towards this state. Now go and train. Wong, you have yet to explain how to train. By the way, Wong, have you mastered it? Raditz inquired, having only spoken of the state of egolessness, leaving him bewildered about the training methods. It has been stated that it is a state to be comprehended on one's own. Technically, I should not disclose the name, and I have already provided the effects. From another perspective, this has increased the difficulty of your training. Thus, the onus is now upon you to at the very least. What I just mentioned encompasses the direction of your training. What a joke. If you were to know how to train, then why not implement universal training in the state of natural ease immediately? The Super Saiyan transformation can be abandoned. Even the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan is unnecessary. The state of natural ease, once mastered, will also give rise to divine power. That a group of Saiyans who have mastered the state of natural ease will fear no one beneath the king. Well, I suppose I can reveal one more thing. After all, You are aware of the state of egolessness, which has heightened the difficulty of entering a state of unwavering focus, a tranquil mind. The state of egolessness I just mentioned is merely the elementary level. Deep within, there are 3 grand doors representing the 3 hidden techniques of egolessness that I shall not disclose the other 2, as knowing them is not necessarily advantageous for you. The pinnacle of the state of egolessness is forged through relentless refinement. Now, go and train. Vitalis waved his hand, signaling for Raditz to leave. Huh? Only a name. Raditz found it absurd. Just moments ago, he thought that lacking a training method was acceptable. After all, it is a state to be comprehended. Now, however, merely a name that as the name suggests, it is evident, forged through countless trials. As long as one does not perish, they shall train to their limits. Vitalis turned away, returning to his fishing, aware that if he continued speaking, he might run out of things to say. Although he recalled the general idea, the specifics eluded him that it would be unfortunate to lead him astray. Nevertheless, today an epiphany struck him, replacing the concept of natural ease with the notion of egolessness. He discovered that the state of egolessness seems equally profound, particularly with regard to those 3 grand doors, each more extraordinary than the last. The seamless limit among them is particularly astounding. Is this truly playing tennis? What tennis is this? Although combat and tennis are vastly different, their realms are interconnected. Perhaps the transformed egolessness is not inferior to the state of natural ease at the very least. He knows 3 paths for egolessness. While for natural ease, he only understands the concept. Very well, I shall take my leave, but since I have arrived at the seaside, I shall catch some fish before returning. Raditz flew toward the depths of the ocean. Unwilling to disturb Wang while he fished, that fellow, Broly, is nearby. To interfere with Wang would be tantamount to courting death. This individual shows no mercy to anyone who offends Wang. Just days ago, he narrowly escaped. The shadow of death lingers vividly in his memory, marking his first encounter with mortality. Vitalis, can I also learn the state of egolessness? Broly inquired, gazing at Raditz as he departed. Of course, here, you may learn whatever you desire. However, the state of egolessness is too ethereal. There is no need to pursue it excessively. Perhaps in the future, you will encounter something more suitable for you. In Vitalis's view, Broly's character indeed aligns best with the state of natural ease. He is pure, even more so than Kakarot, as at least during the Super Era, Goku cannot compare to Broly in terms of spirit. Beyond the state of natural ease, Broly's innate strength and transcendent traits equally lend themselves to destruction. Therefore, once he meets Beerus and Whis, he will find a way to send Broly to train with them. Of course, if the opportunity arises, he wishes to join as well, but Broly takes precedence in terms of talent. Broly is beyond reproach. Once he completes his training, he could return to teach him, could he not? Chapter 98. A wish reiterated. Broly, by the external timeline, you are only about a year old, are you not? Vitalis asked, glancing at Broly beside him. Initially, he wished for Broly to grow swiftly, overlooking other aspects, such as Broly's childhood. Perhaps neither the Saiyan race nor Broly himself cared for these matters. Yet upon reflection, Vitalis felt a twinge of guilt, as prolonged interaction had made him aware that this is a real, tangible world. Each individual is a living being. Moreover, Broly's attitude towards him deepens Vitalis's sense of guilt. Broly regards him as family, a brother, loyal and unwavering. Perhaps if Vitalis stood opposed to his father, Broly would still choose him. After all, he did whisk Broly away shortly after his birth, did he not? Is something amiss? Do you think I am still too young? Should I spend some time in the hyperbolic time chamber? Broly inquired curiously. Indeed, Broly could sense Vitalis's excessive protectiveness over children, having abolished the Saiyan tradition of exiling lower-class warrior children to invade planets, even prohibiting those under 18 from joining the military. Only those exceptional, powerful, and promising children are permitted to take on the responsibility of protecting the planet. Having spent some time on Earth, Broly likely understands Vitalis's intentions. While the clan may have voiced dissent, Broly does not see an issue, as he believes everything Vitalis does is correct. No, that is not my intent. It is merely that you have missed your childhood and cannot afford to miss your youth. Tomorrow you will be able to make a wish again, and after wishing, you must depart, as I have a special task to assign to you. I hope you can fulfill it, Vitalis stated. A task? I will surely complete whatever task you assign, Vitalis, Broly exclaimed, rising with excitement. his exuberance creating ripples on the ocean's surface. Vitalis' eyes sparkled as he quelled the storm and towering waves inadvertently stirred by Broly. This is the essence of a strong individual. Their every action can inadvertently summon calamity. Broly, your inner cultivation is still lacking. You require further training. I apologize. I was simply too excited that I asked this my second official task. Once, you expressed to me your intention to find an opportunity to transport me to the headquarters of the Frieza Force, with the aim of vanquishing Frieza himself. Regrettably, Frieza arrived prematurely, and I was unable to slay that wretched creature with my own hands. This remains a profound humiliation in my life. Broly clenched his fists tightly, the mere mention of Frieza igniting a furious irritation within him. In the past, Vitalis had alluded to dispatching him to annihilate Frieza when the moment was ripe. Yet Frieza audaciously chose to come forth and meet his demise ahead of schedule. Moreover, due to his actions, the opportunity to end Frieza's life was squandered, leading to considerable collateral damage. However, Broly harbored his own plans. Once Vitalis fulfilled all his wishes, he intended to request the resurrection of Frieza using the Dragon Balls, seeking to cleanse his shame by delivering a series of punishing blows until Frieza was utterly vanquished. Oh, there's no need to dwell on such matters. Initially, it was merely a fanciful contemplation of the future. Plans often falter in the face of reality, Vitalis remarked with a sheepish scratch of his head. The so-called opportune moment was merely a fleeting thought of utilizing teleportation magic to deliver Frieza a swift end during Broly's rampage. That time, he had merely regarded Broly as a tool, an unstable yet formidable enforcer. This time, however, Broly had overthought the situation. He was not being summoned to battle. Furthermore, while Frieza possessed immense potential, Broly, your innate talent eclipses all others. Your adversaries should not be mere mortals. As Vitalis cast a melancholic gaze towards the setting sun, he reflected on the unparalleled gifts of both Broly and Frieza, each possessing extraordinary capabilities that allowed them to surpass the majority without rigorous training. Their potential for advancement was astounding, enabling them to outstrip a lifetime of human effort in mere moments. Let us not forget the likes of Vegeta 3, Bardock, and Raditz, who also exhibited remarkable talents. Albeit many gifted warriors were overlooked in the past, this was primarily due to their lack of access to miraculous items like the Senzu Beans. Thus, the ranking of warriors still served to delineate levels of talent to some extent. Compared to these titans, he found himself merely a lowly warrior, temporarily ahead only due to foresight. Utio put it plainly. Broly had already far surpassed him in terms of combat prowess. Bardock was quickly catching up. While Vegeta 3 and Raditz were experiencing rapid growth following their transcendence of the Super Saiyan threshold, would it be necessary to utilize the Dragon Balls to alter my lineage or physical form? Shaking his head, Vitalis dispelled such tempting thoughts. The body of Majin Buu, the transmission of Saiyan bloodlines, or even a body swap with a future Goku could all be accomplished by the Eternal Dragon. Yet, Vitalis was reluctant. The Saiyan blood within him resisted such notions. Having been granted a second chance at life in this splendid world, it would be remiss not to strive for greatness. Even the Saiyan bloodline was the result of generations of toil and evolution through battle. Perhaps he too could elevate his lineage further. Contemplating the possibilities of developing a form uniquely his own, he envisioned the various transformations achieved by Goku and others across different timelines, Super Saiyan forms, mysterious potential releases, and so forth, each more impressive than the last, ignited a fervor within him. After all, Kakarot was merely a lower-class warrior, albeit the protagonist. In contrast, he lacked the unwavering resolve and simplicity of spirit in his pursuit of martial excellence. Yet, as a person, one must have aspirations. At worst, he could retire to paradise when the time came. Striving was never shameful, even if the array of colors seemed to dwindle as the sun dipped below the horizon. He sighed, reflecting on his overthinking. Unable to sleep, I might as well practice. How about you? Will you sleep or join me? Vitalis mused, gazing at the descending sun, his excitement building at the thought of soon making another wish. Realizing he had been thinking too far ahead, his enthusiasm remained undiminished. Of course, let us train together, Broly affirmed. Sleep? Is it even possible at this hour? The two of them raced towards the sun, not relying on their inner energy, but rather propelling themselves across the ocean with their physical might, generating fierce winds and towering waves. I too yearned to train. Now that the king has arrived, I finally have matters to attend to, yet I often find myself merely cleaning up after them. Being a king has its perks. A warrior can appear upon the sea, soothing the disturbances caused by their actions. After circling the earth multiple times, they finally completed their lap. Let us proceed, Broly said. Noticing the dawn breaking, Vitalis beckoned him to fly towards the temple. Initially, he had intended to test the waters with the Dragon Balls after midnight, but considering that the Kai and Bu were still resting, he deemed it impolite to disturb them and held back his impatience throughout the night. Upon reaching the temple, he found Bu had already placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground, among the stationed Saiyan squad. Only 2 remained at the temple, while the others were dispersed throughout the Earth's atmosphere. Having learned of the Dragon Ball significance and the king's intent to utilize them, they stood vigilant, prepared to respond swiftly to any threats that might arise. Observing this scene, Vitalis smiled faintly, appreciating the advantages of having a king. It was a collective endeavor, rather than a solitary burden. Great Eternal Dragon, I implore you to grant me my wish. Vitalis stepped forward. Raising his hands and articulating the incantation aloud, the sky, recently illuminated, was once again shrouded in darkness. The brilliant light cleaved through the heavens as the colossal form of the Eternal Dragon materialized. Its immense head bowing low, fixated upon Vitalis with its vast eyes. Have you fallen from grace, Eternal Dragon? You've forsaken your signature phrases. Is it truly necessary? In the original timeline, those individuals often made use of you. Yet I never witnessed you sulking. Enough of that. Eternal Dragon, please reveal to me the whereabouts of all the Dragon Balls. Chapter 99. The Dragon Balls. Eternal Dragon, please reveal to me the whereabouts of all the Dragon Balls. Vitalis reiterated, sensing he had not articulated his request clearly. Supreme Kai, Mr. Popo, Broly. As if complying with his wishes, the dragon's eyes flickered. Your wish has been fulfilled. Please state your next desire. Astonished, Vitalis had only intended to test the waters. Currently, he had no pressing wishes. His initial intention was merely to tempt fate, curious to see if, aside from the Earth and Namek Dragon Balls and the Super Dragon Balls, any other Dragon Balls existed. The Earth's Supreme Kai was a descendant of Namekian refugees, while the Grand Elder of Namek was a survivor of the cataclysmic crisis. The cinematic adaptations had also introduced the notion of malevolent Super Namekians. Thus, he pondered whether other Namekians had survived, and if any among them could forge Dragon Balls. Vitalis considered this, recognizing the vastness of the universe. Furthermore, the Brother Universe, Universe 9, also contained Namekians, who certainly possessed Dragon Balls. At the very least, acquiring the location of the Super Dragon in this universe would be advantageous for future strategies. Although he was uncertain when the God of Destruction from Universe 9, Kampa, began his collection, he dared not act recklessly. Nonetheless, establishing surveillance to monitor his movements was feasible. In due course, creating a stir to awaken Beerus might enable him to engage with the gods ahead of schedule. Perhaps he could even take advantage of Kampa, which would surely please Beerus, presenting an opportunity to utilize the Super Dragon Balls, regardless of the outcome. This wish seemed promising. To his astonishment, it appeared that other Dragon Balls indeed existed. Initially, the dragon revealed no information regarding Dragon Balls from other universes. Even the location of the Super Dragon Balls in his own universe was absent, suggesting that the wishes of the Earth's Dragon Balls were limited to their own universe and of a lower tier than the Super Dragon Balls, rendering it incapable of pinpointing specific locations. Of course, it was also possible that, due to regulations, it refrained from divulging such information to Vitalis. Nevertheless, he learned that within his universe, 3 sets of Dragon Balls existed: the Earth Dragon Balls and the Namekian Dragon Balls, both confirmed to be on Earth, which was somewhat redundant. Furthermore, another set resided on a planet named Cyril, implying that Namekians likely thrived there. Great Dragon, please hold for a moment. Vitalis grinned, elated. The fact that this set of Dragon Balls was unique, consisting of merely 2 orbs, intrigued him. This was a brand new discovery that he had not encountered in the original narrative, as he had always assumed Dragon Balls were composed of 7 spheres, whether Earth Dragon Balls, Namekian Dragon Balls, or Super Dragon Balls. Thus, he wondered if the Dragon Balls on Cyril held some extraordinary significance. Were the 2 that constituted the dragon more potent or weaker? In but 2 fleeting minutes, Vitalis reappeared, having accurately received the coordinates from the dragon. With consummate ease, he acquired the Dragon Balls. He playfully toyed with the 2 small orbs in his hand. Vitalis pondered whether this dragon was of legal age and permitted to fulfill wishes. "Come forth, dragon, and grant my desire," he bellowed, casting the dragon balls to the ground. "Ahem, let me try the Namekian tongue. Takalaputo talongbo pilapatalo." A hum resonated as the two dragon balls emitted a blinding light, and a figure materialized from the brilliance. However, this figure's appearance seemed rather peculiar, smaller than the other dragons and reminiscent of a loach. "You who have gathered the two dragon balls, speak your wish. Any wish you desire, as long as it is within my power, I shall fulfill," declared the two-star dragon, seemingly aware of the earth dragon's presence. Their gazes met in silence. "The earth dragon is quite polite, isn't it?" Vitalis mused. "Perhaps you should take notes, earth dragon." Regardless, it appeared that this new dragon possessed a commendable demeanor, as its introductory lines conveyed sincerity. "Is this your second wish?" the earth dragon inquired, leaning forward for a closer look. "No. Wait a moment. Let us first assess your new colleague's abilities," Vitalis replied, glancing toward the Cyrillic star dragon. It seemed the earth dragon was exhibiting a hint of emotion. "Please tell me all methods that enable Saiyans to survive in space, along with the drawbacks of these methods," Vitalis articulated in the Namekian language. "Is this your wish? Although it appears to be two wishes, they are interconnected, so I shall grant it. Furthermore, wishing does not require the Namekian language. The universal tongue suffices," the two-star dragon responded. Upon hearing this, everyone present, save for Vitalis, turned their heads, likely realizing the dragon's implication, that it found Vitalis's Namekian rather lacking. "Oh, really? Thank you for the reminder," Vitalis retorted. "Look at the earth dragon, making an effort to converse. Just a few words, and it seems like a wish. How eager are you to clock out?" The earth dragon's requirement for a wish seemed contingent upon the individual. Were Beerus present, he would undoubtedly adopt a different demeanor. "Is this your second wish?" The earth dragon narrowed its eyes, scrutinizing Vitalis. "No. Hold on. It appears necessary to make wishes alongside Beerus in the future. To truly appreciate the dragon's trepidation and the act of dragon-worship, as you wish. Until next time," the two-star dragon mused, casting a thoughtful glance at the earth dragon before dissipating. The two dragon balls rose into the air, swiftly scattering in different directions. Understanding Vitalis's nature, Broly swiftly propelled himself toward the dragon balls, but just as he was about to grasp one, it unexpectedly veered off course and accelerated, vanishing beyond the horizon. It seems it hasn't turned to stone," Vitalis observed, noting that the dragon balls retained their luster and even exhibited a semblance of sentience, drifting about. Broly, in a fit of rage, surged after the dragon balls. Moments later, he returned, handing the two-star dragon ball to Vitalis. "My apologies, Vitalis. I was careless. Next time, I won't let it escape," Broly said sheepishly, realizing that even upon enhancing his strength, he could only retrieve one while the other had fled. "It's all right. On Earth, it won't elude us. Here, take this radar and bring it back," Vitalis instructed, producing the Dragon Ball radar from his magical storage space and handing it to Broly. In truth, letting the Dragon Balls scatter posed little issue, for with the radar in hand and their combined might, they could easily collect them in no time. However, should the Dragon Balls turn to stone, the radar would be unable to detect them. Thus, intercepting them in advance would save time. Yet, since the Cyrillic star Dragon Balls had not transformed into stone, did this imply that wishes could be made immediately? As he watched Broly depart with exuberance, Vitalis shook his head, dismissing further contemplation, deciding to merely experiment later. Closing his eyes, he began to seek out the most suitable method for Saiyans to survive in the vastness of space among the myriad of possibilities. Chapter 70, Dragon Ball 2, all methods allowing Saiyans to exist in space. This was the wish granted by Vitalis, and indeed, the dragon fulfilled it. Numerous methods were presented, such as traveling in a spacecraft, donning a spacesuit while carrying an oxygen tank, and even listing various species capable of surviving in the cosmos. Altering the bloodline or organs of these creatures could also permit survival in the void. Additionally, the advantages and disadvantages of these bloodlines or organs were thoughtfully annotated. However, changing bloodlines would mean forsaking Saiyan heritage. As for hybridization, it could be an option, yet the disparity between purebreds and hybrids was vast. Weaker bloodlines not only failed to enhance potential, but also adversely affected Saiyan lineage. While survival issues were resolved, the decline in potential was not worth the sacrifice. There were indeed powerful bloodlines, some rivaling Saiyans in strength and surpassing them in potential, yet such would no longer be Saiyan. Given the availability of other options, Vitalis was reluctant to abandon these bloodlines. After all, the Super Saiyan transformation held nostalgic value from his childhood. And those formidable bloodlines were not even human. He had not yet reached the point of sacrificing his humanity in pursuit of power. Altering organs was also a possibility, even if there were rejection issues. They could be mitigated by the dragon. Among them was a creature known as the Ether Dragon, whose energy organ greatly intrigued Vitalis. It required only a small amount of matter to facilitate fusion, generating immense energy. If he were to adopt this energy organ, he might briefly ascend to the pinnacle of the universe. However, regrettably, it necessitated reinforcing his body. Otherwise, the Saiyans' physical strength would not withstand the energy produced by the organ. Even the Ether Dragon species could not fully harness the potential of this energy organ, as its output remains unknown. No one could endure long enough to uncover its limits, for the powerful energy explosion would first obliterate the host. Utilizing it for self-destruction could indeed be a strategy. Although there were many methods to subsequently enhance physical strength that greatly appealed to Vitalis, he was not yet prepared to accept the growth of foreign organs within his body. Therefore, he chose not to pursue that route. After reviewing all the methods, Vitalis realized the universe was home to a multitude of wondrous species, their bloodlines and peculiar organs astonishing. The powerful bloodlines and organs left him yearning. Had he not been hindered by his own reservations, he might have succumbed to the temptation of changing them. Another approach lay in becoming a god, a true deity, rather than simply transforming into a Super Saiyan god through divine energy. Perhaps the exploration of divine power could allow Super Saiyan gods to survive in space, but that path seemed too distant for those ordinary Saiyans lacking the qualifications to transform into Super Saiyan gods. Their combat prowess would go to waste. After all, possessing the ability to destroy stars, yet being unable to engage in battle beyond their planet, was both ironic and absurd. Fortunately, the methods included a secret technique from Ibiryu, which, when activated, would enable beings to exist without relying on respiration. It utilized the body's internal energy to substitute for the respiratory system, not merely holding one's breath. The function of respiration is to sustain life, comprising external and internal respiration, both crucial for survival. External respiration serves to inhale fresh oxygen and expel carbon dioxide, primarily occurring in the lungs. Meanwhile, internal respiration involves transporting inhaled oxygen through the bloodstream to various tissues and organs, where it is utilized in metabolic processes. The resulting carbon dioxide is then returned to the pulmonary capillaries via the bloodstream, where it is expelled through gas exchange in the lungs, completing internal respiration at the cellular level. The Ibiryu technique, however, allows the body's energy to replace respiration. As long as the internal energy is not depleted, one can survive indefinitely in an oxygen-deficient environment. This was precisely what the Saiyans required. While it might be possible to survive underwater, in magma, or in the vacuum of space for a limited time by merely holding one's breath, doing so during combat would be tantamount to courting death. The Saiyans' body and energy defenses enable them to endure and fight in various harsh environments, with respiration being the sole constraint. The Ibiryu technique effectively resolved this dilemma, although it increased energy expenditure. The existence of the Sensabine rendered this concern negligible. Just then, Broly returned, having found another Dragon Ball, and handed the radar and the Dragon Ball to Vitalis. Indeed, the Dragon Ball had not turned to stone. Had it not been for his recent wish, Vitalis would have found this scene hard to believe. Gods, what do you know? Vitalis turned to inquire of the deity. The knowledge I acquired from the elder Namekian mentioned that the number and size of Dragon Balls vary based on the creator's abilities. The creator of this Dragon Ball must be exceptionally powerful, the deity replied slowly, equally astonished to witness a Dragon Ball that had not cooled. Is that so? Whatever, as long as it works. Vitalis shrugged off the thought, deciding not to dwell further. Takaraputat long bopupuliteparlo. With a resonant hum, the two Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling glow, and a familiar figure reappeared. Those who have gathered 2 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Any wish, as long as I am able to fulfill it, shall be granted, intoned the 2-star dragon, who had also taken note of the surroundings and the recently made wish by Vitalis. With a thunderous roar, a powerful aura erupted, drawing everyone's gaze to reveal Broly had transformed into Super Saiyan. The golden flames surrounding him shimmered with a hint of green, his emotionless eyes fixated intently on the two-star dragon. Cough, cough, dragon. My wish is to make the Abiryu technique a natural talent for all Saiyans living in this universe. Can that be done? Or do you need me to explain what a natural talent skill means? Vitaly said, somewhat sheepishly. Is this truly your wish? Inquired the Earth Dragon. Is this truly your wish? The Cyril Star Dragon echoed. Earth Dragon, please hold on a moment. Cyril Star Dragon, my wish is indeed this. Vitaly's addressed both dragons, realizing that with multiple dragons present, he needed to specify that as you wish, the Cyril Star Dragon said, its eyes flashing with divine light. Your wish has been granted. However, while I do not require a cooldown period, my energy is limited. This time, enhancing the talent of such a vast race has taken a significant toll. I will be unable to fulfill wishes that require extensive energy for a short time. You understand my meaning, I trust? The dragon did not immediately depart, but instead explained its circumstances. I see. If I could use it continuously, that would be quite something. I understand. Thank you, dragon. Vitaly expressed his gratitude. Acknowledging the dragon's politeness in granting his wish, Earth Dragon, I shall take my leave now, he said, glancing at the fiercely erupting Broly. The dragon dissipated in a blaze of light, transforming back into a Dragon Ball, floating gently to its original spot. Seemingly aware of the strength of those present and the existence of the Dragon Ball radar, coupled with its significant energy depletion, it chose not to expend further effort. Broly, noticing the Dragon Ball remained, paused momentarily but said nothing further, returning to his normal state. Its luster had indeed dulled somewhat. Should I call it out again to test its limits? Vitaly mused, beckoning the Dragon Ball into his hand. How long do you intend to keep me waiting? If you have no wish, I shall take my leave, the Earth Dragon remarked. Chapter 71. Dragon Ball 3. Although wishing upon the Dragon Balls carries inherent risks. Even with the knowledge that this universe is under the influence of the Destroyer God and the Broly trajectory, perhaps there are no Dark Star Dragon Balls or evil dragons. Yet, the old Kaioshin did mention that Dragon Balls could disrupt the natural laws of the universe. Overuse may lead to unforeseen crises. However, it is impossible to forego the Dragon Balls. Who could resist such a convenient artifact? In any case, Vitaly cannot. The accompanying benefits alone ensure that Vitaly would never relinquish the Dragon Balls. Most Saiyans are inherently fearless, unafraid of death, battling until their last breath. However, a minority may falter in the face of mortality. After the resurrection of the fallen Saiyans, everyone became aware of the Dragon Ball's existence. Now, within the entire clan, not a single soul fears death, for injuries can be healed with senzu beans, and death can be reversed with the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, according to those who have returned from the afterlife, one must undergo judgment after death, determining whether to ascend to heaven, descend to hell, or be reincarnated. Thus, the fear of death has dissipated. Death merely signifies another beginning, whether in heaven or hell, and reincarnation is not a loss. Consequently, Saiyans engage in sparring among themselves without holding back, as long as they do not kill one another. In external battles, they fight with deadly intent, whether against enemies or kin, never ceasing to battle as long as they draw breath. Embodying the spirit of a warrior race. Given these myriad advantages, there is no possibility of abandoning the Dragon Balls. So, have you decided on your wish? As Vitaly pondered, Shenron lowered his head once more, urging him to respond. How about this? Shenron, could you bring me the Dragon Balls from Earth 1 year into the future? Vitaly mused that it might be worth a try. After all, if Xeno can exist in two forms, perhaps the Dragon Balls could as well. No, that is against the laws of the gods and the rules of the universe. I am powerless to assist, Shenron replied with a hint of exasperation. You always wish for things without effort. Who indulged you? Such troublesome requests. Please, choose another wish. Very well. Then please hold on. I need to reconsider. This response did not surprise him, that he merely wished to test whether it could succeed, as failure would not consume a wish. However, if it were successful, he wished to see whether a Dragon Ball would vanish in 1 year or whether a parallel universe devoid of Dragon Balls would emerge. The former would allow for a direct linear traversal rather than entering a parallel universe, which would necessitate a reassessment of the god's powers. The distinction between traversing different timelines in parallel universes and directly jumping through the timeline of the current universe is immense. Even the Kaioshin, utilizing the time ring to observe timelines, cannot alter history. Otherwise, new parallel universes would arise. They also have no means to interfere with the historical narratives of the current universe. The consequences of failure are manageable. Yet there remains a need to explore the gods' control over time and space, as well as their capabilities in that regard. Well, I shall reserve this wish. If I recall correctly, one wish can reduce the cooldown period by half. Until next time, Shinron reflected, there is currently no pressing wish to fulfill. Really? You truly have no wishes? Shinron inquired, astonished. Indeed, today's discoveries have exceeded my expectations, disrupting my train of thought that I apologize for keeping you waiting. Vitalis said, slightly embarrassed. Your wishes have already been granted. Shinron's gaze flickered as he recited his parting words, dissipating in brilliance, leaving behind 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone upon the ground at a T-some point. The Dragon Balls ceased to attempt escape. He still had one wish remaining, which he would reserve for a request with the Namekian Dragon. During this time, it would be prudent to test the limits of the Serial Star Dragon, which would facilitate the arrangement of the 3 dragon gods. Currently, the Namekian Dragon excels in resurrection, albeit only one individual at a time, followed by the Earth Dragon, whose capabilities have significantly improved post-upgrade. The Serial Star Dragon Balls possess no cooldown, though they seem to have an issue with energy depletion. This is also a concern with the Earth Dragon Balls, though it requires the consumption of wish counts. And the cooldown remains unchanged. The Namekian Dragon Balls have yet to reach their limits. Thus, Vitalis intends to test the Serial Star Dragon's capabilities. Once the Serial Star Dragon Balls recover, he will conduct his assessments. Based on the results, he will determine the future uses of the 3 Dragon Balls. If the Serial Star Dragon Balls, apart from lacking a cooldown, exhibit no other distinctive traits, then the Serial Star Dragon will be tasked with intelligence duties. As the consumption for mere inquiries should be minimal, well, I shall wait. Having an excess of Dragon Balls can also be a burden. Vitalis contacted the nearest legion to Serial Star, instructing them to prioritize their deployment to protect Serial Star and its Namekian inhabitants. Then, the Supreme Kai and the Namekians could joyfully reconnect with their kin. Once they become familiar, Vitalis could inquire about the specifics of the Serial Star Dragon. Broly, I have a task for you. It's a long-term assignment. Vitalis said, approaching Broly and patting him on the shoulder. Whatever the mission, I will accomplish it. Broly exclaimed excitedly, relishing the prospect of having a task again at AS for resurrecting Frieza. That could wait. There was no rush. Once he grew stronger, reviving the trio of Frieza and his father together for a delightful confrontation would be even more exhilarating. You should know that while we Saiyans can unleash greater power through rage, such an approach is rather extreme, especially for you. It can easily lead to a rampage, Vitalis remarked, feeling slightly awkward at Broly's enthusiasm. That I understand. I still cannot fully control that power, even as an ordinary Super Saiyan. There is a risk of losing control, Broly acknowledged, aware that his own power could lead to catastrophic consequences if unleashed recklessly. If Vitalis and the others could not fuse, then the strongest Saiyans present could likely be defeated with a single blow. Despite his deliberate lack of training, however, after battling Frieza and his father, and having fought with Vegeta, Broly found that he might currently be too formidable for Vitalis and the others to overcome through fusion. Given time, the fusion warriors might eventually succumb to him. Therefore, you must seek the power of love. Love can transform the world. Love can facilitate your growth. Vitalis imparted earnestly. You may occasionally seek out your father and me, but for the majority of the time, you must embark on a journey alone to discover love. Indeed, Vitalis intended to encourage Broly to pursue romance. This was genuinely in Broly's best interest, as love could indeed empower individuals. Setting aside other considerations, one could observe how Vegeta, fueled by his desire to protect Bulma, became incredibly formidable, particularly after she suffered harm. And that was merely a slap. Had it been a more severe situation akin to Krillin's, he might have unlocked a new form. Although such a transformation might not be effective against the gods of destruction, what mortal could withstand it? This was one of Vitalis' subtle intentions. Currently, only 2 individuals could ignite Broly's rage. The one who raised him and his father. Unwilling to resort to extreme measures, Vitalis contemplated the idea of finding a partner for Broly. Of course, the notion of extreme measures was merely a jest. No creature worthy of Broly's wrath had yet emerged beneath the gods. And above them, such methods would likely prove ineffective. Primarily, even offspring who do not inherit the Super Saiyan bloodline would undoubtedly possess immense strength, certainly not inferior to Gohan's potential in the future timeline. Therefore, early marriage and procreation to maximize Broly's lineage was indeed the most prudent course of action. Vitalis willingly accepted the role of a caretaker for Broly's family. Broly, you might return to Vegeta's planet to see if there are any young women you fancy. Or you could search on Earth that if you encounter someone appealing, pursue them boldly. Once you have a target, feel free to consult me for advice on wooing women. Perhaps I have never been in love. But my theoretical knowledge surpasses all Saiyans, he said to Do, and if none appeal to you, you might also wander the universe. As long as you can produce healthy offspring, I would be amenable. Vitalis suddenly recalled the woman who had been beside Broly in the original story. While he found her somewhat attractive, the idea of marriage and children was still unacceptable to him. However, what if Broly found her appealing? Unfortunately, the original narrative provided little detail about her. Her age, when she joined Frisia's army, or her department were all unknown to Vitalis. Was she even born yet? How old was she? Had she joined Frisia's army? If she had not yet been born or had not joined, that would be for the best. Otherwise, she likely met her demise long ago. Those associated with Frisia's army, aside from scientists and technical personnel, were ruthlessly eliminated. Hence, it seemed most prudent to allow Broly to seek out true love himself. Chapter 72. What is love? With a swift kick, Broly was sent tumbling down from the sanctuary. Despite his reluctance, as a member of the warrior race known as the Saiyans and still a child at heart, he had no desire for a partner. He wished to reject the mission and remain by Vitalis' side, fulfilling his responsibilities as the captain of the guard. Thus, Vitalis had no choice but to give him a gentle nudge towards the journey of love. Broly, should you return without a partner, leading to the failure of your mission, I shall be quite disappointed. The repercussions of failure were something that Broly would find intolerable, yet Vitalis was at a loss for how to punish him. After all, even the Saiyans of the present seemed uncertain about the nature of punishment. They were unafraid of physical reprimands or confinement in dark rooms, having spent years battling alone in the field. Indifferent to material concerns, their only true value was the honor of being Saiyan warriors, a facet Vitalis dared not strip away lightly, for to take that would be a fate worse than death. Moreover, without sufficient justification, such a deprivation was out of the question. Thus, Vitalis resorted to a play on words, merely suggesting that Broly would find the consequences unbearable, prompting him to ponder what that might entail. Inevitably leading him to confront his deepest fears, the innocent Broly, one could assume, would be filled with determination. Bardock and Vegeta 3 had already taken wives. The next candidate for a push towards matrimony was Raditz. Conveniently located on Earth at this juncture, Raditz's union with a human would surely yield offspring capable of transforming into Super Saiyans with ease, akin to Goten and Trunks. The dream of a universal Super Saiyan was within reach. However, despite his grand proclamations, Vitalis' understanding of love was rather rudimentary, gleaned solely from television dramas, films, anime, and novels. He had never witnessed the unwavering love depicted in literary works. What is love? He had certainly encountered many beautiful women whom he admired. But could that truly be classified as love? Or was it merely an attraction to beauty? Bidding farewell to the gods, Vitalis ascended into the atmosphere, gazing at the boundless universe. Just a little further lay the vastness of space, rife with cosmic rays and unknown dangers. Most crucially, there was a lack of oxygen, an uncharted domain for the Saiyans. Previous battles had always transpired on planets, where concerns for the safety of the world necessitated distractions. Even if one could withstand planetary explosions, the harshness of space was a different matter entirely. Now, having resolved the issue of breathing, their combat prowess could be further unleashed, allowing for unrestrained battles, should a planet be obliterated. Summoning the dragon would suffice. Taking a deep breath, Vitalis ceased his inhalation, not merely holding his breath, but substituting the need for external oxygen with the energy within him as long as his energy was not depleted. He would require no further supply of oxygen. Harnessing his inner energy, he enveloped himself in a protective barrier, slowly ascending from Earth. This energy shield isolated him from all forms of radiation, both beneficial and harmful. While his energy-enhanced form could withstand most rays and radiation, precautionary measures were still wise in the wonders of space. A mere flick of force could propel one effortlessly, yet when encountering celestial bodies, one would feel their gravitational pull, necessitating a counteraction to avoid being ensnared. Traversing the spaces between celestial bodies required a significant amount of energy to resist their pull. Fortunately, with his current combat strength, Vitalis was unperturbed by such challenges. However, he dared not approach legendary threats such as black holes, stars, or neutron stars, aware that any misstep could lead to dire consequences. After frolicking amidst the vast starry expanse, Vitalis discovered that he could accelerate indefinitely while flying, but stopping or changing direction required a far greater force, an insight gleaned from breaking a few bones along the way. Utilizing gravitational slingshot effects could conserve both energy and time. Though for one adept in techniques like instantaneous movement or teleportation, such methods seemed unnecessary, especially in combat scenarios. Yet the thrill of the experience was irresistible. He could effortlessly obliterate a small asteroid with minimal energy expenditure. Yet regrettably, there were no spectators to witness his declaration that speed equates to power. Alas, in the face of competitors of equal or greater strength, these feats were but trivialities, devoid of practical application. After a few days of playful exploration, he finally returned to planet Vegeta. The guards stationed at the royal planet greeted him, and with a nod, he approached the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. With a stern expression, he stepped into the chamber. The moment he crossed the threshold, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, and he entered a state of full power as a Super Saiyan. His combat strength surged to a staggering 900 million. Overwhelming everyone within the chamber, leaving them prostrate on the ground, he felt both anger and elation. The inhabitants, whether frontline warriors or logistical personnel, had been diligently training within these walls, some even residing there permanently. Witnessing this scene previously had brought him comfort, as this space was intended to grant Saiyans an advantage. However, many had exhausted their allotted time and relied on teleportation to enter and exit, leading to reckless use by those without limits. Some had spent decades, even centuries, within, with others having passed away inside. Saiyans were not a long-lived race. While they could live slightly longer than humans, averaging around 200 years, those who maintained their combat prowess could extend their lifespans a bit further. Yet, this was their normal lifespan. In the past, Saiyans typically lived only 40 to 50 years, either dying in battle or on the way to one. Currently, though there was no external pressure, the relentless pursuit of ultimate power had led them to neglect other aspects of life, burying themselves in rigorous training within the chamber. Even those who ventured outside would rush back at the first opportunity for a break. They were trapped in a blind spot. In truth, training outside had been equally effective. Previously, the urgency to grow stronger due to Frisia's threats necessitated reliance on the hyperbolic time chamber. Thus, Vitalis resolved to rectify this mistake. After all, a good beating would suffice for the Saiyans. He intended to sweep through the chamber in an invincible Super Saiyan form, hoping to inspire a few transformations among them. Presently, apart from the newborns, it was nearly impossible to find anyone with a combat power below 500,000. After the age of 10, none possessed a power level lower than 1,000,000. Bardock had proven that even a combat strength of 1,000,000 could transform into a Super Saiyan. They merely lacked the right opportunity. Now, Vitalis planned to seize this moment to provide these warriors with their catalyst, contributing to the dream of a universal Super Saiyan. Chapter 73. Is there not a single fighter among you? Greetings everyone. I have an important announcement to make. But first, let us engage in a battle. Infused with energy, the voice reverberated throughout the metaphysical time-space chamber. There exists but a single rule. Only one among us shall prevail. And the consumption of senza beans is strictly forbidden. With approximately 300,000 Saiyans present, should they all partake in the beans, this battle could drag on interminably until the beans are exhausted. A colossal waste. Indeed, you have 3 seconds to prepare. I shall commence. As he spoke, Vitalis instantaneously materialized beside a bewildered Saiyan, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. He then subdued another Saiyan nearby, pressing him to the ground, his hardened skull creating a deep crater upon impact, his eyes rolling back as consciousness fled. I shan't hold back. You would do well to approach this conflict with the resolve to kill me. For anything less than that feeble effort cannot truly be deemed a battle. After all your prolonged training and fusion, are you still unaware of your shortcomings? How utterly disgraceful. With a kick, he sent two nearby warriors attempting to fuse flying. As Vitalis taunted, "Are you still the warrior race known as Saiyans? Can you not discern the most fundamental battlefield dynamics? In the future, conceal your tales. Do not expose your Saiyan identity so carelessly, for I cannot bear the shame." While mocking, Vitalis plunged into the throng, unleashing a flurry of attacks, each move claiming several Saiyan lives. Indeed, there is a certain exhilaration in dominating the weak, an unending delight. Though I must refrain from fatal blows, incapacitating them is permissible, provided they do not lose limbs. Combat in the Dragon Ball universe is rather straightforward. Close quarters brawling reigns supreme, and energy blasts serve as the ultimate weapon. With the occasional peculiar ability or magic as support, extravagance is seldom seen. Yet, the visceral nature of such hand-to-hand combat is undeniably satisfying. Why not cultivate the Ultra Instinct in a state of unrestrained power? Vitalis faced an unbreakable defense, rendering the practice of Ultra Instinct inconsequential. Even if he could not evade an attack, sustaining a blow bore no significance. That it was not that Vitalis wished to go easy. Confronting hundreds of thousands of Saiyans who possessed the capacity for fusion and transformation into great apes was a matter of life and death. Thus, he could not afford to hold back. This urgency was precisely why he transformed into a Super Saiyan before entering the fray. Otherwise, he would surely suffer a brutal beating during the transformation's vulnerability. Though the current Saiyans are indeed combative, they seem to relish the thrill of battle, fighting for their lives, unlike the likes of Kakarot and his companions, who allow their enemies to grow stronger. Saiyans endowed with transformation abilities are acutely aware of the stakes and will not grant other races the opportunity to transform. However, the propensity to show off remains ingrained in Saiyan nature. When in a position of dominance, some will inevitably toy with their foes. This is a difficult trait to amend, and all Vitalis can do is bolster the Saiyan foundation. Should one falter, countless others remain, ensuring the survival of their race. With a mere thought, Vitalis had already dispatched thousands. Now, apart from those on the periphery, nearly all had completed their fusion and undergone transformation. Admittedly, the sight of a gorilla clad in a short jacket and sporting a mohawk is quite imposing. However, these individuals cannot achieve the separation of body and spirit as Vitalis does to in their loss of reason. They serve no purpose for training. What a perfect opportunity to test my latest ultimate technique, the supreme cutting skill. Vitalis grinned menacingly, extending his right hand. A golden aura gradually took shape, forming a serrated halo of energy. Unlike Krillin's Kienzan, this was a recreation inspired by a well-known technique from a previous life Tokusetsu series, aptly named the 8-point halo. Wielding the halo, Vitalis charged into the throng of gorillas like a tiger among sheep, effortlessly severing tails with each swing. In the ensuing chaos, transformation was prohibited. Otherwise, in their mindless state, they would never attain growth. He manifested 5 clones, each possessing a combat power of 1 billion. This was to uphold the dignity of the king. Should any clone fall below 1 billion, the risk of annihilation loomed. Each clone brandished a halo, relentlessly harvesting tails. So, what are your thoughts? Facing me alone, you stand utterly powerless, atop the head of a great ape. Vitalis addressed the few who retained their wits. There no one willing to speak. Are you not all proud warriors of the Saiyan race? Such feeble attacks. Amidst the chaos of energy blasts, he casually selected one and crushed it before the eyes of all. That moment, a great ape instinctively seized an opportunity, swinging its fist toward Vitalis from behind. This time, Vitalis did not evade or defend. He merely turned, gazing up at the massive fist as it descended upon him. The resulting shockwave created a blast of energy that sent both the surrounding crowd and the great ape flying. This punch carried a combat power of at least 20 million. What a pitifully soft punch. Have you not eaten? Is this some sort of massage? In the instant the great ape retracted its fist, Vitalis retaliated with a punch that shattered its arm, simultaneously severing its tail amidst its furious roar. How embarrassing. Is this truly your best? You dare call yourselves a warrior race? Are you even Saiyans? Let us count. Vegeta is formidable, Bardock is strong, and that rat its fellow. Yet you cannot even compare to that little brat. Oh, and Broly, but you certainly cannot hold a candle to him. Are you not curious as to why I haven't mentioned myself? It is because I am here, single-handedly annihilating hundreds of thousands of you. Vitalis laughed maniacally from above. With a flicker of movement, and at an unfathomable speed, he cleared out thousands of fused great apes in mere minutes. "Are you too weak to dance?" Grasping someone by the throat, Vitalis inquired of his captive. With a high ponytail flowing in the wind, clear and bright eyes, elegantly arched brows, and long lashes fluttering slightly, her flawless skin glowed with a hint of rosy hue, while her delicate lips resembled the petals of a rose, inviting and lush. Her tall, slender figure, accentuated by the traditional attire of her people post-fusion, stood in stark contrast to her male counterparts, as beneath her jacket lay a corset. After a brief moment of admiration, Vitalis cast her aside, proclaiming, "Weakness is truly unappealing." With a kick aimed at her exquisitely defined physique, she was sent soaring for several kilometers, colliding with dozens along the way. In a flurry of rapid leaps, he took a moment to check his nose. Thankfully, no blood had been shed. Evidently, his training on Earth was not in vain. Yet, as a king, he found it morally troubling to speak such words. For not only was she not ugly, but rather stunning. Years of rigorous training and warfare had endowed Saiyan women with remarkable figures, and with their natural constitution, they possessed minimal impurities, enhancing their beauty. The one he had just sent flying was, in fact, a paragon of beauty. Ah, how I long to weep for the weak. Should this continue, the Saiyans shall inevitably perish, mimicking the motion of wiping away tears. He grasped the ankle of a short-haired girl, spinning her around before flinging her away. He then turned and slapped a diminutive child, sending him flying, before instantly transporting and unleashing 2 punches on 2 elderly men. Ah, such is the fate of being a king. Must kings always play the villain? Will I ever find a wife in this state? He sighed inwardly, hastening his pace, for he had only dealt with a fraction of the adversaries, and many awaited their turn to be bested. Chapter 74. Surely, there shall be no mishaps. Somewhat intriguing, yet still far from satisfactory, Vitalis remarked with a hint of awkwardness, acknowledging his blunder as he absorbed several energy blasts with his face. In an attempt to experiment with the technique of unfettered mastery, he instinctively sought to evade the incoming attack upon its approach. However, his mind conjured the notion of bypassing cerebral deliberation, urging his body to react autonomously. The result was a conflict between thought and instinct, leading to his face absorbing the energy blast. He casually brushed his hair, relieved that the disparity in combat power was so vast that he remained unscathed. Otherwise, his luxurious locks would have been ruined. To Vitalis, the speed of these energy blasts appeared lethargic, easily avoidable with a simple puff or a flick of his fingers. Yet, having contemplated the practice of unfettered mastery, he deliberately refrained from evading. In hindsight, possessing too much knowledge can sometimes prove detrimental, particularly with a technique as intricate as unfettered mastery. When one attempts to practice it while being fully aware, the likelihood of success plummets to near zero. Forcing it will only push it further away. With a thunderous kick, Vitalis sent a seemingly robust and sturdy man crashing to the ground, creating a deep, dark crater. There was no need to investigate further. The depth of the pit was unmistakable. "Very well. It seems you still possess some spirit," he noted, observing the remaining Saiyans who, despite their frustration over their inability to locate the door to unfettered mastery, were growing increasingly enraged by the relentless onslaught and overt mockery. Although their fury paled in comparison to Vitalis' strength, it nonetheless allowed these warriors to unleash powers far beyond their usual capabilities. Impressive, it appears that a universal Super Saiyan transformation is not merely a dream. But I hope it won't backfire, he mused, glancing at several of his doppelgangers engaged in fierce combat, satisfaction coursing through him as he observed the Saiyans erupting in power, which slowed the harvesting pace of his less intelligent clones. It's getting a bit perilous. They're nearly all fused now. If a few Super Saiyans emerge, I could genuinely find myself in trouble. Despite the significant gap in base combat power, these were all fused warriors. Their individual strength started at 1 million, and most, after fusion, hovered around 10 million, with the exceptional ones reaching 20 or 30 million. Thankfully, he had promptly halted any transformations, or he might have faced dire consequences. After all, a transformation could yield tenfold the power that if Frieza were here, he would likely have been obliterated by now. Vitalis retracted his clones, sensing that several individuals were on the brink of transformation. Perhaps the next stage would be the battleground for Super Saiyans. The sudden roar shattered Vitalis' contemplation. Following the sound, he found the striking female warrior he had just dispatched. Her immense aura surged with her shout. Crackling with fragmented lightning, the oppressive force of her presence pushed those around her aside. Her ponytail shimmered with a faint golden hue, and her captivating eyes fixated intensely on Vitalis, flickering with vibrant colors as her hair and brows oscillated between gold and black. Suddenly, with a flash of lightning, her irises turned a light green, followed swiftly by her hair and brows transforming to gold, standing erect except for her bangs. Vitalis exhaled, curious about how her ponytail would look when fully upright. If it exploded like Trunks's, what would this beauty resemble? Although he believed she could pull off any hairstyle, the thought of her with a wild look was somewhat hard to digest. Whoosh in an instant. The transformation completed, the beauty materialized before Vitalis. Remarkably swift, he thought, swallowing hard. One cannot conceal the intent to eliminate from their gaze. The coldness of her emotionless eyes made him uneasy. It's over. It's over. Ive undoubtedly become detestable. He fretted, distressed at the notion of being disliked by such a beautiful woman. Being reviled by females made finding a partner exceedingly difficult. Is weakness synonymous with ugliness? Am I still unattractive now? The unique, composite tone of the fusion warrior's voice echoed, devoid of emotion. What does devoid of emotion mean? It sounded like a lifeless recitation of a text. Vitalis internally scoffed. While she was indeed beautiful, she exuded an icy demeanor that it was evident that regardless of the race, women are particularly sensitive about their appearance. Even Saiyans would be incensed if labeled unattractive. From my perspective, is this all you wish to convey? You've only just transformed into a Super Saiyan. Your journey remains long, and you are still far from where you need to be. As a king, he could not afford to lose face. Especially after having just delivered such a harsh lesson that it would be quite embarrassing to now approach her with flattery. After all, as a king, changing one's words mere minutes after speaking carries a significant loss of dignity. He resolved to seek a partner on Earth or in other realms instead. As for the women of his race, if they disliked him, so be it. We are still amidst a battlefield. You just squandered your chance to strike me, he declared, delivering a punch that sent the woman flying. The immense force not only propelled her away, but also created a shockwave that expelled several others. Vitalis teleported the injured away, allowing those outside to administer senzu. Though he had held back his strength during that punch, it was still enough to incapacitate her without crossing the threshold of death. After her transformation, that woman's combat power eclipsed his own. Conservatively estimated at around 1 billion, this was precisely why she dared to stand before him and pose a question. The chasm of difference in combat power was vast, yet not insurmountable that a disparity of several hundred would render one defenseless without a hidden card. Surpassing 1,000, any resistance would be futile. Beyond 10,000, unless one could transform into a Super Saiyan, there was little hope for survival. Of course, if the opponent chose to toy with him and let up, perhaps he could endure a bit longer, without any special enhancements. However, the disparity in combat power was utterly disheartening. Typically, a difference of mere tens could lead to instant annihilation. To avoid humiliation, Vitalis had recently employed his transformation. This transformation, known as Great Ape Transformation, was a prelude to his Super Saiyan form. By meditating under the moon and utilizing magic to suppress his body's transformation into a giant ape, he could harness the power of the Great Ape while retaining his humanoid form. It was a low-tier version of the Super Saiyan transformation. Furthermore, after optimizing the process, Vitalis could activate the Great Ape transformation at the moment of attack and revert post-strike, allowing for intricate control over this power. When combined with the Super Saiyan strength, Vitalis' power could reach a terrifying 90 billion. Unfortunately, this power was not entirely manageable. Should he lose control and unleash his full might, no one would survive. The brief moment of transformation during an attack was too fleeting to fully unleash the potential of his power. For instance, the punch he had just delivered to that woman was executed with intentional restraint. It was merely a casual swing. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the infused power of the Great Ape rendered it a lethal blow. Now, she lay in a deep pit over 1,000 kilometers away. Rolling her eyes and unconscious, forcibly exiting her Super Saiyan state. Oh dear, how careless of me. It's a pity to see a capable fighter like you in such a state. Your appearance is simply suffocating. he lamented, inhaling sharply. Perhaps we should reconvene later. How about I bring in some more allies? Let us see how I can take on hundreds of thousands single-handedly, in an awkward attempt to shift the focus. Vitalis was taken aback by how overwhelming the combination of Super Saiyan and Great Ape had been. He had knocked her out in a single punch, fortunate that he hadn't killed her. His actions were primarily to maintain his royal dignity, but more so for his own pride that I'll apologize to her after the fight. For my own sake, I must admit I went too far. She had only just transformed, and I should have allowed her to engage in a magnificent battle to solidify her strength. Instead, I ended her too swiftly. It is indeed a transgression. Chapter 75. Super Saiyan. Perhaps it was the words of Vitalis that played a role, or perhaps it was the successful transformation of that beautiful warrior that triggered a chain reaction. The resounding roars echoed forth. The fusion warriors were not merely experiencing an enhancement of power, they were achieving a profound convergence of body and spirit. Both physical strength and mental awareness saw significant elevation, with innate talent and potential greatly amplified. In truth, most warriors had already grazed the threshold of Super Saiyan while in their individual forms. However, this sudden assault by Vitalis, with his overwhelming dominance and merciless onslaught, subjected them to both physical and mental torment, ultimately enabling these fusion warriors to shatter their boundaries and successfully transform into Super Saiyans. Even those who were slightly lacking were propelled by the energy, achieving transformation as well. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000. The emergence of thousands of Super Saiyans bathed the realm in a golden hue. The immense power even distorted the magnetic field, altering the gravitational pull. The Earth, and indeed the very fabric of space, trembled. Finally, the era of the Super Saiyan has arrived. Though at present, it is merely the fusion warriors who have transformed, they had already met the necessary conditions. With this experience, and through further practice, they would soon master the transformation into Super Saiyan in their individual forms. Thus, while it may seem that only thousands have transformed, the actual number should be doubled. The Saiyans of today can rightfully be proclaimed the strongest warrior race in the universe, and it is likely that no other race across different universes could rival the strength of the current Saiyans, excluding the angelic race. Of course, after a brief count, it was determined that 9,342 individuals had successfully transformed. As these warriors unleashed their full power during the transformation, ordinary individuals were sent flying, pinned beneath the ground. Vitalis transported these warriors away. For the ensuing battles would be among the Super Saiyans, and mere bystanders could only sense the power of the Super Saiyans. Remaining any longer would result in them being crushed into oblivion by the sheer pressure of the strong. Stealthily consuming a senzu bean, Vitalis understood that while the previous onslaught had not drained much energy, the multiple interdimensional transports had taken a toll. This exemplifies the disparity in power. Vitalis may have battled over 190,000 individuals, yet the energy expended in transporting them out surpassed the energy used in combat. Thus, consuming a senzu bean was a prudent choice. Before him stood those who had successfully broken through. Their combat power generally hovering around 4 to 500 million, with a handful ranging between 8 to 10 billion. He discreetly noted these individuals, intending to dispatch them swiftly to avoid any potential setbacks that might tarnish his reputation. The remaining warriors would engage in a thrilling battle, facing thousands of Super Saiyans with combat power in the range of 4 to 500 million posed a significant challenge. Without the senzu beans, the sea of foes could easily overwhelm him. This is also a flaw of the Saiyans, who rely heavily on substantial food intake to maintain their stamina, with considerable energy expenditure. As far as Vitalis knew, the androids possessed infinite energy, and Perfect Cell was supported by 2 androids for power, while the original Majin Buu also had limitless stamina. Such entities could not be addressed through sheer numbers, let alone those existing above the divine level, where quantity becomes utterly irrelevant. Thus, the road ahead for Vitalis remains long. Taking a deep breath, Vitalis felt his fighting spirit ignite amidst the scene before him. The Saiyan cells within him quivered, not out of fear, but from the exhilaration of finally being able to fight with all his might. With a spirited shout, he cast aside extraneous thoughts and began gathering energy. Guided by the immense aura of the numerous Super Saiyans, Vitalis momentarily forgot his schemes. Reputation? He could forego that. Being defeated by fusion warriors would not be deemed shameful should he merge with Broly. The outcome would undoubtedly be a complete domination of the battlefield at this moment. All he desired was a straightforward, exhilarating battle as a warrior race. They had long plotted for survival, even resorting to preemptively eliminating formidable foes. The blood coursing through his veins, every cell within his body, pulsed with excitement at the prospect of facing powerful adversaries, yet his soul trembled in fear of mortality. In moments of peace, reason prevailed.